With a corpulent, ebony-hued body, short limbs, a small tail trailing behind, and a half-exposed tongue dangling from its mouth, Liu Yifei found himself by the riverbank in utter astonishment. Hadn't his anger over a hastily selected Yasuo in League of Legends merely led him to smash his computer? How had that resulted in an explosion that catapulted him into an unknown realm? Furthermore, if he was to be transported, why did fate choose to transform him into a large, black-skinned Toad the River King, Tom? How was he to face others in this peculiar form? Liu Yifei, an ardent enthusiast of League of Legends, had let his frustration lead him to destroy his computer, and now, as a Toad, he was filled with trepidation. What if a Super Saiyan suddenly appeared and obliterated him? His fate would be dire indeed. Oh no, oh no. My handsome visage has vanished. Why, oh heavens, must you transform me into a toad? Liu Yifei rolled on the ground, his hefty body creating a rather comical scene. However, before long, he felt an irresistible force pulling him into a whirlpool. In an instant, a puff of white smoke enveloped him, causing him to cough violently. Cough, cough. Who dares? Cough. Ambush me? As the smoke dissipated, Liu Yifei, who was about to adopt a fearsome stance, was greeted by the soft, melodious voice of a little girl, instantly softening his demeanor. Excuse me, are you the esteemed Toad Lord of Mayaboka Mountain? Hinata Hyuga, appearing flustered, had been bullied during her outing. For reasons unknown, the family ninjas who typically protected her had not shown up. On her way home, she stumbled upon a large scroll. Driven by the curiosity of youth, she unfurled it, discovering it contained a contract for summoning a spirit beast. Young and without playmates, she resolved to bind a spirit beast to accompany her. In that moment, Liu Yifei beheld the adorable girl's eyes and instantly recognized his surroundings. Those white eyes could only belong to the world of Naruto. As for the identity of the timid girl before him, he needed no guessing. With long hair, Hinata's older sister, Hanabi, and the short-haired Hinata herself, it was evident that this bashful child was indeed Hinata Hyuga of the esteemed clan. Cough, cough. Indeed, I am the Toad of Mayaboka Mountain. Pray tell, dear princess, what brings you to summon me? Liu Yifei exaggeratedly performed a gentlemanly bow, eliciting a bright smile from Hinata. Gazing at her cherubic face, he felt his heart flutter with youthful affection. Toad Lord, what is your name? Naive and innocent, Hinata, despite often being bullied by older children, remained unguarded. Liu Yifei's playful act had effortlessly bridged the gap between them. My name is Liu Yifei. You may call me Toad Fei, a traveler from Mayaboka Mountain. Liu Yifei clumsily maneuvered his rotund body, gently lifting Hinata and placing her atop his large head, disregarding her soft gasp. With eyes as pure as snow, I believe you must be the Hyuga clan's petite princess, Hinata Hyuga. Greetings, princess. Liu Yifei began his slow trek towards the Hyuga residence, introducing himself as your knight, Liu Yifei, at your service. Despite Liu Yifei's towering frog-like stature of 2 meters, Hinata appeared unfazed, likely feeling a sense of closeness after his earlier remarks. Suddenly, a stone struck Liu Yifei, prompting him to turn and witness a boy clad in tattered orange sportswear, sporting goggles and a shock of golden hair reminiscent of a counterfeit Super Saiyan. His cerulean eyes and the 6 whisker-like markings on his face unmistakably identified him as Naruto Uzumaki, the destined child of the Hidden Leaf. Fat Frog, release the villager atop your head. Liu Yifei blinked in surprise. Could this be the first encounter between Hinata and Naruto? Had he not intervened, would Naruto have been pummeled by a group of children? It seems I inadvertently disrupted the fated meeting of the protagonists. Liu Yifei mused, sensing that Hinata might now harbor disdain for Naruto, even while perched atop his broad, soft head. He could feel her cheeks puffing up with irritation. Yet Naruto's audacity was infuriating. He could have conveyed his message more subtly instead of resorting to such blatant insults. Naruto's azure eyes reflected a hint of trepidation, his skinny frame trembling as he shivered in his worn attire, looking rather pitiable. Little brat, aren't you afraid I might devour you? Liu Yifei extended his long tongue, yet Naruto's expression dimmed abruptly. I'm not afraid. If it means you'll release the person atop your head, then go ahead and eat me. Liu Yifei's tongue hovered in midair, and, After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Exchanging your life for another's. Do you truly believe it's worthwhile, little one?" "I have no regrets." Naruto lowered his head, seemingly resolved to face his fate. After a moment of silence, Liu Yifei retracted his tongue and slowly circled around him. With each step, Liu Yifei walked away, Hinata still balanced atop his head, while Naruto remained rooted in place, lost in thought. "Listen well, golden-haired boy," Liu Yifei's voice echoed back to him, despite the distance. "My name is Liu Yifei. You may call me Frog Fei. I do not consume humans, nor am I a monster." Huh. Naruto was once again taken aback. "By the way, regardless of what others may say, little one, I am not a monster, and you are certainly not one either. Let us depart, Princess Hinata, and return home." Tam turned his back to Naruto, waving his hand, with the adorable little Hinata perched atop his head as he ambled towards the Hyuga residence, leaving behind a trail of cheerful laughter. "Yes, Brother Liu." Hinata sat atop Tam's broad, soft head, her face radiating with joy. "Brother Liu." A blush of shyness adorned Hinata's cheeks. "Those words you spoke were quite gallant." "Well, there's also—" Liu Yifei halted, preparing to listen patiently, as he never anticipated that anyone would compliment his appearance in this form. "Brother Liu, you've passed my home. The entrance is behind us." My apologies." Liu Yifei turned around and quickened his pace, realizing that sometimes overindulging in bravado could lead to unintended delays. "By the way, Hinata." "Yes, Brother Liu?" Liu Yifei directly addressed Hinata by her name, a privilege reserved for those with close ties in Japanese culture. However, he was oblivious to such nuances, rendering Hinata rather bashful. "Since you have summoned me, I shall henceforth be your spirit beast." The gates of the Hyuga residence loomed near, and Tam slowed his stride, continuing, "I shall protect you for all eternity with my presence. No calamity shall encroach upon you." Liu Yifei sincerely made this promise to the little girl atop his head, feeling a sense of brotherly responsibility towards Hinata. Yes, a beautiful crescent formed at the corners of Hinata's lips. "I look forward to your guidance, Brother Liu." "Brother Liu, though I am but a frog, I am more dependable and gentle than those of my clan." Hinata shifted her position, resting upon Liu Yifei's back as the grand entrance of the Hyuga family drew ever closer. Chapter 2. Trials of the Great Family. On this day, the head of the esteemed Hyuga clan, Lord Hyuga Hayashi, whose demeanor seldom betrayed his emotions, found himself in a state of disarray. News had reached him from outside that Hinata had successfully contracted the summoning scroll of the legendary Mount Myaboku's toads, a feat accomplished only by the fourth Hokage and the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. Initially, Lord Hayashi was elated. After all, the summoning scroll of Mount Myaboku was a prestigious achievement. He even began to contemplate how the Hyuga clan could leverage this newfound connection to enhance their reputation and bring glory to their ancestors. However, upon encountering Liu Yifei, his perspective shifted dramatically. The other toads were of considerable size and possessed ninjutsu, while Liu Yifei seemed a mere shadow of the grandeur he had anticipated, a stark contrast between the seller's showcase and the buyer's experience. "You claim to be a traveling toad. Yet signing a contract with you is not the same as forming a pact with the toads of Mount Myaboku, is it?" Lord Hayashi's expression darkened. "What use was there in signing a contract with a single toad? You think you can leap like a toad? Believe me, with a single strike of my 8 trigrams palm, I could easily turn you into a flying toad. But I am quite formidable in my own right, being one of the toads of Mount Myaboku." Liu Yifei scratched his head with a childlike innocence, while Hinata stood beside him, her demeanor shy and reminiscent of a young girl beside an older gentleman. Furthermore, after entering into a contract, Liu Yifei had no intention of continuing his wandering ways, and he audaciously requested to reside in the same estate as the young lady. If it weren't for the white cloth wrapped around his head, Lord Hayashi's temples might have visibly throbbed with indignation. He had never encountered such unabashed audacity in a summoning beast, binding a contract to essentially shackling oneself to a family, demanding to share quarters with his second daughter. It was utterly shameless. "Indeed, esteemed clan leader, do you have any further inquiries?" Liu Yifei responded, unabashedly playing along with Lord Hayashi's frustration. After all, the contract had been signed. What could they do about it now? "No further questions. Henceforth, I trust that you will extend your care to the young lady," Lord Hayashi managed, his fury simmering just below the surface. Although displeased, He acknowledged the validity of Lu Yifei's position. Having signed the summoning contract, he found himself unable to take any action against the corpulent toad. Nonetheless, he expressed a desire for Lu Yifei to spar with a ninja from the clan, so he might gauge the creature's capability to safeguard his daughter. Very well. That is acceptable. Having consented, Lu Yifei realized he could only swallow his dissatisfaction. If this arrangement yielded a formidable ally, Lord Hayashi would not mind the inconvenience. With a sly smile reminiscent of a cunning fox, Lord Hayashi gestured for a less conspicuous member of the Hyuga clan to step forward. Hyuga so-and-so, I request your guidance. Beside them, Hinata sensed the disquieting atmosphere, her eyes glistening with tears as she grasped Lu Yifei's hand, her innocent and flawless gaze filled with concern for him. Do not worry, Princess Hinata. I am not as feeble as you might imagine, Lu Yifei replied with a confident smile, his round face beaming. He affectionately ruffled Hinata's hair until her cheeks flushed and she lowered her head, at which point he withdrew his hand. Though the expression on Hyuga Hizashi's face grew increasingly exasperated. Poor supporting character, the author could not even be bothered to give you a name. Lu Yifei stepped forward, surrounded by members of the Hyuga clan who formed a circle, creating an arena on the flat ground. In the center stood Hyuga so-and-so and Lu Yifei. So-and-so. I am Lu Yifei. You may call me Frog Fei. I look forward to your guidance. Bang. Ouch, damn it. Lu Yifei was sent flying by a powerful palm strike from Hyuga so-and-so, as the clan members cleared a path for him. With a thunderous crash, Lu Yifei crashed into a wall of the Hyuga residence, sending dust and debris flying. Hizashi's face was now lined with irritation. This chubby frog could not even withstand an elite chunin from the clan. Ding. The host has sustained damage. The hero transformation system is now activated. Entering combat mode. Data mode is initiated. The host will no longer feel pain. Entering combat mode. Data comparison is enabled for both the host and the enemy. Entering combat mode. Passive skill 1 and active skill 4 are now activated. Entering combat mode. Health and mana consumption is enabled. Entering combat mode. Minimap is now available. Lu Yifei felt a rush before his eyes, and then visions appeared that were invisible to ordinary people. So, it turns out I need to take a hit to become this powerful. Entering combat mode. He no longer felt pain and quickly rose from the dust. However, upon seeing his health bar, Lu Yifei panicked. That single strike had taken a third of his health. Nevertheless, this battle would end in my victory. From the shrouded dust, a long and straight tongue shot out suddenly. Hyuga so-and-so, lacking the activation of his Byakugan, could not evade in time and had to raise his hands to block. Immediately, a sharp crack echoed as Lu Yifei's skill, the giant tongue whip, shattered so-and-so's arms. What a fierce start. You all saw it. He struck first. This is not my fault. As the dust settled, Lu Yifei emerged from the rubble, while the surrounding Hyuga clan members exchanged glances, only for Hizashi to burst into laughter. Frog Fei, the one you just injured was an elite chunin. Your strength has been verified. Applause began to ripple through the Hyuga clan's arena. As Lu Yifei approached Hinata once more, gently placing her on his broad head. Now, I suppose I can leave with you, Hinata. You may return on the back of the toad. Hyuga Hayashi waved his hand and then turned to instruct his clansmen. Please arrange a residence for the toad nearby. Close to Hinata. Having said that, Hyuga Hayashi turned to depart. After all, he was the clan leader and had numerous matters to attend to. This farce had come to a satisfactory conclusion, considering that the toad possessed the strength to injure elite Seichnin, unlike the worthless protectors sent to safeguard the female lead. In Hayashi's view, the toad's abilities would undoubtedly suffice to protect Hinata. As the sun dipped below the horizon, on the cobbled path of the Hyuga estate, a little girl rested upon the head of a toad. Hinata gazed at Lu Yifei with concern, softly inquiring, Brother Lu, does it not hurt? I can hardly bear the pain from a strike by Brother Niji. Do not worry, little Hinata. My body is far sturdier than that of an ordinary toad. Does he think he can hurt me? Lu Yifei chuckled, and Hinata seemed to be uplifted by his laughter, her sorrow slightly alleviated. After a moment of silence, Hinata spoke. I'm sorry, Brother Lu. It's nothing. Back in my Bokuzen, when the toad sage trained me, I endured far worse. Lu Yifei fabricated tales of his past to spare Hinata any worry, and she found herself laughing at his storytelling, her inner turmoil dissipating. As they walked together, exchanging tales, it took a while for Hinata to realize, Brother Lu, wait. What is it, little Hinata? Was my story not captivating enough? No, Brother Lu, you've gone too far. I didn't mean to. Chapter 3. befriending a little heiress beautiful cherry blossoms scattered across the ground, their petals dancing upon the surface of a crystal-clear pond adorned with exquisite fish. Although the courtyard was not particularly vast, its tiered terraces and elegantly curved eaves perfectly complemented the surroundings. This was a mansion unlike any Liu Yifei had ever seen in his previous life. Beneath the stout legs of the toad lay opulent rosewood flooring, every aspect meticulously crafted. "Little Hinata, is this your private abode?" Liu Yifei exclaimed, his mouth agape, his tongue dangling in astonishment. "Yes, brother Liu. Is there something amiss?" Hinata replied, her tone implying that it was a matter of course. Indeed, one's environment can shape one's character. "Lord Toad, please follow me. Your quarters are in the adjacent room." A Hyuga clan ninja appeared beside Liu Yifei, bowing respectfully, evoking memories of his own past experiences with job applications. "Very well, let us proceed." Liu Yifei smiled and followed the ninja, waving to Hinata to indicate he would return after inspecting the room. After returning from the room, I spent some time playing with Hinata, who soon succumbed to her drowsiness and fell asleep. Upon her slumber, I, Liu Yifei, returned to my own quarters. As night enveloped the world, I lay on the empty tatami mat, contemplating the origins and intricacies of the hero transformation system. According to the system's exposition, it possesses but two functionalities: transformation and equipment acquisition. The significance of this transformation is profound. As the system states, the River Lord, Tom, is merely the initial hero of my metamorphosis. By vanquishing creatures of lower ninja caliber, one can accrue gold and experience points. The gold serves the purpose of purchasing heroes for permanent transformation, with the exchange rate for heroes being 450 to 6,300 gold. Once heroes are unlocked, one can freely switch between them. However, it is regrettable that each hero must be trained from level 6 to level 18, indicating that levels are not transferable among heroes. Each new hero requires a considerable investment of time and effort in leveling up. Secondly, regarding equipment acquisition, although I, at level 6 as the River Lord, can easily defeat elite Chunin with bare hands, I must not overlook the fact that these elite opponents can inflict substantial damage, taking a third of my health in a single strike. This realization underscores the paramount importance of equipment. Unfortunately, a frustrating aspect of the system is that equipment cannot be shared among heroes. Once purchased, it is exclusive to the hero who acquired it. On a positive note, due to the arduous nature of gold accumulation, the conversion rate for purchasing equipment is quite favorable, standing at 10 to 1. This means that a Doran's blade costing 450 gold can be obtained for merely 45 gold, and a powerful item worth 3,000 gold can be procured for just 300 gold. This might be construed as a benevolent policy of the system. Alas, while other systems boast grand and spectacular features, along with superb novice gift packages, mine seems rather lackluster. I lay on the tatami, scratching my belly, pondering the minimum requirement for acquiring gold and experience. Must I truly eliminate creatures of lower ninja strength? It does not seem overly challenging. The Forest of Death in Kanehagakure appears to be an excellent choice. Perhaps I shall take Hinata there for an adventure tomorrow. Though if Hinata Hayashi were to learn of this plan, I would likely face dire consequences. Moreover, the system has rendered my body into a data form. Now, any slight injury will cause my physical form to convert into data. This means that I cannot bleed unless my health bar is entirely depleted. However, in the absence of harm, my body remains a mere mortal flesh. I once inquired why complete data transformation was not feasible, to which the system replied that, as a facilitator for the host, it must not strip away the host's right to exist as a human being. Regardless, I shall set aside these thoughts and seek rest. With a loud croak, a cry of anguish echoed from the Hyuga clan's residence in the morning. What could have incited such fury in Hayashi Hyuga? Once, a servant intended to awaken Hinata and Liu Yifei, only to discover that both had vanished from the room. On the tatami mat lay a note which, upon being read by Hyuga Hizashi, incited such fury that he shattered the table. The note contained but 3 phrases: "Gone to the Forest of Death, took Hinata with him. Do not worry, the frog you personally praised." Adding an exclamation of disbelief, he questioned the meaning of "do not worry." Did he intend for his daughter to perish there? Gritting his teeth, Hyuga Hizashi commanded his clansmen beside him, "Pursue them. I shall not rest until I peel the dark hide off that frog. Bring them back at once." Meanwhile, the instigator of the chaos, Liu Yifei, had already traversed a considerable distance with little Hinata, nearing the entrance of the Forest of Death. "Brother Liu, do we truly have to go in? It's perilous inside," little Hinata said, clinging to the top of Lu Yifei's head, seemingly relishing the vantage point atop the 2-meter-tall frog. Do not fret, my dear Princess Hinata. I shall ensure your safety at all times. Yet, little Hinata remained somewhat anxious, pondering, what if father punishes you upon our return? Tam, licking his lips, reassured her, fear not, my little princess is protecting me. The clan leader would never strike me. Well, all right then, little Hinata sighed in relief, settling comfortably atop Lu Yifei's large head, slowly closing her eyes. For some reason, she felt that resting there was the most splendid place to sleep. Oh, my adorable princess. Tam mused, draping his cap over her delicate form like a blanket. Is this truly the forest of death? Lu Yifei wondered, noting the absence of fierce beasts, which he found curious. He recalled the tales from Naruto that warned of the forest's dangers. Those beneath the rank of Nin could meet their demise here. And even elite Nin dared not venture alone into its depths. Currently, he possessed no gold and desperately needed to shed his unattractive frog form. Determined to exploit this seemingly safe period, Lu Yifei resolved to transform his hero persona before planning for equipment, knowing he had 5 years to prepare for little Hinata, who was merely 7 years old. Even if he earned a single gold coin each day, he could acquire the most affordable hero in about a year and a half. Yesterday, in a burst of inspiration, he had posed a question to the system. If I transform into a frog, am I truly a frog? If I become a female hero, will I also turn into a female character? The system's response was blunt. Stop dreaming, you pathetic otaku. Having not eaten properly since yesterday, Lu Yifei decided to have breakfast first. He ventured deeper into the forest of death, recalling that there was a river within, teeming with fish and shrimp that would surely satisfy both him and little Hinata. Unfortunately, he had misremembered. It was the Konoha forest that housed a river, not the forest of death. Unbeknownst to him, as Lu Yifei delved deeper, he felt an increasing number of gazes upon him. System, activate the minimap. I wish to see what sort of ruffians are fixated on me. Ding. The minimap system has been activated. Please take heed of your surroundings, host. Alas, can I truly make it out of here alive? A mere glance at the minimap caused a cold sweat to bead upon his froggy skin. The map was densely populated with markers indicating wild beasts, which had gradually encircled him in the center. Regardless of the circumstances, he must not alert Xiaohina. Lu Yifei's froggy visage turned grave, and at that moment, a faint rustle behind him captured his attention. Upon checking the minimap, he discovered a serpent lunging towards him. Whip of the giant tongue. Crack. Without hesitation, Lu Yifei pivoted, unleashing a strike that cleaved the serpent in two. He braced himself, wary of any further threats emerging from behind. You have slain a creature, Snake One, and earned 4 gold coins. Oh, how delightful. It seems I must slay a few more. Chapter 4. A month of turmoil come forth. Come forth, bring more. Beneath Lu Yifei lay the remains of over a dozen wild beasts, while his gold coins had risen to 23. Except for the initial serpent, he had yet to encounter any beast of greater worth than 1 gold coin. 23 coins, enough to purchase a few health potions. Gazing at the minimap, Lu Yifei noticed a particular beast had cleared a path, and at the end of this path, a red and blue icon emerged. Oh, what a thrill. It felt as though he had reached the heights of paradise, yet teetered on the brink of the abyss. Surely, this must be a formidable figure in the Death Forest. No, rather, a fearsome beast, slowly approaching him. He dared not wake Xiaohina. She would surely be terrified. Lu Yifei cautiously retreated, and the other beasts gradually converged towards his retreating position. Now, he truly found himself with no escape. Could it be a fierce white tiger-like creature? Even elite ninjas are formidable. If a Tiger King were to appear, I would surely be pinned against a tree. A howl pierced the air. Lu Yifei need not glance at the minimap, for before him lay a sea of glowing green eyes. What on earth is happening? I expected an extraordinary foe, yet it appears to be a mere pack of wolves showing off. Wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, he grinned at the hungry wolves before him. At long last, the coins were within reach. Princess Hina, take your time eating. There is no one to contest with you, and there is still plenty to go around. As the afternoon sun began to wane, Lu Yifei and little Hinata had kindled a small fire. Nearby, a multitude of wolves lay lifeless, forming a small mound, their bodies destined to nourish Lu Yifei and Hinata, as well as contribute to the coins within Lu Yifei's system. He had amassed a total of 60 coins. Yet in the future, it seemed improbable that any creatures of the Death Forest would dare approach him. Thus, acquiring another 60 coins in a single day appeared unattainable. The beasts of this forest were indeed numerous, and the meat was quite delectable. Louis Fei opened his mouth wide and tore into a wolf's leg, savoring the taste. Observing this, little Hinata began to harbor doubts about her elder brother's words, but upon reflection, she realized there was no one competing with her for the food. Indeed, the only one vying for the meat was a frog. Host, warning, warning, two high-powered individuals are approaching you. What? Calm down. They are likely here to escort little Hinata home and pose no threat to me. Princess Hinata, have you finished eating? Louis Fei continued to stuff roasted wolf meat into his mouth. He couldn't help but appreciate how convenient it was to eat with Tam's mouth. We should head back. If we linger any longer, your father may scold me. Upon hearing this, little Hinata stuffed a few more pieces of roasted wolf meat into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed out. Let us go back, Brother Liu. Indeed, it is getting late. Swish, swish. Two soft sounds echoed as two special jonin from the Hyuga clan appeared before Louis Fei, their expressions stern, as if he bore a deep-seated grudge against them. They arrived quite promptly. Perfect timing, as I was just about to return home with little Hinata. You may lead the way. Louis Fei reached out to place Hinata back on his head, but the two Hyuga ninjas swiftly repelled his hand with their 8 trigrams empty palm. Ding! Entering combat mode. All systems activated. Louis Fei's expression turned cold. How dare they deflect his hand? Let us see if I want to show them a thing or two. He glanced at his health bar, only to find it at half. This was rather awkward. Perhaps it would be wise to yield and allow them to escort him back. Cough, cough. Just as Louis Fei resolved to adopt a conciliatory approach and converse with the two Hyuga brothers, urging them not to engage in combat, he found himself unable to move or speak. Upon closer inspection, he noted a state of dizziness indicated above his health bar. What the? How is this even possible? How did they manage this? Louis Fei felt indignant, yet the two Hyuga ninjas had already hoisted him and little Hinata, beginning their journey home. While he was not particularly concerned about being unable to carry little Hinata, he was astounded that one of them could lift a 2-meter-tall frog. Host. The Hyuga clan excels in acupoint striking, meaning their techniques predominantly induce control states. What a predicament. The 8 trigrams empty palm can repel, the acupoint strikes can silence. And now they can induce dizziness. This family is intolerable. On a night a month later, Louis Fei lay on the tatama mat, reflecting on the harrowing experiences of the past month, which had truly driven him to the brink of madness. Every day, at precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 2 imposing figures, Hinata's robust companions, would arrive to confront him, rendering him dizzy before carrying him away alongside the petite Hinata. By the latter half of the month, Louis Fei had grown accustomed to this routine. As soon as the duo appeared, he would willingly recline on the ground, no longer requiring their assistance. After a continuous month of being captured alongside Hinata, he had finally amassed a total of 450 gold coins. Which hero should he acquire? Louis Fei was aware that there were not many heroes available for 450 gold coins, yet each one boasted excellent value, capable of delivering devastating prowess when wielded adeptly. Among his options were Wheel Mother, Snowman, Angel, Sword Saint, Bald Mage, Frost Archer, Star Mother, Time Old Man, and Poppy. Of these, the true titans were undoubtedly the Angel, the Bald Mage, and the Time Old Man. However, Louis Fei was in search of a hero with a striking appearance rather than one endowed with formidable but unappealing power. After much contemplation, he concluded that the Sword Saint was his optimal choice. The Sword Saint, a hero whose ultimate ability rendered him invincible, was certainly powerful, provided one knew how to wield him effectively. If not, then that assertion would be rendered moot. System, allow me to exchange for the ultimate Sword Saint. Mastery, today, I shall shine resplendently. As he spoke, the system deprived Louis Fei of the opportunity to reconsider, directly deducting 450 gold coins from his account. The ultimate Sword Saint now resided in the hero exchange slot, with a glowing icon signifying his readiness for transformation. Now that Tam had reached level 7.5, it was the perfect moment to switch to mastery. Louis Fei's eyes sparkled with mischief as a playful idea struck him. He stealthily crept into Hinata's bedroom, gently lifting her and placing her atop his ample belly before lying back down. The blanket remained draped over Hinata, though Louis Fei's belly could only cover one corner. In her slumber, Hinata felt a gentle rocking sensation, akin to being aboard a boat. However, this motion was far more soothing than that of a vessel, and she gradually realized that the rhythmic movement beneath her was quite steady. Am I nestled in a cradle? Hinata pondered as she slowly opened her eyes, only to be greeted by the familiar ceiling above. It seemed that she was merely experiencing a dream. Perhaps she should continue her slumber? Yet, the gentle swaying persisted. Suddenly, her consciousness sharpened, and she instinctively turned her head to discover her brother Lu lying beneath her. No matter how she twisted and turned, Lu Yifei remained blissfully asleep. Lu Gij, wake up. If you sleep any longer, the sun will burn your backside, she exclaimed playfully, pounding her small fists against his chest. Though her attempts were met with no effect on the indomitable Lu Yifei, at last, her antics roused him from slumber. Oh, how peculiar. Why is it that sunlight has not graced us today? Lu Yifei slowly opened his eyes, and what greeted him was the adorable, pouting face of little Hinata. Oh dear, how rare it is for you to wake up before me, Princess Hinata. Brother Lu, Hinata exclaimed, her cheeks puffed up adorably in her anger. Why are you in my room? Chapter 5. I am actually the frog prince. Hold on, my dear princess, allow me to explain, Lu Yifei replied, attempting to calm her. Oh, please, don't roll your eyes at me, and let us refrain from violence. We are civilized beings, after all. In Hinata's chamber, a small-scale chase ensued between the two, one being a young man and the other a frog. However, it wasn't long before Lu Yifei feigned to stumble, and Hinata seized the opportunity to leap onto his soft belly. Princess Hinata, there is a hidden identity I have yet to reveal to you. Lu Yifei's frog-like eyes grew serious, as if he were about to divulge a monumental secret, enticing little Hinata to listen intently. With deliberate slowness, Lu Yifei uttered, in truth, I am the frog prince. If you kiss me now, I shall transform into a handsome prince who will come to marry you. Oh dear Hinata. Is that true, brother Lu? You're not really a frog? Hinata's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple, as she realized he was asking for a kiss so soon. Brother Lu was quite mischievous, yet she found herself not entirely averse to the idea. Of course. How could someone as dashing as you possibly be a mere frog? She mused. Come. Lu Yifei coaxed, just a peck on the lips. And the seal shall be broken, transforming me into a handsome prince right before your eyes. Lu Yifei could swear to Princess Hinata that it would be utterly delightful. Before he could finish his sentence, Hinata unexpectedly pressed her lips against his froggy mouth. This action momentarily stunned Lu Yifei, as he had always perceived Hinata as shy and reserved, too timid even to speak. Yet, he had not considered that his presence had gifted young Hinata a companion. If she was not lonely, who would wish to be withdrawn? Brother Lu, why haven't you transformed into a prince yet? Are you deceiving me? Hinata asked. Her cheeks still flushed, her pure and beautiful eyes wide with curiosity as they scrutinized the still froggy Lu Yifei. Ahem, the seal requires a bit of time to unravel. Princess Hinata, please step back. I wouldn't want to frighten you when the transformation occurs, Lu Yifei said, gently nudging Hinata to stand a bit farther away. He had not tested the effects of his transformation yesterday and was naturally hesitant to let her witness it up close. Once Hinata had retreated to what Lu Yifei deemed a safe distance, he finally whispered to the system. System, transform into the ultimate sword saint. Ding. Transformation sequence initiated. Transformation commencing. Lu Yifei performed a transformation akin to that of a super saiyan. Gradually, the short, stout limbs of a frog, its rotund hands, and necklace head began to fade away, replaced by a lithe and confident physique, clad in lightweight leather armor, with a splendid emerald green sword slung across his back. A peculiar ornament on his helmet obscured his eyes, yet it added an air of elegance and mystery to his overall appearance. With the transformation complete, the River Lord, Tams, had successfully morphed into the illustrious Master Yi, the Sword Saint. Well, my dear Princess Hinata, is Brother Lu not handsome? Exclaimed Lu Yifei. Oh wow, sparkled Hinata's beautiful Byakugan, twinkling with admiration. Brother Lu, you truly are a prince. Why didn't you tell me sooner? And you wouldn't be using transformation jutsu to deceive me, would you? What if I had thought you were a villain at first? Besides, how could you perform transformation jutsu without any chakra? Once again, Lu Yifei spun an elaborate tale, finding it quite easy to deceive a child. Before long, Hinata was completely convinced by his words. So, you are not truly a frog of the Miyaboka mountain clan, are you? Hyuga Hizashi, maintaining a stoic demeanor, poured himself a glass of wine and offered the bottle to Lu Yifei, yet he showed no intention of pouring for him. Hyuga Hizashi was at his wit's end. How could one possibly perform a transformation technique without chakra? It was laughable to think that any summoning beast devoid of chakra could be summoned. The individual before him, who dined and drank without removing his helmet, was undoubtedly suspicious. Hee. While I may not be a frog from Mayaboka Mountain, I was indeed a frog moments ago. Isn't it sufficient for you to know that I once was? Liu Yifei's evasive responses nearly made Hizashi's Byakugan flare with irritation. The implication was clear. He was certain that this person had employed some special means to obscure the chakra pathways visible to his Byakugan. Anyone capable of such a feat was certainly not an inconsequential individual. Oh dear, esteemed elder. No, esteemed clan leader, please do not wear such a grim visage. Look at me, I am utterly harmless, incapable of causing you any trouble. Enough. Hisashi slammed his palm on the table, startling little Hinata beside Liu Yifei, who trembled at the sudden noise. Hisashi shot a glance at her, but chose to ignore it. He was exceedingly frustrated. Had everything he taught Hinata been in vain? How could she so readily embrace someone she had only just met, or rather, a frog, and even plan a kiss on him? Stop your antics and confess at once. Who are you truly? Esteemed clan leader, Liu Yifei poured himself another glass of wine and drank it down in one go. I am merely a homeless summoning beast. Summoned by little Hinata. It is not uncommon for summoning beasts to possess unique abilities, is it? What say you, esteemed clan leader? With a splash, Liu Yifei poured himself another cup and took a sip, saying, moreover, if I intended harm towards Hinata, why would I not have acted when she was first summoned? Everything stems from your excessive sensitivity. Liu Yifei chuckled, exuding an air of confidence, for the fact that Hyuga Hisashi sought him out indicated two intentions. 1. To uncover his true identity, and 2. To gauge his honesty and potential to be of service to the Hyuga clan. The earlier display of anger, the pounding of the table, and the previous signs of impatience were merely acts put on by Hisashi. As the head of the clan, Liu Yifei could not believe that Hisashi's temperament was so limited. Come, allow me to toast to you, Liu Yifei said, pouring another glass of wine and downing it himself. At that moment, Hisashi's expression softened slightly. Humph, Hisashi scoffed, taking little Hinata by the hand and leading her outside. He had no desire to linger in the quarters prepared for this false frog, nor did he wish for his daughter to remain there any longer. Today is the clan's grand competition. If you are interested, come and watch. If not, you may stay here for eternity. Hisashi coldly stated as he walked towards the arena with Hinata in tow. The clan competition? A cunning smile crept across Liu Yifei's face. After all, summoning beasts were indeed part of one's strength. He chuckled inwardly, realizing that the proud clan leader, despite his words, truly cared for his daughter. Liu Yifei believed that Hisashi would never reveal his transformation back into a human, so after reverting to his frog form once more, he leisurely followed behind, his short legs moving slowly. Meanwhile, Hisashi had already activated his Byakugan, observing the plump figure trailing behind him, and a smile graced his lips as he thought, what a truly remarkable frog. Now, the clan's grand competition was officially underway. Hyuga Niji, Hyuga Dogo, stepped forward. Little Hinata knelt beside Liu Yifei, who was equally perplexed about how his stubby legs managed to sit in such a position. Hyuga Niji, Hyuga Tsuehua, stepped forward. Hyuga Niji, Hyuga Hanabi, stepped forward. At the side, Tam opened his previously squinted eyes, sensing that the plot was reaching its climax. Chapter 6, Grant Me 3 months thud. With the sound of Hanabi hitting the ground, Niji claimed victory once again. Now, only Hinata remained unchallenged. Hyuga Niji, Hyuga Hinata, stepped forward. Bang! With just 3 strikes, Niji sent little Hinata tumbling to the ground, unable to continue. Just as the referee was about to declare the outcome, a resonant voice echoed through the quiet arena. Wait! Liu Yifei suddenly raised his chubby hand, addressing the referee of the Hyuga clan. Summoning beasts count as part of one's strength, so allow me to compete against Hyuga Niji. The referee cast a pleading glance towards Hinata Hyuga, who merely sipped her tea and suggested, perhaps we should inquire with Hinata and Niji about their thoughts. As long as my brother Liu has no objections, then I too have none, Niji Hyuga replied succinctly. In his view, such a corpulent summoning beast must be rather clumsy, and given its considerable size, its vital points would undoubtedly be quite substantial. If he were to strike at this hefty toad's acupuncture points, it would surely be compelled to kneel before him. Young man, let me tell you, I once dispatched an elite chunin with just a flick of my tongue. With that, Niji charged forward, but Liu Yifei remained rooted in place. Regardless of Niji's talent, he was still just a child, and at present, Niji's strength was barely sufficient to contend with a lowly genin. Liu Yifei could easily discern Niji's velocity. 8 trigrams palm, acupuncture. A dull thud echoed as Niji's strike sank deep into the toad's skin, causing no harm whatsoever, resulting in an exceedingly awkward moment. Did you truly exert your full strength? Lu Yifei asked, astonished that Niji's palm had inflicted no damage. Niji, equally stunned, thought to himself, no, I must be mistaken. My strike clearly hit the toad's vital point. Yet it remained utterly unfazed. Wait, the toad's meridians must differ from those of a human. I must have struck the wrong spot. Activating his Byakugan, Niji formed a series of hand seals and declared, open. What? There isn't even a trace of chakra meridians? Niji's eyes widened in disbelief. Whip of the giant tongue. No. Wait, a standard attack. Before Niji could fully prepare, Tam had already knocked him unconscious with a single blow. TCH, there isn't a single capable opponent here. The referee looked on in embarrassment as Lu Yifei dispatched Niji with a mere flick of his tongue, contemplating that even he would likely be sent flying by such an attack. This year, Miss Hinata had truly brought an extraordinary advantage to the competition. Ultimately, the victor was Hinata Hyuga. Lu Yifei grasped the small hand of Hinata, only to realize that due to his height, lifting her arm would require her to be suspended in midair. After a moment's thought, he decided instead to place her hand atop his head. Wait, esteemed clan leader. I believe this situation is inappropriate. At that moment, a member of the branch family raised his hand. Oh, Hinata Hizashi calmly sipped his tea and inquired, what do you find inappropriate? The summoning beast is indeed a part of a person's strength, but its master should engage in battle alongside the beast for it to truly count as an extension of one's power. The branch family member spoke with fervor, almost convincing Lu Yifei of his misguided rationale. If Lady Hinata were to engage in battle alongside her summoned beast, victory would undoubtedly belong to her. Yet, as she merely observes from the sidelines, contributing not a single ounce of effort, how can this be deemed a triumph? Indeed, Hinata's father, Hyuga Hayashi, speaks wisely. His words stirred a wave of dissent, prompting all the branch family members to voice their opinions, creating a scene of remarkable spectacle. Witnessing such fervor, little Hinata concealed her delicate head beneath the broad brim of Lu Yifei's hat, her slender form trembling in fear. Silence. Shameless wretches, you have lived to such an age. Akin to a dog with a broken spine, how dare you bark before the main family? As Lu Yifei spoke, the branch family members promptly fell silent. Even those who could contend with him chose to remain quiet, not wishing to provoke Lu Yifei, whose sharp tongue was notoriously repugnant. A mere splash of saliva from him was truly uncomfortable. I am Hinata's summoned beast, and I possess the right to fight in her stead. Do you dissent? Lu Yifei, emboldened by the presence of Hyuga Hizashi, knew the branch family members dared not retaliate. He fervently sought to draw their animosity upon himself. Hoping to absorb all the ire directed at young Hinata, the family tournament is an affair among family members. A summoned beast is but a mere creature. How can it compete with others? Respected clan leader, from my perspective, Lady Hinata did not employ her true strength. If she truly defeated Niji with her own 2 fists, we would have little to contest. In this silence lasting less than 3 seconds, another voice emerged to argue. Such words were painfully harsh to Hinata's ears, yet suddenly, Lu Yifei heard the voice of the system within his mind. Subscription, system delay concluded, novice gift pack distributed. Host may select 1 hero valued under 6,300. By the heavens, system brother, your timing is impeccable. Lu Yifei rejoiced internally, addressing the system, System, grant me the hero Lee Sin without delay. Oomph. Lu Yifei let out a soft snort, laced with the authority of the River Lord. Is it not true that you believe Hinata will never surpass Niji? Which is why you say such things. Well then, I, the frog fly, declare today that with 3 months of training, Hinata shall be honed to a point where she can contend with Niji, or even surpass him. Lu Yifei extended the 3 fingers of his soul hand, disdainfully surveying the branch family members kneeling before him. Respected clan leader, what is your stance on this matter? Unbeknownst to anyone, Hyuga Hizashi had already begun to relish a colossal bowl of tonkatsu ramen, his mouth full as he mumbled, Huh? What is happening? Training? Let him do it. Lu Yifei smirked, Clan leader, you truly are reasonable. As you can see, this is no fault of mine. It is your clan leader's agreement. Though it may seem peculiar where Hinata acquired the ramen in his hands, such trivial details are of no concern at this moment. It is far more pressing to address this group of branch family members. Humph, without any proof. How can you assure that within 3 months you will be evenly matched with Niji? Oh dear, my temper is rather explosive. Let us wager. Upon hearing Lu Yifei mention a bet, This member of the Hyuga branch chuckled, eagerly waiting for this plump frog to take the bait, anticipating the humiliation of the loser, and how they would manage to coexist within the Hyuga clan thereafter. If little Hinata cannot stand on equal footing with Niji within 3 months, I shall discuss with the clan leader the abolition of the caged bird seal. But if little Hinata truly accomplishes this, what will you do then? Here, SA proposition. If the branch family loses the bet, they shall no longer harbor resentment towards the main family. What do you think? Hinata stepped forward to voice his thoughts, and without a moment's hesitation, the branch member agreed. A broad smile spread across Lu Yifei's chubby face. The branch family believed they had ensnared a plump frog, while in reality, it was the frog that was fishing, and the ones truly caught were those branch members. So it is settled. We shall meet in a month, Hyuga Tatsuya. I am curious to see what could possibly surpass our Hyuga clan's exclusive training methods. Hehe. Hinata has departed. Let us engage in our training. Chapter 7. The fruits of 3 months of training. A servant of the Hyuga family passed by the entrance of Hinata's courtyard, hearing sounds reminiscent of spring emanating from within. Yet he paid it no mind, for he had grown accustomed to such sounds over the past 2 months. Brother Lu, it has been quite some time. Yet why do I feel that this training in gentle fist technique is of little use? Little Hinata, trust me. Lu Yifei had transformed into a bald figure with a single braid atop his head, his physique boasting impressive muscular definition. This is to aid in your flexibility. Even with the gentle fist, if your limbs are shorter than your opponent's, it becomes exceedingly difficult to strike, does it not? Little Hinata followed Lu Yifei's lead in executing a series of movements. This routine had persisted for over 2 months at the outset. Every stretch was met with excruciating pain that nearly drew screams from her lips. Fortunately, Lu Yifei was there to support her, otherwise, little Hinata might have been confined to her bed for those 3 months. Lu Yifei was not merely spouting empty words. This series of exercises was the most practical and effortless foundational routine he had unearthed from the ancient martial knowledge of a blind monk. Though little Hinata expressed skepticism, she indeed sensed that her limbs were more agile during recent gentle fist practice, and her strikes were quicker and more potent than before. Brother Lu, how is it that you excel at everything? As little Hinata struggled through the movements, enduring pain, Lu Yifei executed them effortlessly and without a sound, further impressing her. As your elder brother, I possess a multitude of skills. Hehe. Upon hearing Lu Yifei's words, Hinata's face blossomed with joy. In his past life, Lu Yifei was a renowned master of charming young women, effortlessly captivating their hearts with mere words. Now, enchanting an innocent girl who knows nothing seems even easier. One flirtation and she would be ensnared, never having missed a mark. All right, my little princess. Cease your laughter and resume your training. The 3-month deadline is fast approaching. Yes, Brother Lu. Listen well, Hinata, we are now in the final fortnight. Your muscles have been sufficiently stretched. Next, I must assess whether your strength is adequate to face Hyuga Niji. Lu Yifei assumed a stance, signaling Hinata to attack. The ancient martial arts expertise and knowledge he possessed could not be easily countered by mere gentle techniques. I'm coming, Hinata exclaimed. How can you fight me with your eyes covered, Brother Lu? Coughing slightly, Lu Yifei nearly succumbed to Hinata's cuteness. Do not mind the details, just come at me. It matters not that I am blindfolded. Then I truly shall attack. Hinata positioned herself in the starting stance of the gentle fist, reminding Lu Yifei once more, Brother Lu. Be careful. Swish. Bang. Hinata activated her Byakugan in an instant, striking toward Lu Yifei's knee. However, he seemed to have anticipated this, his ears twitching slightly as he raised his leg to block the oncoming attack. Such ferocity. Continue. Due to her height, Hinata's strikes could only reach his knee and thigh. Perhaps if she jumped, she could reach a little higher. Brother Lu, how do you manage to perceive my moves without seeing? Exhausted, Hinata lay down on the tatami mat. This afternoon was a rare break granted by Lu Yifei, yet rather than rest, she preferred engaging in conversation with him. It is through sound. I perceive your movements via auditory cues. Anyone with a modicum of martial arts foundation creates a rush of air with their strikes, and I can deduce your direction of attack from the sound of that wind. Lu Yifei explained with a smile. This was no secret, nothing he could not share. The only true secret he harbored was, perhaps, the system within him. Brother Lu, if you are so formidable even with a blindfold, how much more powerful would you be without it? I'm afraid, Princess Hinata, Lu Yifei replied with a hint of disappointment, there is no difference. Whether the blindfold is on or off, my vision is impaired. It is precisely this blindness that has honed my formidable skills. Oh, I apologize, Brother Liu. I did not mean to touch upon a sorrowful subject. Suppressing a chuckle, Liu Yifei thought to himself, although he was a blind monk, within his own perception, he could indeed see. He merely wished to embrace the concept of being a blind monk fully. Enough rest. It is time to resume our battle, my little Princess Hinata. Ah, Brother Liu, prepare yourself. The gentle fist technique. The fruits of my 3 months of training have sufficiently elevated me to a level surpassing that of Hyuga Niji. However, dear Princess Hinata, there remains a weakness yet to be vanquished. At this moment, Liu Yifei has reverted to the form of the River Lord. Brother Liu, I shall surely overcome all my shortcomings, he reassured her. Throughout these 3 months, Liu Yifei has dedicated himself entirely, imparting every ounce of knowledge he possesses to young Hinata. In terms of martial arts prowess, or rather, mastery of the gentle fist, she has distanced herself significantly from her peers. Yet, Liu Yifei harbors concerns. For Hinata possesses a particularly fatal flaw, her reluctance to strike. Shy and reserved, it took her over 500 episodes to muster the courage to truly engage her adversaries. If she does not conquer this, even if she were to wield the power capable of defeating the Sage of Six Paths with a single blow, she would still falter against Niji. Your greatest weakness now lies in your lack of confidence, your hesitance to truly confront your opponent. Remember, Hinata. Liu Yifei's magnetic voice resonated within her, causing her heart to tremble. You must not shy away from retaliation. He is merely Hyuga Niji. I will, Brother Liu, she replied. 3 months have passed, and even the leaves in the courtyard have begun to wither. Liu Yifei led young Hinata to the arena, where she timidly gazed at the fierce Hyuga Niji across the way, a sudden wave of fear washing over her. What if Niji lunged at her and tousled her hair? Would she still be beautiful? Would Brother Liu still like her? Unbeknownst to her, Liu Yifei was entirely unaware of the profound feelings that had taken root in the heart of this beautiful maiden during their time together. Chapter 8. Easily defeating Hyuga Niji. Do you think this young lady can defeat our clan's genius? One voice scoffed. This chubby frog is merely toying with us, stalling for time to declare defeat. Look at her. She clearly lacks confidence, having hardly trained at all. Various raucous voices filled Hinata's ears. Yet she remained oblivious to the distractions, as if the outside world could not penetrate her focus. She stood poised in the gentle fist stance, a newfound determination slowly blossoming in her eyes. Hyuga Niji, Hyuga Hinata, prepare for battle. Once again, the scene was set, the same arena, the same referee, and the same Hyuga Hizashi, indulging in a colossal bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Mistress Hinata of the main branch, please enlighten me, she declared. Young Master Niji of the branch family, I humbly request your guidance, he replied. With a swish, with a whoosh, the two figures sprang into action, intertwining before colliding, their palms meeting with a resounding clap. The 8 trigrams palm. With a resounding impact, their hands clashed, an equal force propelling them apart. Both retreated 3 steps. But while Hinata remained steady, Niji stumbled precariously. Niji's footing is quite poor. What could be the reason? As little Hinata retreated, she cast a fleeting glance and noticed Niji Hyuga staggering unsteadily, reminiscent of her brother Liu's initial assessment of her own instability during their sparring matches. Could this be connected to the techniques imparted by Liu? She pondered, realizing that her own movements had often been unsteady until the beginning of this month, when her legs finally gained some steadiness. No, this is not the time for such thoughts. I must seize the moment. With a swift motion, as Niji regained his balance, he felt a gust of wind rush past him, followed by a sharp pain in his chest, sending him hurtling backward over 2 meters. Meanwhile, Hinata stood poised in the stance she had just seen Niji occupy. What? How could this be? A sudden sweetness filled Niji's mouth, and he coughed up a significant amount of blood. Oh no, have I struck too hard? Will Liu scold me? Hinata's cheeks flushed with color, but she was also astonished by her own progress. How did that frog manage this? The young lady defeated Niji in just 2 moves. Look, Niji is bleeding. How ruthless she is. The members of the Hyuga clan began to murmur amongst themselves, while Hinata marveled at her advancement, acknowledging that it was all thanks to her brother Liu. I should help Niji up first. Approaching the bloodied Niji, Hinata extended her hand to assist him. However, as Niji glanced at her outstretched hand, a fierce determination ignited in his eyes. He sprang to his feet, ready to strike at Hinata's head. Oh no! Hizashi Hyuga, casting aside his bowl of tonkatsu ramen, was so consumed by urgency that he forgot to utilize the caged bird seal to restrain Niji's movements. as Niji prepared to strike. Those around them found themselves powerless to intervene. Suddenly, with a whip-like motion, Tam's tongue lashed out, sending Niji flying to the side, even smashing into the wall and shattering it. This scene evoked memories for both Hisashi and Lu. Reminiscent of the day when Hisashi had A.J. Nin send Lu hurtling away with a single blow. What do you intend to do to Princess Hinata? Lu's froggy visage darkened. To him, Niji was nothing more than a mere pawn at this point. He merely needed to devour him with his gluttonous skill and then expel him, transforming Niji into a lifeless body to rest beneath the earth. Niji, having suffered at least half of his bones shattered by Lu's strike, was swiftly carried away by the Hyuga servants and transported to the hospital. If there had been admiration before, now, at this very moment, Hisashi Hyuga finally began to recognize Lu's worth. This remarkable speed, this overwhelming force, and the protective instinct for his daughter were undeniable. Hinata Hisashi pondered that this plump toad, devoid of visible chakra pathways, wielded the formidable power to severely injure an elite Nin. Such a valuable creature must not be allowed to fall into the hands of others. Since this rotund toad sought to protect his daughter, let him do so. It would fortuitously bestow upon Hinata a loyal combatant. Announce the results, referee. Yes. I hereby declare the victor, Hyuga Hinata. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Lu Yifei's toad-like visage, for that earlier technique, the giant tongue whip, could surely leave Hyuga Niji incapacitated for a quarter of a year. It was likely that Niji would miss the next family competition, and even if he participated, it would be as a spectator in a state of disability. Cough, cough, Toad Fei, come forth, I wish to speak with you. Hinata Hisashi slowly approached Lu Yifei. While little Hinata tugged at her father's sleeve, her eyes shimmering with tears of vulnerability. Witnessing this, Hisashi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Had he truly become a tyrant in his daughter's eyes? Do not worry, Hinata. I shall not make things difficult for Lu Yifei. I merely need to discuss a few matters with him. With that, Hisashi stepped out, while Lu Yifei affectionately ruffled little Hinata's hair. Rest assured, little Hinata, the clan leader will not treat me harshly. After all, I am your brother Lu. Hinata's worries dissipated, and she replied, then brother Lu, do take care. During training, father often scolded me and had quite the temper. Fear not. I assure you, not a single toad hair will be harmed, my little princess Hinata. Lu Yifei exited and accompanied Hisashi to his residence. This time, Hisashi personally poured water for Lu Yifei and handed it over. Why, clan leader? How generous of you to serve me water personally. Enough of the pleasantries, Toad Fei. I have but one question. Do you genuinely wish to protect Hinata? Lu Yifei drained the cup in a single gulp. For the Lord of Rivers, even a vessel tenfold in size could be consumed effortlessly. Do you truly doubt my sincerity, clan leader? Very well, then. Do you have any remarks regarding our Hyuga clan? The two commenced a strategic exchange, each aware of the other's intentions. A familial harmony. Yet regrettably, within such a grand abode, the male and female heads resided separately. Lu Yifei poured himself another cup of water and drank it down. Then, Toad Fei, how do you believe this large family ought to be governed? A faint smile appeared on Lu Yifei's toad-like face as he replied, shall I share my thoughts? Creaking open, the main gate of Hisashi's courtyard revealed the head of a black-skinned toad. Brother Lu, you have finally emerged. Little Hinata pounced directly, and Lu Yifei, without a hint of hesitation, embraced her, lifting her onto his head. Both seemed to have grown accustomed to this rather comical pose. Brother Lu, what exactly did father say to you? She inquired. He mentioned that if I truly wished to protect you, I should follow you closely, even into the ladies' restroom, he replied. Oh, Brother Lu, how mischievous. She exclaimed. Oh dear, my little ancestor, please refrain from hitting me. If I lose my balance and drop you, what shall we do? Beneath the setting sun, the shadows of Hinata and Lu Yifei elongated, and this scene was quietly observed by Hyuga Hisashi. Do couples not quarrel over property? Hisashi chuckled, seemingly aware of the path his family was destined to take. Chapter 9. A personal send-off to school in the time following the written examination. Lu Yifei enjoyed a life of luxury each day. Whether it was carrying Hinata into the forest to battle monsters or sharing laughter while exercising in the sunlit yard, he thrived in this existence. Time flew by, and he soon adapted completely to life here, forgetting all about the world he had left behind. One day, Lu Yifei luxuriated on the cool floor, napping peacefully, his long, wet tongue hanging out, evoking an odd sensation reminiscent of neither a frog nor a dog. Suddenly, a pair of small wooden sandals entered, inadvertently stepping upon Lu Yifei's tongue. causing the wearer to lose her balance and tumble to the ground. "Ouch, that hurts," Hinata exclaimed, rubbing her calf as she struggled to get up, shaking off the saliva clinging to her shoes. Awakened by the commotion, Lu Yifei lazily opened his eyes and, upon seeing Hinata blowing on her leg, immediately perked up. He retracted his tongue and hurriedly approached her. "Hinata, did I cause you to fall?" "Not at all. It was just my clumsiness," she replied, hesitant to let him feel guilty. Noticing her flushed cheeks, Lu Yifei licked his tongue, tasting the earthy flavor. Certainly. It was from Hinata stepping on it that she had slipped. Unable to resist, he rubbed his dark head against her arm. "Go ahead, hit me. I promise I won't sleep with my tongue out again." "I won't hit you. I'm fine now, Brother Lu, so don't worry," Hinata giggled, gently patting his head. Under her tender touch, Lu Yifei beamed with happiness. Yet as he recalled his frog-like form, his smile turned awkward, and he quickly concealed it. He looked up at Hinata. "Little princess, you've come to see me so early today. Is there something on your mind?" Typically, he would awaken and call her to join him in the forest. Initially, she had praised him for his prowess, but as he skillfully hunted beasts, casually discarding their carcasses, Hinata gradually became accustomed to it. Fortunately, the admiration reflected in his gaze provided a semblance of comfort to his sensitive heart. "Have you forgotten? I mentioned that today marks the commencement of school in the village. I am off to class," Hinata chirped, her head tilted whimsically, her light-colored eyes brimming with anticipation. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yifei gradually froze in place. Being well-versed in the trajectory of the Naruto storyline, he was acutely aware of the events that would unfold once Hinata began her schooling. She would encounter Sasuke and the boy she secretly admired, Naruto. No, he could not allow so many boys to divert Hinata's attention. With this thought in mind, Lu Yifei promptly raised his dark, webbed hand, declaring, "I shall accompany you to school. I will escort you every day. You will take me to school? On that frog-like body of yours?" Hinata playfully poked at his claw, her heart fluttering with excitement. Lu Yifei nodded vigorously, fearing her rejection. "I want to go to school with you. I wish to carry you every day, so you need not bear the burden. Brother Lu, you are so kind to me." Hinata gazed at Lu Yifei with sparkling eyes, her heart brimming with joy. She adored her brother Lu immensely. If he could indeed escort her to school daily, many would surely recognize her extraordinary spirit beast. Lu Yifei, with a smile that stretched across his face, tilted his head back and struck a pose he believed to be quite dashing, smirking, "You are my little princess. Who else should I treat well if not you?" Hinata's cheeks flushed as she observed the frog's toothy grin, and she felt an unexpected shyness wash over her. "Brother Lu," she called out playfully, her voice carrying into the yard, where Hyuga Hizashi had just arrived. Hizashi's expression stiffened momentarily before he approached with quick strides, clearing his throat. "Hinata, the time for school is drawing near. You should hurry and prepare for your lessons." "Yes, father. I don't need you to take me to school. Brother Lu will accompany me from now on," Hinata exclaimed gleefully, snuggling up next to the frog, her excitement palpable. Hizashi observed the endearing closeness between the girl and the frog, feeling an unexpected tranquility wash over him. After another cough, he said, "Well, since Tam is taking you, I shall rest easy." With that, Hizashi felt an urge to leave and turned to depart. Hinata took Lu Yifei to enjoy some ramen. As school time approached, she perched atop Lu Yifei's head, setting off in style. Strolling down the road, Lu Yifei disregarded the curious stares of onlookers, leisurely making his way to school. He wanted everyone to witness that Hinata had a spirit beast, a magnificent black frog, serving as her exclusive steed to school. Along the way, several of Hinata's classmates regarded the striking black frog with keen interest, occasionally casting envious glances. At last, one classmate, unable to contain their curiosity, hurried over to the side of the black frog. Lu Yifei, focused on carrying Hinata, suddenly noticed a girl rushing towards them. With a cool glance, she asked, "Are you talking to me?" The female classmate's lips parted in disbelief. To Lu Yifei, the girl with eyes as wide as copper bells was far from charming, so he nonchalantly turned his head aside. Hinata, taken aback by Lu Yifei's aloofness towards other girls, felt a sweet warmth in her heart. "This is my spirit beast. He will escort me to school every day from now on." "Wow, your spirit beast is so obedient. I'm so envious of you," the girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Lu Yifei. Lu Yifei pretended not to notice and continued walking forward. At that moment, Hinata pointed towards the school ahead and said, "We're here. That's where I study. Come on, I'll show you." As Lu Yifei lifted his gaze to the school basking in sunlight, A smile unconsciously spread across his face. How could he forget this most familiar school from the world of Naruto? Just like the village, it would bring Hinata a plethora of memories. However, from now on, it would also be a place where they would share countless moments together. Seeing that Liu Yifei had yet to set her down, Hinata quickly patted his head. Big brother Liu, please put me down. Weavei arrived at the school entrance. Liu Yifei squinted at the throngs of students ahead. I'll take you inside. Chapter 10. The majestic Black Panther, but there are too many people. Everyone will be watching us, Hinata said, glancing nervously at her classmates. Concerned about Liu Yifei being the center of attention. Although having a spirit beast like Liu Yifei escort her to school would draw envy, Hinata remained an exceedingly shy girl. And such a conspicuous entrance made her feel quite embarrassed. Liu Yifei slightly lowered his head to make Hinata more comfortable. It's all right, Hinata. Just remember that I'll always be with you while you're at school. I'll take you to the classroom building. Okay, big brother Liu, you're so kind. Hinata will always like you. She suddenly confessed her feelings, her shyness evident. Although she hesitated to express her affection for Liu Yifei openly, witnessing his reluctance to let her go at the school entrance made her heart flutter with sweetness. Liu Yifei felt a stir in his heart as a smile creased his toad-like face. I will always treat my little princess well. You go to class now. I'll be waiting for you to return. He knew Hinata would remain quiet at school, so there was no need for concern. As for Liu Yifei, he planned to venture into the forest to deal with a few wild beasts and earn some gold. He had no intention of transforming back and casually meandered into the woods. However, upon entering the forest, he noticed something was amiss. The forest was eerily silent. Devoid of any movement, it seemed to consist solely of towering trees, with nothing else in sight. Liu Yifei wandered around in confusion, muttering to himself, "What is happening? Why is there not even a single mosquito?" He continued to meander until he finally halted at the summit of the mountain. Ever since he acquired the system, his perception of the external world had greatly heightened. Coupled with the fact that he had visited this forest numerous times, he was acutely aware of every rustle and movement, fully knowledgeable of where the beasts frequently roamed. However, today the forest was eerily silent, devoid of any life, which was utterly illogical. Could it be that I have slain too many beasts, and they have hidden away, knowing I have arrived? Liu Yifei bellowed, nearly losing his tongue in the process. No sooner had his voice faded than he felt the ground tremble beneath him. At that moment, a colossal black panther emerged slowly from behind him. Its fierce eyes fixed intently on Liu Yifei, showing no sign of fear. Liu Yifei had never encountered such a large panther in the forest. No wonder it was so quiet. This creature had come to claim dominion over the mountain. Are you the one speaking, you black toad? The panther advanced with deliberate slowness. Its menacing gaze locked onto Liu Yifei, its deep voice resonating like that of a commanding elder. Taken aback by the words, Liu Yifei raised an eyebrow. But his own appearance, void of brows, rendered his expression comically reminiscent of a twitching toad's face, utterly lacking the gravitas of the panther. Suppressing his embarrassment, Liu Yifei inquired, "You can speak human language?" "Of course, if you can speak, why would I be incapable?" The panther regarded him with disdain, its expression dripping with contempt. Liu Yifei scrutinized the panther, cautiously probing, "Where have all the beasts in this forest gone? And where do you hail from? I have never seen you before." He discerned that this panther was distinctly different from the other creatures in both size and capability. If he could defeat it, he might reap a bounty of gold coins. With that thought, Liu Yifei reached a conclusion. This panther was a snow leopard. Regardless of my origins, this forest now belongs to me. I have been famished for so long, and today I have devoured half the beasts on this mountain to sate my hunger. Now that you have arrived, remain here and await your fate as my next meal." The panther arrogantly regarded Liu Yifei as it delivered this proclamation. Liu Yifei found the declaration laughable. A creature as grotesque and dark as he was hardly a worthy meal for the panther. Contemplating this, he asked, "Do you not think I would be quite unappetizing? Perhaps you should reconsider eating me? No, you are destined to be my next dinner. If you contest this, I can easily slay you right now." The panther rebutted, exuding an air of dominance. "Slay me?" Liu Yifei deliberately displayed his slippery tongue, licking his lips. "How do you not realize that it is I who could kill you and use your hide as a blanket for my slumber? You overestimate yourself. Prepare to meet your end." The panther, incensed, raised its claws and lunged forward. Liu Yifei's expression shifted, suddenly becoming grave. He was acutely aware of the formidable abilities possessed by the Black Panther. Furthermore, leopards are inherently swift and elusive, making them difficult to capture and even harder to contain. A moment's carelessness could easily lead to injury. Louis Fei was not concerned about defeating the panther. He knew it was no match for him. He did not need to transform. Even in his frog form, he could vanquish the creature. Yet, he feared that the panther's speed might result in harm to himself, especially considering Hinata's potential worry after school. With this thought in mind, Louis Fei focused intently, his narrow eyes fixed on the panther's movements. In an instant, as the panther lunged, he crouched low and forcefully thrust his head, knocking the panther aside. The panther, taken aback by the frog's unexpected strength, stumbled as it regained its footing, its eyes betraying a newfound caution. Louis Fei smirked, licking the corner of his mouth. What? Do you consider yourself my adversary? Do not be too complacent. I have yet to unleash my full power. The panther let out a subdued huff, now considerably more wary. It meticulously observed Louis Fei's form, who lay obediently on the ground, allowing it to strike. After all, Louis Fei appeared merely as a large black frog, with short limbs and a robust physique. Topped with a glossy black head, what was there to scrutinize? After a moment of intense observation, the panther seemed to have discerned a weakness or perhaps could no longer contain itself. It grinned malevolently and pounced, aiming directly for Louis Fei's head. How dare you ambush my crown? Louis Fei had not anticipated such a strike from above. He narrowly evaded the attack and rolled aside. Seizing the opportunity presented by Louis Fei's momentary sluggishness, the panther swiftly turned to launch another assault. However, Louis Fei had already anticipated the panther's next move. As he dodged, he flicked out his sticky tongue, launching it forcefully at the panther. Before the panther's claws could reach Louis Fei, a powerful gust enveloped it, obscuring its vision. In the 11th chapter, the conclusion of the battle, the panther's momentum faltered as Louis Fei's tongue struck it fiercely, sending it crashing to the ground. Feeling a sharp pain in its left hind leg, the panther realized its precarious situation and collapsed, its legs giving way beneath it. Observing the panther's plight, Louis Fei chuckled triumphantly. Ah, have you broken something? Have you finally tasted the strength of my tongue? Let us see if you dare mock the great frog again. You wish to consume me? Dream on. I have yet to be defeated. The panther, struggling to rise, was determined to engage Louis Fei in combat once more. Even in defeat, it would not reveal its vulnerability. Since arriving at this mountain peak, it had only ever feasted on other wild beasts and had never encountered anyone brave enough to bring it to the ground. This ugly, detestable black frog had become a source of irritation. It was resolute in its desire to settle the score today. The black panther pondered, yet with a painful leg. He exerted all his effort to rise. Observing the black panther enduring agony while attempting to maintain a proud demeanor, Louis Fei laughed heartily. You have a fractured bone, and yet you still harbor the desire to strike at me? Though I may be a mere frog, this mountain is teeming with my kind. Do not underestimate us. We are spirit beasts. And what of it? Since I have arrived, I shall reign as the sovereign of this summit. This entire forest is my dominion. Prepare to meet your demise. As he proclaimed this, the black panther suddenly raised his head and let out a thunderous roar. In concert with his roar, the trees of the forest trembled. Several trees beside Louis Fei toppled, crashing down towards him. He swiftly maneuvered his massive form, dodging left and right, barely managing to evade them. This black panther was indeed peculiar. Despite being a leopard, why did it insist on practicing the lion's roar? At that moment, enduring the pain in his leg, the black panther leapt into action, descending swiftly to claw at Louis Fei's head. Watching the gleaming claws descend, Louis Fei felt a profound sense of resignation. He truly wished to inquire why the panther held such a fixation on his head. However, he had no time for such thoughts, as he flicked out his long tongue towards the panther, exclaiming, I shall lash out. Before the panther's claws could reach his head, they were about to have an intimate encounter with his tongue. Yet the black panther did not relent, fully aware that this formidable frog was not to be trifled with. Without a fierce confrontation, it would be impossible to inflict harm upon the frog. It resolutely raised its claws, determined that even if it could not pierce the frog's head, it would at least sever the frog's tongue in two. Louis Fei, understanding the panther's intentions, was acutely aware that he was an unexpected human in this realm. The intellect of a human far surpassed that of a leopard. As he flicked his tongue, at the precise moment the panther's claws approached, he suddenly leapt, curling his tongue around the panther's foreleg. The black panther was taken aback, incredulous as it lifted its head, only to be met with Louis Fei's wicked grin as he forcefully flung it down. Caught off guard, the panther could only helplessly crash to the ground, its head striking a rock, rendering it dizzy and unable to rise. Witnessing the panther's disheveled state, Lu Yifei disdainfully licked his tongue, sauntering over with an air of superiority. You wish to strike me with your paw? Do you believe yourself worthy? Just look at your frail form. You scarcely match my size. Your physique is rather unimpressive. As he uttered these words, he shamelessly patted his belly, which was plump with excess. The black panther gazed at him in terror, completely stripped of its earlier fierceness. Appearing as pitiful as a sickly cat awaiting slaughter, Lu Yifei mercilessly lashed out his tongue, ensnaring the black panther tightly. The panther struggled for a time, but it possessed no strength to resist. The tongue coiled around it like a swamp, tightening with each futile attempt to break free. Finally, the black panther lay cold and lifeless on the ground, soon becoming a rigid mass. Lu Yifei accessed the system and discovered that he had only earned a mere 100 coins from the kill, prompting him to grumble, how scant. However, in comparison to the insignificant beasts, this was considerably more. Satisfied with his accumulation of gold, Lu Yifei swaggered away. His duel with the Black Panther, though brief, had created quite a commotion, and he knew he had to leave the area. Otherwise, onlookers might mistakenly believe he had felled the trees himself. Upon returning, Lu Yifei patiently awaited at the school gate. After a while, Hinata emerged, accompanied by many classmates. As soon as she stepped out, she began scanning the surroundings for Lu Yifei's familiar figure. A frog was undeniably conspicuous, and within seconds, Hinata spotted him. She jogged over to Lu Yifei, poking his arm with her phone. Brother Lu, you really waited for me all afternoon? Hearing Hinata's uniquely soft voice stirred something within Lu Yifei. I just arrived not long ago. I timed my arrival for when school ended. How was your day with your classmates? He inquired while carefully lifting her with his paw and placing her atop his head. He knew it was the first day of school, and Hinata would surely have encountered Naruto and the others. He was curious to learn if anything remarkable had transpired. Hinata tilted her head in thought for a moment, then cheerfully replied, I met many interesting people and teachers today. Nothing particularly special happened. Right now, all I want is to go eat ramen with you. Ramen, you say? Lu Yifei's eyes brightened momentarily, but he quickly shook his head. No, I can't eat ramen with you. I must carry you home instead. You just enjoy it. Although he had developed a fondness for the ramen here, he was reluctant to transform in public. Hinata could eat alone. Upon hearing this, Hinata felt even more touched. All right, I'll save some for you to take home. As long as you eat well, that's all that matters. I simply want to be with you, Lu Yifei replied, feeling content as he escorted her home. Despite having just endured a fierce battle, he found that when he was with Hinata, all his worries faded away. Upon arriving, he suddenly realized that he was not here for any particular reason, but solely to meet Hinata and cherish their time together. With that thought, Lu Yifei suddenly looked up and asked, Do you want to be with me for real? Why ask such a sudden question, Brother Lu? Hinata blushed, seemingly hesitant to answer. Seeing her bashful demeanor, Lu Yifei understood. Hinata must also have feelings for him, or else she wouldn't be so shy and reluctant to refute him. Chapter 12. A chance encounter with classmates. The mere thought of this possibility made Lu Yifei's heart blossom with joy, and even his frog-like hops grew lively and buoyant. Hinata was turned upside down on his head, and she hastily poked the toad-headed figure with her finger. Brother Lu, you're shaking me off. I apologize. I will walk properly. Lu Yifei then realized he had been carried away by his own pride, and quickly steadied himself to walk properly. Perched at a height, Hinata felt the gentle breeze and surveyed the small food stalls lining the roadside. Her gaze fell upon an unassuming noodle shop, and she clapped her hands in delight. Brother Lu, quickly set me down. I want to eat ramen here. Lu Yifei lazily leaned down to let her down, while he himself shuffled to the side to lie down comfortably. Hinata ordered 2 bowls of ramen, her small face flushed from the steam. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Lu Yifei was momentarily entranced, his eyes turning glassy. After finishing 1 bowl, Hinata held the other bowl and trotted over to Lu Yifei. Brother Lu, you eat. Is this for me? Lu Yifei was taken aback. He had thought Hinata had ordered 2 bowls for herself and was quietly marveling at how much she could eat. Not realizing one was meant for him, his spirits lifted. He eagerly opened his mouth like a toad awaiting its meal. Hinata delicately blew on the noodles and gently fed him. The aroma of ramen filled his mouth, and Lu Yifei savored it, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Hinata. Little Hinata, thank you. There's no need to thank me. If there's food for Hinata, then of course there's a portion for Brother Lu, Hinata replied, her cheeks reddening as she quickly turned to place the bowls and chopsticks on the table. At that moment, Lu Yifei felt a swift presence pass by him. It did not go far but stopped beside Hinata. Hinata? You're eating ramen. A forceful voice exclaimed. Louis Fei quickly turned to see the poker-faced figure. It was none other than Oil Girl Shino. Hinata turned her head and cheerfully responded, Yes, I'm eating ramen with Brother Lu. The ramen here is truly delicious. Brother Lu? There's no one else around. Oil Girl Shino glanced around, deliberately ignoring the large black toad lying nearby. Louis Fei gritted his teeth, unwilling to engage with someone like her, and lifted his head in hopes of catching her attention. Hinata giggled and pointed at Louis Fei. He is Brother Lu. Oil Girl Shino followed her direction, but stubbornly focused on an old man basking in the sun by the roadside. Him? He's your Brother Lu? Hinata. He looks as old as your father. Coughing violently, Louis Fei nearly choked, feeling as if he were being deliberately ignored. Unable to endure any longer, he stood up, casting a lofty gaze at Oil Girl Shino. You better take a good look. I am Hinata's Brother Lu, the spirit beast specifically tasked with escorting her to school. Wow. Hinata slowly parted her lips, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Louis Fei. Young Jina took 2 steps back, genuinely exclaiming, What a dark frog. But it's quite large. Louis Fei is not merely a dark frog. He can transform as well, and the transformed Louis Fei is incredibly handsome. Hinata hurriedly explained, seemingly fearful that her classmate might misconstrue Louis Fei as just an ugly dark frog. His heart swelled with joy upon hearing her words, and he felt increasingly proud. You must be Yun Jinao, right? Please take good care of Hinata at school, and I assure you, you will not be neglected. He was aware that Yun Jina was in the same class as Hinata and understood the Yun clan's reputation for composure and steadiness. With a student like Jina by Hinata's side, he felt reassured. I will definitely help Hinata, Yun Jina replied earnestly, looking up at him with a serious expression. Louis Fei nodded in satisfaction and smiled. That's wonderful. You should head back now. I need to take Hinata home. Jina nodded, glancing back and forth between Louis Fei and Hinata before leaving, turning back 3 times as she departed. Once Jina was out of sight, Hinata returned to Louis Fei's side, exclaiming, He is so earnest. I agree, but now is not the time for that. Let's hurry home, Louis Fei urged, eager to accompany Hinata for a restful evening. Lowering his large head for her to climb on, Hinata joyfully leaped onto his back, and together they set off. As they neared home, Louis Fei suddenly remembered the Black Panther carcass he had left in the forest. He had intended it as a makeshift cushion for Hinata. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he chuckled, Little Hinata, let us not rush home just yet. Would you accompany me to a special place? Where are we going? You're not suggesting we head back to the forest, are you? Hinata widened her eyes, looking somewhat displeased at the thought. The forest held little amusement for her, filled as it was with beasts that made it impossible to enjoy quality time with Louis Fei. Oh, how did you know I was going to the forest? Do you have some inkling of what I plan to do? Louis Fei inquired, feigning surprise. What else could it be? Are you planning to hunt monsters? Hinata rested her chin on her hands, showing no interest in his proposal, although she thought Louis Fei looked quite dashing in battle. The monotony of slaying beasts day in and day out bored her. Louis Fei, chuckling, waved his paw dismissively. I'm not going to hunt monsters. I want to take you to see something special. Wow, that sounds amazing, Hinata exclaimed, perching excitedly atop Louis Fei's head and playfully kicking her little feet. The gentle nudging of her feet against his head was not painful. Instead, it felt like a delightful tickle. He truly relished the moments spent with Hinata. Louis Fei carried Hinata into the forest and leisurely set her down. Look, ahead is what I wanted to show you. Hinata leaped down and gazed at several large trees that had toppled to the ground. After a considerable moment, she finally reacted with a smile. So, you're not hunting monsters anymore, but instead, chopping down trees? Why didn't Hinata look to the left? Louis Fei leisurely strolled over to a stone beside him and patted the corpse of a black panther. Hinata's mouth fell open in astonishment as she hurried over to observe the enormous creature, nearly the size of a giant toad. What a massive leopard. Did Brother Lu defeat it? Of course. Who else but me could conquer such a fierce and gigantic black panther? Louis Fei beamed with pride. Chapter 13. Discovering the anomaly that's incredible. Brother Lu, how did you manage to defeat the Black Panther? Hinata straightened up, staring blankly at Louis Fei, eagerly yearning to learn the details. Under Hinata's admiring and inquisitive gaze, Louis Fei felt elated to the point of bliss. I hardly had to strike. The Black Panther kept trying to swat my head with its paw, so I simply flicked it onto a rock with my tongue. Who would have thought it would die so easily despite its massive size? It tried to swat your head? No one should ever touch your head. Hinata shook her head vigorously, her heart aching at the thought of Lu Yifei's shiny black head. This large head, which she often sat upon, already endured enough hardship. How could anything else harm Brother Lu's head? Lu Yifei chuckled. Is little Hinata worried about me? Don't you worry. It was precisely because it aimed for my head that I dispatched it without hesitation. Why? Don't you dislike others touching your head? Hinata immediately grew anxious, even wringing her fingers in uncertainty. She sat on Lu Yifei's head daily, not only sitting but also playfully fidgeting. Did that mean Lu Yifei was angry? Noticing Hinata's concern, Lu Yifei clarified, not at all. I simply dislike anyone or anything touching me, except for you. Then that is wonderful. Hinata's voice trailed off, her face flushing a deep crimson. Seeing her shy demeanor once again, Lu Yifei swiftly shifted the topic back to the Black Panther. Today, I brought you here to find the Black Panther because I wanted to skin it and make you a warm cushion. Ah, Brother Lu. Hinata looked up, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Lu Yifei became flustered. No, don't cry. It is only right for me to treat Hinata well. Look, I'm making you a cushion. You mustn't shed tears. With that, Lu Yifei quickly skinned the panther. Witnessing such a gruesome sight, Hinata, overwhelmed by emotion, stifled her tears. Observing her regain composure, Lu Yifei stifled a chuckle, tossing the pelt onto a branch. It will be fine in a moment. Once the pelt dries, we can wash it and take it home. What shall we do now? Hinata asked, sitting idly on the stone, gazing blankly at the towering trees scattered throughout the forest. Lu Yifei lay beside her and suggested, let us engage in conversation. What have you learned at school this afternoon? I met my teacher and 2 classmates today. The one named Shino, whom you just saw, is my classmate. The other one hasn't he spoken to me yet, so I don't know him well, Hinata recounted. Her face flushed with a rosy hue. Lu Yifei understood that Hinata was particularly shy and wouldn't take the initiative to befriend others. Even if she found someone admirable, she would merely observe them quietly, too timid to approach. With a smile, Lu Yifei turned to Hinata and encouraged. You must cultivate good relationships with your classmates and diligently master your ninjutsu. In time, you will surely excel in the techniques you are passionate about. Indeed. Besides, I have you, Brother Lu, to accompany me. Not long ago, you taught me so much, Hinata giggled. Recalling Lu Yifei's earnest demeanor while teaching her the gentle fist technique, which filled her heart with joy, Lu Yifei gazed at the surrounding scenery and solemnly assured her, rest assured, I will accompany you steadfastly as you grow and progress. He realized he could never return to his previous world. If given the choice, he would wish to stay by Hinata's side eternally, until their lives intertwined, forever united. Hinata glanced at the Black Panther skin behind her and remarked, it has already dried. Let us take it back together. Certainly, it's getting dark, Lu Yifei replied, rising to his feet. He looked up at the stars, barely visible in the twilight, lazily draping the panther skin over his shoulders as he led Hinata away. They strolled leisurely through the forest. However, before they reached the foot of the mountain, Lu Yifei sensed an unusual commotion. He raised his gaze to the surroundings and whispered, I feel as though there are living creatures nearby. Living creatures? Hinata quickly scanned her surroundings, yet the darkness obscured her vision, causing her to press her head against Lu Yifei's, feeling the warmth of Hinata's soft body. Lu Yifei, though aware of the presence of something amiss, momentarily found himself distracted by her closeness. He paced in place for a while, but noticed nothing out of the ordinary. Was it merely his imagination? He pondered this, dismissing it as inconsequential. After all, during the day, the presence of the Black Panther had deterred the wild beasts from emerging. Now that the threat was absent, it was only natural for them to venture out. With this thought, Lu Yifei decided not to dwell on it too much and reassured her, little Hinata, it's all right. Perhaps I misheard something. Let us continue on our way. Brother Lu, please don't frighten me. It's dark, and your words can easily scare me. Hinata's soft voice floated down from above him. Lu Yifei felt a surge of delight, as her voice was as comforting as clouds caressing his face. Unconsciously, he smiled. Although he had sensed something peculiar earlier, he affectionately replied, never mind, it was all my fault. I shall not frighten my little Hinata again. With that, Lu Yifei carried Hinata on his back and departed. However, after taking just 2 steps, Lu Yifei sensed that something was amiss. This time, he not only felt the presence of a living entity but also discerned an object behind him that was scraping against the ground, producing a distinct hissing sound. Turning his gaze downward, he noticed the ground strewn with fallen leaves, some of which were already parched. Indeed, if something were to step upon them, it would emit such a sound. Lu Yifei urged Hinata to ascend the tree. Hinata, you should climb up to the tree. I will not allow you to come down. So please stay put. Why? Is there really something there? Hinata asked, her eyes darting around, her expression betraying her anxiety. Nevertheless, despite her trepidation, she obediently followed Lu Yifei's instructions and climbed the tree. Seeing her safely ascend, Lu Yifei felt a sense of relief and began to observe his surroundings. If his instincts were accurate, the two distinct sounds he had heard were likely not from the same source. The first noise suggested the presence of a person nearby, while the second resembled the sound of an animal traversing the ground. The more he pondered, the more he sensed something was off. Then, his keen eyes caught sight of an orange figure behind the large tree. Was that Naruto? Chapter 14. Provoking the old serpent. As Lu Yifei glanced at Naruto, it was evident that Naruto had also spotted him. He blinked in surprise, then quickly gestured for silence, as if frightened by something. What are you shushing about? What are you doing? Lu Yifei observed Naruto from above, dismissing his anxious demeanor. Naruto had always been boisterous in his youth, and now he was likely up to some mischief in the forest. While Lu Yifei mulled over this, he heard a rustling sound not far away, identical to the second noise he had heard earlier. At that moment, Hinata also noticed Naruto hiding behind the tree and tilted her head curiously, asking, Naruto, what are you doing over there? Have you been in the forest all along? Why didn't we see you earlier? Upon hearing Hinata's barrage of questions, Naruto's face turned pale with fright, and he began jumping about, repeatedly signaling for silence. Understanding his fear of the source of the sound, Lu Yifei softly instructed Hinata, stay up there and do not come down. I will handle this. Hinata nodded in compliance, sitting quietly and covering her mouth with her small hands. With that reassurance, Lu Yifei felt a wave of calm wash over him. He disregarded Naruto's frantic gestures urging him to refrain from acting impulsively and boldly stepped forward a couple of paces, exclaiming, Who is there? As his words faded, numerous white shadows flitted out from behind the trees, and one particularly agile figure leapt into the air, revealing its form to everyone present. Lu Yifei widened his eyes, spinning them in a flurry as he struggled to ascertain the identity of this mysterious white figure. It turned out to be a colossal white python, towering higher than the trees, its scales shimmering with a chilling luminescence under the moonlight. This creature, evidently a rare inhabitant of the deep mountains, had unexpectedly emerged from its lair. Lu Yifei swiftly sidestepped the python's strike, glancing at Naruto's terrified expression, and helplessly inquired, What on earth did you do in the mountains? Why have you provoked such a beast? I merely came to play, Naruto replied, but I inadvertently disturbed a nest of snakes, and they are competing with me for bird eggs. He brandished a fist-sized egg triumphantly from his waist. Upon seeing the egg, Lu Yifei couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. It seemed Naruto had not shed his mischievous nature, engaging in a contest with the ancient serpent over its sustenance. Indeed, upon spotting the egg in Naruto's hand, the mountain serpent abandoned its pursuit of Lu Yifei and lunged towards Naruto instead. Although the enormous snake was robust, it was a seasoned predator of the forest, adept in its movements, swiftly closing the distance to Naruto in the blink of an eye. Startled, Naruto leapt onto a tree, narrowly evading the serpent's gaping maw. Is this really necessary? It's just a bird egg. Does it truly want to fight me over it? He lamented, wishing he had never taken the egg. Clutching the smooth orb in his hands, he was at a loss as to how to relinquish it. Lu Yifei, observing Naruto's predicament, felt a pang of exasperation. Why don't you just toss that precious egg of yours? Perhaps if you throw it into the serpent's mouth, it might spare you, he suggested kindly. Although he was unfamiliar with the python's temperament, he reasoned that if Naruto returned the egg, the creature might relent. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto, striking a pose on the branch, declared defiantly, As long as it's something I desire, nothing is beyond my reach. This egg is mine, and I intend to take it home, boil it, and enjoy it in my ramen. At that moment, Lu Yifei could have sworn the serpent reared up in response to Naruto's declaration. Hinata, sensing the tension, quietly warned, Naruto, it seems poised to attack. Impossible. How dare it? Naruto scoffed, only to find the white serpent opening its colossal jaws, descending upon him. To Lu Yifei, Naruto appeared to be no more than a mere grain of rice, while the serpent resembled an enormous bowl, capable of effortlessly engulfing him. In a panic, Naruto retreated several steps, leaping to a nearby tree, his hands trembling to the extent that he nearly dropped the egg. Amused, Lu Yifei called out, So how is it? Can you handle this yourself? Or do you need my assistance? No, it's just a python. Naruto declared, standing tall, gaze fixed resolutely on the serpent, his eyes brimming with the determination to confront it in a battle to the death. Louis Fei stood leisurely to the side, observing the unfolding drama without intervening. Hinata, somewhat anxious, could not help but inquire, "Brother Liu, are you truly not planning to assist him? What if he is indeed swallowed by the python? That's highly unlikely. Naruto is a ninja. No matter how aggressive the python may be, it cannot triumph over a ninja." Rest assured, Louis Fei reassured her, his words alleviating her concerns. He was well aware of Naruto's formidable abilities. Although Naruto's offensive capabilities might not surpass those of the python, if he were to employ ninjutsu, this mindless creature would surely be outsmarted. Indeed, as soon as Louis Fei's words fell, Naruto executed a technique of shadow clones. Under the moonlight, his form instantaneously multiplied into 7 identical Narutos, each indistinguishable from the other. Wow, how impressive. How did he accomplish that? Hinata gazed in awe, a deep envy glimmering in her eyes. She thought, if only she could become a ninja too, she might surpass everyone else. Could anyone truly be more remarkable or handsome than me? Louis Fei, pondering this, cast a glance at Hinata, feeling a twinge of bitterness. Hinata smiled brightly and praised. Brother Liu is still the greatest, but Naruto has done exceptionally well. Indeed, Naruto is quite commendable, Louis Fei said, his tone laden with meaning. At that moment, Naruto's clones confronted the python, which seemed to comprehend human speech. The serpent, observing the shadow clone technique, became momentarily confused, its tongue flickering as it struggled to discern the genuine Naruto from the illusions, yet it hesitated to strike recklessly. Naruto, hands on his hips, laughed heartily, with the clones declaring in unison, "You must pay close attention. If you cannot tell us apart and foolishly swallow one of my clones, your belly will be set ablaze." Chapter 15. A deception. Upon hearing this, Louis Fei's lips twitched slightly. Such a clumsy threat would surely be discernible even to a dim-witted serpent. Were he the python, he would have swallowed all 7 Narutos without concern for which was real or false, simply devouring them all. As Louis Fei contemplated this, he noticed the old serpent suddenly retreating, wary of getting too close to Naruto's clones. Is that even possible? Louis Fei's eyes widened in astonishment at the serpent's apparent trepidation, nearly popping out of his head. This old serpent truly lacked intelligence if it could genuinely be intimidated by Naruto. No wonder it had languished in the mountains for so many years, surviving solely on bird eggs. What a shame for such a large creature. Naruto, reveling in his newfound confidence, tossed a bird egg back and forth in his hands, exclaiming, "Since you're scared, you should leave this place quickly. Otherwise, I shall not be merciful." Naruto, Louis Fei gasped. At that moment, had he not still been in the form of a frog, he would have simply facepalmed. In his exuberance, Naruto forgot that he was still amidst his clones. Making a bold move that differed from his clones would inevitably reveal the truth to the old serpent. Indeed, the old serpent's triangular eyes narrowed as it fixed its gaze upon the true form among the 7 Narutos, charging forth with intent. Naruto, startled, suddenly realized the gravity of his previous actions, prompting him to leap and bound in a frantic attempt to evade the serpent's assault. To the left, now to the right, Louis Fei urged anxiously, wishing to transform and assist him. However, given the current entanglement between the serpent and Naruto, any reckless intervention could disrupt Naruto's rhythm, possibly leading him straight into the serpent's jaws. "Help me, please. I can't hold on any longer," Naruto exclaimed in desperation, his forehead slick with sweat. Hidden among the trees, Hinata observed his distress and turned to Louis Fei. "Brother Liu, please assist Naruto. He seems utterly exhausted. There's no rush, he can still run." "I'm curious to see how long he can endure," Louis Fei replied, unhurried in his approach. He understood that Naruto had yet to undergo formal training and lacked experience in combat. It was precisely for this reason that he wished to see whether Naruto's potential could be ignited. While dodging the serpent's strikes, Naruto could hear Louis Fei's remarks. "I'm in a dire situation here. This snake is about to swallow me whole. At least come and help," he cried. "We've met before. We're practically friends." "Friends? You're merely a pint-sized nuisance," Louis Fei retorted without hesitation, taking pleasure in watching Naruto's predicament as he was relentlessly pursued by the serpent. "How dare you?" Naruto, taken aback by the spirit beast's words, nearly felt faint from indignation. He glanced back at the serpent still in pursuit and suddenly had an idea. "If you want to catch something, why not go after that big toad over there? Don't snakes love to feast on frogs? The bird egg I hold is minuscule in comparison. that toad could sustain you for months. To Naruto's surprise, the serpent halted its attack, redirecting its attention toward Liu Yifei. Liu Yifei blinked, realizing that Naruto had cleverly devised a ploy. Naruto, stretching out his words with intention, fixed his gaze on the panting figure hiding in the tree. What I said is true. Snakes do indeed prefer frogs. Besides, weren't you reluctant to assist me just moments ago? Liu Yifei narrowed his eyes, dismissing Naruto's assertions, and turned his focus back to the serpent, which now regarded him with glistening eyes, as if it truly considered him a delectable morsel. Taken aback, Liu Yifei glanced at his own sizable frame and then at the serpent's robust body. Surely, you can't consume me. It would be a challenge. You could be swallowed whole and digested slowly. Naruto quickly interjected, fearing the serpent might lose interest, and he even made a cheeky face at Liu Yifei. Hinata gasped, Naruto, how can you keep saying such things? Rest assured, your summoned beast is truly formidable. Naruto, indifferent, scrunched his nose while sitting cross-legged on the tree, resting his chin in his hands, eagerly watching the spectacle. Liu Yifei stifled the impulse to kick Naruto, and, lifting his head, offered a reassuring smile to Hinata. Do not fear, I shall handle this. Hinata nodded, gripping the nearby branch tightly, her anxiety gradually escalating. At that moment, the old snake flicked its tongue, saliva nearly dripping as it opened its jaws wide, lunging towards Liu Yifei's head. Liu Yifei leaped aside to evade the attack. Do you truly dare to consume me? Just look at my dark and unappetizing exterior. It's evident I am quite distasteful. I am poisonous, having previously fallen for Naruto's tricks. The old snake dismissed Liu Yifei's words, its eyes solely fixed on the plump, round black toad. Be careful, Brother Liu, Hinata exclaimed, her eyes widening in concern. Initially, Liu Yifei intended to tease the serpent, but upon witnessing Hinata's tension, he abandoned that thought, abruptly halting in place. The old snake mirrored his stillness, incessantly flicking its tongue, as if contemplating how to devour the toad. While the serpent remained motionless, Liu Yifei scrutinized it, noting that its most vulnerable area was beneath its head, as this old creature constantly kept its head raised in a defensive posture. With this realization, Liu Yifei grinned mischievously and stepped forward with an imposing demeanor. Do you genuinely wish to consume me? The old snake recoiled slightly before lunging forward with a wide-open mouth. Liu Yifei had anticipated this very action. He stood just over 2 meters away, creating the illusion that he was an easy target. With a grin, he timed his move perfectly, extending his large tongue to tightly constrict around the snake's head just as its venomous fangs became visible. The old snake was taken by surprise, struggling for breath as its body thrashed wildly. Wow, Hinata, your summoned beast is astonishing, Naruto exclaimed, eyes wide, momentarily stunned, causing an egg to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. Hinata beamed with excitement and pride, clapping her hands as she exclaimed, I knew Brother Liu was exceptional, more so than anyone else. Of course, he can defeat this snake. As Liu Yifei exerted effort to bind the old snake, he felt a surge of joy upon hearing her words. Chapter 16. Defeating the old snake. Naruto huffed in defiance, his gaze towards Liu Yifei filled with admiration and longing. One day, I too shall become this formidable, effortlessly contending with anything. That day is far off, Liu Yifei thought to himself, tightening his grip and ultimately suffocating the old serpent. The snake collapsed to the ground, limp and coiled, devoid of its earlier ferocity. Brother Liu, are you not weary? Hinata hurriedly descended from the tree, rushing to Liu Yifei's side. Liu Yifei winked at her, casually stating that he could easily deal with the snake with just a flick of his finger, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. Hee, that's good, Hinata replied, relieved, as she playfully patted his toad-like face. Behind them, Naruto observed the scene, momentarily at a loss for words. He slowly approached, scrutinizing the black toad from head to toe, perplexed by its inexplicable regal demeanor, as if this toad were the sovereign of the forest. Noticing Naruto's dazed expression, Liu Yifei mischievously extended his damp tongue and gave Naruto's face a lick. What are you daydreaming about? He teased. You, that's disgusting, Naruto exclaimed, startled, as he jumped back and hastily wiped the saliva off his face. The mere thought of that toad's tongue having strangled the old snake made him shudder with discomfort. Liu Yifei, reveling in his successful prank, laughed heartily. You should be happy, Naruto. You're the first person to be touched by my tongue and come out unscathed. Oomph. I feel like I've been harmed, emotionally, Naruto retorted, scrunching his nose and stepping back in trepidation. Liu Yifei squinted. It seems I'll have to make you truly suffer. Then, no, no, no. That is not what I meant. Naruto hastily retreated further, his expression changing. It's getting late. I should head home. You all continue having fun here, he declared before darting away. Lu Yifei clicked his tongue and jestingly called after him. Don't let me catch you again. Brother Lu, you will indeed encounter him again, Hinata remarked with a smile. The teacher mentioned that during our training, we might clash with students from the neighboring class. And sometimes we'll even compete to enhance our abilities. This means you'll have plenty of opportunities to see Naruto. She playfully poked Lu Yifei's toad-like face. Lu Yifei shrugged, feigning indifference. I know. I was just scaring him. We should head back now. What about the big snake? Hinata asked, gesturing to the lifeless serpent on the ground. Lu Yifei fell silent, closing his eyes to summon the system. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Master, what is your command? Having slain an old snake, I ought to receive a generous amount of gold, right? And please dispose of the snake's corpse. Lu Yifei replied in a bargaining tone. The system paused for a moment before responding in its perpetually monotonous voice. The beasts of the forest have their own unique gold drop rates. Discussing it with me is futile. I can assist you in disposing of the corpse. No, will giving me a few more gold coins kill you? Lu Yifei exclaimed in frustration. After a moment, the system beeped, insulting the system for its appearance. The task of handling the snake's corpse falls to you, ugly toad. With that, it fell silent. Lu Yifei was utterly taken aback. Had he truly heard that correctly? This system had truly gone too far. Brother Lu, are you asleep? Hinata gazed at Lu Yifei, who had closed his eyes and remained silent in a peculiar manner, and a sense of fear washed over her. After a moment, Lu Yifei opened his eyes, gritted his teeth, and forced a frog-like smile. It's nothing. Can you manipulate fire? Burn this old serpent to ashes. Hinata obediently nodded, extending 2 fingers and declaring, manipulate fire. At her command, a flame erupted from her fingertips, swiftly engulfing the lifeless snake, reducing it to ashes in an instant. At that moment, the system Lu Yifei carried lazily chimed in with a cold tone. The white snake lived in the forest for over a century, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, yielding 99 gold coins. 99? That seems rather meager. Lu Yifei frowned in disdain, but alas, the system's pricing was immutable, leaving him resigned to accept it. Little princess, why don't we return now? Fortunately, the leopard skin is still here. We can use it to lay a blanket upon our return. He collected his thoughts and nudged the leopard skin with his head. Seeing Lu Yifei with the black leopard skin perched atop his head, Hinata couldn't help but turn away and stifle a laugh. Lu Yifei, taken aback, promptly inquired, what is so amusing? With the leopard skin on your head, it's impossible to discern anything. It seems you are as dark as the black leopard, Hinata replied. Gazing up at him, her face flushed with laughter. Lu Yifei found her adorably charming and chuckled softly. Come, sit upon me. Whether it's my dark head or the black leopard's fur, I shall offer it all to you. You're too kind, Brother Lu. Hinata leaned down, embracing the softness of the black leopard skin, her cheeks gradually warming with a rosy hue. Unbeknownst to Lu Yifei, who was in high spirits carrying her back, he remained oblivious to her blush. Although he was dissatisfied with the paltry sum of gold coins from the serpent's demise, he dismissed it with patience. He would eventually amass enough to acquire the hero he desired. A frog and a girl departed under the moonlight, traversing the forest back to their clan. Hinata assumed everyone was asleep and quietly entered alongside Lu Yifei. However, as they approached the house, they spotted Hyuga Hizashi practicing ninjutsu in the courtyard. Upon seeing them, Hizashi was momentarily taken aback. Why are you two returning so late? What have you been up to? Observing Hizashi's expression, Lu Yifei had to suppress the urge to laugh like a frog. He felt as though Hizashi envisioned them as a pig trampling over Hinata, heartbrokenly questioning what they had been doing so late. Father, why do you look so peculiar? Hinata cautiously ventured, instinctively inching closer to Lu Yifei. Upon noticing her movement, Hizashi gasped, what on earth happened? We went to the forest to play. Brother Lu defeated a black leopard and gifted me its pelt. Hinata stood, lifting the large black leopard skin that adorned Lu Yifei's head. Hizashi was taken aback once more. Such a large black leopard? Indeed, Brother Lu vanquished it with ease, she affirmed. Hinata nodded like a little chick, seemingly proud to have Brother Lu by her side. Chapter 17. The beginning of school. Hinata's expression was enigmatic, and after a considerable pause, she managed a faint smile. Well, you all should head in and get some rest. All right, you two, get to bed early. Hinata smiled and nodded, entering the room with Lu Yifei. He tossed aside the Black Panther skin he wore and laid it on the floor. You can keep this. Make sure to cover yourself with it to stay warm. I'll be heading back now. Good night, Brother Lu. Hinata gazed at him with sparkling eyes, her mood evidently buoyant. As Lu Yifei nodded and prepared to leave, he was suddenly called back by Hinata. Brother Lu, tomorrow we have a physical fitness test. I'm really scared to do it alone. Could you accompany me? Hinata looked at Lu Yifei with earnest anticipation. Lu Yifei refrained from attending school for 2 reasons. He wished to conceal his true form to avoid unnecessary trouble, and he feared it would burden Hinata. Now that she had expressed her desire, how could he refuse? He nodded in agreement, saying, I will accompany you, Hinata. However, if I were to transform into my true self, it might cause complications. If you don't mind my frog appearance, I will join you at school tomorrow. That's all right. As long as Brother Lu agrees to accompany me, I'm happy. Hinata beamed and nodded. Having received his affirmation, Lu Yifei reluctantly waved goodbye to Hinata and departed. Through their daily interactions, Lu Yifei began to grasp the essence of tranquil moments. Yet he was also aware that Hinata must not become complacent in his affection. From this point onward, he was determined to progress alongside her, aiding Hinata in becoming the most capable ninja of the Hyuga clan. The next day, Lu Yifei rose early and went to school with Hinata. As they arrived, they immediately captured the attention of everyone around, including Naruto, whom they had encountered in the forest the day before. Naruto, nonchalantly walking through the school with a reed in his mouth, caught sight of the large frog and Hinata perched atop it. Feeling somewhat guilty, he attempted to sidestep them. Lu Yifei, having already noticed Naruto, called out, Naruto, stop right there. As a frog, Lu Yifei had always intrigued many of his classmates, and upon hearing him speak, they all paused, turning their gazes towards him. Hinata had never been the focus of so many eyes at once. Her face flushed, and she lowered her head, unable to meet the gaze of her peers. Naruto skidded to a halt, turning with a grin. Hello, Hinata's summoning beast. We've met a couple of times. Haven Tiwi, why are you trying to run away? Have you done something wrong, and now you're feeling guilty? Lu Yifei narrowed his eyes and scrutinized him from above. Naruto approached, patting his own body as he explained, Frog brother, how could I possibly have done anything wrong? I just didn't see you and Hinata earlier. Why are you at school today? I'm not just here today. I will be coming in the future as well. And please, don't call me Frog brother. Just call me Brother Lu. Lu Yifei wrinkled his nose in distaste at the moniker Frog brother. The name was unappealing, reeking of a rustic charm that he found hard to appreciate. Naruto scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly. Thank you, Brother Lu, for your help last night. I'll take my leave now. With that, he hurriedly departed. Observing his retreating figure, Hinata fidgeted with her fingers, contemplating for a moment. It seems Naruto is a bit intimidated by you. He isn't afraid of me. Rather, he feels guilty about last night's events. Let's not dwell on him. We should head to class, Lu Yifei replied, unwilling to squander time on trivial matters, and promptly led Hinata upstairs. Upon entering their classroom, they encountered a teacher and 2 male classmates. As teacher Yuhi Kurenai turned around and beheld the large frog before her, she was momentarily taken aback. Before managing to force a stiff smile, are you sure you've come to the right place? Indeed, this is Class 8, Hinata interjected, perched atop Lu Yifei's head. Mistaking the voice for that of the frog, Kurenai's expression turned more astonished. Hinata, how have you transformed into a frog? Teacher, I'm right here. Hinata straightened up, waving at Kurenai and leaping down from the frog. Kurenai let out a sigh of relief. You nearly startled me. I thought your true form was that of a frog. Hyuga Kiba couldn't contain himself and burst into laughter. Hinata, undeterred, elegantly approached the group, introducing, this is Brother Lu, my summoning beast. He is exceptionally powerful and can protect me, doing many things. Oh, so this is your summoning beast? Quite a hefty one. Kurenai remarked as she approached the frog for a closer inspection. Noticing the teacher's considerable skill, Lu Yifei seized the moment to speak. Teacher, may I accompany Hinata in her studies? I can assist her in making progress. You wish to stay by Hinata's side? But you are rather large, Kurenai said, scrutinizing him from head to toe, appearing somewhat conflicted. With only 3 students in the class, the focus would naturally be on the teacher. However, the sudden addition of an unusual black frog might distract the other students. Perceiving Kurenai's concern, Lu Yifei quickly added, I will help my classmates improve as well. And I can assist Hinata in honing her gentle fist technique. You can ask her if you doubt my capabilities. Indeed, Brother Lu is quite formidable. He can even offer us advice. Please, Teacher Kurenai, let him stay, Hinata urged, nodding earnestly at Kurenai. Kurenai, with her hands on her hips, pondered thoughtfully while observing Hinata. From the moment she first encountered Hinata, she sensed something extraordinary about the girl, which motivated her to secure Hinata's placement in her class. It was surprising to learn that the girl's ninjutsu had improved through training with her summoning beast. It was indeed intriguing. "May I?" Hinata implored. Hinata cautiously observed the expression of Yuhi Kurenai, fearing that she might not want to allow Lu Yifei to stay. All she desired was to attend school with Lu Yifei, striving to enhance her ninjutsu skills. The absence of his companionship during classes would diminish her motivation considerably. After a moment of contemplation, Kurenai finally nodded. "Very well. Let him stay and study with you." "Thank you, sensei. I'll move over now," Hinata exclaimed joyfully, turning around to wink at Lu Yifei, then scurrying to sit beside Yamanaka Ino. Lu Yifei was pleasantly surprised that Kurenai had indeed agreed, expressing his gratitude with a mix of astonishment and joy. "Thank you, sensei." Chapter 18. The first assessment. Lu Yifei understood that although Kurenai had permitted him to remain, he must not overly integrate into this group, lest it disrupt her teaching. With this in mind, he obediently stood to the side, remaining silent. After a while, Kurenai surveyed the students and suddenly spoke. "Today marks your first day of learning under my guidance. Since we are just beginning, I must conduct an introductory assessment, after which you will train and hone your skills according to your individual abilities." "Assessment? What will the teacher be assessing?" Inazuka Kiba inquired curiously, appearing somewhat anxious. Hinata glanced nervously at Lu Yifei, feeling uncertain about the impending evaluation. Kurenai smiled gently, reassuring them, "You need not be overly anxious. The introductory assessment is a rite of passage for every new student entering the Ninja Academy. Therefore, you must prepare yourselves for the examination scheduled for this afternoon." "Today at noon?" Kiba's eyes widened, his smile stiffening. He had been so excited about the first day of school, having hardly rested the previous night, and now he was not in the best condition for an assessment. Kurenai confirmed, "Indeed, it will be at noon. I shall give you some time to prepare. Once the whistle blows, you must be ready for the evaluation." As she spoke, she touched the whistle hanging around her neck and turned to leave the classroom. In the now empty classroom, the 3 students and a frog sat quietly, taken aback by the sudden announcement of the assessment. Hinata stood up and anxiously approached Lu Yifei. As she was about to speak, the classroom door swung open once more. Kurenai, with a cheerful demeanor, looked at everyone and snapped her fingers. "Oh, right. The class next door will also be assessed, and our 2 classes will convene at the same location. Please do not embarrass me as your teacher." Initially, Hinata had felt somewhat at ease, but Kurenai's words intensified her apprehension. Watching Kurenai leave again, Lu Yifei turned to Hinata, offering encouragement. "Little Hinata, I understand that you have never undergone such an assessment nor competed against the other 5 students. However, consider this. If you can defeat members of your own clan with your abilities, why can't you showcase your talents here?" "Elgij is right," Hinata murmured, her head bowed and fingers entwined in a state of anxiety. Lu Yifei glanced up to see Inazuka Kiba and Aburame Shino already adjusting their moods, preparing to embrace the upcoming assessment with enthusiasm, which made him feel a bit anxious. He lowered his gaze and gently patted Hinata's shoulder, offering words of encouragement. "It's all right. I believe in you. You will undoubtedly excel beyond the others. I am right here with you, so what is there to fear?" "Very well, I shall do my best," Hinata replied, pressing her lips together, determination gleaming in her light-colored eyes. Sensing her resolve, Lu Yifei felt a sense of relief wash over him, revealing a genuine smile. "Then cast aside all your worries and adjust your mindset for the exam. You've got this." Hinata smiled back, rising to take her seat, closing her eyes to regulate her breath, striving to attain tranquility. As time passed slowly, the sun blazed brightly outside, and Yuhi Kurenai finally made her entrance, signaling the start with a whistle. Upon hearing the sound, Hinata and Inazuka Kiba promptly stood in line, facing Kurenai. Observing their spirited demeanor, Kurenai nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent. It seems you are all well prepared. Now, let us embark on this journey together." Hinata glanced at Lu Yifei before following her team out of the room in an orderly fashion. Lu Yifei trailed behind, pondering what the assessment would entail. They walked until they reached a spacious meadow adjacent to the forest. Hinata's eyes widened in surprise upon spotting a masked instructor and Naruto in a secluded area. "Is that Naruto's teacher?" "Indeed, he is a formidable instructor. You may refer to him as Kakashi-sensei. This assessment will be conducted simultaneously for classes 7 and 8. So please do not bring shame upon me, Kurenai said, a confident smile gracing her lips. Louis Fei could discern her competitive spirit. Hinata nodded, standing tall alongside her two classmates, ready to face the assessment. For this assessment, the instructor has designed 3 evaluation tasks to gauge your various abilities. If you succeed, that would be splendid, but if not... Kurenai's enigmatic smile sent a ripple of unease through the 3 examinees, and even made Louis Fei feel a twinge of apprehension. He was uncertain of the penalties that the newly appointed Kurenai might impose. The typically composed Aburame Shino, with his poker face, inquired, "Could you inform us of the penalties now? Revealing that to you at this moment would be far too mundane. I must maintain an element of suspense. However, rest assured, this punishment will undoubtedly haunt you as a perpetual nightmare. Therefore, strive to surpass Class 7 and meet my expectations," Kurenai replied with a cryptic smile, revealing nothing of the consequences that lay ahead. Hinata's expression shifted dramatically, her fear palpable. "If that's the case, not only must we complete the assessment, but we also have to surpass the 7th squad?" "Indeed," Kurenai replied, standing with her arms crossed, exuding a sense of unwavering confidence. Louis Fei crinkled his nose and turned to gaze at the 7th squad, lost in thought. In his estimation, their overall strength surpassed that of Hinata and her companions. Not to mention Naruto, whose cleverness and ingenuity allowed him to unleash astonishing power at any moment. Even Sasuke, who remained silent, demonstrated considerable prowess in his ninjutsu. Though they were all genin, there existed a noticeable hierarchy among them. Approaching Hinata, Louis Fei offered words of encouragement. "You can do this, after all. I have trained you for a while. I have faith that you will successfully pass the assessment. As a girl, you exhibit a level of attentiveness in the evaluation process that often surpasses that of boys. I'm rooting for you." "Thank you, Brother Lu. I will not let you down," Hinata replied, clenching her fists, wholly focused on preparing for the upcoming assessment. Kurenai, overhearing their exchange, couldn't help but smile gently, finding the presence of this frog to be quite beneficial. She lifted her gaze to see the 7th squad already preparing for the assessment. "All right, everyone, let's get energized. I will now explain the specific rules of the assessment." Chapter 19. Clever use of tactics. Kurenai explained earnestly, the assessment consists of 3 parts. The first is quite simple. It will purely test your ninjutsu skills. From this moment on, you will beat each other's opponents. The first to battle me 3 times will pass the assessment, while the last one remaining will face a penalty. Upon hearing Kurenai's words, Louis Fei felt a wave of calm wash over him. Hinata's gentle fist technique had greatly improved. She was more than capable of being a standout in their class, likely achieving 2nd place at the very least, ensuring she would not face punishment. As Louis Fei pondered these matters, Kurenai had already moved a short distance away, standing tall and poised. "Who will step up first?" Hinata immediately turned to Louis Fei, hesitating as she wondered whether she should be the first to volunteer. Louis Fei shook his head, disapproving of the idea of Hinata taking the lead. He was still unaware of what ninjutsu Kurenai would employ against them. Charging in recklessly without understanding her intentions and techniques would surely lead to misfortune. "I'll go first." Inuzuka Kiba, though somewhat anxious, summoned his courage to step forward. Louis Fei recognized his competitive spirit and smiled faintly. Kiba's abilities were indeed commendable, and his personality inclined him to be the first to charge ahead. Thus, it was decided that Hinata would be the second to take her turn. With this thought, Louis Fei moved closer to Hinata and winked at her twice. It was commendable that Hinata, despite being somewhat shy, could decipher the signal conveyed by his small yet expressive eyes. Kurenai scrutinized Inuzuka Kiba, beckoning him with a finger. "Come forth, as my first student in this assessment. I assure you, the teacher will not go easy on you." Inuzuka Kiba widened his eyes, unable to suppress a gulp, yet he stepped forward to stand opposite Hinata. Taking several deep breaths, he assumed an aggressive stance and charged directly at her. Hinata, clearly taken aback by Kiba's reckless advance, hesitated for a moment before extending a finger to hook his collar. Before anyone could react, she swiftly leaped behind him, grasping his shoulder and throwing him to the ground. With a resounding thud, dust erupted, causing Hinata and Shino to cough from the cloud. Louis Fei squinted, fixated on the scene, where amidst the slowly settling dust, Kiba lay pinned down by Hinata, his face flushed and unable to break free. "What is happening?" Shino gasped, instinctively taking a step back. They all understood that Kiba had been bested before even touching Hinata, signifying a failure in the assessment. Hinata, satisfied by the astonished expressions of the others, finally released Kiba, pulling him up. Do you see the consequence of your overconfidence? This is not a match between a genin and me. Such strength is hardly worthy of being called ninjutsu. What? Shino exclaimed, feeling a significant blow to his confidence upon hearing her words. Hinata's expression hardened. The assessment is serious business for me. I will show no mercy and will not allow you children to think you can delay with tricks. Show your true strength, though it seems you possess little. Who will step up next? At her words, Lu Yifei turned his gaze towards Hinata. He recognized this as a prime opportunity for her to shine. Her gentle fist technique would undoubtedly impress Hinata. Sensing Lu Yifei's gaze, Hinata glanced at Shino's anxious demeanor before resolutely stepping forward. I will take my turn. Excellent, Hinata. You display remarkable courage, Hinata smiled, her eyes brimming with uncontainable admiration. Lu Yifei was not surprised. He understood that Hinata's determination served as a powerful deterrent for any candidate facing her. Yet, Hinata remained undaunted and volunteered to step up. Her bravery as a girl was indeed commendable. Hinata nodded, inhaling deeply as she approached Hinata. Closing her eyes, she meticulously recalled the techniques Lu Yifei had taught her when he transformed into a muscular bald man. After a moment, she opened her eyes, meeting Hinata's intrigued gaze, and bowed her fists, proclaiming, I am Hyuga Hinata, and I humbly request your guidance. Teacher, please, make your move. Hinata waved her hand and squinted towards the distant Class 7. Indeed, one of the boys from Class 7 possesses remarkable potential. However, upon observing the disdainful demeanor of her peers, Hinata felt a stirring within her, realizing that the moment for action had arrived. She immediately charged forward, ready to strike. Kurenai raised an eyebrow and swiftly grasped Hinata's petite fist, commending her courage, yet pointed out her lack of astuteness, reminding her of Inuzuka Kiba's reckless fate. Lu Yifei frowned, also perceiving Hinata's actions as rather rash. Hinata was not typically reckless. She had witnessed Kiba's impulsive attack and wondered why she would emulate such behavior. No, he believed Hinata's intentions were not merely to throw punches without thought. Indeed, after Kurenai's admonition, Hinata did not display any signs of defeat. Instead, she extended her other hand, aiming directly at Kurenai. With a smirk, Kurenai effortlessly blocked her attempt. Seizing the opportunity, Hinata swiftly kicked Kurenai's calf. Taken aback, Kurenai felt the sting of the unexpected blow and instinctively pushed Hinata away. Hinata stumbled back, landing on the ground, yet her eyes sparkled with determination. She had succeeded in executing what appeared to be a foolish maneuver, cleverly evading Kurenai's notice and landing a surprise kick. Well done, Hinata. You are truly impressive. Lu Yifei rushed forward, using his head to nudge Hinata upright. He was astonished by her success, considering Kurenai's prowess as a J-nin instructor, which left little room for Hinata to retaliate. Lu Yifei speculated that Kurenai underestimated Hinata due to Kiba's earlier weak performance, dismissing her as merely another Kiba and thus being caught off guard. Hinata stood up, dusted off her clothes, and smiled brightly at Kurenai, inquiring, Teacher? Hinata, you did quite well, Kurenai replied, coming back to her senses and generously praising her. Chapter 20. The final assessment. Hinata blushed and smiled shyly, cautiously probing, So, have I passed this assessment? You have, but there are still 2 more challenges ahead. Do not let your guard down. I underestimated you earlier, but I will be stricter from now on, Kurenai warned with a knowing smile. Hinata's cleverness had indeed caught her off guard, but she recognized that this was merely a stroke of luck. She would no longer underestimate the seemingly inconspicuous yet cunning individuals before her. Hinata nodded and slowly approached Yamanaka Shino, encouraging him. Shino, you must give it your all. Indeed. I neglected to inform you that the first assessment of Class 7 mirrors our own. Currently, among the 3 of you, only one has passed the evaluation. Shino, should you fail, while 2 members of Class 7 succeed, all 3 of you will face repercussions. In the eyes of Kurenai Yuhi, a gleam of anticipation flickered. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Lu Yifei could not suppress his curiosity and turned to observe Class 7, where he saw Naruto engaged in a confrontation with Kakashi, utterly outmatched and unable to retaliate. Nevertheless, Naruto's tenacity and spirited demeanor far exceeded that of Kiba Inuzuka. Hinata, feeling apprehensive, turned to Lu Yifei and asked, What should we do, Brother Lu? Do not fear. Your performance has been commendable, he reassured her. As for Wai and Shino, Lu Yifei glanced at him, uncertain of how he would fare in the upcoming challenge. Hinata, sensing Lu Yifei's lack of confidence, silently stood by his side, watching Shino's assessment unfold. Stepping forward, Yan Shino resolutely clenched his fists, fixating intently on Kurenai Yuhi. "Come forth," she beckoned with a casual gesture. Seemingly unimpressed by his capabilities compared to Hinata, Shino furrowed his brow, feeling the weight of pressure bearing down on him. Lu Yifei noticed his tension and let out a quiet sigh. Although Kurenai spoke merely of punishment, for Shino, who was last to perform, the pressure was immense. Ultimately, Shino needed to succeed in order for their group to avoid penalties, or at least for Class 7 to have only one member pass. This meant that Shino must truly launch an offensive against Kurenai, earning her acknowledgement of his success. "Shino, you can do it," Lu Yifei encouraged. Not wanting to witness Hinata facing punishment, Shino nodded, inhaled deeply, and cautiously approached Kurenai. Kurenai had already resolved not to let any of the 3 students pass. Upon seeing Shino's earnest demeanor, she merely smiled lightly, inviting him to demonstrate how he could surpass the others. Shino remained steadfast, slightly bending his body into an attacking stance. Suddenly, he leapt into the air, swinging his left arm, insect jutsu. Lu Yifei and Hinata both looked up, fixated on Shino's left hand, from which a flurry of fluffy yellow insects erupted, darting towards Kurenai. "What on earth is this?" Lu Yifei's mouth gaped in disbelief, never expecting Shino to employ such a tactic. For Shino to triumph in his assessment, he needed to surprise Kurenai with an impressive display. Yet to attack so overtly with insects seemed rather conspicuous. Moreover, given the sluggish flight of this insect, even if Hinata Hyuga were an 800-degree nearsighted individual, she would surely perceive its presence. "Shino, be cautious," Hinata warned her classmate, Shino Aburame, visibly sensing something amiss. Hinata's sarcasm was unrestrained. "Concealing flying insects in your sleeve? Such is indeed the forte of your Aburame clan, but you are woefully overestimating your capabilities, little one." With that, Hinata unsheathed her dual-headed spinning blade from her waist and hurled it towards the nearest insect. The sharp edge of the blade cleaved the insect in twain. Yet the spinning weapon did not cease its motion. Instead, it gracefully curved towards the other insects. In an instant, all the insects lay lifeless on the ground. Shino took a step back, staring blankly at the deceased insects, uncertain of how to respond. Lu Yifei swiftly turned his gaze away, unable to bear the sight of Shino's failed attempt. He could hardly fathom that this assessment had concluded so abruptly. Hinata chuckled derisively, kneeling beside the lifeless insects. "Is it still the venomous yellow-feathered ones? Shino, you have shown an excess of confidence. Such trivial tricks cannot even approach me. Even if I were to be bitten, it would bear no consequence. However, I am aware that should you be bitten, you would lose." Shino lowered his head in disappointment, gazing at the fallen insects, feeling disheartened. His primary intent had been to command the insects to outnumber the enemy, as he understood that blind attacks would never suffice to pass the assessment. It was evident that he had failed. Hinata smiled gently, casting a meaningful glance at the trio. "Thus, I declare that only Hinata has barely passed the assessment, while Shino and Kiba must face punishment." But Hinata looked up, perplexed by Hinata's intentions. Hinata gazed towards the training grounds of Class 7. "I shall first inquire about their assessment results. Regardless of how many have passed, if Kakashi-sensei claims they performed better than you, you shall all face punishment." Having said this, Hinata strode away without hesitation. Observing her retreating figure, Hinata's expression shifted dramatically, and she lamented, "What shall we do now? I can't shake the feeling that Teacher Hinata is determined to see us punished." "You are correct, but the outcome remains uncertain. Do not fret. Perhaps the punishment will not be as dreadful as it seems." Kiba attempted to console himself, though his tone betrayed his lack of conviction. Lu Yifei sighed, casting a sympathetic glance at Hinata. "Little princess, if my instincts are correct, Teacher Hinata's objective is not merely to test your abilities, but to ensure that you face punishment regardless." Although he wished to spare Hinata from worry, he felt compelled to reveal the true intent behind Hinata's actions. What shall we do? Must we inevitably accept punishment?" Hinata exclaimed, her anxiety palpable as she hurried to his side. Witnessing Hinata approach, Lu Yifei felt a flicker of joy within. It seemed that in moments of fear, she instinctively sought solace in him. Lu Yifei secretly chuckled to himself and quickly reassured them, "Rest assured, Teacher Sunset Red will not be too harsh on you." Chapter 21. Accepting punishment. Seeing Lu Yifei struggle to suppress his laughter, Hinata's heart grew even more uneasy. "Brother Lu, please don't scare me. Will there really be severe punishment? Her words were overheard by Yamanaka Shino and Inazuka Kiba, who turned their gazes toward Louis Fei. Noticing their fearful expressions, Louis Fei couldn't help but take a step back. Waving his hand with a smile, "Don't worry, this is your first day of assessment. Teacher Sunset Red will not be too tough on you." That may not be the case. Yamanaka Shino shook his head, stroking his chin as if deep in thought. Little brat, acting all mysterious. Louis Fei rolled his eyes inwardly, silently criticizing Shino's mature demeanor. At that moment, Sunset Red sauntered over from the training area of Team 7. "Ahem, don't you have any questions for me?" She surveyed the crowd, noticing their anxious expressions, which only fueled her excitement. Seeing her eager demeanor, Louis Fei awkwardly inquired, "Team 7 should have performed better than our class, right?" Indeed, the little frog was correct. Team 7 did indeed excel. Sunset Red snapped her fingers, observing the expressions of the others as if she were watching a performance. Inazuka Kiba was drenched in cold sweat, clenching his fists defiantly. "That shouldn't be possible. Just now, I clearly saw that guy named Naruto Uzumaki didn't he even get a chance to strike. Did you not also have any opportunity to strike? How are you superior to him?" Sunset Red regarded him with a knowing smile, unfazed by his defiance. At this remark, even Louis Fei was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the students of Team 8 had not performed well enough to claim any grievances, even if faced with punishment. Kiba's face flushed red. "Even if I also had no chance to act, why should it be assumed that their class performed better than ours?" Upon hearing his words, Sunset Red finally wiped the smile off her face, adopting a serious expression. She fixed her gaze on the three of them and stated deliberately, "Why should it be assumed? I have observed Team 7 closely. As Jinin, they naturally cannot match their Jounin instructor, yet each of them diligently scrutinized the teacher's weaknesses and fighting habits, giving their utmost effort. And what about you?" At her words, the trio lowered their heads in silence. Louis Fei squinted, nodding in agreement, genuinely believing that in this aspect, Kiba and Shino fell short compared to Naruto and his team. With a cold snort, Sunset Red continued, "Among you, only Hinata shows some insight. Even knowing she cannot defeat me, she bravely steps forward, attentively observing and analyzing my techniques. Yet you, Kiba and Shino, only think of losing, and even during our spar, you were in a state of self-defeat. Do you not deserve punishment for that?" Hearing this, the three felt a wave of shame wash over them. Their hands behind their backs, heads bowed, unsure of what to say or do. Upon observing their expressions, Yugao Akane spoke. "Tell me, do you believe you deserve punishment?" "I, along with Yin Yushino, am indeed deserving of it. However, Hinata has performed admirably. Perhaps we could exempt her from her penalty?" In response, Inazuka Kiba summoned his courage. His eyes filled with remorse for Hinata. Upon hearing his words, Hinata was momentarily taken aback and swiftly shook her head. "No. The overall performance of our class does not compare favorably with Naruto and the others. I should accept the punishment alongside you. You are not at fault. The fault lies with our insufficient abilities and reluctance to strive harder." Shino chimed in to support her. Louis Fei, observing from the sidelines, gradually broke into a smile. He had not anticipated that these individuals would stand up for Hinata. Logically, she should not have to face punishment. Yet, he sensed that Yugao Akane was not one to easily let Hinata off the hook. Indeed, with her eyes narrowed, Yugao Akane stated without mercy, "You three are members of the same class and should understand the concept of shared honor and disgrace. Since there is to be punishment, it must be endured together by all three of you." Hinata, upon hearing these words, felt a wave of relief wash over her. She turned to Louis Fei and offered a gentle, endearing smile. "Brother Liu, please do not worry about me. I will be fine. You need not fret." Louis Fei, in turn, reassured her, finding her demeanor both pitiable and charming. Hinata nodded, and when facing Yugao Akane, she mysteriously felt less fear. She would not allow herself to be frightened by such punishment. Her true fear had always stemmed from the unknown. Now that the punishment was unavoidable, she would confront it with courage. Inazuka Kiba took a deep breath and looked up at Yugao Akane, uncertain of what the teacher's punishment would entail. "On your very first day of school, I shall not be excessively cruel, yet do not expect this punishment to be lenient. Come now, stand before me." Yugao Akane beckoned with an enigmatic smile. Upon seeing her smile, Louis Fei suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, growing anxious about the punishment Hinata was about to face. Hinata stepped forward alongside the others, standing beside Yugao Akane. Just as everyone focused on her, The three were suddenly lifted into the air, suspended before they could react. Ah! Ah! Kiba and Hinata screamed simultaneously, clearly startled. Meanwhile, Shino remained silent, either unafraid or rendered speechless by the shock. Fei looked up and saw them dangling from ropes tied to a tree, unable to suppress his disbelief. Is this the punishment? It cannot be this simple. Yugao Akane smiled once more, exuding an aura of mystery. Observing her demeanor only heightened Fei's sense of foreboding. What exactly do you intend to do to them? Why? Are you already feeling sympathy for your little master? Fear not. I shall not allow them to suffer too greatly, for they still have assessments to complete. Yugao Akane replied, settling down into a cross-legged position on the ground. Inuzuka Kiba gazed pitifully at Yuhi Kurenai and inquired, Teacher, is it truly necessary to suspend us in this manner? It is rather uncomfortable. Naturally, he understood that being left dangling was no pleasant experience. Hence Kurenai had prepared certain props for their punishment. With a clap of her hands, she retrieved an object from her waist pocket. Upon seeing it, everyone was momentarily taken aback, for they had not anticipated that Kurenai's prop would be a bunch of grapes. Behold, a delectable cluster of grapes, she said cheerfully, lifting the fruit and twirling it in her hand. Lu Yifei's lips twitched as he muttered, So, your punishment consists of us eating grapes while we hang upside down? Chapter 22, The Rescue Plan. No, 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 that would be far too lenient. They just mentioned how uncomfortable it is to remain suspended. So I must devise a way to allow them to stretch their limbs. Kurenai waggled a finger mysteriously, her expression enigmatic. Hinata, dangling upside down, could only fixate on the enticing cluster of purple grapes. Teacher, what exactly do you wish to convey? Please, spare us the suspense. After a moment of counting, she announced, This bunch contains 56 grapes. The first among you to consume 30 may descend, and the one to eat an additional 20 may also come down. However, the last individual remaining must stay suspended in the tree until my mood permits their release. Kurenai concluded with a squint, reveling in their reactions. Observing their bewilderment, Lu Yifei finally grasped Kurenai's intention. It was indeed a bold approach. Hinata, still perplexed, could not help but exclaim, Does the teacher intend to sit there tossing grapes for us to catch? But 30 grapes constitute half the bunch. How can anyone possibly consume that many? The odds seem exceedingly slim. Although she was not one to dwell on such trivial calculations, it was evident to her that this punishment was designed to be quite challenging. Upon hearing her words, Aburame Shino also came to the realization that each grape would be contested by 3 individuals. What if each person only managed to grab a mere handful? Thus, the essence of this punishment lay in their abilities. Should they fail to collectively secure 30 grapes, they would all remain suspended. This is my first lesson to you. Everything must be achieved through your own efforts. Kurenai admonished them, exuding an air of authority. After hearing this, Lu Yifei began to regard Kurenai with newfound respect. He had heard tales of her being merely an ordinary J-nin before taking on the role of Class 8's mentor. Initially, he had worried that Hinata might not acquire anything of value from her teachings, but it now seemed that his concerns were unfounded. However, Kiba pondered, but if that is the case, does it not imply that we may very well remain suspended indefinitely? This method of grappling for grapes could severely undermine our friendships. Kiba furrowed his brow, feeling rather reluctant to partake in this punitive rescue plan. How could he possibly compete with Shino for grapes from Hinata? 2 boys are certainly more capable than a girl, especially considering Hinata's petite stature and her insufficient stamina. Yuhi Kurenai shrugged her shoulders and chuckled lightly, stating, There's nothing to be done about it. This punishment is fundamentally an individual assessment. You must rely on your own abilities to succeed. If you cannot, the 3 of you shall remain suspended until nightfall. What? Inuzuka Kiba widened his eyes, gazing at Yuhi Kurenai's beaming smile, a flicker of anger igniting within him. Oil Girl Shino followed suit, protesting, Isn't this just a trick? It's utterly impossible for anyone to seize 30 grapes first, even if one manages. The remaining 2 are likely to remain suspended as well. If this continues, all 3 of us will be left hanging. Ultimately, it's still punishment, with only one person having a chance to escape. Upon hearing this, Yuhi Kurenai had yet to respond when Lu Yifei suddenly looked up, as if a light bulb had gone off in his mind. In this punishment, Yuhi Kurenai had continually emphasized individuality, repeatedly mentioning punishment and escape. The objective was not merely for them to escape based on their abilities, as the very premise of this solution was inherently flawed. Regardless, It was impossible for one person to successfully procure 30 grapes. But if the other two were punished or all three continued to dangle, what was Yuhi Kurenai's true intention? All these seemingly unreasonable arrangements were, in fact, a persistent emphasis on collaboration. Yes, it was cooperation. Only through mutual support could they hope to bring more individuals down from the tree. Yuhi Kurenai, catching a glimpse of Lu Yifei deep in thought, gasped in surprise. Realizing that our clever frog had grasped the crux of the matter, Lu Yifei smiled and nodded slowly, meeting the curious gazes of the others. He indeed understood how to navigate this crisis, though ultimately, one person would still face punishment. This rescue game hinged on unity, cooperation, and a fearless spirit, essentially the second assessment that Yuhi Kurenai had mentioned. Hinata, noticing Lu Yifei's epiphany, eagerly inquired, "Brother Lu, can you tell us how we can escape?" Just as Lu Yifei was about to speak, he was halted by a mere glance from Yuhi Kurenai. She looked up at Hinata and cautioned, "You may devise your strategies, but you must not seek help from others." At her words, Lu Yifei could only shrug helplessly at Hinata, while he wished to assist her. This matter could not be casually disclosed. After all, this assessment was ultimately for Hinata's benefit, providing significant opportunities for growth. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Hinata mustered her spirits and turned to Oil Girl Shino, suggesting, "Let us the three of us brainstorm together to find a solution." Oil Girl Shino and Inazuka Kiba nodded in agreement, falling into contemplative silence. Observing their quiet demeanor, Yuhi Kurenai slowly approached Lu Yifei, scrutinizing him intently. "I believe you possess a level of intelligence that surpasses that of the average summoning beast." As the crimson sun dipped closer to the horizon, Lu Yifei hastily retreated a couple of steps, chuckling nervously. "Is that so? Thank you for the compliment, teacher. Do not play the fool. I am aware that you are not merely an ordinary spirit beast. After all, I have yet to encounter a spirit beast with such a keen intellect," replied Shi Yuhong. Inching closer to Lu Yifei, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, he was the only spirit beast she had encountered in a long while that surpassed human cunning. Lu Yifei took another step back, meeting Shi Yuhong's skeptical gaze, and continued to murmur, "Perhaps you have simply not encountered such a creature before. I assure you, I am just an ordinary spirit beast." "Very well, since you are so insistent on withholding the truth, I shall not press further," Shi Yuhong said, straightening up to scrutinize the black toad, falling silent. Regardless, this toad was merely an astute creature. Lu Yifei exhaled in relief, glancing up at Hinata, only to discover that she and her companions were hanging in discomfort, yet still engaged in fervent discussion. At that moment, Shi Yuhong, growing impatient, interjected, "I say, it has been a quarter of an hour, and you still have no viable plan? If so, I shall throw the grapes." With that, she lifted a grape, poised to toss it. In a hurry, Inazuka Kiba pleaded, "Wait. We will finalize our discussion right away." Chapter 23. Mutual Sacrifice. Upon hearing this, Shi Yuhong reluctantly lowered the grape, urging them to hasten their deliberation. "In this arena of punishment, your opponents will not afford you such an abundance of time for consideration. This is your first and last opportunity." The trio had no time to heed her words, whispering among themselves about their plans. Lu Yifei found their antics amusing, but dared not draw Shi Yuhong's attention any further. After a while, Inazuka Kiba waved his hand, exclaiming, "Teacher, you may throw the grapes. We have come to a decision." "Is that so? Here I come," Shi Yuhong replied, a predatory smile curling her lips as she swiftly and accurately tossed a grape toward Inazuka Kiba. As he caught the grape, she deftly sent another flying toward Hinata, and then to Yunyushino. To prevent the grapes from falling to the ground, everyone had no choice but to follow Shi Yuhong's rhythm, each one receiving the grapes in turn. Lu Yifei shook his head in disbelief, pondering how their teacher, despite their desire to succeed, would find ways to ensure their failure. A few minutes later, Hinata, breathless, clutched the grapes in her hands and announced, 12, 9, 10. Upon hearing their counts, Shi Yuhong raised an eyebrow, momentarily slowing her actions. She was quite curious whether these three little ones intended to extricate themselves from their predicament using a particular method. Just as she mused this, Yunyushino set aside one grape, handing the rest to Hinata, while Inazuka Kiba, unwilling to be outdone, presented all his grapes as well. "Teacher, Hinata's grapes total 30. Please release her." Inazuka Kiba raised his head, gazing at his teacher with anticipation. Both Yuhi Kurenai and Lu Yifei were momentarily taken aback, genuinely surprised that they had indeed found a solution. After regaining her composure, Kurenai regarded Inuzuka Kiba and Yamanaka Shino with an enigmatic smile, pondering the discomfort of their suspended predicament. If they were truly willing to relinquish the grapes, their forthcoming situation would not be pleasant. It's fine, Hinata is a girl. Let her descend first. Besides, she performed the best in this assessment and shouldn't have to suffer alongside us, Shino stated without hesitation. Lu Yifei nodded in satisfaction, admiring both Shino and Kiba. In this competitive and perilous endeavor, their swift unity to tackle a common goal was an unexpected development for both him and Kurenai. Kurenai observed the trio with appreciation before extending her hand to retrieve a dart, severing the rope that held Hinata aloft. As Hinata plummeted toward the ground, Lu Yifei dashed forward and, in a split second, caught her atop his head. With a resounding thud, Hinata quickly sat up and patted Lu Yifei's head, asking, "Are you all right, Brother Lu? Did I hurt you? I'm tough as nails. I'm perfectly fine, so don't worry too much," Lu Yifei reassured her, eager to alleviate any guilt she felt. Observing their interaction, Kurenai couldn't resist a subtle remark. "I didn't realize your bond was this strong, Hinata. You are fortunate to have such an extraordinary summoning beast." "Thank you for the compliment, Sensei. But let us focus on throwing the grapes first." "I see our classmates are beginning to struggle," Hinata replied, her concern for the others suspended in midair evident. Kurenai smiled lightly, casually picking up a half-picked grape. "I am quite curious about who will be let down next." With that, she resumed tossing the grapes. Ultimately, Kiba and Shino found themselves with a bounty of grapes, deliberating on who would descend first. Lu Yifei intently observed this scene, his heart heavy with worry. He could discern that both Shino and Kiba were self-sacrificing individuals, and their deliberation would likely lead to a stalemate. As expected, Kiba insisted, "Here, take the grapes. I performed the worst this time. You should go down." "No. You should go down. I can still hold on. It was my lackluster performance in the final round that led to this predicament. I take full responsibility, so you go," Shino firmly insisted, passing the grapes back to him. Kiba shook his head adamantly. "I said you should go down, so just go. Don't argue with me. Don't argue with me either. Otherwise, we'll both remain suspended here. You must descend." In a moment of desperation, Shino tossed all the grapes to Kiba. Reluctantly, Kiba caught them, yet upon attempting to pass them back, he realized that Shino was completely ignoring him, leaving him frozen in place, uncertain of what to do next. Upon observing Inuzuka Kiba's flustered demeanor, Yuhi Kurenai chuckled. "Well then, Inuzuka Kiba, you may descend while Shino remains suspended." "No, I want to stay up here with him," Kiba suddenly exclaimed, hurling the grapes in his hand to the ground. Lu Yifei sensed the small body atop his head stiffen slightly, realizing Hinata must be quite astonished at that moment. Aburame Shino turned his head, staring in disbelief at the scattered grapes. "What are you doing? You could come down." "I refuse to descend. I want to stay up here with you. It is my lack of ability that has brought us to this point. How could I abandon you?" Kiba declared resolutely, his eyes unwavering, devoid of any regret. Shino widened his eyes, silently observing Kiba for a moment before nodding appreciatively. "Today, neither of us performed well. So let us both remain up here and accept the consequences together." Kiba nodded vigorously, enduring the discomfort of hanging in the air alongside him, steadfast in their resolve. Witnessing their camaraderie, Lu Yifei felt a warm sensation in his heart. It seemed these two had forged a commendable bond of brotherhood on the first day of school assessments, choosing to suffer together rather than allow one to descend alone. Yuhi Kurenai gazed at them intently, inquiring, "Why do you both refuse to come down? You must understand that this is not the time for such disputes. One less person above means one less person suffering." "I understand, but I do not wish to descend. I did not perform well today and must accept the punishment," Shino articulated slowly. Beside him, Kiba echoed, "I, too, performed the worst. I deserve the punishment most. And I will not abandon Shino here." Upon hearing their words, Yuhi Kurenai nodded in satisfaction. She swiftly produced 2 shurikens, severing the ropes binding them. Unprepared, Shino and Kiba tumbled to the ground, rubbing their sore backs while grimacing. Chapter 24. Combined Assessment. Struggling to stand, Shino inquired, "Teacher, why did you let us both down?" "Because you have successfully passed the second assessment," Kurenai replied with a gentle smile, her gaze brimming with admiration. She was not overly concerned with the children's individual abilities to pass. After all, skills can be developed. However, the innate qualities each individual possesses cannot be altered by any seasoned shinobi. The children of Team 7 exhibited remarkable unity, assisting one another in times of danger, willingly making sacrifices for their teammates, and reserving the final punishment for themselves, a rare and commendable trait. This was also the purpose of her second assessment, unity and collaboration. Kiba scratched his head, a smile of comprehension dawning upon his face. So, when fighting alongside teammates, one must learn to put others before oneself, prioritizing the interests of the team. Precisely, Kiba, your insight is quite commendable, Kurenai affirmed, generously bestowing praise. Wow! A voice of admiration echoed from above. Drawing Lu Yifei's attention towards Hinata, Lu Yifei raised his head, asking, "What is the matter? Did you not expect that we would actually pass this assessment?" "Indeed. I find Teacher Sunset Red incredibly impressive for devising such a method to test us." Hinata cupped her face with her hands, gazing at Sunset Red with starry eyes. Noticing Hinata's admiration, Sunset Red turned and winked at her, saying, "Hinata performed admirably as well. Let us put in our best effort for the final assessment." As Class 7's concluding evaluation is about to commence. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei turned his attention, curious to see how Naruto was faring. He glanced towards another assessment area, only to discover that, at some point, Naruto had been knocked down to the ground by Teacher Kakashi and was unable to rise. Lu Yifei shook his head, bemused by the sight. Hinata, not preoccupied with her classmates from Class 7, hurriedly inquired, "What is the third assessment?" She was eager to pass the evaluation alongside her friends. "Let us go participate in the assessment with Class 7, Sunset Red declared, snapping her fingers and proceeding directly toward Kakashi's location. The others, momentarily taken aback, quickly followed suit. Lu Yifei strolled leisurely to Class 7's assessment area, effortlessly becoming the center of attention. "Who is this frog?" Kakashi inquired, stroking his chin, unable to suppress his curiosity. Hinata promptly stepped forward, bashfully stating, "This is my summoning beast, accompanying me for the assessment. Please do not judge him solely by his appearance. Although the frog may seem unattractive, he possesses a kind heart and remarkable abilities." Lu Yifei was utterly astonished that the usually shy Hinata had spoken so highly of him. His heart swelled with delight as he stepped forward to greet everyone, saying hello. "Hi there. What is your name? I have never seen such a large summoning beast before." A girl's clear voice chimed in. Lu Yifei looked down to see a girl with long pink hair, instantly recognizing her as Sakura Haruno. He cleared his throat, and, noting Sakura's inquisitive expression, explained, "I am Lu Yifei. You may call me whatever you like, as long as you remember that I am Hinata's summoning beast." Hinata's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red upon hearing this. "I'm Sakura. It's a pleasure to meet you, and this is my classmate Sasuke." Sakura cheerfully introduced herself, ensuring to mention her crush, Sasuke. Lu Yifei paused, observing Sasuke's silent and indifferent demeanor, which did not surprise him at all. Sasuke had always been the reserved type, cool and not fond of conversation. Sasuke offered a slight nod, acknowledging Lu Yifei. Lu Yifei responded with a nod of his own, then turned his gaze back to Naruto. "I just saw you being effortlessly subdued by Teacher Kakashi. I wish you the best for the final assessment." "I know. I will do my best," Naruto replied, initially taken aback, but quickly nodded in determination, appearing somewhat flustered. Lu Yifei felt a surge of complex emotions. After all, he was still a child, yearning for recognition and praise. At that moment, Sunset Hong clapped her hands and said, "All right, let us not waste any more time. This assessment is of utmost importance regarding time. Now, let us have Kakashi-sensei announce the details of the evaluation." Kakashi rested his chin on his hand and scrutinized the 6 group members before stating, "This assessment is quite simple. It can be summed up in 2 words, endurance." "Endurance? What does that entail?" Inuzuka Kiba questioned, bewildered. Lu Yifei glanced at the others, who wore similar expressions of confusion, except for Sasuke and Hinata, who appeared relatively unfazed. Noticing Hinata seemed to have some insight, Lu Yifei found it intriguing and leaned down to softly inquire, "Little Hinata, do you know what the teacher intends to assess?" "Yes. It must be related to testing physical strength and endurance. Thankfully, I had a hearty meal today and even snacked on some grapes mint for the assessment. So I'm full of energy now," Hinata replied with a cheerful smile, patting her belly adorably. Seeing her like that made Lu Yifei wish to lean in and give her a kiss, but he restrained himself, saying, "You're probably right. Let us give it our all. I'll be right here with you." Hinata nodded, placing her small hand on Lu Yifei's shoulder. At that moment, Kakashi continued, "Do you think this is merely a test of endurance? No, you are mistaken. This project is divided into several smaller assessments that you must complete one by one. But teacher, you clearly said there was only one final assessment left. You're not being truthful. Naruto protested, clearly displeased. Sakura echoed his sentiments, nodding vigorously yes. We've been assessed for so long. Why does the number of tasks only seem to increase? When did I ever say that one assessment corresponds to just one task? You need only accept the evaluation. If anyone has objections, they may voluntarily forfeit and directly face the consequences of failing the assessment, Kakashi replied with a smile, showing no concern for the validity of his words. Sakura was taken aback by his response, but dared not react strongly. Falling silent alongside Naruto as they retreated to the back of the line, Kakashi then nodded in satisfaction and announced, the first task of the assessment is disguise. Disguise? What does that mean? Liu Fei raised his head, surveying the surrounding woods and grass, gradually formulating ideas in his mind. He understood that Kakashi and Sunset Hong would not adhere to conventional methods, so this assessment would surely not be straightforward. Hinata, you must be exceedingly cautious in completing this task. Chapter 25. Disguise. Upon Kakashi's announcement, everyone exchanged glances, utterly perplexed about what the task of disguise entailed. You must remember, your competitors are not just the other 5, but also yourselves. The task is quite simple. You must conceal yourselves within the woods without being detected. Sunset Hong, and I will search for you. The evaluation will be based on the duration of your disguise, and only 4 individuals can pass the assessment. Kakashi elaborated on the specifics of the assessment. Hinata furrowed her brow, hesitatingly asking, what if someone finds us immediately? Regrettably, the first 2 individuals discovered must promptly face punishment, while those who remain hidden cannot emerge. Otherwise, they too will suffer consequences, as explained with a smile by Yuhi Kurenai. After listening to the explanations from the 2 teachers, several students exchanged glances. Naruto, undeterred, rolled up his sleeves and boldly declared, all right, let me show you what a true master of disguise looks like. Liu Fei rolled his eyes, leaning closer to Hinata to reassure her, don't worry. Your petite stature gives you an advantage in hiding. Just stay calm, and I'll be right by your side. As dusk approached, Hinata looked up at the sky, her heart racing. She feared nothing, neither punishment nor the possibility of failure, yet the thought of being alone in the dark, silent forest frightened her. Liu Fei, sensing her anxiety, gently replied, rest assured. I won't leave you to hide alone. I'll stay nearby, never abandoning my Hinata. With that, Hinata felt a wave of relief and stepped back into the group. Kakashi surveyed the students, satisfied to see that they were prepared. You may now disperse and conceal yourselves. We will not disclose the exact time we will commence searching for you. Upon hearing this, all the students obediently scattered. Liu Fei had his methods to locate Hinata, but for the sake of fairness in the assessment, he remained with the 2 teachers. Yuhi Kurenai crossed her arms, observing Liu Fei's composed demeanor. Little frog, I have been watching you throughout this assessment. You possess a remarkable intellect, capable of discerning everything. I trust you have grasped the purpose of our evaluation. I merely happen to be observant. You need not dwell on it, Liu Fei replied, stepping back a few paces, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutinizing gazes. Both teachers were jonin, holding significant status within the village, and he wished to avoid drawing their attention, lest it lead to complications. Liu Fei's foremost desire was to ensure Hinata thrived in this environment, yet he did not want to attract undue attention to himself. His sole aim was for Hinata to excel in her studies and grow well, ultimately passing the Chunin exams. After hearing Liu Fei's words, Kurenai remained silent. But Kakashi's curiosity was piqued. It appears your talent is quite exceptional. You are no ordinary summoning creature. I am merely a common frog, nothing extraordinary. My intelligence is simply a result of my parents' brilliance. It's genetic inheritance. Please do not overthink it. Liu Fei persistently waved his hands, striving to divert the teacher's focus away from him. Kakashi gazed at him and nodded, lost in thought. Hinata raised her head, looking towards the woods, and pondered aloud. By now, everyone should have hidden themselves, right? Should we go search for them now? Soon, they would need to find a highly advantageous hiding spot. Otherwise, upon entering, they would immediately sense where everyone was concealed. Kakashi shook his head, disapproving of the idea of searching at that moment. Hearing this, Liu Fei let out a sigh of relief. He was aware that Hinata was an exceptionally meticulous individual, and when it came to choosing disguises and methods, she would surely take her time to deliberate. If Kakashi and Hinata ventured into search now, they might expose themselves before they were adequately concealed. He chimed in. Let us wait a bit longer before we go in. This assessment grants them the freedom to express themselves. If we don't hold off a little, how can they perform well? Kakashi regarded him once more, then quietly sat beside him, pulling out a book and engrossing himself in its contents. Louis Fei, curious, approached step by step, and upon glimpsing the book's contents, he was taken aback. It turned out that Kakashi was perusing an indescribable comic. Noticing Louis Fei's peculiar expression, Hinata paused and inquired, "What's with that look? What is Kakashi-sensei reading?" "You can see for yourself," Louis Fei feigned ignorance, turning his head aside to avoid further discussion on the topic. He secretly anticipated that Hinata would step closer to satisfy her curiosity about what it was. True to her nature, Hinata could hardly contain her intrigue and approached Kakashi to take a look, her face flushing instantly. What are you reading?" Kakashi, seemingly unfazed, tucked the comic into his waist pocket and looked up with a grin. Interests. Hinata's words trailed off as she shyly retreated to a corner. Her authoritative demeanor as a teacher completely dissipated. Observing their interaction, Louis Fei felt a warmth envelop him. After a while, Kakashi clapped his hands and stood up, stating, "All right, enough time has passed. Hinata and I will head into the forest to look for them. Frog, where will you go?" "You go ahead. I'll wait until it gets dark before I enter." Hinata might feel scared alone inside. Louis Fei refrained from voicing this last thought. Yet he was genuinely concerned about Hinata's situation. If he accompanied the two teachers, the commotion would be too great. They would alert the team members before even approaching, prompting them to hide even more cautiously. However, if he entered a little later, he could stealthily find Hinata without being detected, which would be the ideal scenario. Upon hearing Louis Fei's words, Kakashi and Yuhi Kurenai expressed no dissent and proceeded to venture into the forest, commencing their search for the whereabouts of their comrades. Meanwhile, the team members were scattered in a secluded corner. Chapter 26. The discovery of Sasuke. In this moment, Louis Fei remained quietly at his location. After a brief respite, he began to idly approach the forest. The thicket was abundant with grasses, large boulders, and trees of such girth that two individuals could hardly encircle them. These would serve as excellent cover for anyone wishing to conceal themselves. Yet, he pondered how his classmates might ingeniously utilize their surroundings for hiding. As Louis Fei aimlessly traversed the forest, he suddenly detected an unusual sound. Despite his current form being that of a frog, his auditory senses remained astutely sharp. He discerned a breath that resembled the whisper of the wind, immediately sensing that someone was concealed nearby. Amused by the prospect, he chuckled softly, surveying his surroundings with curiosity. Who, he wondered, would hide in the periphery of the forest? After his words lingered in the air, silence enveloped him, as if the forest were a stage solely for his soliloquy. However, upon listening intently, he noticed the previously steady breath had quickened, indicating a palpable tension from the hidden individual. Stifling a laugh, Louis Fei inquired, feeling anxious, "Are we? Who might be hiding here? Do you not realize this is a path frequently traversed by the teachers? Concealing oneself in such a perilous location. Do you truly believe the most dangerous spots offer the utmost safety?" How naive. No sooner had he spoken than he was met with a disdainful and defiant snort, a sound unmistakably feminine. Louis Fei deduced that the concealed individual was either Sakura Haruno or Hinata Hyuga, though he found it hard to believe that Hinata could produce such a sound. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he circled the area, ultimately deciding against unearthing the individual, for doing so would jeopardize the integrity of the assessment. Resolving this, Louis Fei cleared his throat and remarked, "Since you prefer to remain hidden, I shall not press you. However, I have found you, and when the next teacher arrives, you will undoubtedly be discovered. Allow me to offer you a word of caution. I shall take my leave." With that, he prepared to depart with an air of confidence. Suddenly, a rustling sound erupted behind him as an individual emerged. Turning with curiosity, Louis Fei's eyes widened in surprise upon recognizing the figure. It was not Sakura or Hinata, but Sasuke Uchiha. With an expressionless demeanor, Sasuke regarded Louis Fei and coldly inquired, "How did you find me? Are you seeking my guidance or questioning my methods?" Assessing Sasuke's frosty and haughty demeanor, Louis Fei felt little inclination to engage in conversation. He understood that Sasuke had always been this way. Even when filled with doubts, he would not engage in open communication. Sasuke grasped this notion and sought to soften his tone. After a brief pause, he inquired, "May I ask how you discovered my presence?" "Ah, that is quite simple. My hearing is remarkably keen, allowing me to perceive your breath, Even if you attempt to conceal yourself, Liu Yifei replied casually, his tone slightly more amiable, which prompted him to reveal how he had detected Sasuke. Sasuke nodded in understanding, biting his lip and bowing his head, seemingly pondering how he might conceal himself more effectively. Observing her nonchalant stance, Liu Yifei felt a surge of curiosity and approached her. Hey, why did you just step out like that? Although I found you, it doesn't mean that Kakashi-sensei and Yuhi Kurenai have noticed you. You still have a chance to pass the assessment. Standing out like this implies an automatic failure. The assessment cannot be deemed a failure. I trust that I have hidden well enough. After all, 2 individuals have already emerged, Sasuke replied with a confident smile. Standing tall with pride, Liu Yifei found himself at a loss for words, realizing that Sasuke, with his meticulous mind, had confidently ventured out, fully assured of his decision. Liu Yifei licked his lips and gestured dismissively. Since you believe you have triumphed, you may as well gather with the others. I must seek out Hinata now. I will accompany you, Sasuke unexpectedly insisted, following Liu Yifei as he attempted to leave. Liu Yifei felt perplexed. Wasn't he Sasuke typically distant from strangers? What had prompted this sudden desire to accompany him? Contemplating this, he asked, perhaps you ought to refrain from following me. What purpose does it serve? If the teachers see you, they might think you are neglecting the assessment to play around with me. Regardless, I shall not return there, Sasuke resolutely persisted, showing no sign of wavering. This only deepened Liu Yifei's confusion. Why don't you wish to go back? Because Naruto is there, Sasuke replied tersely, lowering his gaze as if unwilling to elaborate further. Liu Yifei found himself both amused and exasperated. He finally comprehended Sasuke's reasoning for not wanting to return. It was clear that he believed Naruto would be the one to perform the worst, and would be the first to be singled out by the teachers. Sasuke's reluctance to return stemmed from his desire to avoid Naruto's company. After a moment of reflection, Liu Yifei added, in truth, Naruto's performance is not the worst. He possesses considerable potential that remains untapped. You must strive to be a good brother to him. In time, you will understand. He did not expect Sasuke to grasp the deeper meaning of his words. Yet this would inevitably be a matter that Sasuke and Naruto would have to confront in the future. Sasuke, uninterested in Liu Yifei's musings, simply replied, let us go. Liu Yifei understood that Sasuke would not settle down to listen to a frog speak, so he merely curled his lips and swaggered along with him. He was aware that if he took Sasuke to find Hinata now, it would undoubtedly expose her whereabouts. Thus, Liu Yifei feigned searching for Hinata, wandering through the forest, prolonging their search as long as possible, waiting for the 2 instructors to locate their students before seeking out Hinata. Just as they wandered aimlessly along the path, a gentle voice suddenly resonated nearby. Brother Liu, why are you here with Sasuke? Upon recognizing Hinata's voice, Liu Yifei quickly looked around. Yet he could not catch a glimpse of her anywhere. Then, Hinata's laughter echoed once more. Hee, Brother Liu cannot find me. Does he not know where I am? Chapter 27. First place. Liu Yifei surveyed his surroundings, indeed failing to spot Hinata. He couldn't help but laugh, once again impressed by her abilities. Although Sasuke was well concealed, his aura and strong presence easily gave him away. How could Hinata, with lesser abilities than Sasuke, hide so effectively? Even he, walking so close, had not sensed her presence. Hinata, where on earth are you hiding? Come out quickly, Liu Yifei called out playfully, continuously scanning the area, yet still failing to find her. As a frog, he was particularly attuned to both stillness and movement, suggesting that Hinata must be perfectly still in her hiding spot. If not for her exceptional stamina and concealment skills, she had certainly chosen an excellent place to hide. Hinata remained silent, seemingly determined to make Liu Yifei search for her. At this moment, Sasuke spoke up. How can she hide so well? Can't you sense her aura? I can sense it, but Hinata is a little girl. Even if she doesn't suppress her aura, it is much weaker than yours, and the position she chose to hide is superb, making it impossible for me to pinpoint her location, Liu Yifei replied, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the surrounding trees, still unable to fathom where Hinata was. Sasuke, feeling somewhat unconvinced and puzzled, began searching through the nearby bushes. Seeing him take such a direct approach made Liu Yifei chuckle. Do you believe that, given Hinata's abilities, she should be easily discovered? Indeed, Sasuke readily admitted. Focusing intently on his search, Liu Yifei felt momentarily speechless. He understood that Sasuke likely believed himself to possess the highest abilities among all the team members, thus unable to accept that Hinata could conceal herself better than he. Liu Yifei raised his head, deliberately speaking loudly. "Hinata, Sasuke is wholeheartedly searching for you. Do not come out. You must give Brother Lu some face." After he uttered this, silence ensued, with no response. Lu Yifei was aware that Hinata had certainly heard his words, so he paid no mind to any response. However, after a few minutes, a faint hum suddenly echoed from above. Oh, was that sound coming from the sky? Lu Yifei glanced upwards and quickly averted his gaze. It was no longer about him searching for Hinata. It was Sasuke trying to coax Hinata out, to avoid revealing her position. He had to consciously refrain from looking in her direction, lest Sasuke notice. After searching the bushes for a while, Sasuke still could not find Hinata, his brows furrowing even deeper. Where could she be? Oh dear, why don't you just give up? Our Hinata has found an excellent hiding spot. You cannot deny it. So just let it go. Lu Yifei stifled a chuckle and approached, deliberately stating this. Indeed, upon hearing this, Sasuke resumed his search, scouring the grass and peering behind trees. Watching Sasuke struggle in his search, Lu Yifei sighed, questioning the necessity of this time-consuming endeavor. He did not believe she could hide so effectively. Sasuke raised his head to survey the darkening sky, his eyes widening in disbelief. Following his gaze, Lu Yifei realized that it had grown dark, and Hinata had been hiding for quite some time. Feeling a pang of sympathy, he thought, "Hinata, perhaps it would be best if you came out now. I suspect the teachers have already found everyone else." Hinata remained silent, merely emitting a soft hum to express her reluctance to emerge. Lu Yifei blinked in surprise, shaking his head with a mix of affection and resignation. "Very well, since you are unwilling to come out. I shall remain here with you until you choose to reveal yourself or until the teachers arrive to find you." With that, he leisurely settled beneath a tree, closing his eyes to take a nap. Sasuke straightened up, observing Lu Yifei's impending slumber, momentarily at a loss as to whether he should continue searching. Just as he was caught in this dilemma, a cacophony of footsteps approached from a distance. How are they hiding so effectively? They have not been found yet. And I am on the verge of starvation. I want to go home for dinner. Sakura's weary voice drifted from the west. Lu Yifei opened his eyes, realizing that the assessment on that side had concluded, and reluctantly got to his feet. At that moment, Naruto's voice rang out. "Humph. I didn't expect Sasuke to hide for so long. You should consider how formidable Sasuke is. You cannot possibly compare." Sakura's merciless retort followed. Naruto inhaled deeply in frustration, preparing to respond when Kiba cautiously interjected. "Please, let us not argue. It's not just Sasuke. Our classmate Hinata is also quite remarkable, and she is yet to be discovered." Kiba's words resonated deeply with Lu Yifei. Without a doubt, Hinata had excelled in this assessment, truly deserving of the title of his little princess. Ahem. Kakashi suddenly cleared his throat, indicating that there was movement ahead, and it was likely they would soon discover their target. Silence. Lu Yifei, upon hearing those words, stood up without hesitation and shouted at the top of his lungs. "Come over here. We are here." Hearing the sound of the toad, Kakashi and Yuhi Kurenai exchanged glances, their understanding evident as they swiftly made their way over. Upon seeing both Sasuke and Lu Yifei standing in place, Kakashi expressed his surprise, stating, "As for your teacher, I was discovered by the summoning beast at sunset and jumped out myself. Hinata is nearby, but we cannot seem to find her." Before Lu Yifei could speak, Sasuke proactively reported his results. Naruto burst into laughter, seemingly pleased to discover that Sasuke was not faring much better. "Shut up. I'm still doing much better than you," Sakura retorted, unwilling to hear Naruto's taunts. Kurenai shot them a glance, signaling for silence. She approached Lu Yifei and Sasuke, patting Sasuke on the shoulder. "Well done. It's impressive to have persevered until sunset. Don't be discouraged. I am quite intrigued by Hinata's performance. I did not expect her to secure first place." "First place?" Lu Yifei's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked around and realized that all of their classmates had already been found. Wow, Hinata is first. Upon realizing this, Lu Yifei's spirits lifted. "Hinata, did you hear that? You are first. Come down to receive the teacher's praise." However, there was no response from the air. Lu Yifei felt puzzled, wondering if Hinata simply did not wish to emerge. Perhaps she had fallen asleep while hiding? Chapter 28. Receiving praise after a few moments of silence. Kakashi suddenly chuckled. "It seems Hinata wishes for us to discover her rather than revealing herself. This is quite commendable. At the outset of the assessment, we stated that if one remains undiscovered, they must continue to hide. Hinata did not let her first-place achievement lead her to reveal her position. She has done remarkably well." Kurenai nodded in satisfaction, generously offering her praise. Hearing Kurenai's compliments, Lu Yifei felt as if he had received accolades himself. Sakura, overhearing this, let out a discontented huff. If it weren't for the insects frightening me, I would have certainly chosen a more concealed spot and wouldn't be in this predicament. You have already been found. Did you not consider these factors while disguising yourself? Kakashi retorted bluntly, evidently displeased with her remarks. Sakura paused, recognizing the truth in her teacher's words, and fell silent. At that moment, Kurenai stepped forward. Hinata, since you are hiding and do not wish to come out, I shall come find you. Lu Yifei felt a twinge of worry upon hearing this. Unlike Kurenai, he knew that both she and Hinata were ninjas, with a strong sense of perception among them. Perhaps Kurenai could easily coax Hinata out. Sure enough, as Lu Yifei pondered this, Kurenai smiled. I found you. Hinata, come out. With that, she picked up a small stone and tossed it into the air. The trees here are robust and lush, providing an excellent cover for concealment. As Yugao threw a stone into the air, a large leaf fluttered down, and a rustle emerged from a nearby branch. Hinata, her cheeks flushed, leapt from behind the foliage. Her eyes sparkling with excitement. I'm here, she exclaimed. Hinata, so you were hiding in such a secretive spot. No wonder everyone struggled to find you, Ino remarked. Her surprise evident, along with a hint of admiration in her gaze. At this, Hinata shyly smiled, explaining, I'm a bit shorter. So hiding up there made it hard to be spotted. You performed exceptionally well. Not only because of your physical advantage in camouflage, but also in understanding the objective of this assessment. You are the first among your peers to truly embody the essence of concealment, Yuhi Kurenai praised, gently patting Hinata's shoulder. At that moment, Naruto eagerly chimed in. If that's the case, Hinata must be first. Shouldn't the rankings be announced now? The student in charge of announcing the penalties can proceed. The two students in last place are Haruno Sakura and Inazuka Kiba, came the response, prompting the two to step forward, their expressions a mix of embarrassment and resignation. Kakashi straightened, observing the two who stood before the group. Sakura's face turned crimson as she stood silently next to Kiba, feeling quite ashamed. Seizing the moment when all attention was on them, Lu Yifei quietly approached Hinata and whispered, You were truly remarkable, enduring until the end. Hee. You actually figured out my hiding spot, didn't you? I knew you must have guessed where I was hiding, even if you didn't say it, Hinata whispered back. Leaning closer to him, Lu Yifei paused, realizing that Hinata had likely noticed his search for her location. He marveled at her perceptiveness and smiled, admitting, in truth, I had an inkling of your whereabouts, but I couldn't confirm it, so it didn't count as discovering you. Regardless, your performance in this assessment was outstanding. I feel the same, but I won't let it go to my head. I will continue to work hard, Hinata said, her excitement causing her cheeks to flush even more. At this juncture, Yuhi Kurenai interjected, Sakura, you were the first to be discovered. Please share why you didn't hold out longer before giving up and revealing yourself. Sakura lifted her head, casting a quick glance at Sasuke, her embarrassment palpable. Kakashi cleared his throat, urging her, Please, tell us the reason you chose to forfeit despite the risk of penalties. It's because there was a huge, dark, and frightening beetle lurking in the bushes where I was hiding. It was so ugly and terrifying that I just had to run out, Sakura explained, quickly lowering her gaze. Unable to meet the eyes of her peers. No one had anticipated such a reason, leaving the group momentarily speechless. Lu Yifei couldn't help but smirk slightly, incredulous as he looked at Sakura. Dark and ugly? Isn't that a description that could apply to him? He thought. Originally, Haruno Sakura harbored a belief that dark, obscure things were rather unsightly. As Lu Yifei pondered this, he was suddenly touched by a hand upon his shoulder. Hinata, noticing Lu Yifei's distraction due to these words, immediately offered her comfort. Do not be disheartened. I find you handsome in every way, and in this moment, you are particularly adorable. Is that so? As long as my little princess deems me unattractive, it matters not, Lu Yifei replied with a beaming smile. He was well aware that Hinata would undoubtedly encourage and praise him, yet hearing her say such kind words still filled him with elation. After a moment, Kakashi turned his gaze to Inazuka Kiba and asked, And what about you? Why did you choose the most easily exposed cave? Were you unaware that when searching for something, everyone tends to look in caves? You did not even attempt to disguise your presence. You merely sought a place to hide. Upon hearing this, Kiba lowered his head in shame, at a loss for words. Yuhi Kurenai stepped forward to scrutinize Kiba, stating, I had thought that both Aburame Shino and Hinata would be exposed, Yet you would remain undetected, considering your previous lapse in caution. Why did you falter again? The expressions of everyone present varied in response to her words. I did not fail to be cautious. I had an upset stomach and needed to find a restroom. Afraid of any unpleasant odors giving me away, I went to the cave to resolve my issue. I had no idea you would arrive just as I finished, Kiba explained, feeling thoroughly embarrassed, his head nearly touching the ground. After a brief silence, Naruto erupted into a fit of laughter. Ha. It was a stomachache that led to your exposure. Ha. His laughter provoked involuntary twitches at the corners of everyone's mouths, nearly eliciting their own laughter. Kakashi shot Naruto a glare and awkwardly cleared his throat, saying, Kiba, why don't you return to the group? As Kiba rejoined his comrades, Kurenai stepped forward, observing each student's demeanor, seemingly lost in thought. Hinata felt a twinge of apprehension and quickly glanced up at Kurenai, noticing her somewhat somber expression. Chapter 29. The reasons for failure. Kurenai approached Haruno Sakura and inquired, Are you afraid of insects? Very much so. I've been terrified of beetles since childhood. Sakura quickly nodded, admitting her fear of bugs. Since she had been bitten by a beetle in her youth, she had lost all courage to confront them. Had it not been for the presence of beetles, she believed she could have hidden for a considerable time. Kurenai nodded in understanding and continued, So, your fear of beetles is sufficient justification to abandon this assessment, causing you to leap out in a panic, disregarding everything else, is that correct? I did not mean to. I am genuinely terrified, Sakura stammered, nearly on the verge of tears due to the questioning. She did not wish to forfeit the assessment. After all, the consequences from the two instructors would surely be severe. Yet, in comparison to the punishment, her fear of beetles loomed larger. As the sun set, Yugao let out a snort, bluntly stating, You treat this assessment as a mere formality, readily abandoning it at the first sign of trouble. But let me pose a question. If this were not an assessment, but rather a life-threatening scenario, would you still be so quick to leap into danger? Haruno Sakura bit her lip, at a loss for words. At the back of the group, Liu Yifei nodded in agreement, voicing no objections to Yugao's remarks. A truly remarkable individual should regard every assessment as a genuine battle. If one falters at the sight of a mere obstacle, what would happen in the face of real peril? Life holds different weights for different beings. Yugao snorted again and strode over to Inuzuka Kiba. Everyone has moments of urgency. Since you chose to disguise yourself, you must remain hidden no matter the circumstances. How can you predict when your adversary might close in? Whether this was mere coincidence or something more, you know in your heart. I'm sorry, teacher. It's my fault for not performing well, Kiba muttered, feeling utterly embarrassed, his gaze fixed on the ground. Seeing both students wearing expressions of contrition, Yugao chose not to press the matter further. She stepped forward and declared, Since you both acknowledge your mistakes, it is only right that you accept the consequences. What consequences? Let us not be too harsh on Sakura. Naruto immediately interjected, his concern for Haruno Sakura evident. Taking a deep breath, Sakura turned and fiercely stepped on Naruto's foot, exclaiming, Be quiet. I must accept the punishment for my failure, so don't say anything. Naruto puffed out his cheeks, nearly yelping in pain. Liu Yifei silently nodded. Appreciating Sakura's attitude, she was brave enough to admit her mistakes and accept her punishment. Very well, since you are willing to accept the consequences, step forward alongside Inuzuka Kiba. Yugao clapped her hands, clearing a space for them. As Sakura and Kiba stepped forward, Hinata cautiously approached Liu Yifei. What do you think the punishment will be? She asked. It shouldn't be too severe. The sun has set, and everyone is weary from the day. The teachers likely want to be overly strict, Liu Yifei replied. Though his certainty waned towards the end, he believed that, given the teachers' personalities, the punishment wouldn't be too lenient. But he worried that it might be too harsh for Sakura and Kiba to handle. Hinata frowned in concern. Sakura and Kiba have had a tough time, but I hope they learn from this and adjust their attitudes towards assessments. Indeed, let us hope they glean some wisdom from this experience and face future evaluations with the same diligence you exhibit, Liu Yifei remarked, admiring Hinata and offering her genuine praise. If every student approached their assessments with the same seriousness and care as Hinata, they would surely succeed, and the teachers would be in better spirits. However, he felt it unlikely. After all, it was only the second day of school, and he doubted the students would mature significantly in such a short time. At that moment, Kakashi stepped forward and declared, Since you are willing to acknowledge your mistakes and accept punishment, I shall announce the consequence. Starvation. What? Surely not. Is that truly the punishment? The group was taken aback by such a decree. Starvation? Was it merely a matter of skipping dinner? Wai Karinai cleared her throat, observing the varied reactions among them, and spoke. Do you believe the punishment is that simple? It is not merely about foregoing today's meal. You shall also endure hunger during tomorrow's assessment. Upon hearing this, Sakura Haruno felt faint, her vision darkening. Each assessment was a test of stamina and capability, and facing it on an empty stomach would significantly diminish her chances of success. Indeed, you heard correctly. Do not forget what the teacher said. This assessment comprises several smaller tasks, and this is merely the first. Given the time constraints, you must participate in tomorrow's assessment as well, understood? Wai Karinai clasped her hands behind her back, seemingly pleased with the reactions of Sakura and Inuzuka Kiba. Louis Fei furrowed his brow, perplexed by their approach. If they truly allowed Sakura and Kiba to starve, their performance tomorrow would undoubtedly suffer, making the completion of the next assessment exceedingly difficult. Hinata, feeling a pang of sympathy, stepped forward and softly suggested, Teacher, perhaps we could consider a different punishment? Allowing them to starve would leave them without the strength needed for the assessment, ultimately punishing them, which is unfair to both them and us. Indeed, let us consider an alternative punishment. This one significantly undermines tomorrow's evaluation, and I find it quite unreasonable. Naruto quickly chimed in, eager to shield Sakura from hardship. Wai Karinai frowned, surprised by the protest. She surveyed the group again, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Do not forget, this assessment is merely an ordinary one, and thus you have not regarded it seriously. I find this punishment entirely justified. Consider this. If it were a real battle, would the consequences be as simple as starvation? At this point, Louis Fei comprehended Wai Karinai's intentions. She was determined that everyone remember the significance of this assessment. She aimed to instill the understanding that every evaluation, regardless of its nature, should be treated as a real confrontation. Otherwise, one could not approach it with the necessary seriousness. After a moment of silence, Kiba stepped forward and stated, Very well, I am willing to accept the punishment without any objections. Good, and what about you? Kakashi nodded in satisfaction and turned his attention to Sakura. Sakura lowered her gaze, remaining silent for a long while before finally nodding. All right. I too am willing to accept the punishment and will endure hunger during tomorrow's assessment. Chapter 30. A new day of assessment. Hearing Sakura agree to the punishment, Hinata felt a wave of concern. Sakura had not eaten since this afternoon. How could she possibly endure until tomorrow on an empty stomach? If you are worried, you may take her place in accepting the punishment. Wai Karinai turned to Hinata with a half-smile. Liu Yifei hurriedly stepped forward, placing himself protectively behind Hinata, emphasizing that her intentions were merely to show concern for a classmate, with no ulterior motives. He urged the teacher not to be overly critical. Yakumo snorted dismissively, choosing not to regard them further. At that moment, Kakashi clapped his hands together, announcing that it was now quite late and everyone should return to rest, gathering here again at dawn. Having said this, he and Yakumo departed, leaving behind 6 classmates and a lone toad, exchanging glances of curiosity. Upon noticing that both teachers had walked away, Naruto dashed to Sakura's side, saying, Sakura, if you sneak a bite to eat tonight, you'll have the strength for tomorrow's assessment. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone. Is this really a punishment? Sasuke interjected coolly, casting a disdainful look at Naruto, disapproving of his approach. Sakura was taken aback and pushed Naruto aside, declaring, Enough. If I am to accept this punishment, I will not eat. Please refrain from such remarks. Naruto pursed his lips, nodding silently in acquiescence. Having received such a punishment, both Sakura and Kiba were in low spirits and left dejectedly. Naruto jogged to catch up with Sakura, while Sasuke lost interest in lingering and left with his hands in his pockets. As everyone began to depart, Shino waved goodbye to Hinata, saying, I shall head home now. Hinata, your performance today was truly commendable, earning my respect. Thank you. You should head back, Hinata replied with a warm smile, waving at him until he was out of sight, finally exhaling in relief. Seeing her in good spirits, Louis Fei could not help but chuckle. Your performance today was indeed impressive. It took me by surprise. He had initially thought that Hinata would struggle to pass the assessment, as she was the most delicate among her peers. To his astonishment, not only did Hinata excel, but she also cleverly utilized her physical advantages to achieve success. Truly opening his eyes. Was it really that remarkable? It was merely luck. Tomorrow, there will be more challenges, and as we approach the finale, it is bound to become increasingly difficult. We should return now. Hinata expressed, her worry becoming apparent. She was still quite apprehensive, fearing that should any difficulties arise in the assessments, her performance might not match today's success. Noticing the worry etched on her face, Lu Yifei quickly consoled her. Although this assessment consists of several components, it also considers overall performance. Clearly, you have outshone your classmates, so there is no need to fret about failing in the end. If only that were the case. Let us hurry back, Hinata replied, mustering a semblance of enthusiasm, though fatigue still lingered in her demeanor. Recognizing her weariness, Lu Yifei promptly offered to carry her home. As a girl who had endured a full day of assessments, even performing exceptionally well, her stamina was understandably depleted. Without proper rest, she risked falling behind in the challenges ahead. The following morning, Lu Yifei woke early, the first thing on his mind being to check on Hinata and see how well she had rested. In the courtyard, Hinata Hyuga was exercising when she noticed Lu Yifei approaching and promptly inquired, "You returned quite late yesterday. I didn't have the chance to ask about the situation." How did Hinata fare in her assessment? The little princess performed exceptionally well, being the only student to receive praise from the teacher. "You need not worry, my esteemed father-in-law." Lu Yifei replied with a beaming smile, his mouth widening in excitement. Seeing his expression, Hinata's lips twitched, and she averted her gaze from his unappealing visage. "That's wonderful. My daughter truly lives up to the hopes of the Hyuga clan with such remarkable performance." "I agree," Lu Yifei acknowledged, realizing that his enthusiasm was overly pronounced. And he quickly closed his mouth. He was unbothered by his appearance in front of Hinata, but feared that she might be deterred from her breakfast upon seeing his disheveled state. After their conversation, Lu Yifei made his way to Hinata's room. There, he found her in a pink, plush pajama set, stretching at the door. Sunlight illuminated her, making her radiate beauty. Witnessing such a scene, Lu Yifei felt a surge of admiration and struggled to suppress his drool, hurriedly swallowing it back. "My little Hinata, why are you awake so early?" "I vaguely heard you speaking with father, so I got up," Hinata replied, looking lively and evidently well-rested. Lu Yifei nodded with satisfaction, pleased to see her up so early. "You must have had a good rest. Do you feel confident about passing the assessment today?" "Absolutely. I feel great right now. However, Brother Lu, I'm a bit worried about Sakura and Kiba. They haven't eaten yet." "I had a big bowl of ramen when I returned last night," Hinata confessed, rubbing her stomach with concern for her friends. Lu Yifei understood Hinata's kind-hearted nature. She always thought of others in times of trouble. After a moment of reflection, he reassured her, "Do not fret. Sakura and Kiba are not in dire straits. Though they may be hungry, I am certain they had a good rest last night. Besides, the teachers did not specify that they could not drink water during this punishment." "You're right. Even if they are hungry, they can quench their thirst with water. How did I not think of that?" Hinata's eyes sparkled as her worries dissipated. Seeing her relief, Lu Yifei nodded and smiled. "So your concerns were unwarranted. Hurry and change so we can have breakfast. We need to arrive at the assessment early." "Okay, I'll go change now," Hinata replied, nodding before turning and shutting the door behind her. Lu Yifei stretched his neck, peering inside, but disappointment washed over him as he found nothing to see. After a short while, Hinata emerged from her room, bouncing with energy. Lu Yifei felt pleased as they made their way to the dining area, where they enjoyed breakfast before heading back to school together. As they neared the gates of Konoha Academy, Hinata suddenly spotted Sakura walking with her head down. "Sakura, why are you just arriving at school? How did you sleep last night?" Hinata promptly expressed her concern, carefully scrutinizing Sakura Haruno. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei, who had been focused on walking, lifted his head and indeed spotted Sakura not far ahead, her head bowed in contemplation. Chapter 31. The late teacher Sakura raised her head and noticed a person and a frog quietly traversing the path. After a moment of surprise, she recognized it was Hinata from Team 8. Hinata, with a cheerful smile and a tilted head, inquired once more, "Sakura, are you all right? Did you rest well last night?" "I'm fine, but I'm utterly famished," Sakura replied, rubbing her stomach and gazing longingly at the various snack stalls lining the roadside, nearly salivating. Lu Yifei found it amusing but stifled his laughter. He too had felt hunger in the past, back in that world. He often spent his breakfast money on gaming at internet cafes, and every time he walked down the street, the enticing aromas would evoke a similar reaction. Hinata exclaimed softly, frowning, "Just hold on a little longer. Kiba hasn't eaten either. You should drink more water to gather your strength." "I know. Thank you," Sakura nodded weakly, lacking the energy to engage in conversation. Her stomach grumbled audibly, making even the act of breathing feel laborious. Lu Yifei frowned, observing her lethargy but refraining from offering assistance. He decided against it. The space above her head was reserved solely for Hinata, and he couldn't allow Sakura to intrude. Moreover, if they arrived at the assessment venue and the teachers noticed, it would only exacerbate their displeasure towards Sakura. The trio continued in silence for a while until they finally reached the assessment site. Everyone was present, yet the two teachers were conspicuously absent. Naruto, holding a bowl of hot soup, approached Sakura eagerly. "Sakura, this is the soup I prepared for you. Have some to warm your belly." Sakura nodded repeatedly, her hunger evident as she grasped the bowl and gulped down the soup in a few swift mouthfuls. Nearby, Shino offered soup to Kiba, watching as he drank it down. Lu Yifei, curious, couldn't help but ask, "Where did you get the hot soup?" "We bought it from a stall by the road. The teachers never mentioned we couldn't drink soup or water, so we decided to get some," Shino replied, a touch of shyness in his voice. Lu Yifei nodded in understanding, feeling a warmth in his heart. He hadn't expected these classmates, whom he had only recently met, to demonstrate such mutual support. It seemed that everyone in Konoha was genuinely kind. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly scoffed, lifting his head to gaze ahead with a blank expression. "Isn't this cheating?" His words caused everyone to pause in surprise. Sakura pouted in dismay, while Kiba awkwardly searched for words. Sensing the discomfort in the air, Hinata quickly interjected. "This doesn't count as cheating. The teachers never explicitly said we couldn't drink water or soup. We're all classmates, and it's only considerate of us to look after our health." As a remark left Sasuke frowning, he refrained from voicing any further objections. Lu Yifei cast a glance of admiration at Hinata, appreciating how remarkable his little princess truly was, not only in skill, but also in her considerate manner of speaking. Inuzuka Kiba looked up, offering Hinata a grateful smile. But before he could utter a word, two figures appeared in the distance. Kakashi yawned as he ambled slowly alongside Yuhi Kurenai towards the group. Noticing their evident signs of having just risen, Haruno Sakura twitched her lips, questioning, "Surely you haven't just woken up, have you?" No, we merely arrived a bit later." Kurenai quickly countered, attempting to dispel any assumptions. Naruto, with a skeptical gaze fixed on Kakashi, inquired, "Kakashi-sensei, you just woke up, didn't you?" "Not at all. I came with Kurenai-sensei. That's why we're late," Kakashi insisted, shaking his head vigorously, refusing to admit that he had just roused from slumber. Lu Yifei squinted his eyes, clearly noticing a speck of sleep crust gleaming in the corner of Kakashi's eye under the sunlight. Could it be that Kakashi hasn't washed his face? Or has a long-hidden sleep crust suddenly made an appearance? Naruto felt a chill run down his spine as he stared intently at Kakashi. "Sensei, you have sleep crust in your eye. Perhaps it's time to stop making excuses?" "Sleep crust?" Kakashi's eyes widened in shock as he hastily wiped the corner of his eye, flicking the crust to the ground. "You must be mistaken." Naruto's eyes widened further, rendered speechless by Kakashi's calm demeanor. Lu Yifei struggled to suppress laughter, managing to keep a straight face. Indeed, Kakashi was a uniquely unconventional individual, always finding himself in extraordinary situations. Beside them, Kurenai felt a tinge of embarrassment. She clapped her hands and announced, "All right, everyone, today marks the assessment day. Let us not dwell on trivial matters and instead focus our spirits." Upon hearing this, everyone straightened up, their attention fixed on the two instructors. Fully prepared for the impending assessment, Kurenai surveyed the group and asked, "Those who were punished yesterday, please step forward." Haruno Sakura and Inuzuka Kiba exchanged glances, slowly making their way to the front. Noticing their lowered heads and silence, Kurenai approached, placing her hand on Sakura's stomach, then on Kiba's, suddenly breaking into laughter. Lu Yifei, puzzled, listened as Kurenai, stifling her laughter, remarked, "Well, it seems you both didn't eat, but you certainly drank plenty of water." "Teacher, is it forbidden to drink water as well?" Kiba ventured cautiously. Observing their pitiful expressions, Kurenai decided the punishment could end here. "Never mind. Since you've already had your fill of water, it's pointless to dwell on this. Your punishment is hereby concluded, and you may join your classmates for the assessment." Upon hearing this, both Sakura and Kiba exhaled in relief and returned to the line. Lu Yifei observed the state of his companions and leaned closer to Hinata, whispering, "In today's assessment, you must give it your all. Among our peers, only Haruno Sakura and Inuzuka Kiba appear somewhat out of sorts. Everyone else is brimming with vitality. Do not underestimate the challenge ahead. I treat every assessment, including my own, as an adversary. Rest assured, I shall not falter. Hinata clenched her small fist, her determination radiating a blend of resolve and charm. Louis Fei could not help but smile, feeling reassured by Hinata's fighting spirit. He lifted his gaze to observe Naruto and Sasuke, noticing that Naruto was exceptionally spirited today. Even before the instructor announced the assessment details, Naruto's eagerness was palpable. As for Sasuke, he was undeniably in better form than yesterday, clearly intent on impressing the teachers. Shino Aburame, while not as exuberant as Naruto and Sasuke, showed noticeable improvement compared to the previous day. Chapter 32. The Test of Composure. Seeing everyone in such high spirits, Louis Fei couldn't help but feel concerned about Hinata's performance in today's assessment. Regardless of the outcome, even if Hinata successfully navigated the challenges, it was certain that there would be others who outshine her, and it was obvious that Sasuke would perform better than Hinata today. Louis Fei believed that Hinata would not find today as easy as yesterday. However, he was willing to trust that her cleverness and considerable abilities would prevent her from disappointing the instructors. Just as Louis Fei was lost in his thoughts, Yugao Yuzuki spoke up. Is everyone prepared? If so, I shall begin announcing the assessment details. Ready? The group responded in unison. Yugao nodded, noting their spirited demeanor, and continued. As you all recall, yesterday when Kakashi and I announced the assessment details, the final task was endurance. Endurance does not merely refer to the ability to persist. It encompasses a multitude of meanings, and today, there are 2 tests regarding endurance. What tests? Naruto immediately inquired, his impatience evident. Kakashi stepped forward, stroking his chin as he scrutinized the group. The first minor test is the composure under pressure. Composure? What does that mean? Louis Fei momentarily faltered, lowering his head to contemplate. The test of composure must be intricate and multifaceted, if he had to guess. He truly could not fathom the methods the instructors intended to employ. Brother Liu, do you know what the test will entail? Hinata grasped Louis Fei's hand, quietly asking. Louis Fei shook his head, responding with a hint of helplessness. To be honest, I cannot discern what the instructors plan to assess. I am uncertain how to assist you. It's all right, truly. I just need to listen to the teachers. Hinata hastily waved her hand, eager to dispel any misunderstandings. Louis Fei affectionately nudged her shoulder with his head, opting to remain silent thereafter. After a while, Zairong proceeded to explain. This test of willpower requires you to maintain your composure and complete the task without any distractions. Do you have confidence? Yes. The crowd responded in unison. Upon hearing this, Zairong suddenly revealed a peculiar smile. Louis Fei narrowed his eyes, sensing that such a smile was not one of reassurance, but rather hinted at some underlying scheme. Kakashi cleared his throat and continued. This assessment is quite simple. The 6 of you will form a circle. Regardless of what transpires, you must remain silent and motionless until we declare the assessment concluded. The group fell silent, taken aback by the simplicity of the task. After a moment, Naruto skeptically scrutinized the 2 instructors, questioning if it was truly that straightforward. Just sit still? As long as you remain immobile, you will pass the assessment. You heard correctly. Zairong nodded with a smile, her tone remarkably relaxed. Observing Naruto's sudden ease, Louis Fei knew that matters would not be so simple. How could the assessment be so easily accomplished? It would inevitably become increasingly challenging, given the disguised task's difficulty. This task would undoubtedly present unforeseen challenges. Louis Fei lowered his head, pursed his lips in contemplation, but remained uncertain about what unexpected circumstances could lead to their failure. After much deliberation, Louis Fei felt uneasy and approached Hinata. This task would certainly be more difficult than the last. You must not let your guard down, or you will fail. I understand, Brother Liu, do not worry. No matter what happens, I just need to remain still. Hinata nodded, taking the matter seriously. Seeing Hinata genuinely internalize the task, Louis Fei finally felt at ease, ready to await the instructor's signal to commence the assessment. Ultimately, it was impossible to predict who would succeed in this task. Louis Fei did not wish for Hinata to exert herself excessively or strain for a high score. He merely hoped she would perform adequately, ranking in the middle. Observing the murmurs among the group, Zairong clapped her hands, signaling, enough chatter, let's begin the assessment. Quickly form a circle and take your seats. Sasuke was the first to unhesitatingly move to the center of the testing area and sat cross-legged. Sakura promptly followed, taking a seat beside him, followed by Naruto and Kiba, then Shino. Hinata lingered at the back, glancing at Louis Fei before hesitantly making her way over to sit down. Rest assured, I believe in you, Louis Fei mouthed encouragingly, not wanting Hinata to feel insecure. Hinata nodded, refraining from further words, took a deep breath, and settled onto the ground. With everyone in position, Kakashi nodded, signaling the assessment's commencement. Everyone sat quietly in their places, acknowledging that no one was permitted to leave without his command. Time seemed to stand still as the students sat motionless. Some were lost in thought. Others fixated on the ants scurrying across the ground, while a few exchanged glances in silence. The only sound that punctuated the stillness was the whisper of the wind. Liu Yifei stood a short distance away, glancing between the setting sun and Kakashi, perplexed by their intentions. After a while, unable to contain his curiosity, Liu Yifei turned and asked, "Ahem, esteemed teachers, you cannot truly intend to have them sit here indefinitely, can you? Perhaps a small challenge would be in order." "Patience, patience. They are still marveling at everything," Kakashi replied, hands behind his back, shaking his head as if harboring his own thoughts. Liu Yifei paused, pondering Kakashi's words, struggling to decipher their meaning. The 6 students remained obediently seated, but soon began to exchange glances, unable to stifle their urge to speak any longer. However, understanding that this was an assessment, they knew they must endure in silence. Hinata, glancing towards Liu Yifei, sought his confirmation with her eyes, questioning whether the assessment had any further developments. Liu Yifei shook his head in resignation, indicating that he, too, was bewildered by the situation. After a moment, Yuhi Kurenai stepped forward, noticing the growing boredom amongst the students. She turned to Kakashi and nodded, stating, "I believe the moment has arrived. We can proceed. But whom should we target first? I genuinely have no idea who might lack self-control," Kakashi mused, studying the expressions of the students, momentarily at a loss for how to begin. Having overheard their conversation, Liu Yifei felt a twinge of anxiety. He still had no comprehension of what the 2 teachers intended, leaving him feeling uncertain. Chapter 33. The mysterious assessment. Liu Yifei realized he could not offer any reminders or assistance at this moment. He could only stand quietly by, hoping Hinata would navigate the assessment successfully. He did not desire her to achieve remarkable results, merely that she pass without incurring any penalties. After a time, it seemed Kakashi had selected his target, approaching Sakura Haruno directly. Although Sakura remained seated and motionless, she sensed Kakashi's presence behind her. Nervously, she swallowed and asked, "Teacher, what do you intend to do? How could I possibly disclose that in advance? Remember, no matter what transpires, you must not move. Otherwise, you forfeit the assessment." Kakashi replied with a light chuckle. Hearing this, Sakura appeared even more anxious. With tears nearly brimming in her eyes, she implored, "Kakashi-sensei, why must I be the first?" "Because your performance has been the weakest, and I wish to see if you can improve," Kakashi stated bluntly, revealing the unvarnished truth. Sakura was momentarily taken aback, glancing quickly at Sasuke, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment and shame. It was indeed true that her performance had been the least commendable. Liu Yifei watched with a slight TSK, feeling that Kakashi's words were rather harsh. After all, Haruno Sakura was still a girl. How could he be so critical? Sensing Liu Yifei's thoughts, Yuhi Kurenai turned her head and said earnestly, "In our teacher's eyes, there is no distinction between boys and girls among these students. It is merely a matter of strength." So that was it. However, to choose the weakest during an assessment seemed rather cruel. Liu Yifei nodded in understanding, but felt that such actions placed immense pressure on everyone. Just as Liu Yifei pondered this, Kakashi suddenly raised his hand, gesturing in the air before placing it atop Haruno Sakura's head. The surrounding classmates stared in bewilderment, too frightened to move, unsure of what would transpire next. How intriguing indeed. Liu Yifei, observing Kakashi's movements, began to comprehend his intentions. Suddenly, the tense Haruno Sakura closed her eyes, mumbling indistinctly, her words lost to the air. Hinata widened her eyes, staring at Sakura's peculiar demeanor, confused about what was happening and anxious about her own impending assessment. After a moment, Sakura, still murmuring, abruptly lifted her head, her gaze fixed ahead, her face a mask of terror and fear. What was happening? What was wrong with her? Witnessing Sakura's entranced reaction, Liu Yifei felt his previous assumptions might have been misguided. He had initially thought that Kakashi would apply some form of physical discomfort to test her composure, but clearly, Sakura's reaction was unrelated to her physical state. Yuhi Kurenai smiled gently, turning to Liu Yifei. "Did you not just guess what Kakashi-sensei intended? Why question it now?" "No, I was mistaken," Liu Yifei admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed yet curious about Kakashi's actions. What could possibly have caused Sakura to react in such a manner? Upon hearing Lu Yifei's words, Kurenai simply crossed her arms, stating, "That shall remain a secret." How petty. Even without her words, Lu Yifei could discern the situation. He focused intently on Sakura's reaction. Moments later, Sakura transitioned from fear to panic, shouting, "No, don't treat him like that." Sasuke. Hearing this, everyone's gaze shifted to Sasuke, questioning him with their eyes about the unfolding events. Sasuke, unusually flushing with embarrassment, quietly denied, "I don't know what is happening." "Humph, you must be bullying Sakura." Naruto looked at Sasuke incredulously, sensing something was amiss. Sasuke, uninterested in engaging, turned his head away. Meanwhile, Sakura had begun to weep, crying out, "No, please let him go. I don't want to go over there." Lu Yifei clearly heard Sakura's pleas and, observing her eyes closed while she spoke, a sudden realization dawned on him. He finally understood the nature of this assessment. It is surprising to see Kakashi resorting to such a ninjutsu to challenge his students. After a while, Sakura Haruno's body began to writhe incessantly, as if she yearned to rise and flee to some unknown destination. Noticing her apparent struggle to stand, Hinata called out urgently, "Hang in there. Just a little longer, and you'll succeed." Unfortunately, Sakura was oblivious to Hinata's words, desperately attempting to rise. Lu Yifei furrowed his brow and let out a faint sigh. He understood that Sakura's current state indicated a failure in the examination. As expected, Sakura suddenly stood up, sobbing as she stumbled forward a couple of steps before collapsing onto the ground. This fall jolted her into clarity, her eyes wide open as she gazed vacantly at her surroundings. Kakashi squinted, and before anyone could react, he placed his hands on Naruto and Kiba's heads. Instantly, they bowed their heads and closed their eyes, mirroring Sakura's initial state. Hinata lifted her head, observing Sakura, who was panting on the ground, and quickly inquired, "Are you all right?" "Sakura, how do you feel now?" "I'm fine. I just failed the exam," Sakura replied dejectedly, lifting her head to glance at Sasuke. Seeing her expression, Lu Yifei couldn't resist approaching her and asked, "What did you see in the Jinjutsu?" "Wait, you know this is a Jinjutsu?" Kakashi suddenly interjected, interrupting Sakura just as she was about to speak. Lu Yifei nodded and shrugged. "Is there anything surprising about it? It's merely a Jinjutsu." Even Naruto grasped it intuitively. Initially, he had not perceived it as Jinjutsu, but upon witnessing Sakura's fluctuating emotions, anger one moment and fear the next, he deduced that only Jinjutsu could so profoundly influence one's feelings. No wonder Sakura ended up like this. Hinata turned to look at Sakura, her eyes filled with concern and sympathy. Lu Yifei inhaled sharply. His little princess was about to face her examination, yet she still had the composure to worry about others? Contemplating this, he succumbed to his curiosity and cleared his throat, asking, "What exactly did you witness in the Jinjutsu? You endured for so long, only to run away in the end." "I saw Sasuke being tormented. And just as he was on the verge of death, that person demanded I approach him. Only by doing so could I free Sasuke," Sakura said, clutching her chest as she choked back sobs, clearly shaken. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei exclaimed softly, turning to look at Sasuke, realizing that he had sacrificed this examination for Sasuke. "Sasuke, do you have anything to say?" Chapter 34. Hinata's illusion. Sakura, upon hearing his words, couldn't help but blush. Sasuke turned away, coolly remarking, "Making such a choice in the face of an examination is hardly worthy of admiration." Lu Yifei raised his gaze, observing Sasuke's stubborn facade, yet noticed the faint redness in his ears and simply smiled gently. Sakura felt a twinge of embarrassment from his words and quietly moved aside, choosing not to speak. At that moment, Kiba and Naruto also shouted as they ran away, seeing one of them drenched in sweat and the other displaying a look of sheer terror. Lu Yifei's curiosity about what they had witnessed deepened. Kakashi had not crafted the scenario for the illusion himself. Thus the visions experienced by these individuals were manifestations of their innermost vulnerabilities. Sakura Haruno, who harbored feelings for Sasuke, envisioned him in distress, while Lu Yifei was intrigued to discover what Naruto and Inuzuka Kiba had dreamt of. Naruto plopped down onto the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he gradually regained his composure. "That was terrifying, utterly terrifying," he repeated, evidently still ensnared in the false reality of the illusion. Observing his state, Lu Yifei leaned closer, inquiring, "Come on, do share, what did you see in the illusion?" His curiosity was piqued. What could possibly frighten someone like Naruto so profoundly? Wiping his brow once more, Naruto replied, "I just saw every exam I ever took end in failure, always finishing last. With Sasuke perpetually ahead of me. At this revelation, Liu Yifei couldn't help but burst into laughter. He had not anticipated that Naruto's greatest fear would revolve around not measuring up to Sasuke. It always seemed to relate back to Sasuke. Isn't that just the truth? You were never my equal, Sasuke scoffed, crossing his arms and delivering a blunt remark. Naruto, instantly incensed, sprang to his feet, declaring with fervor, just wait until later. I will defeat you. The outcome is still uncertain. As their argument was on the brink of igniting, Yuhi Kurenai quickly interjected, All right. You two have not endured the final test duration, thus you have failed. Next up are Sasuke, Hinata, and Shino. Upon hearing his teacher call out names, Liu Yifei turned his attention to Hinata, noticing her taking a deep, anxious breath. His curiosity intensified. What could possibly be Hinata's greatest fear at this tender age? Surely, there was nothing particularly terrifying for her at this stage. The more he contemplated, the more he anticipated Hinata's assessment. Kakashi approached the trio from behind, casting illusions upon them in turn. Liu Yifei cautiously positioned himself behind Hinata, quietly awaiting any vigorous reaction from her. After a while, beads of sweat began to form on Hinata's forehead, her lips pressed tightly together, tears streaming down her cheeks. Liu Yifei was taken aback and felt an urge to grasp her hand, but upon glancing at his own frog-like body, he dismissed the thought. Moments later, Hinata began to sob softly, her limbs flailing as if she were about to rise from her original position. Liu Yifei was bewildered by what Hinata might be witnessing in the illusion, aware that any words he uttered would likely go unheard. Nevertheless, he yearned to offer her some encouragement. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered, Hinata, you are my most wonderful little princess. You must hold on. I believe in you. Hinata remained oblivious to his words, ensnared in her own realm, wrestling with the illusions that inhabited it. Observing Hinata's increasing distress, Liu Yifei felt a surge of urgency. Hinata, dear Hinata, you will be all right. Do not fear. Frog, she cannot hear your words. Yuhi Kurenai gently intervened, stepping closer to them. Liu Yifei looked up, bewildered, and asked, Then what will happen to her? Can these illusions harm her? They are mere figments. How can they inflict any injury? Do not fret too much. Yuhi Kurenai smiled, dismissing the frog's concerns as unwarranted. Liu Yifei nodded, albeit with lingering doubt, before turning his gaze back to Hinata's condition. As time ticked away in silence, Sasuke and Aburame Shino, both sweating profusely, opened their eyes and took a few steps back. Meanwhile, Hinata cried out, utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Witnessing her in such a state broke Liu Yifei's heart. He nudged her gently with his head, asking, Are you all right? How do you feel? Hinata stared blankly at the sky, slowly turning her head to find a frog-like face before bursting into tears, throwing herself into Liu Yifei's embrace. Trembling with sobs, the others, drawn by her cries, turned to see her distress, concern etched on their faces. Kakashi clicked his tongue, astonished. What did you see? Yuhi Kurenai inquired, intrigued. She understood that everything within the illusion was visible to the caster, so Kakashi must have witnessed the same visions as Hinata. Kakashi merely smiled at her question, replying, You will find out if you keep watching. Confused, Yuhi Kurenai turned back just in time to hear Hinata softly recounting. I had a dream, a very frightening dream. What kind of terrifying dream? Liu Yifei asked, his worry palpable. He had never seen Hinata so vulnerable. It must have been something deeply unsettling. Hinata wiped her tears, sniffing as she spoke. I dreamt that Brother Liu fought against the bad guys to protect me, but ultimately had to leave me for another world. At her words, Liu Yifei's heart sank. He had not anticipated that Hinata's dream would revolve around him, nor that she would envision another world. Could it be that through the illusion, Hinata glimpsed the 21st century before he arrived here? As Liu Yifei pondered this, Hinata clung to his arm, asking, Brother Liu, you will never leave me, right? Indeed, I shall always guard my little princess, living and dying for you. Liu Yifei assured her, his expression earnest. No matter what transpired, he would steadfastly protect Hinata. At last, she smiled through her tears, whispering, That is wonderful. Without you by my side, I would surely feel afraid and deeply saddened. Liu Yifei smiled, feeling a warm sensation within. Before he could utter a word, he heard a cough from Sunset Red. Observing the sentimental display between a person and a frog, Sunset Red could no longer contain herself and spoke up, wishing to interrupt their affectionate exchange. Chapter 35. The assessment concludes upon hearing the cough. Lu Yifei realized that his conversation with Hinata had drawn everyone's attention, causing even the frog-faced individual to blush. However, due to his dark complexion, the flush only accentuated his darkness. At that moment, Naruto suddenly leaned toward Sasuke and, noticing his silence, inquired, "Hey, why did you fail too? What did you see in the illusion?" "Nothing," Sasuke replied curtly, turning away as if reluctant to discuss the matter. Naruto, shifting his gaze to where Sasuke was looking, continued, "What's so embarrassing about it? Even if you failed, it's perfectly normal. We're all in the same boat. Besides, the things in the illusion are mere fabrications. Just treat it as a joke and share it." "Go away. I don't want to talk to you," Sasuke shot back, his disdain for Naruto evident, revealing his foul mood. Taken aback, Naruto could only pout and retreat to the side, no longer eager to engage in a futile conversation. Observing Sasuke's reaction, Lu Yifei paused for a moment, sensing that he harbored a fearsome secret he wished to conceal from others. At that juncture, Sunset Red stepped forward and surveyed the group, stating, "Everyone has failed the assessment, without exception. Who will share the reasons behind this?" Upon hearing her words, the group lowered their heads, hesitant to speak. They were all failures, and lessons derived from such defeats are seldom glorious. Noticing the silence, Sunset Red directly called upon Inuzuka Kiba. "Kiba, you lasted the longest. Please explain why you failed." Feeling put on the spot, Kiba reluctantly stood up, despite his embarrassment. Because I found the things in the illusion too terrifying. It seemed to manifest our deepest fears, pushing us to the point of fleeing." He lowered his head, sheepishly confessing this truth. His greatest fear was for his beloved dog to come to harm, and indeed, that very scene appeared in the illusion, frightening him considerably, leading to his inevitable failure. Sunset Red nodded, gesturing for him to return. "Indeed, it manifests what you fear most, but why has no one managed to overcome such illusions?" Upon hearing this question, the students exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Yifei furrowed his brow, contemplating their reactions, harboring a peculiar thought. Ever since he witnessed Haruno Sakura succumb to the illusion, he realized that nearly no one would pass this assessment. These students were still children. Asking them to confront and conquer their inner fears was a challenge even ordinary adults might struggle with, let alone them. Thus, Lu Yifei felt that although the results of this assessment were disheartening, they were not entirely unjustifiable. At that moment, Naruto suddenly lifted his gaze and addressed Yugao, stating, "I believe that the illusions manifest our greatest fears. If they were not our deepest anxieties, we would all be able to overcome them." His words left everyone wide-eyed, unable to fathom that Naruto would articulate such a sentiment. Was he not merely seeking an excuse for his own failure? It seemed unlikely that Kakashi-sensei or Yugao-sensei would appreciate such a perspective. Kakashi indeed stepped forward, looking at Naruto and inquiring, "Are you suggesting that the content of the teacher's assessment was excessively challenging, rendering you incapable of completing it from the outset?" "I do think so, but I exerted every ounce of effort to meet the challenge, and thus I harbor no regrets or dissatisfaction regarding this assessment," Naruto boldly replied. Fixing his gaze steadily on Kakashi, he was unconcerned with what was deemed appropriate to say. He expressed himself openly to anyone willing to listen. Kakashi nodded, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder, acknowledging, "What you say holds some truth, yet do you not feel any need for self-reflection?" With this question, everyone lowered their heads once more, uncertain of how to respond. Lu Yifei furrowed his brow, glancing at the classmates behind him, finally grasping the implication of Kakashi's words. Among these students, aside from the notably weaker Sakura Haruno, the others should not have faltered so quickly. From the moment Sakura awoke, they were all aware that the teacher's method was illusionary. Yet, despite this understanding, each one fell prey to it. Was this not tantamount to willfully transgressing? Nevertheless, while Lu Yifei held this opinion, he did not believe there was anything amiss with Hinata. Her excessive reliance on him was indicative of her profound disappointment, which led her to abandon the assessment, quite unlike the others. Seeing that no one was responding, Yugao continued, "Are you unable to articulate your thoughts? Allow me to say this. I believe you did not genuinely strive to complete the assessment. Knowing that the content was an illusion, you should not have entertained any belief in it, yet you did so regardless." At her declaration, everyone lowered their heads even further. Lu Yifei had anticipated what the teachers were about to say, merely nodding in agreement without much surprise. At that moment, Hinata discreetly tugged at the flesh of Lu Yifei's arm, asking, "Luji, did we truly perform so poorly?" "Indeed, We did not excel, he replied candidly. But I recognize that you have all done your utmost. Moving forward, all that is required is to exercise caution and learn from this experience. Liu Yifei did not wish to deceive, providing a straightforward assessment, followed by a reassuring word for Hinata. She nodded, lost in her thoughts, before turning her attention back to the teachers. As the sun began to set, Yuhi Kurenai surveyed the reactions of the group before finally speaking. In truth, this is the final project. Should you all perform commendably, both Kakashi-sensei and I will bestow rewards. However, it appears none of you have managed to pass the assessment. Thus the rewards shall be rescinded, and a punishment will ensue. She deliberately elongated her final word. Punishment? Is there truly to be a punishment? Liu Yifei exclaimed in astonishment. Lifting his gaze to meet Kurenai's unamused expression, realizing that this punishment was not mere idle talk, Naruto, with a dejected demeanor, implored, Sensei, just give us a straight answer. What is the punishment? This I shall not disclose for now. Reflect upon your conduct over the past 2 days, and then return to school, Kurenai stated, intentionally withholding the details of the punishment. The group exchanged glances, perplexed by the ambiguity of her words. Unable to contain her curiosity, Haruno Sakura inquired, Sensei, what exactly is the punishment? If you do not wish to tell us now, at least inform us when it will take place. Who knows? The teachers may decide to impose a punishment on a day when they are in a foul mood. Now go, as the teachers must evaluate your performances. Kurenai replied with a smile before turning and departing. Chapter 36. Peculiar Tasks. Liu Yifei furrowed his brows in confusion, taken aback by the prospect of evaluations following the assessment. Was this not simply a standard entrance evaluation? Why would there be ratings? Were such evaluations of significant importance to the students? As he pondered these matters, Hinata approached him, asking, given that everyone performed poorly in this assessment, our ratings should reflect the worst, right? Regardless, Hinata, your performance was at least somewhat superior to the others. It will be all right. We shall face it together, Liu Yifei encouraged, wishing to alleviate her concerns. Surely, the evaluations could not be of great significance. Or else the teachers would have communicated this prior to the assessment. With this thought in mind, he led Hinata back to the classroom alongside their peers. In the spacious and brightly lit room, 3 students sat together, exchanging glances, uncertain of what the teacher intended. Yuhi Kurenai, frowning, was engrossed in writing and sketching on a piece of paper. Inazuka Kiba grew restless, voicing his discontent. Our performance was subpar. Why is the teacher taking so long? Is the evaluation truly that complicated? Who knows? Let us wait for the teacher to speak, Yamanaka Ino replied, sitting up straight and intently watching Kurenai's unceasing actions. After a moment of studying the contents of the paper, Kurenai raised her head and addressed the class. Do you understand why the teachers did not inform you beforehand about the evaluations? Upon hearing this, the students shook their heads in confusion. Kurenai chuckled softly. It was to prevent you from feeling pressured. The ultimate goal of the assessment was not merely to test your abilities, but to allocate tasks based on those abilities. Allocate tasks? Inazuka Kiba exclaimed in surprise, bewildered by what tasks were to be assigned. Liu Yifei furrowed his brow as he observed the cheerful demeanor of Sunset Red, instinctively sensing that the forthcoming assignment would be far from simple. Indeed, Sunset Red continued, stating that based on their evaluations, she would assign tasks of varying difficulty. Those who performed well would tackle more challenging assignments, while those with lesser performances would receive easier ones. Hearing this made Liu Yifei even more anxious, for he knew without a doubt that, considering their recent assessments, Hinata was clearly the most outstanding among them. If the task difficulty were truly determined by ability and performance, it was certain that Hinata would be assigned the most arduous task. Worrying about Hinata, Liu Yifei glanced her way, only to find that she appeared unfazed, even turning to him with a sweet smile. It seemed Hinata had yet to grasp the gravity of the upcoming tasks. Teacher, the best performer in our class is Hinata. Are you really assigning her the high-difficulty task alone? Inazuka Kiba could not contain his inquiry. Sunset Red cast a glance at Hinata, then lowered her gaze to the paper before her, nodding as she confirmed, indeed, Hinata has been assigned the most challenging task. Teacher, I wish to know what these tasks entail and whether they pose any life-threatening risks, Liu Yifei interjected hastily. He understood that the teachers would not adhere to conventional methods, and this arrangement of tasks would undoubtedly be more difficult than the assessments they had faced. Sunset Red smiled again, reassuring them, as it is a task, it will indeed differ from assessments. However, fear not. While there is danger, The assignments are tailored to your abilities. Even in the event of a fierce struggle, I trust you will not be defeated." Despite her words, a sense of unease settled over the group, as they all recognized that the teacher's assurances often masked a more perilous reality. Observing their apprehensive expressions, Sunset Red seemed quite pleased, for she intended for them to approach the tasks with trepidation and determination. "Now, please come forward to receive your respective task cards." With that, she tore the paper in her hands into 3 pieces. It turned out that her continuous writing and sketching had been the means of distributing their assignments. Liu Yifei pondered as he watched Hinata step forward to collect her task, feeling a surge of concern regarding the nature of the challenging assignment she was about to receive. When Hinata took the paper from Sunset Red, she approached Liu Yifei, visibly anxious. "Liu, could you please take a look at what it says? I'm too nervous to read it myself." "Little Hinata, I'm even more anxious than you," Liu Yifei replied, shaking his head in resignation, yet hesitantly accepting the paper from her. He was the one most fearful of Hinata encountering any peril, and seeing her so distressed heightened his own apprehension about the contents of the paper. Hinata quickly reassured him. "It's all right. I can handle any task, but I want you to see if I have the ability to complete this one." "Very well." Liu Yifei gazed at Hinata's frightened expression, his heart aching with compassion, and could only skim through the contents of the paper swiftly. Upon finishing the reading, he widened his eyes in disbelief and dared to glance over it once more. Hinata, observing his reaction, felt increasingly anxious. "Brother Liu, what exactly is the task? I think I might be seeing things. Please help me rub my eyes." Liu Yifei, in disbelief, scrutinized the contents of the paper, convinced he must have misread due to poor eyesight. Hinata, noticing his incredulous demeanor, lacked the courage to look at the paper herself and obediently leaned closer to Liu Yifei, gently rubbing his eyes with her delicate hand. Once again, Liu Yifei opened his eyes wide, focusing intently for a moment before he lifted his gaze towards Yuhi Kurenai. "Teacher, is the task truly just this?" "Of course. Do you have any objections?" Yuhi Kurenai nodded, looking at him with a quizzical expression. Liu Yifei quickly shook his head and handed the paper to Hinata. "Little princess, you should read it for yourself. The task seems rather peculiar." "Peculiar?" Hinata cautiously accepted the paper, glanced at its contents, and her eyes widened in astonishment as well. The incredulous expression on Hinata's face mirrored that of Liu Yifei, prompting a desire to laugh from Yuhi Kurenai. Hinata swallowed nervously and uncertainly read aloud the task. "Find an apple tree near the stream to the south of the village and obtain a large, red, sweet apple." "Teacher, is this really the task?" She could hardly believe that the assignment was genuinely this simple. It seemed utterly bizarre. If it were merely about picking apples, she could easily accompany Liu Yifei, rendering it hardly a task at all. "It is indeed a task. There must be a reason for assigning you such a peculiar one. Just focus on completing it," Yuhi Kurenai reaffirmed, nodding again, seemingly unconcerned about any irregularities in the task. Chapter 37. A chance encounter with a bird. Liu Yifei observed Yuhi Kurenai's radiant smile, not at all convinced that the task was merely that simple. If it were merely about picking apples, why go to such lengths to utilize assessments for task distribution? At that moment, Inuzuka Kiba interjected, "Teacher, will we be completing these tasks individually? If we encounter danger, must we resolve it ourselves and still bring back the items listed in the task?" "Yes. You must act independently, Froggy. If you wish to accompany Hinata, you may, but in this task, you cannot interfere in helping her resist any dangers. Otherwise, it will be deemed a failure. As her summoning beast, you should understand that sometimes not intervening is beneficial." Yuhi Kurenai advised Liu Yifei earnestly. Liu Yifei nodded slowly, resolutely convincing himself not to intervene. He understood clearly that Hinata was a bird gradually gaining strength. Only by letting go could she soar higher and further. If he continued to shield Hinata, she would remain stagnant, failing to progress. Upon hearing Liu Yifei's agreement, Sunset Red expressed her satisfaction, stating, "All right, everyone has received their tasks. Let us act swiftly. By tomorrow afternoon, I expect to see you return with your objectives accomplished. I shall be observing from a place where you cannot see me. Best of luck." Hinata nodded, waved goodbye to her companions, and departed from the school. Liu Yifei trailed behind in silence for a while. "Brother Liu, what are you pondering? Can you share it with me?" Hinata turned to him, tightly clutching the task paper in her hand. Liu Yifei snapped back to reality, gazing at her with concern. "We all understand the task is not simple, but with Teacher Sunset Red keeping watch, I doubt I can assist you in any meaningful way." "That's all right. I don't need your help. Since Teacher Sunset Red entrusted me with this task, it signifies that I am capable of giving my all to complete it. Trust me. This time it is I who will protect you, Hinata declared resolutely. Seeing her determination, Lu Yifei couldn't help but chuckle. He suddenly realized that although he was accompanying Hinata, in the event of any trouble, he would merely be a spectator as she resolved matters. In this sense, he truly felt as if he were the one being safeguarded by her. With a smile, Lu Yifei remarked, "Indeed, it seems you will be the one protecting me. Today, I shall rely entirely on you to resolve everything. However, you must handle it well. I am confident you will successfully complete the task." "Yes, I will do my best," Hinata replied earnestly, nodding emphatically as she walked alongside Lu Yifei out of the school. Once outside, they traversed the bustling streets, making their way towards the depths of the mountains. Lu Yifei glanced at the southern woods, recalling that beyond those trees lay the village outskirts. "I have never ventured that way before. I am unaware of what lies beyond the village," Hinata admitted, swallowing nervously, apprehensive about the unknown. Noticing her anxiety, Lu Yifei reassured her, "Do not be afraid. The necessity of traversing through the woods indicates that there are indeed wild beasts within. Many creatures would not dare challenge you. Rest assured." His words invigorated Hinata, prompting her to nod vigorously and continue forward without fear. After walking a bit further, they arrived at the tranquil woods, where aside from the occasional chirping of birds and the sounds of crickets, there was an eerie stillness. "Hinata, why is it so silent here?" "There is nothing at all. It's quite frightening. Why aren't there even any small animals?" she whispered, her steps cautious. "Perhaps we have not yet reached the heart of the forest." The absence of animals is rather reassuring. It suggests that this place is safe, devoid of any chaotic beasts. "You need not worry." Lu Yifei comforted her nonchalantly as they continued deeper into the woods. He found the scenery enchanting. The forest was refreshingly cool, likely due to the rarity of visitors. The ground was strewn with dried leaves, remnants of many years past. As Lu Yifei admired the beauty around him, he suddenly pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Look, how can there be no small animals? Over there, a few birds are resting in the trees." Hinata lifted her gaze and, to her delight, spotted a bird's nest perched high in a large tree, with several adorable chicks chirping merrily within. "Oh, look at the little white birds. Let's go give them something to eat. I brought sushi," she exclaimed, enchanted by their cuteness, as she hurriedly retrieved a box of sushi from her bag. Observing her excitement, Lu Yifei opened his mouth in surprise, but ultimately decided to indulge her whim and followed her over. After all, it was merely a mundane task. Feeding the birds posed no significant danger. As long as he kept a watchful eye on Hinata, everything would be fine. With this thought in mind, Lu Yifei accompanied Hinata to the base of the tree. Upon reaching the tree, Hinata noticed the curious little birds had already flitted out, and with a cheerful smile, she placed a piece of sushi on the ground to entice them. However, the birds showed no interest in her offering, merely circling overhead. Lu Yifei found this peculiar and couldn't help but softly inquire, "Hinata, what's going on with these birds? Why won't they come down to eat? Do they think it's toxic?" "It shouldn't be that they think it's poisonous, but I can't say for certain why," Hinata replied, shaking her head in confusion as she gazed anxiously at the flitting birds. These little creatures clearly awaited their mother to bring them food, yet they were refusing her offerings. Seeing the perplexed and disheartened expression on Hinata's face, Lu Yifei felt a pang of urgency, but was at a loss for how to assist. As a giant toad, he could neither coax the birds down nor risk scaring them away, rendering him quite helpless in this situation. After a moment of contemplation, Hinata clenched her teeth and declared, "You hold me up from below. I want to place the sushi in their nest." "Really? Are you serious?" Lu Yifei exclaimed, his eyes widening as he looked up at the nest. It was situated quite high, and if Hinata intended to reach it, she would need to climb for quite a while, which could be dangerous. Realizing this, he quickly interjected, "Perhaps we should reconsider. The birds are likely frightened of us. Let's just leave the sushi here. Once we depart, they'll surely come down to eat." "No, they don't know how to eat it. I must deliver the sushi to them." "Please, Lu Gij, help me," Hinata pleaded, her eyes wide with eagerness. Lu Yifei understood that once Hinata had made up her mind, it would be challenging to dissuade her. Reluctantly, he shook his head and acquiesced. "All right, you're the only one who can make me so compliant." "Thank you, Lu Gij." Hinata beamed with joy, tucking the sushi back into her bag before rushing to Lu Yifei's side. Chapter 38. The curious objects. Lu Yifei placed Hinata atop his head, supporting her as she leaned against the tree. Using her hands and feet, Hinata began her ascent, striving to reach the nest. Watching her climb higher, Lu Yifei opened his body beneath her, reassuringly saying, "Don't be afraid. I'm here to catch you." Hinata, too focused on her climb to respond, nodded and continued upward. Breathless, she finally reached the nest, carefully placing the sushi inside before feeling a sense of satisfaction as she made her way back down. As the birds returned, they would soon indulge in delectable sushi. Hinata clapped her hands, gazing joyfully at the nest above. Witnessing her innocent and radiant demeanor, Lu Yifei found himself entranced. "Hinata, how can you be so wonderful?" he inquired. "It is simply because I am doing what I can," she replied. "Moreover, Brother Lu, you are also exceedingly kind. Your efforts to ensure the birds are well fed make you one of the best people in this world." Hinata playfully bounded to his side, her voice laced with affection as she spoke those words. Lu Yifei felt his heart soften at her words, nodding repeatedly. "That is only because I have such a delightful little Hinata by my side. Now, you should feel reassured, right? We must continue our journey. So let us hurry along." "All right," Hinata agreed, shouldering her backpack as they proceeded forward. However, after a few steps, the sudden shriek of the birds pierced the air from behind them. An ominous premonition washed over Hinata as she quickly turned around, only to be left speechless. Seeing her expression, Lu Yifei followed her gaze and was met with a sight that ignited a fire of fury within him. He bellowed, "Who did this? Show yourself." On the ground lay several small birds, quivering helplessly, their bodies battered and bloodied, teetering on the brink of death. Lu Yifei was nearly driven to madness, enraged by the cruelty that had led to the brutal demise of these innocent creatures. "These birds are precious lives." Hinata trembled as she grasped Lu Yifei's arm. "Brother Lu, I am scared." She had never anticipated such a horrific turn of events. Just moments ago, the birds had been chirping merrily, and now they lay lifeless. Who could be so heartless as to target these vulnerable beings, showing no mercy even to such fragile lives? "Do not fear. I am here to protect you," Lu Yifei reassured her, patting her shoulder, though his anger remained palpable. He was determined to uncover the wretch who lurked in the shadows, perpetrating such vile acts. With that thought, he approached the lifeless bodies of the birds, scanning the surroundings. "Come out. If you have the audacity to hide while committing such heinous acts, then show yourself, so I may teach you a lesson, you heartless villain." His fury escalated. How could anyone be so deranged as to harm innocent birds? At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby bushes, catching the attention of Hinata and Lu Yifei. "Who is there?" Hinata stepped forward, her voice a soft, sugary tone reminiscent of cotton candy, though tinged with indignation. After a brief pause, the rustling continued, yet no one appeared. Lu Yifei narrowed his eyes, threateningly stating, "I advise you to reveal yourself at once, or I shall not be so merciful." Despite his warning, the bushes remained silent, as if the previous sounds had been mere figments of their imagination. Lu Yifei turned his head, casting a puzzled glance at Hinata, before threateningly declaring, "So you refuse to come out, do you? Then I shall find you, and make you so lost on your way home that you won't recognize it." With that, he huffed and puffed his way to the edge of the grass, beginning to search meticulously. He felt no fear, for he understood that such tedious and malicious acts could only be perpetrated by mischievous children from the village or ferocious wild beasts. After all, the thicket was not expansive enough to conceal any formidable creatures. As Lu Yifei plunged half his body into the underbrush, Hinata inexplicably cried out in fear, "Brother Lu, please be careful. Don't let them ambush you." "I know, don't worry," Lu Yifei replied, carelessly rustling through the grass in pursuit of the elusive culprit. He was aware that Hinata must have been saddened by the plight of the small birds, and if he failed to capture the instigator today, neither he nor Hinata would want to depart without resolution. At that moment, a strange sound erupted from another patch of grass. Lu Yifei keenly sensed the enemy's presence and immediately turned towards the opposite thicket. Upon approaching, he indeed spotted a garment quivering slightly, as if a person were concealed within. "Hey, I found you. Come out." Lu Yifei pointed at the hidden figure, attempting to coax them into the open. However, upon hearing his words, the individual merely stirred slightly before vanishing in the blink of an eye. "What the hell?" Lu Yifei jumped back, witnessing the dark green fabric disappear so swiftly that it left him bewildered, revealing only a hint of skin marred by age spots and wrinkles. He surmised that this figure must belong to an elderly individual. Yet, the notion of an old man lurking in the woods, having caused harm to several small birds, seemed utterly bizarre and far from the actions of a rational being. As Lu Yifei pondered these peculiarities, a sudden cry from Hinata jolted him back to reality. He quickly looked up to see her stepping back in fear, her gaze fixed intently on something on the ground. Rushing over, he found nothing there. "What's wrong? What did you see?" he asked, concern etching his features. Hinata, trembling, pointed to the ground there. "Just now, a hand emerged from the earth, but now it's gone. What on earth is happening?" Lu Yifei furrowed his brow, perplexed by the bizarre occurrence. Seeing Lu Yifei's bewildered expression, Hinata assumed he doubted her words and hastily insisted. "Brother Lu, you must believe me. What I said is true. There was indeed a hand here, but it vanished suddenly. I would never deceive you. I know, of course. I trust you," Lu Yifei replied, "but I cannot fathom whether that thing was human or something else." He lowered his gaze, fixated intently on the leaf-strewn ground. His belief in Hinata was not merely rooted in a simplistic trust that she would not lie. Rather, it stemmed from the chilling moment he had just witnessed, where something sinister vanished from the ground before him. A foreboding sensation gripped Lu Yifei's heart, as he sensed that the peculiar occurrences unfolding were not without purpose. Chapter 39. The pure-wood eagle. Hinata was perplexed by the fleeting presence of the mysterious phenomenon, which appeared and vanished in an instant. She tugged at Lu Yifei, urging, "Perhaps we should leave quickly. That noise just now did not seem human." "Do not be afraid," Lu Yifei reassured her. "I believe it is merely a ruse, designed to instill fear. Worry not, I shall uncover the truth." He patted Hinata's arm and stepped forward. Regardless of what that entity might be, they could not simply walk away today. Otherwise, returning might bring unforeseen peril, and that unknown creature, be it human or beast, could very well follow them. Though fear coursed through her, Hinata nodded in agreement. "All right, but it has vanished now. We may not be able to find it." Lu Yifei remained silent, meticulously observing his surroundings, unwilling to accept that the entity had simply departed. In that instant, he suddenly turned towards the nearby thicket, shouting, "I see you. Come forth." No sooner had he spoken than a rustling emerged from the underbrush, and a hand inexplicably emerged from the foliage. The hand was pale and riddled with wrinkles, as if a person were beneath the earth, raising their hand to walk, or perhaps it was a hand that had somehow acquired sentience. Startled, Hinata's face turned pale as she stepped back, exclaiming, "It's coming. Lu Ge, be careful." Lu Yifei squinted as he observed the hand approaching recklessly, before raising his foot and stamping down heavily. Upon making contact, he was taken aback. There was no pain as he had anticipated. Lifting his foot to investigate, he discovered that the hand had vanished. "What on earth? Where did it go?" Lu Yifei exclaimed, startled, as he quickly turned to scan for any signs of the strange occurrence, only to find that the hand had reappeared, gripping Hinata's ankle firmly. "Ah, Lu Ge, save me." Panic-stricken, Hinata clung to Lu Yifei, frantically kicking her legs in an attempt to free herself from the hand's grasp. The hand was rigid and dry, possessing an uncanny strength that made Hinata feel as though her foot would be wrenched off. Seeing her terror, Lu Yifei swiftly extended his tongue, wrapping it tightly around the hand, immobilizing it. "Release her, and I shall let you go," he said through his tongue, his words muffled. The fingers of the hand twitched, yet it still refused to relinquish its hold on Hinata. Realizing that if this continued, her ankle would surely suffer injury, Lu Yifei understood the necessity for swift resolution. He tightened his grip with greater force, compelling the hand to release Hinata, because Lu Yifei understood that no matter what monstrous entity owned that hand, it was undeniably a living being, one that would certainly fear pain. Indeed, that hand gradually lost its strength, ultimately conceding and releasing Hinata's ankle. She plopped down onto the ground, rubbing her swollen ankle, nearly on the verge of tears. Fearless in the face of beasts or other ninjas who dared to confront her openly, she would charge forward without hesitation. Yet, this enigmatic creature instilled genuine terror in her heart. Seeing that Hinata was relatively unharmed, Lu Yifei sighed in relief, urging her to hide. "You should take cover. I will confront this monster." Hinata nodded repeatedly, retreating behind a nearby tree, crouching down and anxiously observing the unfolding situation. With his concerns alleviated, Lu Yifei turned his attention back to the task at hand, summoning all his strength to gather power in his tongue, desperately attempting to extract the hand from the ground. No matter what, he was determined to uncover what lay concealed beneath. The hand possessed immense strength, yet it was no match for the might of a giant toad. And gradually a pale, wrinkled arm was pulled forth. Upon seeing the arm, Hinata's mouth fell slightly agape, as she struggled to find the words to describe it. The skin appeared exceedingly wrinkled, reminiscent of both an infant and an elderly person. However, upon closer inspection, Hinata discerned that the skin was merely wrinkled, devoid of any other peculiarities, resembling a condition akin to a skin disease. What on earth could this mean? Furrowing her brow, she watched with concern as Lu Yifei wrestled with the arm, unable to suppress her warning. Lu Gij, be careful of its attack on your tongue. Although she was aware of Lu Yifei's robust and powerful tongue, her recent encounter with the hand had revealed its sharpness, capable of inflicting harm. It was entirely possible that Lu Yifei could be injured as well. Fear not, watch this, Lu Yifei exclaimed as he pulled the arm with all his might, murmuring a reassuring remark to Hinata. Thus, a standoff ensued between a toad and an arm, until the arm finally succumbed, suddenly releasing its grip and being yanked out by Lu Yifei. Dirt and fallen leaves erupted into the air as a figure emerged from the earth, causing Hinata to cough repeatedly. She waved her hand to brush away the swirling leaves, revealing Lu Yifei confronting a pale, wrinkled man. The man, veiled and with astonished eyes, glared at Lu Yifei, his voice rasping. Your toad's strength is truly formidable. What does that matter to you? Speak. Who are you, and why did you harm innocent birds? Lu Yifei, consumed by anger, had no desire to engage in further conversation with this man. With Hinata's mission still unfulfilled, he wished to waste no time and intended to teach this senseless creature a lesson for its unwarranted cruelty. The man scoffed, suddenly declaring, I am not beholden to anyone. My sole objective now is to eliminate you and this little girl. Is that so? What exactly are you? Such audacious ambition, seeking to bring about our demise. Lu Yifei felt no panic upon hearing this. Instead, he found it somewhat amusing. He did not regard this man as his match, but was curious as to what gave him the confidence to speak so boldly. The man suddenly straightened his posture and proclaimed with pride, I am Jingmu Ying, the heir of the Jingmu clan. Do you now believe I possess the strength to defeat you? The Jingmu clan? What is that? Lu Yifei furrowed his brow in confusion, casting a questioning glance at Hinata. During his time here, he had never heard of this Jingmu clan. Could it be yet another formidable ninja family? Upon hearing the name, Hinata appeared taken aback for a moment before responding. The Jingmu clan excels in earth release techniques and has not been seen in Konoha for quite some time. It is said that their members are particularly adept at evasion. Ah, so they specialize in stealth. No wonder I couldn't find you earlier, Lu Yifei exaggeratedly exclaimed, deliberately mocking Jingmu Ying's purported prowess. Chapter 40. Provocation. Jingmu Ying's anger flared immediately, his eyes widening as he pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Yifei. You. Who are you calling sneaky? Is there anyone else besides you? He retorted. You were the one hiding in the grass and underground, refusing to show yourself. Am I mistaken? Lu Yifei continued to regard Jingmu Ying with a derisive gaze, eager to witness the man's capabilities and whether he could indeed rival him. Jingmu Ying's face turned crimson with rage, his fierce eyes locked onto Lu Yifei as he shouted, You truly do not comprehend the gravity of your situation. Do you believe I want to demonstrate my power to you right now? I already have, haven't I? It's merely hiding, and you think I cannot contend with that? Lu Yifei deliberately provoked Jingmu Ying with his words. He was thoroughly unimpressed by Jingmu Ying's arrogant demeanor. After all, he had boasted about killing little birds, displaying an utter lack of awareness regarding his own limitations. As Lu Yifei's taunts continued to escalate, Jingmu Ying's fury reached a boiling point. Before he could retort, Hinata interjected with concern, Brother Lu, perhaps it's best not to provoke him further. What is there to fear? Did you not hear this man declare he would kill us? Lu Yifei scoffed, persistently challenging Jingmu Ying with his gaze. Jingmu Ying, now utterly incensed, let out a primal scream that echoed through the forest. Ah, I will kill you. With that, he suddenly crouched down and burrowed into the ground. Lu Yifei narrowed his eyes, observing the empty ground with growing wariness. He understood that Jingmu Ying was not to be underestimated. If trouble were to arise, he might find himself entangled with this individual for some time. Hinata, frightened by the sudden disappearance, exclaimed, Where has he gone? Hinata, you should move aside. I will handle this person, Lu Yifei gestured, signaling her to retreat. Hinata nodded and quickly distanced herself a few paces. At that moment, the voice of Yuhi Kurenai floated gently through the sky. Frogs, you have not forgotten my words, have you? No matter the circumstances. It is imperative that Hinata faces this alone. Allowing you to accompany her is already an act of utmost leniency. Teacher, our lives are at stake, and you still insist on letting Hinata confront this alone. Liu Yifei exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief, unable to fathom that such words could come from Yuhi Kurenai. He knew that if he did not intervene, Hinata would stand no chance against Jingmu Ying. Knowing the odds were against her, could he really stand by idly? Yuhi Kurenai chuckled softly, then replied with a calm demeanor. This is the stipulation of the mission. Should you defy it, I will immediately revoke Hinata's qualifications to study at this school. You cannot do this. The appearance of this person is not part of the mission. Why can I not offer assistance? Liu Yifei's voice rose in frustration and urgency. He could not bear the thought of Hinata grappling alone with Jingmu Ying, especially given the latter's superior strength. Yuhi Kurenai paid no heed to his protests, maintaining that all dangers encountered during the mission must be resolved by the students themselves without interference. After stating this, she fell silent. Liu Yifei glanced at Hinata, who appeared lost in thought, then raised his voice in protest. No, this arrangement will endanger Hinata. Yet, as soon as he spoke, silence enveloped them. It was clear that Yuhi Kurenai had no intention of further involvement. Shaking his head, Liu Yifei approached Hinata. Do not fear. This time, I will protect you. Hinata, still dazed, instinctively shook her head upon hearing his words. No, I cannot allow you to help me. Otherwise, I risk losing my eligibility to attend school. My family would mock me, and I would become a laughingstock. I must defeat Jingmu Ying on my own. Hinata clenched her fists and bravely took 2 steps forward. Liu Yifei surveyed the surroundings and realized Jingmu Ying had vanished, undoubtedly lying in wait for the right moment to strike. You cannot defeat Jingmu Ying alone. He seeks our lives, and you could be in grave danger. I am not afraid. Let him come. Brother Liu, you need not worry. I believe I can overcome Jingmu Ying, for Teacher Kurenai would never stand by and watch me perish. Hinata shook her head, resolutely dismissing Liu Yifei's offer of assistance. Her small face displayed a determined expression as she fixed her gaze upon the ground, intent on locating Jingmu Ying. Seeing Hinata's obstinate demeanor, Liu Yifei opened his mouth. But no words of protest emerged. Indeed, on one side was Jingmu Ying, and on the other, the opportunity for schooling. Hinata would certainly be reluctant to forfeit her education. With a sigh, Liu Yifei retreated to the side. Very well, I shall not hinder you further. However, should your life be in peril, do not blame me for taking action. I believe I will not be brought to such a dire state. Hinata turned back and offered a gentle smile. Upon witnessing Hinata's gentle yet resolute gaze, Liu Yifei felt an overwhelming pang of sympathy, yet he could do nothing but allow her to act. Stepping into the open, Hinata called out, "Come forth, do not cower in hiding. If you emerge, I shall face you openly in combat, and no one shall call you a coward who only knows how to hide." Upon hearing her words, Liu Yifei felt a sense of relief. He understood that if Hinata's declaration could coax Jingmu Ying out of concealment, it was far preferable to the latter's stealthy ambush. After all, Jingmu Ying excelled at hiding and possessed immense strength. A sudden attack on Hinata would surely result in her injury. Moments later, when Hinata noted that Jingmu Ying remained silent, she continued, "I am weak, and I do not possess your strength. If you still choose to hide, refusing to confront me head-on, I shall truly look down upon you and your clan. Upon my return, I will tell everyone that the members of the Jinmu clan are nothing but cowards. Do not defame my family in such a manner, you wicked girl." A sudden roar echoed, startling Hinata as she turned to see a figure springing forth from the ground, visibly angered. Upon seeing Jingmu Ying's furious expression, Hinata sighed in relief. "You see, I told you that hiding was unbecoming and would lead to ridicule. Now, let us engage in combat. You've forced my hand. Brace yourself." Jingmu Ying clenched his fists and charged at Hinata. Liu Yifei observed everything with keen clarity, and when he saw Jingmu Ying make his move, his eyes sparkled with interest. Chapter 41. The battle in the forest. Liu Yifei had not anticipated that. Apart from stealthy ambushes, Jingmu Ying's combat style would involve close-range attacks. It was evident that Jingmu Ying had not mastered many ninjutsu techniques, aside from earth-style techniques. He could only engage his enemies in close quarters. How intriguing. Hinata's signature ninjutsu was the gentle fist, making her well-equipped to confront Jingmu Ying. With this thought, Liu Yifei felt his earlier tension dissipate, and he sat down, leisurely observing Jingmu Ying's frantic assault. As Jingmu Ying charged toward Hinata, he shouted, "I will defeat you. I will crush you and those who speak ill of me. It is not mere words that condemn you. Your penchant for hiding is what brings scorn upon you." Hinata retorted with a scoff, stepping back and extending her fist to meet Jingmu Ying's attack. As their fists collided, a powerful gust swept through the area. Lu Yifei narrowed his eyes, watching intently as Hinata was pushed back 2 steps, while Jinmu Ying barely managed to remain upright. Humph. It seems you are still slightly weaker than I. Jinmu Ying boasted triumphantly, looking down on Hinata, filled with a sense of pride as he had never fought anyone before and now saw Hinata stagger back. Seeing Jinmu Ying so pleased with himself, Lu Yifei shook his head and taunted, "Is a mere fleeting advantage enough to make you so arrogant? Just look at your height, weight, and age, and then compare them to our little Hinata. It's simply a case of the strong preying on the weak. It is only natural that her strength cannot rival yours." How utterly shameful. What did you say? Dare to repeat that? Jinmu Ying's eyelids twitched with anger as he turned to glare fiercely at Lu Yifei. Lu Yifei clicked his tongue. Am I not speaking the truth? Your strength is merely slightly superior to Hinata's. What is there to boast about? Whether you win or lose. Pathetic. Jinmu Ying was nearly beside himself with rage, pointing an accusing finger at Lu Yifei. Are you still spouting nonsense? This is a fair competition. If you keep talking like that, I'll make you pay. Come on then. I'm terrified of you. Lu Yifei eagerly awaited this challenge, immediately sticking out his tongue in provocation. He understood that while Jinmu Ying and Hinata were engaged in combat, he could not intervene. However, if he could incite Jinmu Ying to target him instead, the situation would become far more manageable. This way, Hinata would be spared from danger and avoid expulsion. Jinmu Ying's teeth ground together in frustration as he glared at Lu Yifei. Fine, if you think I'm bullying her, then I shall compete with you. With that declaration, he lowered his hands, abandoning his assault on Hinata. Hinata, watching in confusion from the sidelines, voiced her concern. Brother Lu, why are you doing this? Do not worry. I will handle him. Lu Yifei flicked his tongue again, bracing himself for Jinmu Ying's attack. Yet, at that moment, Jinmu Ying abruptly halted. He was not foolish. He recognized what would be advantageous for him and what would lead to his own downfall. After Lu Yifei's earlier taunt, he understood the latter's prowess and concluded that engaging in battle with him would be unwise. Instead, he should refocus his efforts on the young girl. With that thought, Jinmu Ying turned back, sneering, "Do you really think I would fall for that? You are just reluctant to see your little master suffer, aren't you? Well, today I shall defeat your little master." With that, he lunged directly at Hinata. Taken by surprise, Hinata quickly dashed behind a tree to evade his attack, only to prepare for the next wave. Lu Yifei sighed, anxiously watching their struggle, realizing he may have overplayed his hand. Initially, he intended to draw Jinmu Ying away. But after revealing his tongue, it seemed Jinmu Ying had recognized its threat and chose to continue battling Hinata instead. What a miscalculation. Now he could only hope for Hinata's capabilities. Filled with regret, Lu Yifei gazed ahead, fervently wishing for Hinata's safety. Bending low, Hinata dodged one of Jinmu Ying's strikes. Rolling on the ground before regaining her footing, panting heavily, "Now it's my turn to strike." With that, Hinata charged forward, raising her fist to attack Jinmu Ying's face. Jinmu Ying abruptly dodged, only to realize that Hinata's attack was not aimed at his face. Seizing the moment of his evasion, Hinata swiftly extended her other fist and delivered a powerful blow to Jinmu Ying's abdomen. Caught off guard by this unexpected maneuver, Jinmu Ying staggered back a few steps. Lu Yifei, observing from the sidelines, struggled to contain his laughter. He never anticipated that Hinata's cunning tactic, which had proven effective during the evaluation by Yuhi Kurenai, would once again compel Jinmu Ying to retreat. It appeared this strategy was universally effective. Instantly, Lu Yifei felt a surge of confidence and shouted to Hinata, "Go for it. Hinata, I believe you can defeat him." "Who said that? She is not my opponent at all. She's merely a little girl." Jinmu Ying retorted, his face flushed with anger. He could hardly believe that he had actually been forced back by a mere child, and to have absorbed such a blow was utterly humiliating. In a fit of rage, he roared and charged directly at Hinata once more. This attack was evidently much stronger than his previous attempts, and Lu Yifei sensed a palpable aura of menace, urgently warning, "Hinata, be careful. He's using all his strength now." Hinata, however, remained fixated on Jinmu Ying's movements, her expression betraying no hint of anxiety or fear. As he advanced, she steadied herself, grounding her breath before extending both hands to meet his assault. Lu Yifei was taken aback, astonished that Hinata opted for a head-on confrontation with Jinmu Ying. Words of surprise escaped him, leaving only a profound sense of worry and tension. "Please, Hinata, don't get hurt. It could lead to serious trouble. Just as Lu Yifei pondered this, he suddenly heard two swift sounds. Instinctively, he looked up to see Jingmu Ying's hands, which were about to strike Hinata, now bleeding profusely, each pierced by gleaming throwing knives. Jingmu Ying's eyes widened in shock, and after a few agonizing moments, he screamed in pain. "Ah? It hurts. Who ambushed me?" With that, he collapsed to the ground, trembling, unable to utter another word. Both Lu Yifei and Hinata stared, equally astonished, unable to fathom the turn of events. Chapter 42. The Battle of Three. Lu Yifei and Hinata exchanged glances, staring at the writhing Jingmu Ying on the ground, unsure of what to say. They had not anticipated the sudden appearance of the two throwing knives. Who could have executed such a strike? After a brief moment of trembling on the ground, Jingmu Ying managed to rise, shouting, "Who ambushed me? I will kill you." "With what? You can't even defeat a girl. Who else could you possibly kill?" "The Jingmu clan's ninjas are hardly formidable," came Sasuke's voice from a short distance away, laced with subtle mockery. Lu Yifei recognized Sasuke's voice, his eyes widening in disbelief at the unexpected arrival of Sasuke in this tense moment. Several students from Class 7 also have their tasks. But why has Sasuke suddenly appeared here? Could it simply be a coincidence that they are both assigned to the same location? Jingmu Ying was infuriated by Sasuke's words and retorted fiercely, "You little brat. Where are you? Show yourself. Unable to find me? You truly possess no skill." Sasuke mercilessly mocked him, displaying utter disdain. Lu Yifei was speechless, astonished that wherever Sasuke went, he maintained such a sharp tongue and aloof demeanor. At that moment, Hinata tapped Lu Yifei on the shoulder. "Brother Lu, I can't see Sasuke anywhere." "Over there," Lu Yifei pointed to a large tree not far away. Hinata focused her gaze and indeed spotted Sasuke leaning against the tree, albeit obscured by overgrown grass that stood over a meter tall, making him difficult to discern at first glance. Lu Yifei wondered how long Sasuke had been observing the scene, but now with Sasuke's assistance, he felt reassured that Hinata would not have to face Jingmu Ying alone. While they conversed, Jingmu Ying finally caught sight of Sasuke and seethed. "What is so impressive about hiding and launching a sneak attack? Come out. Let us settle this once and for all." "Settle this once and for all? Your hands are already injured. How do you intend to duel me?" Sasuke stepped forward, gazing coldly at Jingmu Ying. Hinata hesitated for a couple of seconds, but eventually spoke up. "Thank you for your help, Sasuke, but Jingmu Ying is after me, so let me handle this. I don't want to burden you." "Hinata, what are you saying?" Lu Yifei exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Even if Jingmu Ying was injured, he still possessed greater strength than Hinata. If a confrontation ensued, Hinata might not stand a chance against him. How could she ask Sasuke to withdraw? Hinata understood Lu Yifei's concerns, turned to him, and smiled. "I believe I can defeat Jingmu Ying. You must have faith in me, Brother Lu." For a moment, Lu Yifei was at a loss for words and turned his gaze toward Sasuke. Sasuke furrowed his brow and stated firmly, "If I witness this matter, I must intervene. But Teacher Kurenai said that when encountering any issues during a mission, we must resolve them ourselves." Hinata expressed her worries. Sasuke, equally resolute, replied, "I am also on a mission, and Kakashi-sensei instructed that we must handle any issues that arise ourselves." Hearing his words, Hinata gasped, feeling uncertain about how to proceed. Seeing them entangled in this debate, Jingmu Ying trembled with rage. "What is there to argue about? Do you really think you can defeat me? Dream on. Who do you think you're looking down on? Today, I will make you aware of my strength." "You've already repeated that several times," Hinata said disdainfully, casting a glance at Jingmu Ying without a trace of fear. Upon hearing those words, Lu Yifei could not contain himself and let out a chuckle, finding Hinata exceedingly amusing. Jingmu Ying, utterly humiliated by their taunts, bellowed, "You little brats. Prepare to face me." With that proclamation, he plunged underground, leaving only a cloud of choking dust in his wake. Another earth release technique? Lu Yifei frowned, fixating intently on the movements of the ground, determined not to overlook any subtle signs. He still had yet to comprehend the nature of the earth release technique or the specific dangers it might entail, especially since it was a hereditary ninjutsu of the Jingmu clan. He feared it might pose real peril. Hinata and Sasuke, upon witnessing the disappearance of their adversary, exchanged wary glances, keen to ascertain Jingmu Ying's precise location. "Since you wish to avoid a calamity, let us act in unison. This predicament concerns us both, and it is prudent that we tackle it together," Hinata ventured cautiously, unsure of the stoic Sasuke's thoughts. Sasuke, seemingly indifferent to her proposal, merely cast a fleeting glance at Hinata, stating, Just ensure you do not get hurt. Otherwise, you will become a liability. Rest assured, I am not as feeble as you presume. Hinata's expression hardened with resolve. Just as they were engaged in conversation, Lu Yifei noticed a bloodied hand emerging from behind them and shouted urgently, "Watch out. Hinata, move aside." Having grown accustomed to Lu Yifei's voice, Hinata did not hesitate to leap aside. Sasuke, however, was slower to react, and with Jingmu Ying's swift movement beneath the ground, he seized Sasuke's ankle with alarming speed. Jingmu Ying's grip was formidable. Once he had ensnared Sasuke, he yanked him to the ground with such force that Sasuke was rendered immobile. Do not let him prevail. Quickly, use your blade to sever his grasp. Lu Yifei shouted, directing Sasuke's actions. He discerned that the Jingmu Ying concealed underground was vastly different from the one above. This version possessed hands that were significantly more resilient, akin to iron claws, tightly restraining Sasuke's ankle, leaving him utterly helpless. At that moment, should extreme measures not be taken to compel Jingmu Ying to release his hold, Sasuke would surely be in grave danger. Upon hearing Lu Yifei's command, Sasuke snapped back to focus, drawing a throwing knife from his waist and thrusting it fiercely toward Jingmu Ying's hand. Hinata and Lu Yifei widened their eyes in unison, only to discover that the knife was utterly ineffective, merely slicing through skin, while Sasuke was unceremoniously tossed several meters away, crashing harshly against a tree and collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Remarkably formidable, Lu Yifei exclaimed in astonishment at Jingmu Ying's prowess underground. Responding to Lu Yifei's remark, Jingmu Ying's voice resonated ominously from below. Indeed, today, I shall make you who look down upon me aware of my true strength. His voice echoed as if emanating from the very depths of the earth, sinister and ghostly. Chapter 43. Listening for position. Hinata shivered as she turned to look at Lu Yifei. Brother Lu, this Jingu Eagle is no easy foe. Can you devise a strategy? I must find a way to hide. Before Lu Yifei could respond, he noticed that the menacing hand was again lunging towards Hinata. Instinctively, she recoiled, leaping aside and seeking refuge in the underbrush. The hand of the Jingu Eagle halted before the foliage, seemingly unable to locate her position. At that moment, Lu Yifei sensed something amiss. He realized that the Jingu Eagle was not entirely invincible underground. It became evident to him that the creature relied on a unique sensitivity to detect Hinata's whereabouts, and now that she had effectively concealed herself, it could not ascertain her location. To confirm his hypothesis, Lu Yifei took a couple of steps forward and stomped the ground with vigor. Sure enough, the hand of the Jingu Eagle shifted its focus towards him. Hey, what are you doing? I'm not your target. If you come any closer, I'll pull you out myself. Lu Yifei shouted, threatening the Jingu Eagle to keep its distance. He finally understood that the creature could only discern its surroundings through vibrations in the earth. What a peculiar ninjutsu indeed. Clearly wary of Lu Yifei's formidable tongue technique, the Jingu Eagle refrained from advancing further, now at a loss for other targets, aimlessly flailing about in confusion. Meanwhile, hidden in the grass, Hinata discerned the creature's weakness. Cautiously, she straightened up and beckoned to Sasuke, signaling him to ascend the tree. Sasuke understood immediately, rising swiftly and darting up the trunk. The Jingu Eagle sensed Sasuke's presence and rushed towards him, only to find that the sensation had vanished once more. In a fit of frustration, it cried out, "Where are you? Stop hiding like turtles and show yourselves." "Isn't that you, hiding underground?" Sasuke retorted, perched atop the tree and gazing down at the hand. Realizing that Sasuke was speaking from above, the Jingu Eagle gritted its teeth in fury. You climbed a tree? Despicable. Its earth-based jutsu was only effective against those on the ground. Now that Sasuke was above, it found itself utterly powerless against him. So, it's acceptable for you to conceal yourself underground while I cannot take refuge in the trees? If anything, your secretive ambush is the true act of cowardice. Sasuke shot back mercilessly. Lu Yifei found himself both amused and bewildered by this exchange. Wasn't Sasuke typically aloof? Why was he so loquacious today? Perhaps spending time with Naruto had influenced him, prompting him to speak more during battle. Just as Lu Yifei pondered this, the Jingu Eagle suddenly chuckled darkly. "Oh, so what if you hide? That little girl is still on the ground. Isn't she? Where are you? I hope you don't make it easy for me to find you." Jingmu Ying gradually shifted his hand near several large trees, adopting an aggressive stance. Intent on preventing Hinata from following Sasuke onto the path, Lu Yifei noticed that the hand was just beside the grass the moment Hinata moved. Jingmu Ying would undoubtedly detect her presence. He let out a hiss, fully aware of the dire consequences if that hand captured Hinata, and urgently exclaimed, "Hinata, you must hide well. Do not emerge. Do not let Jingmuing find you." Hinata nodded silently, refraining from uttering a sound. "Be quiet. Today, I will certainly capture her and slay her before your very eyes." Jingmuing bellowed, his hand twitching with eagerness. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei's eyes suddenly brightened, and a vague idea began to form in his mind. Since Jingmuing relied on sound and footsteps to ascertain their locations, if he continuously spoke to disrupt Jingmuing, perhaps he would indeed fail to locate any target. With this thought, Lu Yifei boldly approached the hand, taking a deep breath. Seeing his actions, Sasuke inquired with confusion, "What are you planning to do?" Hinata cautiously peered out, witnessing Lu Yifei drawing near Jingmuing's hand, and her concern grew. Jingmuing sensed Lu Yifei's proximity and nervously shifted his hand. The formidable tongue of that large frog was indeed formidable. He did not wish to be ensnared by such a tongue again. Lu Yifei scoffed dismissively, declaring swiftly, "Today, I will not allow you to find my little princess. You are currently relying on sound and footsteps to determine your position. I shall remain by your side, creating a racket, and see if you can locate anyone else." Upon finishing his statement, Lu Yifei began to skip around Jingmuing's hand, incessantly babbling nonsensical words, causing an uproar around them. Witnessing his comical antics, Sasuke and Hinata widened their eyes in astonishment, surprised that Lu Yifei would devise such a strategy. Jingmuing, sensing the chaos below, shouted in frustration, "It's too noisy. Get away from me. I refuse. If you have the courage, come and strike me. If you hit me, I will hit you back. My little princess and Sasuke will remain unharmed. You cannot kill anyone, just a useless little fool." Lu Yifei relentlessly provoked him, continuing to skip and jump. Jingmuing, overwhelmed by the noise, found it impossible to discern the positions of the others. He was infuriated. "You wretched frog, are you seeking death? It is you who is courting danger. You hide when you cannot fight. Even hiding does not help you. The noise I create will send you into disarray. You possess no wit at all. You should retreat and spare yourself further humiliation." Lu Yifei taunted, sticking out his tongue. After delivering his remarks, Lu Yifei leaped even more energetically, waving at Hinata beside him. Understanding his intent, Hinata quickly rose from the grass and swiftly ascended the tree. Jingmuing, of course, sensed the anomaly. Before he could take action, the sensation he had just felt vanished once more. "I have taken refuge atop the tree, and none can reach me now." Hinata clapped her hands joyfully, gazing down from the highest point of the tree at Kimu Takashi's hand. Enraged, Kimu Takashi almost lost his composure, suddenly dashing to the base of the tree where Hinata perched, violently shaking the mighty trunk. His strength was tremendous. Even the aged tree trembled violently, as if on the verge of toppling over. Hinata and Lu Yifei were taken aback by his actions, left momentarily at a loss. In a hurry, Hinata clung tightly to the trunk, securing herself before the next jolt. However, fueled by anger and immense power, Kimu Takashi was determined to dislodge her. Uprooting the tree with a forceful tug, Hinata gasped as her body uncontrollably plummeted downwards. Chapter 44. Finding the flaw, Lu Yifei realized that if she fell, Kimu Takashi would surely harm her. Without a second thought, he dashed forward and used his head to support Hinata, firmly hoisting her onto his shoulders. Once Hinata regained her balance, she patted her chest in relief, barely having the chance to speak when the tree crashed thunderously to the ground. I didn't expect Kimu Takashi to be rather clever. Are you all right?" Lu Yifei quickly inquired about Hinata's condition. Hinata patted Lu Yifei's head, smiling brightly. "Brother Lu protected me well. I am unharmed." "Ahem, this is hardly the time for your affection, is it?" Sasuke interjected with a sudden cough, appearing quite uncomfortable. It was the first time he had witnessed such intimacy between a person and their summoning beast, and it was utterly bewildering. Once Lu Yifei regained his composure, he noticed Kimu Takashi's hand lunging towards him, imbued with a sense of desperation. With a resigned shake of his head, he placed his foot upon Kimu Takashi's hand, intending to pin it down. Yet, as his foot made contact, his expression shifted dramatically, freezing him in place. The air hung in silence for 2 seconds, and Hinata, filled with trepidation, glanced down. "Brother Lu, what is the matter?" It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. My foot has cramped." Lu Yifei howled, lifting his foot awkwardly as he stumbled backward, his face contorting into an even more grotesque expression. Sasuke quickly turned his head away, fearing that the sight of his dark and ghastly visage would induce nausea. Hinata hastily patted Lu Yifei's shoulder, offering reassurance. Brother Lu, are you all right? Did he attack you? Lu Yifei leaned against the tree, taking a considerable amount of time to recover. No, it's just that it hurts. He lamented, feeling utterly helpless. Although Lu Yifei's legs were robust and resilient, Kimo Takashi's hand was as hard as diamond. His foot had no effect on Kimo Takashi, but instead, he had nearly cramped his own leg. He could scarcely imagine what it would be like if his legs truly seized up. At that moment, Kimo Takashi let out a triumphant snort. Now you understand my prowess, don't you? Frog, take this. Sasuke paid no heed to Jingmu Ying's words and directly tossed an object to Lu Yifei. Upon catching it, Lu Yifei discovered it to be a gleaming throwing knife. Astonished, he raised his head, inquiring how many items he had concealed on his person. Not many, merely a dozen or so, Sasuke replied with an expressionless countenance, as if he found nothing peculiar about the situation. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei swallowed hard, expressing his admiration. What do you possess? What are you wielding? Jingmu Ying asked anxiously, his hands instinctively retracting. I truly did not anticipate that Jingmu Ying would oscillate between timidity and aggression so effortlessly, Lu Yifei mused, shaking his head. Just as he contemplated how to utilize the throwing knife against Jingmu Ying, it was snatched away by Hinata, perched atop Lu Yifei's head. She gazed at the hand on the ground and remarked, Brother Lu, have you forgotten? Teacher Kurenai said you must not interfere. Allow me to handle this. With that, she leapt down from Lu Yifei's head. By the time Lu Yifei sought to intervene, it was too late. He could only watch in alarm as Hinata descended, exclaiming, Hinata, be careful. No sooner had he uttered these words than Hinata landed on the ground, her eyes fixed intently on Jingmu Ying's hand. Jingmu Ying, of course, sensed Hinata's approach and immediately lunged towards her without hesitation. His ferocious demeanor caused even Sasuke, perched in the tree, to tense up. He leapt down without a second thought, drawing a throwing knife. I will assist you. Hinata did not refuse. She remained focused on the menacing hand, swinging the throwing knife in a determined strike. Though Jingmu Ying's hand sustained little damage, Hinata's relentless assault momentarily thwarted his attempts to approach her. Sasuke swiftly advanced, sweeping at Jingmu Ying's wrist with his knife. The force of the blow elicited a muffled grunt from Jingmu Ying, who quickly retreated 2 meters. Humph, you truly possess no fear of danger, charging in so recklessly. Do you believe my power is so trivial? Then what of it? Jingmu Ying, we are unafraid of you. Hinata retorted with a scoff, brandishing the throwing knife towards his hand and boldly advancing to attack. Sasuke, unwilling to be outdone, charged forward as well, and the two relentlessly assaulted the hand. For a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand, yet they remained locked in a stalemate, unable to inflict harm upon one another. Although Hinata and Sasuke had shed their earlier disadvantage, Lu Yifei perceived that their situation was not particularly optimistic. He understood that while Jingmu Ying could not strike at them, he exerted little effort to evade. If Hinata and Sasuke continued their assault in this manner, they would inevitably tire themselves out, leaving them vulnerable to a counterattack. Realizing this, he called out, do not become overly attached to the fight. Strike at his wrist. Lu Yifei believed that Jingmu Ying was not without vulnerabilities. Every ninjutsu has its strengths and weaknesses. He was convinced that Jingmu Ying's hand must possess a flaw, whether at the fingertips or at the wrist. Uncertain whether it was merely a figment of Sasuke's imagination, he discerned that as Lu Yifei uttered those words, he also observed the toad's hand suddenly retract, as if it were genuinely afraid they might strike its wrist. Recalling the muffled grunt that escaped Jingmu Ying's lips when he had previously attacked his wrist, Sasuke was suddenly struck with inspiration, directing each subsequent assault towards Jingmu Ying's wrist. The latter cried out in agony, compelled to unleash his ultimate move, one hand contorting rigidly, resembling a true iron hook, reaching for Hinata's calf. Hinata, Lu Yifei exclaimed, rushing forward, but it was too late to intervene. He was acutely aware of Jingmu Ying's immense strength. This attack was executed with formidable force, and should Hinata be ensnared by that hand, it would surely end in disaster. With this thought, Lu Yifei felt a tightening in his chest and instinctively shut his eyes. However, instead of the anticipated cry of pain, he heard a distinct clang, akin to the sound of 2 weapons clashing. When Lu Yifei opened his eyes, he beheld Hinata, her face flushed, exerting every ounce of strength to staunch Jingmu Ying's assault with the dagger in her grasp. Yet her strength paled in comparison to his. Even as she momentarily blocked the attack, she continued to be forced backward. Hinata, fear not. I shall assist you. Lu Yifei breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes ablaze with fury as he prepared to charge forward. That was his cherished little princess. How could he allow her to be so easily bullied? Jingmu Ying's ruthless aggression was truly reckless. Chapter 45. Forcing out do not come any closer. Lu Yifei halted mid-stride, momentarily taken aback by Hinata's valiant struggle against Jingmu Ying. Terrified that Lu Yifei might genuinely rush to her aid, Hinata implored, "No, don't come over. Even if you try to help me." Lu Yifei, distressed, furrowed his brow as he slowly withdrew his outstretched foot. Indeed, Kurenai had explicitly warned them that he could not intervene. If he did assist Hinata, dire consequences would surely ensue. Yet, even so, he could not simply stand by and watch Hinata come to harm. The more he pondered, the more uneasy he became. Instinctively taking a step forward, yet unsure whether he should lend his support, Sasuke, realizing the situation, swiftly brandished a flying knife and charged ahead, declaring, "I will handle him." With that, he unleashed a rapid series of strikes aimed at Jingmu Ying's wrist, each one swift and precise as a tempest. At last, Jingmu Ying could no longer endure. He gasped and relinquished his attack on Tanghua, his once impenetrable hand now bending, as if sapped of strength. In that moment, Lu Yifei recognized that even Jingmu Ying could falter. Regardless of the prowess of his ninjutsu, at the end of the day, he was merely a ninja. Prolonged concealment underground must have drained his energy, rendering him not invincible. With this realization, Lu Yifei quickly commanded, "Do not cease your assault. He is on the brink of exhaustion. Force him out." Upon hearing these words, Hinata and Sasuke gathered their strength and charged forward, intent on forcing Jingmu Ying out of hiding. As they attacked Jingmu Ying's wrist, Lu Yifei held his breath, intently observing whether Jingmu Ying would be affected. The two flying knives relentlessly struck Jingmu Ying's wrist, causing him to stagger backward. Finally, with a loud roar, he burst forth from the ground, leaving behind a once solid hand that now lay limply on the ground. Startled, Hinata gazed at the severed hand and stammered, Did we cut off his hand?" "No," Sasuke replied, his face pale as he looked at Jingmu Ying, who lay on the ground, seemingly in pain, yet both of his hands remained intact on his arms, completely unharmed. Hinata turned her head in the direction Sasuke was looking and widened her eyes in disbelief, stammering, "How does he still have one hand?" Not only were Hinata and Sasuke perplexed, but Lu Yifei was equally astonished. He watched Jingmu Ying on the ground, cradling his hand, and blinked several times, confirming that Jingmu Ying indeed possessed two whole hands. What on earth was happening? Lu Yifei could no longer describe his feelings merely as astonishment. He had never known a ninja could have three hands. Hinata, too, felt bewildered. She looked down at the hand on the ground and suddenly noticed something amiss. "Lu Gu, come here quickly." Lu Yifei hurried over to join them in their inspection and discovered that the hand was decidedly unnatural. Upon closer examination, it was not a human hand at all, but rather a hard prosthetic made of some peculiar material. "What on earth is this?" Lu Yifei exclaimed in disgust as he kicked it, baffled by how Jingmu Ying had managed to use such a convincing imitation. At that moment, Jingmu Ying struggled to rise, flinging a few hexagonal throwing knives with his other hand towards Hinata and Sasuke. Hearing the rush of air behind him, Lu Yifei felt a jolt of anxiety and instinctively leaped forward, positioning himself in front of Hinata and Sasuke. "Get back!" Before they could react, Lu Yifei's substantial form had pushed them aside. He felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and looked down to see a knife embedded in him. "Now that's a serious attack," he thought, sitting down heavily on the ground. Since arriving here, he had never been injured by such hidden weapons. Suddenly being struck today made him acutely aware of the pain. Though the wound was small, it caused him to break out in a cold sweat, making his frog skin glisten even more. Lu Gu, frog!" Hinata and Sasuke exclaimed simultaneously, rushing to support Lu Yifei. He shook his head and smiled reassuringly. "I'm fine. Don't worry. I'm tough. A knife won't kill me." "What do you mean by won't die?" "You are not going to die," Hinata cried, tears streaming down her face as she wiped her eyes and pulled the knife out of Lu Yifei. Lu Yifei let out a muffled grunt, suppressing his voice to avoid worrying Hinata. A smile crept across his face as he beheld her tear-streaked cheeks, a blend of sorrow and tenderness filling his heart. To witness my Hinata so concerned for me, even after sustaining an injury, is indeed a worthy experience. "Fear not, I shall avenge you," Hinata declared, her expression suddenly resolute as she turned and strode purposefully towards Jingmu Ying. Lu Yifei was taken aback and hastily interjected, "Wait, Hinata, don't act rashly." However, Before he could finish, Sasuke followed Hinata's lead, leaving him momentarily isolated. His mouth agape, Louis Fei watched as they charged forward, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Hinata paid no heed to Louis Fei's words, her thoughts solely fixated on avenging him. Her elder brother had always been so kind, never having been harmed until today. When he was ambushed by Jingmu Ying while protecting her and Sasuke, she was determined to exact retribution. Jingmu Ying, having lost his weapon, was already incensed and resorted to a sneak attack. However, upon seeing that Hinata and Sasuke were unharmed, panic set in. With the two approaching, their faces etched with fury. Jingmu Ying retreated in fear, attempting to maintain composure. What do you want? It was you who severed my weapon first. Surely, I am entitled to retaliate. Enough of your prattle. Today shall determine your fate, Sasuke declared, fists clenched, adopting an offensive stance. Beside him, Hinata readied her own fist, preparing to employ her gentle techniques. Realizing he was outmatched, Jingmu Ying gulped nervously and contemplated fleeing. Yet, as he turned to escape, Sasuke lunged forward, aiming a kick at Jingmu Ying's knee. With a cry of pain, Jingmu Ying collapsed to the ground. Hinata quickly followed suit, landing a punch on him, murmuring, "For my brother's vengeance." Vengeance. At last, Louis Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him, aware that Jingmu Ying's ultimate technique was merely a form of earth manipulation. Without his weapon, which resembled a hand, he stood no chance against Hinata and Sasuke. Bruised and bloodied, Jingmu Ying spat out blood, his confidence shattered. Chapter 46. A shared mission. Upon seeing Jingmu Ying's blood, Hinata hastily stepped back, avoiding the splatter. Seizing the moment, Jingmu Ying scooped up a handful of dirt and flung it at Hinata and Sasuke's eyes. Louis Fei's expression hardened as he watched them both cover their eyes and retreat. Taking advantage of their distraction, Jingmu Ying swiftly burrowed into the earth and fled. As the dust settled, the trio found themselves staring at each other. Jingmu Ying's presence completely vanished. Hinata was the first to regain her composure. Hastening to Louis Fei's side. "Brother, how do you feel now? Does it still hurt?" "Not as much. I'm quite resilient. It hardly bothers me," Louis Fei replied, swaying slightly as he stood, waving his hand with a light-hearted smile. He was indeed in pain, yet the flying knife was not a significant concern for him, and he wished to spare Hinata from undue worry. Hinata, however, remained skeptical of his words, casting several doubtful glances at him. "Really? Are you absolutely certain you're fine?" she inquired. "It's nothing. You all should trust me. I will be all right," Louis Fei reassured them, striving to maintain an air of nonchalance. After all, he could merely rest for a few days upon returning, and it was not a grave matter. Upon hearing Louis Fei's assertion, Sasuke stepped forward, scrutinizing him with an odd expression, as if there were words on the tip of his tongue yet remained unspoken. Louis Fei examined Sasuke's demeanor and could not help but ask, "Why are you looking at me like that? What's the matter?" "Thank you. I will repay you next time," Sasuke muttered, lowering his head and quickly turning away to gaze elsewhere. Louis Fei was momentarily taken aback, looking at Hinata in confusion, only to see her stifling a smile, which led him to understand Sasuke's intent. It turned out that he was expressing gratitude, albeit in a manner as if someone owed him money. Only Sasuke could be so awkward. Louis Fei shook his head, clicking his tongue. "All right, enough of that. What do you mean by repayment? If someone ambushes me again, are you going to shield me? You don't possess the same protective qualities as I do with my toad skin, and with your build, a single knife could spell disaster." Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise, staring at Louis Fei, clearly irritated by his remarks. He had extended a kind thank you, and this toad had begun to ramble nonsensically, which was truly exasperating. Noticing Sasuke's speechlessness, Louis Fei recognized the need to temper his words, sticking out his tongue. "All right, let us not dwell on this. We've spent enough time here without resolving the issue with the Mokui. I should accompany Hinata to complete our task. What is yours, by the way?" Louis Fei inquired with curiosity, eager to learn what mission had brought Sasuke to this place. After all, this location led outside the village. Was Sasuke's mission also in that vicinity? Sasuke did not respond immediately. Instead, he posed a counter-question. "What is your task?" "Our task is merely to pick apples outside the village," Louis Fei replied casually. Unperturbed by the revelation, Sasuke turned back upon hearing this. "You're also going to pick apples?" "No way." Louis Fei was astonished, finding it hard to believe such a coincidence. Hinata, equally surprised, looked at Sasuke and furrowed her brow. "I find that rather unlikely. Teacher Yuhi Kurenai, and Teacher Kakashi should not assign us the same task, right? Sasuke remained silent, instead retrieving a piece of paper from his pocket and handing it to Hinata and Liu Yifei. Liu Yifei leaned in to inspect the note, discovering it indeed indicated the same destination for apple picking. How could this be? If we are tasked with the same mission, does that mean we can collaborate? Could the teachers have assigned the wrong tasks? Hinata questioned incredulously as she returned the note to Sasuke, voicing her suspicions. Liu Yifei nodded in agreement, sensing that the situation was far from straightforward. He doubted that the two teachers had coincidentally given the same assignment. It was highly probable that they had conspired together. Otherwise, when Yugao had appeared earlier, she would not have prohibited him from assisting Hinata, clearly aware that Sasuke would also be present. The more Liu Yifei contemplated this, the more convinced he became of its likelihood. Noticing Liu Yifei's pensive demeanor, Hinata could not help but inquire, "Liu and I, do you have a different perspective?" No. Since the tasks are identical, it simplifies matters. We should work together to ensure we bring the apples back before tomorrow, Liu Yifei replied, shaking his head to dispel any errant thoughts, and then followed them as they departed. The trio journeyed onward, weaving through the forest until they emerged beyond the village. Liu Yifei observed that once they left Konoha, everything changed. Though there were mountains and trees, the remote nature of the area led to a wild, untamed growth of flora, instilling an unsettling sense of insecurity as if predators lurked within. An uneasy feeling settled over Liu Yifei, yet he dismissed it as mere overthinking. At that moment, Hinata's keen eyes spotted a small stream not far off. Look, isn't that the stream the teacher mentioned? If we follow it, we are bound to find the apple trees. Then let us hurry. Perhaps we can return today without wasting any time, Liu Yifei urged eagerly, moving upstream against the current of the stream. Hinata quickly kept pace, perplexed. Why don't we start searching from over there? If we head upstream first, we are likely to find it nearby. Once we locate the source, we can return and follow downstream to search more easily for the apple trees. This is the quickest approach, Liu Yifei patiently elucidated, leading the way upward. Hinata listened attentively and nodded in understanding. The trio walked in silence for a while, gradually reaching the stream's end, where they encountered a waterfall nestled between two mountains. Yet found nothing else. Hinata felt a twinge of disappointment. It seems there are no apple trees here. We should go downstream. Do not lose heart. If there are none upstream, there must be some downstream. The teacher assured us there are apple trees here. Liu Yifei quickly reassured her, determined to lift her spirits. Their priority was to complete the task and return, necessitating a constant reservoir of enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Hinata merely nodded and retraced their steps. Liu Yifei followed closely, aware of her lingering disappointment, but recognizing there was little else they could do. After all, they could only continue their search for the elusive apple tree. Chapter 47. No Apples. Sasuke noticed Hinata's despondency and remarked softly, "We will surely find them. The task can be accomplished." Hinata lifted her head and cast a languid glance at him, merely uttering a soft hum, before falling silent once more. The trio continued their journey and finally arrived at the spot where they had previously discovered the stream. "All right, there must be an apple tree ahead, I assure you." Liu Yifei exhaled in relief, realizing that their mission was on the verge of a successful conclusion. Upon hearing this, Hinata perked up, her spirits revived as she pressed onward. A short while later, her keen eyes spotted an apple tree not far away, and she exclaimed with delight, "I see it. The apple tree is over there." Liu Yifei followed the direction of her finger and indeed spotted an apple tree. "Let us hurry. Once we pick the apples, we can head home," he said, feeling a surge of happiness as he followed closely behind. After being out for so long, he had yearned for a good sleep at home, and now, with the apple tree in sight, he felt reassured. Hinata and Sasuke quickened their pace, arriving in front of the apple tree, only to find something amiss. "Sasuke, do you see any apples?" Hinata inquired, gazing at the surrounding foliage in confusion. How could such a robust and large apple tree bear no fruit? Sasuke furrowed his brow in perplexity. "I don't understand what is going on. What is the matter? Where are the apples?" Liu Yifei, panting and catching up, also found it strange. A tree so lush should undoubtedly be laden with apples. Yet, it stood bare, devoid of any fruit, let alone the plump red apples their teacher had requested. Hinata furrowed her brow in concern and murmured, "I knew the task assigned by our teacher would not be simple. Now, with no apples on this tree, Sasuke and I cannot complete our mission. Perhaps this apple tree isn't the one the teacher mentioned? Should we look elsewhere?" Liu Yifei stepped back, scrutinizing the tree and sensing that something was amiss. This tree appeared to be one that should be brimming with apples. Its barrenness suggested that perhaps the teachers had come and harvested them in advance, or that birds and other creatures had feasted upon them. Maybe we should search for other apple trees to find the fruit we need. Hinata nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning sound. All right, let us quickly find another apple tree. As this one has clearly been tampered with. There won't be any other apple trees. This is the only one, Sasuke interjected, crossing his arms with a certain conviction. Intrigued by his certainty, Louis Fei asked, "Why do you say that? How do you know there's only this one apple tree?" "Because there's a mark on it," Sasuke replied, lifting his hand to point at the trunk. As Louis Fei and Hinata leaned in closer, they noticed a carving of the Konoha Academy emblem on the trunk, indicating that this tree was specifically intended for students to complete their assignments. This can't be real, can it? There's clearly nothing on the apple tree. Louis Fei exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had seen nothing at all, not even the remnants of an apple core left behind by some creature. Louis Fei perceived that this was a deliberate challenge posed by Yuhi Kurenai and Kakashi, designed to hinder Hinata and Sasuke from accomplishing their task. Hinata nodded in agreement. Her voice tinged with urgency. The deadline set by our teacher is tomorrow. She must be aware that there are no apple trees here, and that we need to devise a solution, which is why she has given us such a generous time frame. We must resolve this matter swiftly. She was at a loss as to where to find another apple tree and had no idea how to conjure additional apples from thin air. Do not fret. There must be a way, Louis Fei reassured, wishing to calm Hinata. Sensei Kurenai would not allow us to return empty-handed. This situation was not entirely devoid of solutions. Otherwise, there would have been no purpose in sending them here. There must be some hidden method awaiting their discovery. At that moment, Sasuke, who had remained silent, approached the apple tree and began to tap the trunk with his fingers, seemingly in search of something. Louis Fei and Hinata stood by, watching quietly, confused by his actions. After a while, a muffled sound suddenly emanated from within the trunk. Louis Fei's eyes brightened as he stepped forward, exclaiming, "There must be something inside. Perhaps it is an apple. We need to find a way to cut open the bark." Sasuke nodded, drawing a kunai from his waist to attempt to slice through the bark. As Louis Fei observed, he suddenly noticed a glimmer of cold light emerging from the slit in the bark. He was startled and grasped Sasuke's shoulder, cautioning, "Don't move. That is not an apple. What is it?" Hinata, sensing his grave demeanor, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her and instinctively took a couple of steps back. Louis Fei inhaled deeply, gesturing for Sasuke to step aside. "Allow me to handle this." "No, the teacher has instructed that we must not let anyone else intervene." Sasuke firmly declined, refusing to budge. Louis Fei was taken aback, then sighed. He had been so caught up in his words, he had forgotten the teacher's instructions. Even if he sensed danger, he could only let Sasuke proceed. After a moment's thought, he suggested, "Perhaps we should not cut it open. It surely is not an apple. I cannot rest easy without knowing what lies inside. What if it holds the clue to the apples?" Sasuke countered, resolutely intent on slicing the bark. Louis Fei opened his mouth, realizing he had no valid arguments to dissuade him, and silently positioned himself to protect Hinata, stepping aside. Sasuke then took a step forward, diligently attempting to cut through the bark. As the slit widened, Louis Fei finally discerned what was concealed within. His eyes widened in shock, and after a few seconds of stunned silence, he shouted, "It's several needles. Stop cutting." At that moment, Sasuke had already removed a large piece of bark. Upon hearing Louis Fei's warning, he had no time to ponder what it was and instinctively dodged to the side. Simultaneously, several needles shot out, whizzing past Sasuke's shoulder as they flew away. "Ah, this must surely be a trap set by the teachers, deliberately misleading you into harm," Louis Fei remarked, observing Sasuke deftly evade the assault of the silver needles, clicking his tongue in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the instructors would be so unreserved, directly laying a trap without any semblance of restraint. Although these needles posed little threat of serious injury to Sasuke, they would undoubtedly impair his movements. The reason behind such actions remained a mystery. Sasuke inhaled deeply, his complexion slightly flushed, appearing somewhat startled. "I am fine. Let us continue searching," he declared, proceeding to the opposite side of the tree to resume his task. Chapter 48. Acquiring the apple. Louis Fei sensed that this approach was unsustainable. Hinata and Kakashi would certainly not confine themselves to a single trap on one tree. There must be other hidden dangers. With this thought in mind, he cautioned, "Sasuke, exercise caution. There may be unforeseen traps yet." Sasuke nodded slightly and crouched down to continue his probing. near the roots of the tree. A dull thud echoed through the air. "Is there something inside?" Hinata exclaimed, rushing over, her eyes wide with surprise as she gazed at the roots. The bark at the root was conspicuously marked by a circle of seams, evidently cut and then replaced. Lu Yifei surmised that it was either an apple or a trap within, swiftly pulling Hinata aside. "Stay back, it's dangerous." This time, Sasuke did not approach without caution as before. Instead, he shielded his face with his arm and carefully used a throwing knife to pry open the existing seam. Lu Yifei's eyes widened in alarm as he beheld, just beyond the tree, a pair of glimmering eyes, no larger than grains of rice. "Is that a snake? Quickly, cover the bark." He swallowed hard, urgently directing Sasuke to cease his actions. Although Sasuke was unaware of what Lu Yifei had seen, the sight of his anxious, contorted expression prompted him to abandon his attempt to peel back the bark. Hinata, equally perplexed, inquired, "Lu, why are you so frightened? What did you see?" "I saw a venomous snake," Lu Yifei affirmed with a nod, feeling a twinge of unease. He could not identify the snake, but its eyes were cold and lethal, reminiscent of the most poisonous serpent in existence, sending a shiver down his spine. Hinata bit her lip, noticing the sweat forming on her brow, and nervously remarked, "It's fortunate we didn't T-release the snake. Otherwise, Sasuke would surely have faced an attack." "Yes, I have thoroughly examined the area. There are no other concealed objects in the tree," Sasuke stated, rising without paying heed to the snake, instead voicing his concerns. Lu Yifei furrowed his brow, acutely aware that dusk was approaching. Should they continue their search here, they would inevitably have to spend the night. Once darkness fell, navigating the forest would become perilous and confusing, particularly in an unfamiliar area prone to disorientation. However, staying put could expose them to unforeseen dangers. After much contemplation, Lu Yifei resolved that the most prudent course of action was to swiftly locate the apple and then make their departure. Lu Yifei pondered this and began to circle the tree trunk, observing it closely. He looked up and noticed that the branches and leaves of the apple tree converged upward, forming a canopy that obscured their view of the top. After a moment's reflection, he suddenly inquired, "Have you ever seen an apple tree before? Do other apple trees also grow their branches upward?" "There are few apple trees here. I have seen them before, but have no clear recollection." Hinata smiled shyly, somewhat chagrined by her poor memory. Sasuke, standing nearby, chimed in, "I have never seen an apple tree." Lu Yifei absent-mindedly nodded, fixated on the apex of the apple tree. Feeling that something was amiss, he turned and walked a short distance to examine another tree. Discovering that this one did not converge upward like the apple tree, but instead grew freely toward the sunlight, Lu Yifei sensed that there was something fundamentally wrong. After all, an apple tree is merely an ordinary tree. How could it possibly grow in such a uniform manner, all branches directed skyward? He returned to scrutinize the top of the apple tree, an audacious thought forming in his mind. Noticing Lu Yifei's restless movements, Hinata couldn't help but approach him. "Lu, have you made a new discovery? Do share with us," she urged. "Look at the top of this tree. Doesn't it seem different from the others? Apple trees shouldn't grow in such a manner, should they?" Finally voicing his confusion, Lu Yifei pointed at the tree's summit. Upon hearing this, Hinata and Sasuke turned their gazes in unison, both perceiving this peculiar phenomenon. Although they had seldom encountered apple trees, they understood that no tree could grow in such an odd fashion, as if deliberately reaching upward in anticipation of their search for apples. Deliberate growth? Hinata contemplated this and suddenly had an idea. Could it be that the apples are at the top of the tree? These branches seem to be shielding something. "Yes, that is precisely what I think," Lu Yifei replied, nodding enthusiastically, pleasantly surprised that Hinata had arrived at the same conclusion. Sasuke raised his gaze to observe for a moment before exclaiming, "I'll go up and take a look." With that, he swiftly leapt onto a nearby tree, gaining a view of the apple tree's summit. "What is up there? Are there any apples?" Lu Yifei eagerly asked, his impatience evident. After searching for so long, if there were indeed none atop the tree, their efforts would have been in vain. Sasuke nodded and reached out, retrieving 2 large, ripe red apples. "Found them. Wonderful. Your task is accomplished. We can finally return home," Lu Yifei exclaimed, a wave of relief washing over him. Thankfully, they had found the apples, and there was no need to linger any longer. In such moments, securing the apples and departing was of utmost importance. Sasuke jumped down from the tree and handed an apple to Hinata. "Here, take this. Our mission is complete. It's all thanks to our mutual support, Sasuke. I appreciate your help throughout this journey." Hinata accepted the apple with a gentle smile, not forgetting to express her gratitude. Sasuke cast a somewhat uncomfortable glance at Liu Yifei and lowered his voice, saying, "Me too." "You too what?" Liu Yifei feigned ignorance, continuing to probe. He was aware of Sasuke's aloof and awkward nature, making it difficult for him to express thanks sincerely, yet he yearned to witness Sasuke's earnest gratitude. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Liu Yifei would persist with this topic. After a considerable pause, he finally said, "I also appreciate your assistance. It's nothing. This is a shared task that we all completed together. There's no need to make a fuss about it." Liu Yifei smiled contentedly. He found inexplicably joy in observing Sasuke's awkwardness while attempting to express gratitude. At that moment, Hinata recognized that Liu Yifei had been playfully teasing Sasuke and gently cleared her throat, saying, "We should hasten our pace and bring the apples along. We must exit this forest before nightfall." She still harbored fears of encountering more unpredictable ninjas and beasts lurking within the woods, as such encounters could pose significant dangers. Hinata was uncertain whether the appearance of the pristine wood eagle was an accident or a result of something else. She simply wished to avoid a second encounter with it. Chapter 49. Retracing our steps, Liu Yifei understood that it was unwise to linger any longer in this place, promptly suggesting, "Let us swiftly retrace our steps and refrain from dawdling in the woods. Who knows what we might encounter?" He felt that this task was unexpectedly simplistic. Although fraught with dangers and traps, they could be navigated with caution and prudence, which was not characteristic of their instructor's usual approach. Given the strictness of previous assessments, it seemed improbable that a task assigned based on their abilities would be so uncomplicated. The more he pondered, the more he suspected that further complications were likely, fueling his desire to exit the forest. Hinata and Sasuke also shared no intention of lingering, hastily following Liu Yifei as they retraced their path. The trio navigated through the tranquil woods, occasionally hearing the chirping of crickets. Aside from that, there was an eerie silence. As Hinata walked, her sense of boredom grew, prompting her to speak up. "I wonder what the outcome of this task will be. I hope the teachers will be satisfied. They merely stipulated the time for task completion. And as long as we bring the apples back, it counts as finishing ahead of schedule." "Perhaps you underestimate the situation," Liu Yifei interjected, revealing his thoughts. "I doubt the two instructors devised this task simply for the sake of having the students complete it. Otherwise, how could it involve such an unusual undertaking as apple picking? In essence, this task likely serves as a means to assess each student's adaptability in the face of varying circumstances." Upon hearing those words, Hinata could not help but feel a twinge of concern. "We are merely picking apples, yet we have encountered so many perilous situations. I wonder how Kiba and the others are faring." "Do not worry," Liu Yifei reassured her hastily, wishing to alleviate her anxiety. "Even if they are in danger, their lives are not at risk. Each individual faces different threats and solutions. Ultimately, there will be no life-threatening consequences." Hinata nodded and turned to observe Sasuke, who had remained silent. "Your expression seems rather grim. Are you troubled by something?" Sasuke continued to furrow his brow, lost in thought. Liu Yifei understood that Sasuke was naturally reticent, often preoccupied with his own musings, and he merely smiled, unconcerned. "You know he is always like this. Do not fret. Let him contemplate his thoughts in solitude." "All right, I understand," Hinata replied reluctantly, stealing several glances at Sasuke before turning away in silence. Liu Yifei ambled along, occasionally gazing at the surrounding scenery. The forest in the evening exuded a strangely desolate aura, feeling even more oppressive than at night. As Liu Yifei walked, he grew increasingly uneasy, sensing that the silence was somewhat abnormal. He longed to leave this place, seeking comfort in the sounds of laughter from the villagers. Suddenly, Sasuke halted, gazing down the narrow path. "Are we to retrace our steps entirely?" Liu Yifei looked ahead and realized that this path led to the location of his confrontation with King Muing. He felt a bead of sweat form on his brow. "Sasuke, you do not truly believe King Muing is still there, do you? He has already fled, and we have neutralized his signature move. Even if he were present, there would be no danger. You need not worry." Liu Yifei considered Sasuke's caution excessive. Although King Muing had intended to teach them a lesson, he was undeniably no match for them. If King Muing were indeed still lurking, it would be tantamount to courting death. With this thought, Liu Yifei shook his head, recognizing that this was simply Sasuke's nature, ever too vigilant and cautious. Sasuke, however, did not concur with Liu Yifei's assessment. Instead, he shook his head and stated, "Regardless, King Muing has been injured by us. He will not let this go easily. Even if he wishes to relent, he cannot defeat us. Let us proceed quickly. Night falls swiftly, and I do not wish to linger in the woods. If you prefer not to take this route, we can seek an alternative. Louis Fei, unperturbed, urged them onward. He knew Sasuke could be rather obstinate. He did not wish to oppose him. Regardless of the path chosen, the priority was to exit swiftly. At this moment, Hinata surveyed her surroundings and hesitantly remarked, Sasuke, there are no other paths here. We must traverse through to that grove and then descend the mountain. Otherwise, we will waste time here and be unable to leave by nightfall. Upon hearing this, Louis Fei looked up to find the area surrounded by dense grass and trees, with no alternative routes in sight. Moreover, the thickets were likely to harbor insects or wild creatures. He turned his gaze to Sasuke, impatiently waiting for him to propose a solution. Observing the anxious expressions on their faces, Sasuke took a moment before responding. Let us proceed directly through. That is more like it. There is certainly nothing in this vicinity. Besides, even if there were, can't the three of us handle it? Louis Fei promptly stepped onto the path, speaking as he moved forward. Having completed their task, their primary concern should be whether their teachers had set any traps. Rather than fretting over a defeated Konoha eagle, Hinata nodded and began to smile again. Brother Lu is right. Together, we can surely defeat several Konoha eagles. So you needn't worry. No, you are mistaken, Sasuke said flatly, continuing his stride, suddenly interjecting with a rebuttal. Louis Fei and Hinata exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what Sasuke meant. Unable to contain himself, Louis Fei asked, What do you mean? Do you truly believe that the three of us lack the strength to face a few Konoha eagles? At this point, Louis Fei felt a surge of indignation. His frog technique was exceptionally refined, and coupled with his innate abilities, he would easily surpass any Konoha eagle in a real confrontation. In response, Sasuke shook his head. I'm not questioning strength. I'm referring to you. You are not human. Hinata should have said 2 people equal 1 frog. Louis Fei's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Sasuke. What kind of statement is that? Is this something Sasuke would say? Isn't he supposed to be aloof? When did he become so sharp-tongued? Chapter 50. The illusion vanished. A multitude of questions left Louis Fei at a loss for words, merely gazing at Sasuke's impassive expression, racking his brain for the next opportunity to thoroughly mock Sasuke. Observing Louis Fei's frustrated demeanor, Hinata couldn't help but chuckle softly. It seems Brother Lu has been hit hard by Sasuke's words. No, I haven't. I just think Sasuke talks too much. He's not suited to be my friend, Louis Fei hastily denied, casting a mild glare at Sasuke. He wouldn't let Sasuke's words weigh on his mind. Although he currently embodied a frog, he could transform into other heroic forms, after all. Furthermore, his true self was a well-bred youth of the 21st century. Hinata smiled gently again. Well, if Brother Lu feels that way, then so be it. However, Sasuke means no harm. He simply doesn't realize how handsome you truly are. Upon hearing those words, Sasuke, who had been striding ahead, cast a serious glance at Hinata, as if to ascertain the sincerity of her statement. Witnessing Sasuke's gaze, Louis Fei's temper flared. What sort of look is that? Am I not handsome enough? Even if I were a mere frog, I would still be a dashing one, charming in my own dark and generous way. After saying this, he lowered his head to admire his own shiny, dark belly, nodding in affirmation. Was there another frog as resplendent as he in the entirety of Konoha? So, you believe that uniqueness equates to handsomeness. I understand, Sasuke replied. Stifling a laugh, Louis Fei inhaled deeply, forcing himself to suppress his frustration amidst the woods, lest a passerby mistakenly think this place haunted. Brother Lu, I think you are the most handsome. Don't pay attention to what Sasuke says. He is merely joking. Hinata adores you, Hinata quickly interjected, her smile radiant. Louis Fei blinked, struggling to contain his drool. Hinata, you are truly beautiful. No, you are simply wonderful. You understand me best. Sasuke puffed out his cheeks, deliberately avoiding looking at Louis Fei's froggy visage, resolutely trying not to feel disgusted. The trio continued their banter, the journey becoming neither tedious nor frightening. As they neared the location where the purewood eagle was rumored to appear, Hinata fell silent, her gaze scanning the surroundings with palpable tension. Calm down. How could the purewood eagle be waiting here? Wouldn't that be courting death? Unless it brought company, Louis Fei reassured, finding their apprehension somewhat excessive. There was nothing in this place, let alone an injured purewood eagle. Upon hearing this, Sasuke abruptly halted. Stop talking. Can you refrain from being paranoid? There is truly nothing here. Louis Fei sighed in exasperation, muttering a complaint before falling silent. If he with his keen senses, had detected no hint of danger. Then it was unlikely that Sasuke and Hinata could be more perceptive. Sasuke surveyed the area, his expression growing increasingly grim. I sensed something amiss ahead. What could possibly be amiss? Please, there's no one here. Are you overreacting? You weren't this frightened when facing the pure wood eagle, Lu Yifei retorted without hesitation. There was no one lurking in the shadows. A mere twitch of his ear confirmed the absence of any other presence, making Sasuke's paranoia seem rather excessive. Hinata, influenced by Sasuke's words, began to feel a tinge of fear. She instinctively inched closer to Lu Yifei. Sasuke's sudden change in demeanor surely indicated something was afoot. How could that be? I haven't sensed anything unusual, Lu Yifei asserted, doubting Sasuke's acuity, yet he continued to observe intently with his bulging froggy eyes. He has always believed that silence signifies abnormality, and tranquility conceals greater danger. However, he could not possibly fathom that the cunning Jinmu eagle was lurking nearby, poised to launch a surprise attack. Suddenly, Sasuke's expression shifted dramatically as he pointed towards a tree, exclaiming, "Look there, it's completely empty." Following his gaze, Lu Yifei found himself momentarily stunned. He distinctly recalled that this was the very spot where Jinmu Eagle's false hand had been severed when they departed. That repulsive hand lay quietly here, yet now it had vanished. Hinata cast a frightened glance around, pondering whether Jinmu Eagle had returned to reclaim it. Or perhaps he had never left, waiting until they were gone to retrieve it and flee. This possibility loomed large in her mind, leading Lu Yifei to reassure them, suggesting that it was merely Jinmu Eagle taking back his weapon, the instrument of his ultimate technique. He had sensed no other presence, indicating that apart from them, no other living being occupied this space. Lu Yifei sought to alleviate their anxiety. After all, there was nothing here. With the false hand gone, it must have been taken by Jinmu Eagle. They had already identified his vulnerabilities, and given that Jinmu Eagle had been injured in their previous encounter, it was improbable that he would choose to lie in wait here. Such a course of action would be tantamount to courting death. Upon hearing this, Sasuke suddenly turned to Lu Yifei, his gaze intense. Startled by the sudden intensity of his eyes, Lu Yifei could not help but inquire, "What is with that look? Is there something I said that was amiss?" Sasuke, unhesitatingly, articulated his concern. "I simply wish to ask if you could sense Jinmu Eagle's position when he was concealed underground." This query rendered Lu Yifei momentarily speechless, grappling for a response. Indeed, while he had watched Jinmu Eagle confront Hinata and the others, he felt helpless despite his urgency. For Jinmu Eagle had employed Earth-style jutsu to obscure his form, leaving only a hand visible, as if he had vanished entirely. If Jinmu Eagle was indeed hidden underground now, they would be oblivious to his presence, while he remained acutely aware of their location. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yifei surveyed their surroundings and declared, "Hinata, Sasuke, I believe it is prudent for you to descend from the trees. Better safe than sorry. Should Jinmu Eagle truly be lurking nearby, an unexpected ambush could result in injury. Do you think Jinmu Eagle is close?" Hinata's anxiety intensified, pressing herself against Lu Yifei, uncertain of what to do. Chapter 51. Trapped. I cannot be certain of Jinmu Eagle's presence, but as a precaution, you should leave the trees. Lu Yifei hesitated before articulating this cautionary advice. Given the circumstances, they needed to exercise utmost vigilance. If Jinmu Eagle was indeed nearby, any offensive action on his part could endanger Hinata and Sasuke. Lu Yifei understood that regardless of what transpired, he must ensure the safety of the two individuals, for otherwise, they might never escape this forest that night. Hinata obediently nodded and quickly glanced at Sasuke, suggesting they navigate through the trees. "And what about you?" Sasuke suddenly turned, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at Lu Yifei. Lu Yifei met his gaze. Although Sasuke's face was as icy as ever, he sensed an undercurrent of concern beneath that stoic facade. A mischievous smile crept onto his face. "Oh, are you worried about me? Enough of that. How will you proceed?" Sasuke asked impatiently once more, attempting to mask his discomfort. Lu Yifei proudly extended his robust limbs. "Do you see these legs? I fear neither the hands of the netwood eagle nor the edge of a blade." Sasuke scrutinized Lu Yifei's strong limbs for a moment before silently leaping onto the tree. Observing this, Lu Yifei gave Hinata a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "All right, you should join us up there. Just be careful." Hinata cautioned with concern before turning to ascend the tree. Once Lu Yifei witnessed their effortless leaps away, he let out a sigh of relief and strode forward with confidence. However, He had not walked far when he heard Hinata's startled cry. Instantly, he looked up, but her petite figure was nowhere to be seen. Hinata, what happened? Where are you? Ahaha, are you feeling scared now? A boisterous voice echoed from above. Recognizing it as the voice of the Netwood Eagle, Lu Yifei's heart raced with anxiety. What have you done to Hinata? Why not come and see for yourself? The Netwood Eagle taunted. Grasping the direction of the voice, Lu Yifei hurried over, only to find Hinata suspended by a rope in the tree, utterly unable to move. He rushed towards her, but the Netwood Eagle's menacing threat halted him. Don't move. I have a knife in hand. If you dare approach, I will end her life. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei looked up to find the Netwood Eagle perched on a branch, idly toying with a flying knife. If you dare harm her, I swear I will kill you. Lu Yifei's eyes flared with rage. Never could he have anticipated that the Netwood Eagle had remained, lying in wait to ensnare them with traps. The Netwood Eagle let out a derisive snort, gritting his teeth as he declared, You have destroyed my treasure. You must pay with your lives today. I warn you. If you dare touch Hinata, I will ensure the entire Netwood clan knows the taste of annihilation. Do you believe I could crush your weapons with a single step? Lu Yifei retorted fiercely, showing no sign of fear. He cared not for the Netwood Eagle's intentions, as long as Hinata remained unharmed. He would storm the Netwood clan and annihilate every last one of them if anything befell her. The Netwood Eagle clicked his tongue, lowering his gaze to Hinata, who had fainted. You think just because she's unconscious, I wouldn't dare take action? Lu Yifei stared at the gleaming, throwing knife in his adversary's hand, paralyzed with hesitation. At that moment, Sasuke, who had been focused on their journey, sensed something was amiss and hurried back. The scene before him left him momentarily stunned. Do not act rashly. He wields a knife. Lu Yifei urgently cautioned Sasuke, wishing to prevent any impulsive actions that might endanger Hinata. Sasuke fixed a steely gaze upon Jingmu Ing and coldly inquired, What do you intend to accomplish? What do I intend to accomplish? Jingmu Ing retorted bitterly. You three, outnumbering me, have severely injured me, and now you question my intentions? Very well, I shall enlighten you. I demand that each of you sever a hand, or I will not spare you. Jingmu Ing spoke these words through clenched teeth, bearing the weight of his lineage as the heir of the Jingmu clan, destined to become the most formidable ninja of his family. Yet now, his ultimate technique had been thwarted, leaving him at a loss on how to return as a worthy successor. Lu Yifei took a deep breath. How naive. Do you truly believe your false hand holds such value? To expect us to barter our hands for it is sheer folly. Very well, if you refuse, then I shall kill this young girl. Jingmu Ing declared, fully aware of the leverage he held, for Hinata's significance to the frog was evident. As long as she remained in his grasp, he felt invulnerable. Upon witnessing his threatening gesture, Lu Yifei shouted, Wait. I have no time to waste with you. You may either sever a hand, or watch her perish. Jingmu Ing waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to engage in further debate. Lu Yifei exchanged a grave glance with Sasuke, both uncertain of their next move. They would never relinquish Hinata so easily, nor would they truly sever their hands. They needed to devise a solution swiftly. Jingmu Ing, reveling in their silence, taunted them. Weren't you all quite formidable before? Haven't you been bullying me? Why the sudden silence now? Silence. Lu Yifei snapped through gritted teeth, feeling the weight of indecision. Jingmu Ying's confidence grew. I will not be silenced. The girl is in my control, and I shall act as I see fit. If you surrender, sever your hands immediately. Frustration welled within Lu Yifei as he grappled with the crisis. Just then, Sasuke spoke up, I understand. You seek to capture someone as leverage, do you not? Yet, Hinata has not harmed you. It is I who have inflicted the most damage. Why not release Hinata and allow me to take her place? Do not play tricks. I will not fall for your ruse. Jingmu Ing flatly rejected the proposal, denying him any chance for negotiation. He was not foolish, and he recognized that the invincible frog would never part with the girl easily. At that moment, even Lu Yifei turned to Sasuke in confusion. You cannot resolve this issue that way. It will only make Jingmu Ing more cautious. The practice of exchanging hostages is undeniably foolish. As long as Jingu Muya remains cautious, he would certainly disregard Sasuke's proposal. It is I who have been attacking your false hand, inflicting the most harm upon you. Do you truly not wish for me to serve as a hostage? Do you not yearn for vengeance? Sasuke, however, paid no heed to Lu Yifei's words and continued to utter provocations aimed at Jingu Muya. Chapter 52. Resolving Jingu Muya. Upon hearing Sasuke's remarks, the hatred in Jingu Muya's eyes intensified. I am well aware that you have caused me great suffering. Yet binding you means I must release this girl. Such a redundant action is not one I am willing to undertake. Do not harbor any illusions about exchanging hostages. Hurry and sever your hands. Jingu Muya remained unwilling to engage, persistently urging the dismemberment. Compared to the idea of exchanging hostages, he longed to witness Sasuke and the toad mutilate their hands. Sasuke cast a deep gaze at him, stating, "You must understand, hands are of utmost importance to a ninja. We shall not sever our hands, nor can you harm Hinata." "Oh, is that so? Then let us see if I can inflict harm upon her." Angered by Sasuke's words, Jingu Muya raised the flying knife in his hand, aiming to strike Hinata. Liu Yifei, startled, did not have time to curse Sasuke's reckless speech in his mind. He hastily extended his tongue in an attempt to ensnare the flying knife. In that critical moment, Sasuke inexplicably retrieved a stone from somewhere, hurling it towards the knife. The flying knife and stone collided with a clang before both fell to the ground. Liu Yifei retracted his tongue, secretly wiping away a cold sweat. This Sasuke was on the verge of giving him a heart attack. What was he really trying to accomplish? Seeing the knife now free from Jingu Muya's grasp, Sasuke immediately turned to Liu Yifei, urging, "What are you still dawdling for? Quickly save Hinata." Liu Yifei snapped back to reality and rushed over, gently placing Hinata's head on the ground. Jingu Muya remained frozen atop the tree, clearly taken aback by how the situation had unfolded. Sasuke coldly smirked before leaping to attack Jingu Muya. The latter evaded his strike, and the two engaged in a fierce battle, neither showing signs of yielding. On the ground, Liu Yifei paid no mind to their fight, urgently crouching to nudge Hinata with his head. "Hinata, are you all right? Can you wake up? Brother Liu has been here with you. Please awaken soon." Liu Yifei understood that if Hinata remained unconscious, it would pose a significant problem. Should Jingu Muya be unable to best Sasuke, he might strike at Hinata unexpectedly. Responding to Liu Yifei's call, Hinata gradually opened her eyes, seemingly adjusting to her surroundings. Upon witnessing her awakening, Liu Yifei was filled with uncontainable joy. "You're awake? How do you feel? Are you hurt anywhere?" "Brother Liu, what happened to me just now?" Hinata, still dazed, looked up at the darkening sky, struggling to comprehend her situation. She had seemingly experienced a strange dream, one in which she had been traversing the trees when she suddenly stepped on a broken branch, leading to her vision darkening and losing all awareness. Liu Yifei sought to alleviate Hinata's anxiety and fear, quickly explaining, "It was merely a dream. You should step aside. I must confront Jingmu Ing alongside Sasuke." Today, Jingmu Ing had caused his little princess to suffer and faint, and he resolved not to let this vile man escape easily. "Jingmu Ing." Hinata suddenly looked up, noticing for the first time the fierce battle between Jingmu Ing and Sasuke. Liu Yifei nodded, clarifying, "He has long been lying in ambush here. I will deal with him. You must be cautious." With that, Liu Yifei rose decisively and strode purposefully towards Jingmu Ing. At this moment, Sasuke and Jingmu Ing had descended from the trees to the ground. Jingmu Ing, panting and fatigued, was no match for Sasuke, especially now that he was injured. Upon seeing Liu Yifei rushing towards him, fear gripped him, and he shouted, "Don't come any closer. Are you really going to gang up on me? Ganging up on you? Did you not set traps to threaten us just moments ago? Jingmu Ing, your demise is imminent." Liu Yifei's gaze locked onto Jingmu Ing, and murderous intent began to bloom within him. It was the first time he contemplated taking a life. He could scarcely bear to think of what might happen if Hinata were truly harmed. Jingmu Ing had nearly inflicted harm upon her, and had it not been for Sasuke's timely intervention, she might have already. Liu Yifei could not allow his thoughts to wander further. Sensing Liu Yifei's murderous aura, Jingmu Ing shivered, extending his hands as if to unleash an earth release technique. Both Sasuke and Liu Yifei tensed, acting in unison to thwart him. A tongue and a hand seized Jingmu Ying's leg and shoulder, immobilizing him completely. Jingmu Ying's earth release technique was typically swift, capable of burrowing into the ground in the blink of an eye. However, due to his injuries, executing the ninjutsu was arduous, and now, captured by Sasuke and Liu Yifei, he found himself utterly unable to escape. At that moment, true fear enveloped Jingmu Ing. "Please, spare me. I did not intend to confront you." He trembled, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. Liu Yifei ground his teeth. "Now you know fear? Weren't you quite proud when you harmed Hinata? Did you not intend to kill her? I was already defeated by you. I will not oppose you again. Just let me go, and the Jingmu clan will forever be in your debt." Jingmu Ing stammered, desperately pleading for mercy. However, Liu Yifei was not swayed by his words of contrition. With determination, he extended his powerful, thick tongue, tightly ensnaring Jingmu Ying's body. Bound by Lu Yifei's tongue, Jingmu Ying was rendered completely immobile, his eyes wide with terror. "No, please, do not kill me. It is too late," Lu Yifei declared, constricting his tongue around Jingmu Ying and forcefully slamming him to the ground. The pristine wood hawk crashed to the ground, its body ensnared to the extent that even breathing became a struggle. After a few feeble attempts, it collapsed, unable to rise again. Witnessing its near lifeless state, Lu Yifei let out a cold snort, extending his tongue menacingly, declaring, "Die." With that, his tongue descended upon the pristine wood hawk like a heavy stone. The hawk's eyes widened as it violently expelled a mouthful of blood and gradually closed its eyes. Seeing that it had perished, Lu Yifei retracted his tongue with satisfaction. This was the fate of those who provoked Hinata. He would show no mercy to anyone. Turning around, Lu Yifei observed Sasuke and Hinata in a state of shock and hurried to reassure them. "Do not be afraid. The pristine wood hawk is dead. Let us continue our journey." "I am not afraid of him," Sasuke replied, casting a deep, scrutinizing glance at Lu Yifei, his eyes reflecting profound astonishment and apprehension. A summoning beast with such formidable power, surpassing even some of the Chunin he had encountered, was indeed astonishing. He felt compelled to investigate what species Lu Yifei truly was. Chapter 53. On titles unaware of Sasuke's thoughts, Lu Yifei assumed he was still processing the situation. "Hinata, it's all right. Let us proceed," he said, turning to approach her with a cheerful demeanor. Hinata, having closed her mouth in surprise, stared blankly at Lu Yifei. "Brother Lu, you actually killed the pristine wood hawk? I thought you would teach him a lesson and then let him go." "Hinata, do you think I am heartless?" Lu Yifei's expression fell, and he regarded her with a hint of distress. It was not that he was unwilling to spare the pristine wood hawk. Rather, the hawk, even when injured, was bent on revenge, clearly intending to kill them. The law of survival among ninjas was one of the strong devouring the weak. If he did not eliminate the hawk, there would come a day it would seek vengeance. Besides, the hawk had harmed his Hinata. How could he allow such a person to live? Seeing Lu Yifei's somewhat wrong demeanor, Hinata quickly shook her head. "No, Brother Lu, you misunderstand. I merely feel that the pristine wood hawk is the heir of the Jingmu clan. Killing him seems somewhat inappropriate. There is nothing inappropriate about it. I believe the frog acted rightly. The pristine wood hawk deserved to die," Sasuke interjected, surprisingly endorsing Lu Yifei's actions. Lu Yifei was taken aback and turned to look at Sasuke. He reasoned that Sasuke's support stemmed from their shared approach to the situation. Having witnessed the pristine wood hawk's cruelty, Sasuke understood that such a person should not be granted a second chance to escape. Otherwise, he would not have intervened when the hawk utilized earth manipulation techniques. Hinata glanced at Sasuke, her brow furrowed in confusion. "It seems like you two are aware of something I do not. You didn't harbor such intense hatred for the pristine wood hawk before. Did she still remain unaware?" Sasuke gazed at Lu Yifei in astonishment, unable to comprehend that Hinata had completely forgotten what had transpired moments before. Lu Yifei nodded, hesitating for a moment before stating the truth. "Just now, you were ensnared in a trap set by Jingmu Ying, hanging from a tree. Jingmu Ying threatened us, demanding either a severed hand or your life. How could this be? How could he be so malicious?" Hinata's anger flared, her sympathy for Jingmu Ying evaporating. Such a despicable villain was hardly deserving of her compassion. Observing Hinata's distress, Lu Yifei pulled her up from the ground, assuring her, "This matter has been resolved, and you are unharmed. We should return and get some rest." "All right, Brother Lu, you weren't injured, were you?" Hinata asked, suddenly anxious as she examined Lu Yifei's body. Lu Yifei shook his head and smiled. "I wouldn't be harmed by a small fry like Jingmu Ying, so you need not worry." "Good, then let us hurry along," Hinata responded, her worries alleviated as she followed them on their journey. The forest remained eerily quiet, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the stillness. However, Sasuke and Lu Yifei no longer maintained their earlier vigilance, for they both understood that the forest posed no further dangers. After walking for a while, feeling somewhat bored, Lu Yifei turned to Sasuke and remarked, "Hey, I have a question for you." "Go ahead," Sasuke replied, puzzled by Lu Yifei's sudden inquiry. Lu Yifei chuckled. "Since we fought side by side just now and I assisted you, must you still refer to me as Frog? That is rather impolite." Before Sasuke could respond, Hinata stifled a laugh, aware that Lu Yifei's words were a playful trap for Sasuke, who would likely be unable to guess what Lu Yifei was truly implying. "And so?" Sasuke shrugged, still perplexed and instinctively on guard. Lu Yifei cleared his throat and said, "Even though I am a summoning beast, I do possess a name. I am called Lu Yifei." "Oh," Sasuke nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Observing Sasuke's lowered head as he continued walking, Lu Yifei paused in surprise. "Oh? Is that all you have to say?" A sense of disappointment washed over him. After all, he was a formidable summoning beast. Was Sasuke not even curious about his name? It struck him as odd that they had become somewhat acquainted. "What do you wish to convey?" "I am already aware of your name," Sasuke replied, stopping and still gazing at Lu Yifei with confusion, believing he had been quite clear. Lu Yifei blinked, exasperated. "Are you not even curious about what my name is? We are comrades in this endeavor." "I know your name, Lu Yifei," Sasuke answered nonchalantly, resuming his pace. Lu Yifei widened his eyes in disbelief, watching Sasuke's retreating figure before quickly catching up. "If you know my name, why do you still call me Frog? That is exceedingly rude." Hinata, trailing behind, chuckled softly, finding Lu Yifei's antics utterly endearing. She understood that Lu Yifei frequently brought up the matter in an attempt to persuade Sasuke to refrain from calling him Frog. "Am I not a frog? Did I err in my address?" Sasuke turned his head, gazing at Lu Yifei with a puzzled expression, seemingly confirming that he had not misjudged him. Lu Yifei felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood in frustration, exclaiming, "How can this person be so stubborn? Although I am indeed a frog, I now possess a name, and you ought to address me by it. We are acquainted. Yet you persist in calling me Frog as if we are not familiar at all." "We are not familiar at all," Sasuke retorted without a hint of decorum. Lu Yifei took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to physically confront Sasuke, and gritted his teeth, saying, "Very well." After that, he fixed an indignant gaze upon Sasuke, remaining silent. Sasuke, slightly taken aback, glanced at him before turning back to focus on the journey ahead, not uttering another word. Thus, after Lu Yifei had stared at him for an extended period, Sasuke finally reached his limit. He made a concerted effort to ignore Lu Yifei's mournful gaze, asking, "How do you want me to address you?" "Umph, weren't you ignoring me?" Lu Yifei immediately felt a surge of triumph, relishing Sasuke's reluctant inquiry with a sense of achievement. Sasuke sighed in exasperation and said, "Just tell me, what do you want me to call you? How about Brother Lu?" "Brother Lu is what Hinata calls me, and I think it would be better to keep it distinct, or you could simply call me Big Brother," Lu Yifei suggested with a cheerful smile. Upon hearing this, Sasuke merely cast a blank stare at Lu Yifei, showing little reaction. Noticing Sasuke's silence, Lu Yifei eagerly prompted, "Choose one. What will it be?" Chapter 54. The Lost Apple. Lu Yifei did not necessarily require Sasuke to select a title. Rather, it was that Sasuke was the most challenging individual among all the ninjas to persuade. If he could manage to elicit a brother from Sasuke, it would undoubtedly be a source of great pride. When he returned to school, Lu Yifei would be able to boast about this achievement to a few fellow students, especially Naruto, who would surely be envious upon hearing it. The mere thought filled Lu Yifei with excitement. Sasuke halted in his tracks, observing Lu Yifei's incessant and animated chatter, and simply stated, "Lu Yifei. Huh, you're addressing me by my full name." It took Lu Yifei a moment to register this, revealing a hint of disappointment. Sasuke shot him a sidelong glance before continuing on his path, as if to convey that calling him Lu Yifei was already quite generous. At that moment, Hinata could no longer contain herself and rushed to Lu Yifei's side. All right, let us not dwell on this any longer. We will soon exit the forest and return to the village for some rest. Indeed, it is already dark, and our two teachers are certainly not waiting for you. Perhaps we should deliver the apples tomorrow morning. What do you think, Sasuke?" Lu Yifei turned to look at Sasuke. Sasuke merely nodded, indicating he had no objections. The three of them continued their journey out of the woods, parting ways at the village entrance. Once home, Hinata placed the apples on the table, yawned, and prepared for bed. The following morning, Lu Yifei awoke, roused by the innate biological clock within Tam. Stretching lazily, he suddenly heard a mechanical voice echo in his mind. A gentle reminder, "Master, you have not earned any gold coins for a considerable duration. Could you refrain from startling me like that? I nearly thought I was haunted." "I'm not in a hurry to earn gold, so kindly withdraw," he retorted, startled and nearly gasping aloud. If the system continued to interrupt him unexpectedly, he would undoubtedly be driven to madness. At this moment, Lu Yifei was no longer concerned about accumulating gold coins. His foremost priority was ensuring that Hinata's school life was on the right track. Without that assurance, he would find no peace in any endeavor. With this thought in mind, he swaggered towards Hinata's courtyard and, before even pushing the door open, called out, "Little princess?" "Time to rise." However, after uttering these words, he was met with an unsettling silence. Puzzled, he uttered a soft hum, sensing that something was amiss. In previous mornings, Hinata would always respond, so why was there no sound now? She was not the type to sleep so soundly. "Hinata? Little Hinata? The sun is shining on your backside, and you're still not awake? Surely, you haven't forgotten that today is the day to submit your task?" Leaning against the doorway, he tentatively called out several more times, yet still received no reply. Perplexed, he clicked his tongue and leaned closer to the crack of the door. "Hinata, if you're deliberately choosing silence, I may just have to come in." He ventured once more, only to be met with continued silence. What could possibly be the matter? Hinata was not one to indulge in excessive slumber. Perhaps she was simply exhausted from the previous day's activities. With that thought, Louis Fei extended his hand and slowly pushed the door open. Imagining Hinata nestled in her soft, pastel pajamas, he felt a surge of excitement. Upon entering, however, he discovered Hinata snugly wrapped in her blanket, sleeping soundly. It appeared she was indeed worn out, unable to rouse despite his calls. Observing her, Louis Fei murmured a few words before quietly stepping further inside. He wished to let her rest a little longer, so he opted not to disturb her, but instead began to examine the contents of her room. Noticing that her clothes were neatly hung, he nodded in satisfaction before inspecting other items. As he surveyed the room, his expression abruptly shifted as he belatedly realized that the red apple Hinata had brought back was missing. This was inconceivable. She must have placed it somewhere in the room. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he began to search the space fervently, convinced that Hinata, being so cautious, would never misplace such an important item. It had to be hidden away. With that thought, Louis Fei grew increasingly anxious, scouring the room, yet he found nothing. Could it be hidden in Hinata's cozy nest? Louis Fei murmured softly as he approached the peacefully sleeping Hinata. He reached her side, extending a claw to feel beneath the blanket for an apple. But suddenly he was struck by the thought that if Hinata awoke and witnessed such an act, she would surely misunderstand his intentions. What to do? Louis Fei stood there in a daze for a moment before tremblingly proceeding. Just as his claw was about to touch the blanket, Hinata slowly opened her eyes. Louis Fei froze in place, a stiff smile forming on his face as he awkwardly greeted her. "Hi. Good morning. Luggage, what are you doing here?" Hinata exclaimed, startled as she sat up, her gaze fixed on Louis Fei. Although she found his transformation into a frog amusingly adorable and appreciated his presence, she was nonetheless taken aback by his sudden appearance. Embarrassed, Louis Fei retracted his claw and hurriedly explained, "Please, do not misunderstand. Luggage is not that kind of person. He would never do anything to you, nor did he intend to take advantage of your slumber." "Is that so?" Hinata regarded him skeptically. Initially, she had not thought much of it, but hearing Louis Fei's flurry of words made her suspect that he might indeed have ulterior motives. With this realization, her face flushed crimson. Noticing that Hinata still misinterpreted the situation, Louis Fei waved his claw frantically, attempting to clear his name. "You mustn't overthink this. It is truly a misunderstanding. I merely wanted to check if your red apple was under the blanket. But the apple is on the table, isn't it?" "I don't have it here," Hinata yawned, rubbing her eyes as she sat up. Louis Fei, disregarding her sleepwear, grew anxious and stammered, What did you say? Where's the apple? It's on the table, right?" "Oh, where's my apple?" Hinata turned to look at the table, only to find it completely bare. A wave of dread washed over Louis Fei as he quickly responded, "There's nothing there. I didn't see any apples when I arrived, which is why I came to look." He observed Hinata's face, now tinged with concern, and felt his own anxiety mounting. He had never anticipated such a turn of events after completing his task. Had the apple been stolen? Hinata hurriedly got out of bed and circled the table, her voice trembling. "But I placed it right here last night. How could it be gone?" Chapter 55. All gone. Seeing Hinata on the verge of tears, Louis Fei swiftly turned to lift the blanket, only to discover that indeed, there was nothing there. He hesitated before saying, "Don't panic. Think carefully. Is it possible that you accidentally left it somewhere else when you came back yesterday? It's impossible for it to just disappear. I brought the apple into my room. It was only in the room, not anywhere else." Hinata's brow furrowed tightly, her small face etched with fear. Witnessing Hinata's distress, Louis Fei felt a pang of anxiety grip his heart. At this critical juncture, the apple has inexplicably gone missing. Even if one were to search for it now, it would be too late. Moreover, it is improbable that the apple vanished without reason. Rather, it must have been taken deliberately by someone. Although Lu Yifei felt a surge of anxiety, he resolutely compelled himself to remain calm. Hinata, come with me. We shall inquire with your father. He understood that. Aside from Hinata, the only other person who could have entered the courtyard was Hinata Hizashi. Perhaps he had seen the apple and taken it for himself? While the likelihood seemed slim, Lu Yifei couldn't shake the notion. Hinata was at a loss regarding how to address the situation. Upon hearing Lu Yifei's suggestion, she followed him into the courtyard. As they approached, they spotted Hinata Hizashi practicing his morning exercises. Hinata rushed over, her voice laced with urgency. Father, since my return, have you seen a large red apple? I left it on the table. No, I haven't entered your room, Hinata Hizashi replied absently, continuing with his exercises. Hinata, filled with disbelief, pressed on. Are you certain you haven't seen it at all? No. We have plenty of apples at home. If you wish to eat one, simply take it. Do not disturb my morning practice. He waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in Hinata's seemingly baseless concerns. Dejected, Hinata turned to Lu Yifei, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I can't find it. Do not worry. Let us inquire with others and see if perhaps the kittens or puppies might have taken it, Lu Yifei offered with a glimmer of hope, reaching for Hinata's hand to lead her to others. To his surprise, she pulled away from him. Tears streamed down Hinata's cheeks as she crouched on the ground, sobbing softly. The kittens and puppies cannot enter the room. The red apple must have been taken away. I have failed my task. Seeing Hinata in such distress pained Lu Yifei deeply, and he crouched down beside her. How could this be? The apple was in your room. Who would take your red apple? Only you and Sasuke desire red apples. And Sasuke already has one. He would never sneak in at night to steal yours. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't dare to take your apple. Especially not at night. The more Lu Yifei pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. Unable to restrain himself, he suggested, do not cry. I cannot bear to see you so upset. Shall we first ask at school? You and Sasuke picked the apples together, and even if we cannot find it, Sasuke can attest that you had the red apple. That's all we can do, Hinata nodded, obediently allowing him to lead her away. Upon arriving at the school, they indeed found Sasuke sitting on a bench, lost in thought. With his arms crossed, he looked up at their empty hands and asked, why are you here so early? Where's the apple? Sasuke, where's your apple? Hinata urgently inquired, her concern for the missing fruit evident. She glanced around, noticing that Sasuke bore no red apple either. After a moment of contemplation, Sasuke lifted his gaze to meet theirs. Please do not tell me the red apple is lost. How did you know? Has your apple also gone missing? Lu Yifei was taken aback upon seeing Sasuke's grave expression. The weight of his words only solidified Lu Yifei's belief that Sasuke must have encountered some troubling situation. Sasuke nodded, offering no denial. Both Lu Yifei and Hinata were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances without uttering a word. After a brief pause, Hinata hesitantly inquired, how did your apple go missing? It had vanished upon waking in the morning. At this juncture, Sasuke's indignation was palpable. Lu Yifei understood the source of his frustration. After all, the time to present the apple was drawing near, and to have such an incident occur now was undoubtedly distressing for Sasuke. Reflecting on this, he turned to Hinata and reassured her, do not worry. Since both your apples are lost, it may not be as dire as it seems. Not dire, Hinata countered softly, recalling the teacher's warnings about the many penalties for failing to complete their tasks. She was puzzled by Lu Yifei's nonchalant attitude. Lu Yifei merely smiled, choosing not to rush into explanations, instead focusing his gaze on Sasuke, confident that he would grasp the situation. If Hinata's apple was lost by chance, then the disappearance of Sasuke's apple could not merely be a coincidence. It was likely that someone had deliberately stolen their apples to thwart their mission. But who could that be? At that moment, Sasuke spoke up, we must locate the apple, regardless of who has hidden it. This task cannot fail. I certainly understand the need to find the apple, Lu Yifei replied, but we must first devise a strategy. Without a clear objective, finding the apple will be impossible. He furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend who would target Sasuke and Hinata. This task was independent, with each individual holding their own responsibilities, leaving no room for collaboration among classmates. Lu Yifei did not believe that Inuzuka Kiba or Naruto would resort to theft. So who could it be? As Lu Yifei pondered this enigma, Sasuke suddenly raised his head, proposing, do you think it could be the teachers? That seems unlikely, Hinata replied, somewhat incredulously. The teachers are eager to see our performance. They would surely wish for us to complete our task rather than steal the apple. However, Lu Yifei remained silent, contemplating Sasuke's suggestion. He found it increasingly plausible, Only 2 teachers were privy to the details of Hinata and Sasuke's tasks. And as they departed from the woods to return home, only those 2 had the means to be aware of the situation. Thus, if Yuhi Kurenai and Kakashi were to conspire, they could easily steal the apple without detection. The more Liu Yifei considered this theory, the more convinced he became. He exclaimed, "Speculating here will not resolve our dilemma. We should promptly seek out the teachers to inquire about the situation. They won't arrive before the designated time. So where should we look?" Hinata questioned. "Perhaps we should investigate for clues first. The ones who could have stolen the apple last night are likely not the 2 teachers." Hinata still found it hard to believe that the 2 teachers were involved in this matter. Chapter 56. All Failures. Seeing Hinata's skepticism regarding the teachers' involvement, Liu Yifei felt somewhat helpless. Did he truly wish to believe that the teachers could engage in such actions? Nonetheless, the reality was that only the 2 teachers possessed the capability to orchestrate this, and that was irrefutable evidence. With this thought in mind, Liu Yifei promptly suggested, "Let's not linger here any longer. Hinata has a point. It is not necessarily the 2 teachers who have stolen it. We should inquire with other classmates to ascertain whether they too have failed their tasks. Given the limited time, finding the apple is virtually impossible." Liu Yifei understood that the 2 teachers would not specifically target Hinata and himself. Perhaps there were other clues awaiting them, and a simple inquiry with their peers would reveal the truth. Sasuke and Hinata nodded in agreement and followed Liu Yifei as they departed for the classroom to seek out their classmates. Upon arriving at classroom 7, they found Naruto sprawled across a desk, sound asleep, while Sakura was conspicuously absent, her whereabouts unknown. Liu Yifei sauntered over and gently tapped Naruto on the shoulder. "Hey, wake up. Who stole my ramen?" Naruto mumbled, groggy, as he sat up, drool escaping his lips, and stared blankly at Liu Yifei for a moment before processing the situation. Liu Yifei rolled his eyes. "Have you completed your task? Here you are lamenting about ramen. What a carefree attitude you have." "It's you guys," Naruto replied, smacking his lips and scratching his head as he settled back into his seat, attempting to feign nonchalance. Liu Yifei exchanged a glance with Hinata, their expressions reflecting their curiosity about whether Naruto had indeed completed his task. Unable to contain himself, Liu Yifei inquired, "Could I ask you something? Have you finished your task?" "No, my task failed," Naruto suddenly snapped, his expression darkening as he spoke with palpable frustration. Liu Yifei was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind Naruto's words. "How did your task fail? Was it too difficult, or what happened?" He was eager to discern whether Naruto's failure stemmed from a lack of ability or if someone had sabotaged him. Naruto's face soured, yet he answered candidly. "My task was to find a type of plant called the family hemp, but it was stolen last night." Upon hearing this, the 3 of them were momentarily stunned. None of them had anticipated that Naruto had encountered a similar predicament. The situation was growing increasingly complex. Just as they were grappling with their astonishment, Inuzuka Kiba and Yamanaka Ino entered the room, both appearing dejected and downcast. "You're here too?" Kiba remarked as he glanced at them. "The teacher said that once the task time was up, we should gather together, so Ino and I came to find you." Liu Yifei nodded, urgency in his voice as he asked, "What is your current situation? Did you also fail your task?" "The task has been completed, yet the essential items required for it have gone missing, seemingly stolen by an unknown culprit. We now find ourselves facing the grim reality of failure, unaware of which unscrupulous individual has committed this act. If I ever encounter this person, I shall surely exact my vengeance." Oil Girl Shinobu declared in a fit of rage, her fists flailing in the air. No one paid heed to her vengeful outburst. Instead, they were all taken aback by the uncanny coincidence. How could it be that everyone had completed their tasks only to lose their necessary items on the same night? At this moment, Sasuke suddenly looked up and stated emphatically, "There is no need for further speculation. This incident was orchestrated by our teachers." "Sasuke, you cannot make such unfounded accusations. The teachers instructed us to complete our tasks. How could they possibly steal our hard-earned results?" Inuzuka Kiba retorted, skepticism evident in his voice. Sasuke merely scoffed. This was the truth. He found no worth in explaining further. Yet the reality stood firm. Observing Sasuke's indifferent demeanor, Kiba swallowed his words, retreating to the sidelines, at a loss for how to respond. Just then, Liu Yifei interjected thoughtfully, "Sasuke's assertion holds merit. We all completed our tasks last night, yet the required items vanished on that very same evening. This occurrence is decidedly irregular, and we must engage in thorough discussion. It must be the teachers who have taken them. If indeed it was the teachers who had stolen the items, the situation would be considerably simplified. It was evident that the teachers intended to punish them for their failure. If they were to accept the consequences or seek clarification from the teachers regarding this matter, all issues would be resolved. If it truly was Kakashi-sensei who took them, I will not let him off easily, Naruto exclaimed, rising with a fierce expression, ready to confront Kakashi. Seeing Naruto's fervor, Liu Yifei couldn't help but shake his head with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Let us simply wait here for the teachers to arrive. They will provide us with an explanation. The group, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement, their previous urgency dissipating. After what felt like an eternity, Kakashi and Yuhi Kurenai appeared at the doorway. As the two teachers entered, all eyes turned sharply upon them, brimming with indignation. Kurenai paused, noticing the restless demeanor of the students, and offered an awkward smile. Are you all waiting here? Where is Haruno Sakura? Has she not arrived yet? She hasn't come yet. But do you think that's the crucial matter at hand? Our situation is far more pressing, Naruto replied, barely containing his frustration. Kakashi stepped forward. What questions do you have? Was the task completed? It was not completed. We have all failed, sensei. Surely you are aware of this. Kiba glared at Kakashi, a frown etched on his face. He could not comprehend why the teachers would act in such a manner. They endeavored tirelessly to accomplish their task, seeking to demonstrate their capabilities to their instructors. Yet, how could the teachers intentionally conspire to ensure their failure? Kakashi, startled, inquired, What are you all talking about? The failure of the mission lies with you. Why speak to the teachers in such a manner? How long will you continue this charade, teacher? It is evident that this matter was orchestrated by you and Kurenai-sensei. Why treat us in this way? Naruto stood up, gazing at Kakashi with utter confusion. Kurenai rose, her demeanor grave. What is the meaning of this? Why do you address us with such tone? Do you truly believe the failure of the mission was due to our interference? Hearing this, Liu Yifei glanced up, observing Kurenai's bewildered expression. Chapter 57. Who is the culprit? Liu Yifei scrutinized the expressions of the two teachers, noticing their genuine confusion regarding the students' reactions. Wasn't the mission objective pilfered by the teachers? Before he could voice his thoughts, Naruto, in a fluster, exclaimed, Teachers, do you wish for us to be punished, or to complete the task? Why did you stealthily take our belongings? We have taken nothing. Please clarify this matter. Kurenai's face tightened, her seriousness palpable. Naruto, skeptical, was about to speak further when Sasuke seized him by the collar, pulling him back. Sasuke stepped forward, explaining. The mission objective we received was stolen last night. Stolen? Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief, as if struggling to accept this claim. Hinata, sensing his doubt, interjected urgently, Teachers, we would never lie. It truly is gone. My red apple was on the table, and it vanished by morning. But we did not take your belongings. We are eager to see you succeed in your mission. Kakashi gestured dismissively, attempting to clarify. Upon hearing this, I turned to meet Hinata's gaze. Both of us convinced that the teachers had no reason to fabricate such a story. What, then, was the true nature of this situation? Liu Yifei turned away, contemplating in silence. In the original narrative of Naruto, there was no assessment of this task. Perhaps his presence beside Hinata had altered the intended course of events. Since their undertaking of the mission, everything had become unpredictable. Liu Yifei felt that continuing in this manner was untenable. If the overarching plot was shifting due to these trivial interferences, then all would spiral out of control. Yet, who had pilfered the mission objective? What significance did it hold for that individual? As Liu Yifei pondered these questions, he suddenly heard Kakashi's voice. Where is Sakura Haruno? Why has she not yet arrived? Indeed, it is nearly noon, and the time for task completion has surpassed the halfway mark. Why has she not reported yet? Inuzuka Kiba chimed in. Upon hearing these words, everyone began to express their concerns for Haruno Sakura. At that moment, Yin Yushino suddenly inquired, could it be that Haruno Sakura has actually stolen these mission objectives? Impossible. Do not unjustly accuse Sakura. Naruto immediately exclaimed, fervently defending Sakura's character. Liu Yifei also found this conjecture rather excessive. It was hard to believe that Sakura could commit such an act. After all, she could not have visited 5 classmates' homes in a single night to pilfer items. Kakashi nodded in agreement, stating, Shino's speculation seems rather unrealistic. Sakura would never engage in such behavior, nor does she possess the capability to do so. The reason for her absence might simply be that she has yet to complete her mission. Exactly. How can you casually suspect others? Naruto chimed in, casting an annoyed glance at Yin Yushino. Feeling slightly awkward, Shino chuckled and said, Yes, I apologize. I was merely speaking thoughtlessly. Please do not take it to heart. Observing their conversation, Tsunade's brow furrowed deeper, seemingly contemplating how to address this matter. She turned to Kakashi, patting him on the shoulder, signaling him to take the lead in the discussion. As the two approached the doorway, Kakashi suddenly glanced back at Liu Yifei, saying, "Little frog, you coming too?" "Me?" Liu Yifei exclaimed in surprise, unable to believe Kakashi had invited him along. Kakashi nodded. "Let us have a word together." Without hesitation, Liu Yifei followed, eager to discern the nature of their discussion. This matter was certainly not the doing of Kakashi and Tsunade. However, if it was orchestrated by someone else, it could spell trouble. Perhaps they felt he had the capability to contribute to the deliberation? Liu Yifei mused as he trailed behind them to the classroom's exterior. "Ahem, frog. What is your perspective on this matter?" Tsunade asked, breaking the silence as she first sought Liu Yifei's opinion, taken aback that they wished to hear his thoughts first. Liu Yifei paused before responding. This incident must have been premeditated. The mastermind behind it is aware of each student's respective tasks, which is why they chose to stealthily abscond with the objectives at night. Thus, you should consider who besides the students is privy to these tasks. He understood that the students initially suspected the teachers, as the only other individuals aware of the missions were the two instructors. These tasks are not determined by us. The content was the result of discussions among several upper-ranking teachers at the school. So many are in the know, Kakashi interjected. It was precisely because he recognized that the tasks were not strictly confidential that he found it challenging to deduce the identity of the perpetrator. Liu Yifei nodded and continued. In that case, anyone aware of the tasks could potentially be the mastermind. However, I cannot fathom the motive behind such elaborate scheming to steal the mission objectives. Is it merely to see the students fail in their tasks? If they were to fail, what repercussions would follow? In principle, the mission should not fail, as our focus lies on the process of task completion by the students. The level of difficulty is determined by their capabilities, even if the outcome is less than favorable. We merely impose light penalties, ensuring that no harm comes to the students' well-being. Tsunade, feeling compelled to elaborate, expressed her thoughts. Upon hearing her words, Liu Yifei was even more perplexed. If a failed mission bears no consequences for the teachers or students, what ulterior motives could the orchestrators possibly have? The notion of sabotage seemed inconsequential. Liu Yifei found himself utterly baffled. At that moment, Kakashi interjected. Since the mission has failed entirely, there will be no penalties for the students. In my view, it is imperative that the students band together to investigate the individuals behind this incident, thus enabling everyone to comprehend the true nature of the situation. I concur. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Whether it is the teachers within the school causing disruption or others involved, I must thoroughly investigate to provide the students with a satisfactory explanation. Tsunade clenched her fists, visibly incensed. She had never encountered such circumstances before, especially considering this was her inaugural year as a teacher. Regardless of the situation, she was determined to uncover the truth for her students. Upon hearing this, Liu Yifei quickly suggested, "Let us mobilize the students at once." However, we still have not seen Haruno Sakura. Could something have happened to her? Perhaps we should search for her first? Chapter 58. The search for Haruno Sakura. Upon hearing Liu Yifei's proposal, Kakashi's expression shifted to one of grave concern. The culprit likely had ventured to Sakura's residence to pilfer something. Perhaps she was currently pursuing the mission target or had even discovered the assailant. We must hasten our search for her. Tsunade nodded in agreement and promptly entered the classroom. Liu Yifei followed closely behind, observing the students engaged in animated discussions, still unable to discern the situation. "All right, everyone, please lend me your attention." Tsunade clapped her hands, silencing the chatter. The students turned their gazes toward them, puzzled by what they were about to say. Haruno Sakura has yet to make an appearance, and we are uncertain if she is in trouble. We must locate her immediately. Once we find her, we will investigate the perpetrator responsible for the mission's failure. Do any of you have any objections? Tsunade surveyed the students, laying out the subsequent plan. The students exchanged glances, and none voiced any dissent. Satisfied, Tsunade instructed the students from classes 7 and 8 to split into 2 teams to search for Sakura, with plans to regroup here in the afternoon before setting off. Hearing her words, a few students naturally divided into 2 groups. At that moment, Liu Yifei could not suppress his inquiry. "Where are the teachers going? Aren't you coming with us to search?" "This matter is likely connected to the teachers at the school, and we must investigate. It would be inconvenient for us to accompany you. Instead, you should focus on finding Haruno Sakura first," Kakashi explained succinctly before turning to leave. With both teachers having exited the classroom, the students exchanged glances, momentarily immobilized, unsure of how to proceed. Liu Yifei noticed their hesitation and promptly stepped forward, saying, "Since we have already split into two teams, one team should search near Haruno Sakura's home, while the other should investigate her usual haunts. Any objections?" "No objections. Let us search her house." Naruto immediately raised his hand to express his agreement. Liu Yifei nodded, observing the sight of Naruto and Sasuke standing together, a sudden wave of concern washing over him. Why was he so apprehensive about Naruto and Sasuke acting independently? Seemingly sensing Liu Yifei's unease, Sasuke stepped forward, reassuringly stating, "Don't worry. I won't hold anything against him." "What are you talking about?" Naruto chimed in, approaching with his typical exuberance. Liu Yifei's lips twitched into a smile as he replied, "Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all. I didn't quite catch what Sasuke was saying. You all should get moving now." Naruto nodded and pulled Sasuke out of the classroom. The classroom was left with only 3 students from Class 8. Liu Yifei noticed Hinata's worried expression and comforted her, saying, "It's all right, let us hurry and find her." "Okay, let us go," Hinata replied, beckoning Inuzuka Kiba and Yamanaka Shino to leave the classroom. The 3 of them stepped out of the school, swaying slightly as they made their way along the path to the food stall that Haruno Sakura frequently visited. "Do you all know Haruno Sakura well? Are you aware of her usual hangouts?" Liu Yifei asked with concern, doubting their knowledge about Sakura. Hinata pondered for a moment before saying hesitantly, "I only know that she often goes to eat at a place by a small river in the forest. She plays there. But beyond that, I'm not sure." Liu Yifei turned to the other 2 classmates, only to find them shaking their heads in unison. Observing their reactions, Liu Yifei suddenly felt that perhaps the actions of classes 7 and 8 should be reversed. He shook his head and continued to lead them forward. When they arrived at a sushi shop, Liu Yifei, wishing not to let his frog-like form deter others from their meal, instructed Inuzuka Kiba to go inside and inquire. After Kiba entered and exited, he shrugged and reported, "The elderly lady selling sushi said that Haruno Sakura hasn't been here for a few days." "That makes sense. Sakura must be busy with her assessments and missions, leaving no time for sushi." Hinata nodded, not surprised. Liu Yifei understood this reason as well and added, "Then let us check the forest. Who knows, maybe Haruno Sakura is there." Though he said this, Liu Yifei was aware that it was highly unlikely for Sakura to be there. With today being a day for completing missions, how could she possibly be playing by the river in the forest? That was not her style. However, with Sakura now missing, they had to search even if they knew she typically wouldn't go there. The group slowly proceeded into the forest, finding little sign of anyone along the way. Liu Yifei's pace slowed, and he cautioned, "You must be vigilant. There are wild beasts in this area. Although they typically remain dormant during daylight, there are always those that, driven by hunger, may venture forth in search of prey. Exercise caution. Fear not. Are they not merely beasts?" Inuzuka Kiba reassured them nonchalantly. "We grew up here and have seldom encountered them. It's unlikely we will this time, and should we cross paths, we can certainly handle ourselves." Hearing this, Liu Yifei exchanged a glance with Hinata, both feeling a sense of helplessness. Having witnessed Liu Yifei confront wild beasts before, Hinata was well aware that the true ferocity of the creatures lurking in the forest was formidable. If they were to encounter one, it was plausible that, despite their numbers, some might indeed sustain injuries. As they approached the banks of a small river, Ninja Shino exclaimed, "Let us not go any closer. We can see from here. There seems to be no one across the river. Even if there is no one, we should still investigate for clues. What if Haruno Sakura vanished over there?" Liu Yifei pressed on, undeterred, continuing his forward march. Haruno Sakura had yet to appear, and it was not beyond the realm of possibility that she had encountered some misfortune. Even if they were certain of no one being present, they ought to search for any signs. Acknowledging Liu Yifei's reasoning, Ninja Shino nodded in agreement and refrained from further protest. Upon reaching the riverbank, they began to meticulously scour the stones and grass for any remnants left by Haruno Sakura. After a brief interval, Inuzuka Kiba suddenly straightened, becoming as still as a statue. Ninja Shino, bent over in search, nearly collided with Kiba's back. He promptly patted Kiba's shoulder, urging, "Hey, you need to hurry and search. Time is of the essence. Why are you just standing there? Do you not see something amiss ahead?" Kiba stammered, fear evident in his voice as he pointed towards the trees. Ninja Shino followed his gaze, his eyes widening in alarm. Liu Yifei sensed their unease and quickly approached, asking, What is happening? Have you discovered something? As he turned to look in the same direction, he froze, his body stiffening. Chapter 59. Confronting the leopards. Lu Yifei took a deep breath. There, concealed among the foliage, lurked 3 leopards, their eyes fixed hungrily upon them. What should we do? They seemed poised to pounce. Kiba took a step back, visibly shaken by the leopards' restless movements. Do not fear. You all step back. I shall confront them. Lu Yifei reassured them quickly. Kiba and Y Ninja Shino nodded in agreement, cautiously retreating. Not far off, Hinata remained oblivious to the tension. Observing her companion's cautious withdrawal, she inquired, "What's wrong? Has something happened?" "There are leopards," Kiba whispered, his voice trembling. Instead of succumbing to fear, Hinata smiled gently. "Do not worry, Brother Lu will handle them. Let us continue our search." With that, she bent down once more, resuming her quest for clues. Inuzuka Kiba and Oil Girl Shino exchanged a glance, both perplexed by Hinata's unwavering confidence in her summoning beast. It is essential to note that it was a trio of ferocious leopards. Even the mightiest of toad-summoned beasts could not directly confront 3 leopards. At that moment, Lu Yifei had already entered battle mode, activating all of Tam's skills while pondering how to tackle the 3 leopards. The leopards were exceedingly hungry. If he charged in to engage them, it was certain that at least one would be desperate enough to leap towards Hinata and her companions. Thus, he needed to resolve this swiftly. "Go, big brother. Show Inuzuka Kiba and Oil Girl Shino that you are my most formidable summoning beast." Hinata noticed Lu Yifei's tension and quickly cheered him on. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yifei felt invigorated, his combat prowess surging as he stared intensely at the trio of leopards. "Come on, let me handle you." Although the leopards could not comprehend human speech, they could not withstand the provocation from such an unsightly black toad and charged towards him. Humph! Giant tongue whip. Lu Yifei unleashed his skill, extending his lengthy tongue to strike at the 3 leopards. The leopards, bewildered by Lu Yifei's technique, bared their fangs and extended their claws in retaliation. However, before their claws could even reach his tongue, they were met with the force of his attack and fell to the ground in unison. "Wow! Incredible, isn't it, Shino?" Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed in astonishment, nudging the nearby Oil Girl Shino. Shino, however, remained silent, her gaze fixated on Lu Yifei, utterly captivated. The 3 leopards, now enraged, charged at Lu Yifei once more. Unperturbed, he opened his massive mouth and declared, "Time for a feast." In an astonishing display, the 3 leopards were swallowed whole by Lu Yifei's toad-like maw. He tightly closed his mouth, holding his breath as the leopards thrashed about inside. Given his size, his mouth was ample enough to accommodate even 5 leopards. The commotion caused by the 3 was trivial for him. Did he really just swallow 3 leopards whole? Inuzuka Kiba gasped, taking 2 steps back in fear. Upon witnessing his reaction, Shino's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that this summoning beast, who had always been by Hinata's side, possessed such incredible power. Disregarding their astonished expressions, Lu Yifei sensed the leopards had grown still within his mouth before opening it wide and spitting them out. Watching the leopards lie motionless on the ground, he let out a triumphant snort. "If it weren't for your intent to devour humans, I wouldn't have needed to unleash my skills. A few moves were all it took to bring you down." With that, he turned around joyfully, only to find Oil Girl Shino and Inuzuka Kiba gazing at him with adoring eyes, clearly idolizing him. Striding over with an air of nonchalance, he feigned ignorance of their admiration. "What are you all staring at? Hurry up and search for clues." "All right." Inuzuka Kiba regained his composure and looked at him, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Hinata skipped over to Lu Yifei's side, smiling. "Brother Lu, I knew these leopards would not pose any significant threat to you. Why were you so anxious just now? Although they are not my adversaries, there are 3 of them. What if one of them took me by surprise? You would be in trouble." Lu Yifei expressed his earlier concerns. Given Hinata's current capabilities, she was not yet equipped to safeguard herself against leopards. Thus he had to resort to swift tactics. Upon hearing this, Hinata nodded in understanding. At that moment, Aburame Shino approached, gazing blankly at Lu Yifei. "Why are you so formidable?" "Because I am the summoning beast of Princess Hinata. She is exceptional, hence I am as well. I will protect all of you. So do not worry," Lu Yifei replied nonchalantly, fabricating an excuse. Aburame Shino nodded obediently. "Wow, Brother Frog is incredibly powerful. I have never seen such an impressive summoning beast." "Ahaha, is that so? I'm actually just moderately skilled. Please don't idolize me too much." Lu Yifei chuckled with a hint of pride, then thought of something else. Aburame Shino widened his eyes. "What is it?" Since you all find me impressive, refrain from calling me Brother Frog. Although I am a summoning beast, I also have a name. Just call me Brother Lu, Lu Yifei eagerly articulated. Having spent considerable time here, he yearned for camaraderie with his classmates, desiring nothing more than for them to refer to him as brother. In doing so, Lu Yifei would become the elder brother of future Hokage. The more he pondered this, the more exhilarated he felt, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. Hinata stifled a giggle from the side, understanding that Lu Yifei longed for others to call him brother and thus made such a remark. Hearing this, Inazuka Kiba excitedly replied, Brother Lu, with a summoning beast as capable as you, we need not fear anything we encounter. One day, we too shall become this exceptional. Of course, you will all become remarkable. Lu Yifei nodded, delivering this statement with profound significance. In the future, who among them would not be formidable? However, he acknowledged that despite their potential, they still required growth. Hinata quickly interjected, All right, enough of this talk. Let us hasten our search for clues. Lu Yifei nodded and turned to leave when suddenly he tripped over a stone, his substantial frame crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Chapter 60. Rescue. Lu Yifei's frog-like face made intimate contact with the ground, causing him to grimace in pain as he took a moment to rise. Observing the dust covering his face, Hinata promptly produced a small handkerchief, offering, Brother Lu, wipe your face. Cough, cough. I'm fine. What kind of wretched stone is this? I can't believe I tripped over it. Lu Yifei, filled with anger, lifted his foot to kick a stone. Upon displacing it, an object caught his attention. Narrowing his eyes, Lu Yifei pointed at a piece of paper on the ground, asking, What is this? Let me see. In a hurry, Inazuka Kiba crouched down to pick up the paper. After reading it, his expression changed dramatically. Noticing his reaction, Hinata and Shino leaned closer, their faces reflecting a similar alarm. Confused by their demeanor, Lu Yifei inquired, What is wrong with you? What does the paper say? Hinata's voice trembled as she spoke. It says that Sakura has been kidnapped, just outside the village. Her tone was laced with fear. Lu Yifei's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You can't be serious. Sakura has been taken? Indeed, it is clearly stated on this paper. We must devise a plan quickly. Hinata nodded vigorously, her face flushed with urgency. Lu Yifei sensed the gravity of the situation. The disappearance of their mission target and Sakura's abduction indicated a deliberate scheme, though its purpose remained elusive. Realizing the need for caution, he urged, Don't panic. We cannot act recklessly. We must return to regroup with the others and consult the teachers on how to address this issue. Yes, we need to rescue Sakura promptly. Let us hurry back. Shino agreed, pulling Kiba along. Lu Yifei and Hinata followed closely, their expressions somber. This sudden turn of events left Lu Yifei momentarily disoriented. He understood that the occurrences unfolding now were subtly diverging from the established narrative of Naruto. Sakura's kidnapping had never transpired in this world before. Could his presence have altered the course of events? How was he to resolve this? The more he pondered, the more his head throbbed. They walked with heavy hearts and soon arrived at the school. Before Lu Yifei could enter the classroom, he noticed Sasuke and Naruto waiting inside, along with their teachers. As he stepped in, he was puzzled by their congregation. Sasuke produced a sheet of paper, stating, Sakura has been taken. Where did you find this paper? We have one too, Hinata exclaimed, retrieving a similar note from her pocket. Approaching Sasuke, she compared the two, discovering identical handwriting. A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Yifei once more. He realized that the kidnapper had left such notes in multiple locations, intentionally drawing them into a rescue mission. What awaited them? Waihai Kurenai stepped forward, analyzing. Regardless of who has taken Sakura, we must act swiftly to rescue her. Otherwise, she is surely in peril. Teacher, let us hurry. I cannot bear the thought of her being in danger. Naruto exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves, ready to spring into action. Lu Yifei was aware of Naruto's deep concern for Sakura Haruno. Nevertheless, he understood that approaching her directly could potentially lead them into a trap set by malicious individuals. After a brief moment of contemplation, he suggested, Why don't we approach stealthily, so as not to alarm anyone? This would help us avoid any snares. The words of the toad resonated with him. This matter should not be treated with undue fanfare. It was prudent that not all of them go together. A few should remain behind. Yuhi Kurenai turned to observe the eager faces of her companions, pondering whom to leave behind. Naruto quickly stepped forward, exclaiming, I must go save Sakura. Sasuke, though silent, also stepped forward, his intentions unmistakably clear. Then let Inazuka Kiba and Yamanaka Shino stay behind. We shall proceed together, Kakashi decided, recognizing that none of them were inclined to remain passive. Upon hearing this, Kiba and Shino, despite their desire to join, obediently agreed without protest. The group promptly set out, heading towards the location indicated on the map. As they traversed the path, Hinata voiced her concerns. What could this person want with Sakura? Even if we go, we will surely rescue her. They cannot gain anything. Kakashi swiftly interjected, this is not merely about benefits. There are many nefarious ninjas about. The one who captured Sakura may simply wish to disrupt us. Louis Fei found this reasoning compelling. After all, the situation had unfolded too abruptly and peculiarly. If the abductor had indeed intended to lure them into a trap by notifying them of Sakura's capture, it would certainly be a scheme directed at them all. Yet, Louis Fei could not discern the true intentions of this individual. Was it possible that the abduction of Sakura and the ensuing events were orchestrated by more than one person? Engulfed in his musings, Louis Fei followed the others to the outskirts of the village. From a distance, Hinata spotted Sakura suspended from a tree and exclaimed, "Look! Sakura is right there." Everyone turned their gaze to where she indicated and indeed saw Sakura bound to the tree, appearing unconscious. "Sakura, I'm coming to save you," Naruto shouted impulsively, rushing towards her. Seeing Naruto's reckless dash, Louis Fei swiftly grasped his collar, exclaiming, "What are you doing? You mustn't charge in like that. It would be disastrous if we were discovered. Can't you see that there's no one around Sakura?" Upon hearing Louis Fei's words, the group realized that aside from Sakura, who was bound there, the vicinity was eerily devoid of any presence. Everyone refrained from rash actions. There must be a trap ahead. Especially you, Naruto. Stay back, Kakashi commanded sternly, positioning himself in front of Naruto. Although Naruto felt defiant, he refrained from arguing further, knowing that the most crucial task at hand was to ensure Sakura's safe rescue. Two teachers stepped forward, cautiously approaching Haruno Sakura, while the others followed closely behind. Hardly daring to breathe, considering his larger physique might hinder the rescue, Louis Fei refrained from rushing in and instead attentively scanned the surroundings, hoping to discern any unusual occurrences. He understood the gravity of his mission. If he failed to identify the threat in a timely manner, both teachers and classmates could fall victim. Chapter 61. The kin of Pure with the group advanced slowly, their footsteps light as if afraid to disturb anything. Yet, the sound was so faint that even the butterflies resting upon the grass remained undisturbed. Who could they possibly alarm? As they neared Sakura, Naruto suddenly relaxed his vigilance and remarked, "There's nothing to fear here. Let's rescue Sakura." "That sounds easy enough," Sasuke replied, turning his head to cast an annoyed glance at Naruto, as if deeming his words excessive. At that moment, Yuhi Kurenai stepped forward, brandishing a knife to cut the ropes binding Sakura. Louis Fei, ever observant, finally detected something amiss. He noticed peculiar sounds emanating from the grass nearby, suggesting that individuals were lying in wait. More than one, in fact. It appeared these individuals were anticipating the group's attempt to rescue Sakura, intent on ensnaring them all. Realizing the danger, Louis Fei quickly ascended a few steps and shouted, "There are people lurking nearby. Be cautious." Before Kurenai's knife could touch the ropes around Sakura, she pivoted at the sound of his warning, only to see shadows moving in the grass. "Who's there? Come out," Kakashi called out, positioning himself protectively in front of everyone. Even in moments of sternness, his instinct was to shield his students, ensuring their safety in this perilous situation. Suddenly, the rustling in the grass grew louder, a sound that seemed eerily familiar to Louis Fei. "What is that noise?" It resembled the sound of purewood eagles lying in ambush. Just as he pondered this, two figures sprang from the underbrush, lunging towards Kakashi and the nearest Hinata. "Hinata, watch out!" Louis Fei shouted, his heart racing as he witnessed the unfolding chaos. It was too late for him to intervene. At the critical moment, Sasuke pushed Hinata aside, allowing her to evade a man's attack. Meanwhile, Kakashi, unflinching, seized the assailant's arm and flung him aside with force. The flurry of attacks and counteractions transpired in an instant, before Louis Fei could fully comprehend the situation. The two assailants were already sprawled on the ground. As they revealed themselves, Hinata gasped, covering her mouth in shock as she looked towards Louis Fei. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Louis Fei rushed over, equally stunned. It turned out the two men were deathly pale, their skin resembling the bark of a tree, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the purewood eagles from before. Could they possibly be members of the Purewood clan? How could this be? Louis Fei furrowed his brow and questioned loudly, Are you members of the Kiyotaki clan? What on earth do you intend to do? Upon hearing his words, Kakashi and Yuhi Kurenai exchanged glances, taken aback by the unexpected presence of the Kiyotaki clan members here, who had also captured Haruno Sakura. Of course, it is for vengeance. You foul toad. We have awaited this moment, and today, you shall meet your demise. One of the men hissed through gritted teeth. The other man cast a look of hatred towards Sasuke and Hinata. At that moment, Louis Fei realized that not only were they indeed from the Kiyotaki clan, but they bore a striking resemblance to one another, likely brothers. However, Louis Fei found himself utterly perplexed, since it was he who had slain Kiyotaki Eagle. Why hadn't these two simply confronted him directly? Why go through the trouble of sabotaging everyone's mission targets, capturing Haruno Sakura, and luring them here? Such convoluted efforts seemed counterproductive to their quest for revenge. Were these two men not quite right in the head? The more he pondered, the more baffled he became. Suddenly, Kakashi stepped forward. What is going on here? How are you connected to the Kiyotaki clan? Why do they seek retribution? Well, it's a long story, and I'm not sure how to explain it clearly, Louis Fei replied, rubbing his nose, uncertain how to articulate the situation succinctly. Seeing Louis Fei's confusion, Hinata quickly interjected. While we were on a mission outside the village, we encountered the heir of the Kiyotaki clan, and a fight ensued, during which we damaged his weapon. Later that night, Kiyotaki Eagle lay in wait to kill me, but was ultimately slain by Luanai. That is the crux of the matter. They are likely here to avenge Kiyotaki Eagle. We are here for Kiyotaki Eagle's revenge. He was our brother. One of the men added, clarifying their motives. Kakashi nodded in understanding and turned to the toad. So, you killed Kiyotaki Eagle? Indeed, Louis Fei affirmed, standing firm in his conviction, not sensing anything amiss. What of it if he had slain Kiyotaki Eagle? The latter had sought to harm Hinata. Was he not justified in his actions? Even had he spared Kiyotaki Eagle at that moment, the man was vindictive and would have surely returned to exact revenge. Better to eliminate the threat then and there than to invite future complications. That was Louis Fei's rationale at the time, and he found no fault in it now. The man scoffed, pointing an accusing finger at Louis Fei, shouting, "Then all of you shall perish today, accompanying my brother to the grave." Stop. No need for such shouting, it pains my ears. I ask you this. If you seek vengeance upon me, why gather us all here? Why specifically capture Haruno Sakura? Louis Fei queried, rubbing his ears before the impending conflict. He genuinely wished to understand their thought process. What compelled them to summon so many, risking failure and their own demise? The man paused, waving his hand dismissively. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend your words. Are you still in denial? Are the two pieces of paper by the riverside and in Haruno Sakura's home not placed there by you? Wasn't it your objective that was stolen? Are the members of the Kayamori family nothing but cowardly scoundrels who dare not face the consequences of their actions? As Louis Fei observed their refusal to acknowledge the situation, his temper flared. It was only natural for these two individuals to seek vengeance against him, yet the involvement of others and the harm caused made their denial particularly dishonorable. The man, incensed by Louis Fei's words, clenched his fists and shouted, "What do you mean by daring not to face it? We have no idea what you are talking about, nor have we stolen any objectives. We lost track of you while following, and upon hearing this girl mention your names, we brought her here because we knew she was acquainted with you. Humph. If you truly have not stolen any objectives or left any clues, then how did you know to lie in wait for us here?" Louis Fei remained skeptical, crossing his arms as he continued his interrogation. He was convinced that the theft of the mission objective had nothing to do with these two men, as they were clearly unaware of the objectives or the whereabouts of their classmates. However, the abduction of Haruno Sakura and the subsequent note were undeniably their doing. Chapter 62. Seeking revenge. The man's face flushed with anger as he continued to explain. We had just knocked this girl unconscious and brought her here when my brother mentioned that someone was approaching from the mountain below, prompting us to hide. What paper? What mission objective? We truly know nothing. After hearing him out, Louis Fei found himself at a loss for words. He realized that the man was likely speaking the truth. This situation was not solely orchestrated by the Kaimori brothers. There must be someone behind the scenes, someone well acquainted with both them and their instructors, who, upon learning of the brothers' abduction of Haruno Sakura, intentionally left such notes to summon them. With this thought in mind, Louis Fei could not help but turn to Kakashi, exchanging a glance as he inquired, "What do you think we should do about this? There may be others hiding and watching us." "I know," Kakashi replied, his expression darkening further. He turned back to see that Tsunade had already rescued Haruno Sakura, which offered him a modicum of relief. Kakashi stepped forward, scrutinizing the two men as he asked, "May I inquire your names?" "Kayamori S. And this is my brother Kayamori H, while Kayamori Taka is our elder brother." The man who had been speaking pointed to his silent companion, patiently introducing them. Upon hearing this, Louis Fei cleared his throat and interjected, "Enough, enough. No one is interested in who you are. Your elder brother committed an offense and, rather than addressing it, chose to harm us, which is why I ended his life. If you desire revenge, direct it towards me. It has nothing to do with anyone else." With that, Louis Fei boldly stepped into the open, adopting an offensive stance. "You're not alone. There are two others as well. Step forward." Kayamori S glared angrily at Sasuke among the crowd, the implication clear. Louis Fei was unaware of the brothers' capabilities, and upon hearing their challenge, he furrowed his brow. "I killed Kayamori Taka. What do you intend to gain from pursuing them? Does Kayamori Taka possess 3 lives? Were we to slay him in turns?" "Silence. My brother was not the only one you caused to perish. There were 2 others present, and we witnessed it all clearly." Jingmu Tsung bellowed once more, furiously pointing at Liu Yifei's shiny, dark forehead. Liu Yifei was taken aback, not anticipating that those 2 individuals had actually been present. How could this be possible? These 2 had repeatedly vowed to avenge their elder brother, yet they stood by and watched as he perished without intervening? Upon this realization, Liu Yifei could not help but laugh heartily, declaring, "You are truly amusing. You choose now to seek vengeance? When I dispatched Jingmu Ing, where was your courage then?" He had never encountered such oddity, witnessing their own brother's demise, yet failing to retaliate. Were they truly siblings? "At the time we arrived, you had already taken my brother's life and departed. All we beheld was your retreating figures. We could only attend to his remains and rush here post-haste." Jingmu Tsung explained hurriedly, anxious not to be misunderstood as a coward. Upon hearing this, Liu Yifei scoffed disdainfully, "I care not how you arrived. The fact remains that I alone killed Jingmu Ing, and if you seek retribution, you must come for me." "Come for you? Let me clarify. I witnessed it distinctly. You all acted in concert." Jingmu Tsung stepped forward, gesturing towards the crowd, yet he could not discern who else was present. Liu Yifei instinctively glanced at Sasuke, hoping to prevent him from stepping forward. Kakashi, standing nearby, also turned to face Sasuke, positioning himself in front of him. Liu Yifei understood that at this juncture, it would not be prudent for Sasuke to reveal himself. After all, Sasuke was no match for Jingmu Ing, let alone capable of confronting these 2 together. Although Liu Yifei recognized that with Kakashi and Hinata present, there would be no chaos, he still desired to vanquish these 2 through his own efforts, without any interference, including from Sasuke. However, Sasuke disregarded the others' counsel and slowly stepped forward, declaring, "It was I, and I too had a hand against Jingmu Ing." "Well done. Today marks your day of demise," Jingmu Tsung retorted, but he continued, "Yet I know there is one girl who was neither captured by us, nor is she among you. The little girl standing at the back. Who could she be?" He scrutinized Hinata and the unconscious Sakura. Liu Yifei abruptly turned, desperately signaling to Hinata not to step forward. This matter was one he must resolve alone. With Sasuke having already revealed himself, the addition of Hinata would surely lead to trouble. After all, Sasuke and Hinata lacked the strength, if both were to engage. They risked being inadvertently harmed by the Jingmu brothers. Noticing the silence, Jingmu Tsung shouted once more, "Step forward. Is it the girl we captured earlier? Are you not the ones who dare to act yet shrink from acknowledgement? What do you want? That girl is no longer with us. She remains at the school. If you seek vengeance, come for me. Spare the mention of other girls or boys." She did not strike against Jingmu Ing. Rather, it was Jingmu Ing who confronted her. Liu Yifei, fearing that Hinata might be provoked by these words, hastily uttered his retort. Upon hearing this, Jingmu Tsung was incredulous, questioning whether he was deliberately saying this to protect the girl. How coincidental that she was not present at this moment. "Bring her out. Who is it?" Upon hearing this, Hinata instinctively took a step back, uncertain whether to reveal herself. She did not wish to appear timid. The death of Jingmu Ing was indeed related to her, and she yearned to step forward and acknowledge the truth. Yet, Lu Gu insisted she remain hidden, and Hinata felt compelled to heed his wishes. Observing her retreat, Jingmu Tsung quickly pointed at her, exclaiming, "Hey, why are you stepping back? Are you the girl from that night?" Hinata found herself at a loss for words, instinctively glancing at Liu Yifei for guidance. She truly did not know how to respond. Liu Yifei, momentarily taken aback, positioned himself in front of Hinata, asserting, "What nonsense are you spouting? Do not frighten the young girl. It was not her. It was someone else that night. Do you need to speak for her?" Jingmu Tsung pressed on. "Hey, that girl? You tell me, was it you that night? A girl must own up to her actions. Speak the truth. Did you not venture into the woods outside the village last night?" Unwilling to hear more from Liu Fei, Jingmu Tsung turned his gaze toward Hinata. Just then, Kakashi stepped forward, casting a displeased look at Jingmu Tsung. "It has already been stated that it was not her. She is my student. Do not intimidate her." Hearing this, Jingmu Tsung continued to stare at Hinata in disbelief, struggling to accept that the girl had not appeared today. Beside him, Jingmu Feng patted his arm, shaking his head, indicating that he should cease his inquiries and focus on avenging himself against the two individuals. Chapter 63. A serious observation. Noticing Jingmu Feng's demeanor, Jingmu Tsung understood the implication to stop pressing for answers and to seek revenge on the two directly. He sized up Liu Yifei and Sasuke, boldly commanding, "You two, step forward. Prepare to face me." Without hesitation, Sasuke emerged, his expression betraying no fear or anxiety. Observing Sasuke's resolute demeanor, Liu Yifei nodded in approval and followed suit. At that moment, Naruto rolled up his sleeves, declaring, "I will help. You should refrain from causing chaos." Sakura admonished, pulling him back. Although Naruto felt disgruntled at Sakura's remark, he fell silent upon witnessing the determined demeanor of the Jingmu brothers seeking revenge. Noting their vigilant stance, Liu Yifei coughed lightly, stating, "I presume you are not contemplating using any earth release techniques, are you? That is indeed a specialty of the Jingmu clan." Jingmu Tsung glared fiercely at Liu Yifei, as if he would strike without mercy should he acknowledge the claim. Liu Yifei clicked his tongue, nodding, "Indeed. I find it rather unimpressive, especially since Jingmu Ying's earth release technique was thwarted by both Sasuke and Hinata. It is not that he deliberately seeks to provoke these two individuals. Rather, their prowess is quite comparable to that of Jingmu Ying, rendering them unworthy of his disdain." Upon hearing this, Naruto, who was trailing behind, inquired with curiosity, "Earth release technique? What sort of ninjutsu is that? Is it formidable?" The Jingmu clan has formed a pact with the earth, allowing them to effortlessly burrow beneath the surface, shielded from external influences. However, they cannot remain underground indefinitely, as they require air to breathe. Kakashi scrutinized the Jingmu brothers intently, taking the opportunity to enlighten Naruto. Naruto nodded dismissively, retorting, "It's not that impressive. I can't even hide myself yet. Little brat, do not underestimate our ninjutsu." Jingmu Tsung immediately spun around and bellowed. Startled, Naruto lost his footing and fell elegantly to the ground. Liu Yifei could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Ha, Naruto, you were frightened by Jingmu Tsung's voice. Yet you wished to assist? I wasn't truly scared. His voice was just too loud." Naruto stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. Unfortunately, no one seemed to believe him. Liu Yifei turned back, his expression now far less relaxed than when he had mocked Naruto. "Jingmu Tsung, if you wish to defeat me, you'll need to train for several more decades. Do keep in mind, should I choose to strike, I will show no mercy." "Humph. Spare us your grandiose claims. We will show no mercy to someone as clumsy and cumbersome as you," Jingmu Tsung retorted without hesitation. And he and Jingmu Feng swiftly vanished underground using the earth release technique. Seeing them truly disappear, Naruto exclaimed in surprise, "Where did they go? How did they suddenly vanish?" Pay close attention to the ground. Sasuke, recalling my earlier instructions for attacking, was warned not to let any sudden hands catch him off guard. Liu Yifei remained vigilant, anxiously observing the ground while hastily advising Sasuke. In truth, Sasuke was more than capable of handling the two, yet with him now part of the team, Liu Yifei had to consider the possibility of a sneak attack on Sasuke. After all, Sasuke's condition was not entirely robust, and a surprise assault from the Jingmu brothers could certainly lead to injury. Understanding Liu Yifei's concerns, Sasuke nodded and remained alert, prepared for any eventuality. Observing Sasuke's cautious demeanor, Liu Yifei felt a slight sense of reassurance. Yet, aside from their conversation, the silence enveloped them, leaving them unaware of when the two iron-like claws might emerge. Hinata, watching nervously from the sidelines, could not help but ask, "Teachers, can you discern where Jingmu Tsung and the others are hiding? They must be concealed, waiting to seize an opportunity to strike. They are underground, and their presence is barely perceptible. This is indeed the Jingmu clan's signature technique," Kakashi explained, a hint of wariness in his tone. Despite dismissing the two as inferior, Kakashi acknowledged that the Earth Release technique, being the Jingmu clan's specialty, could effectively conceal their presence regardless of their individual capabilities. Hinata grew increasingly anxious upon hearing this. Surely, Sasuke and Brother Lu were in peril and required utmost caution. Just as Hinata spoke, Lu Yifei's keen ears detected faint rustling from the left thicket, as if something were emerging from the earth. Realizing it was the iron hand of one of the Jingmu brothers, Lu Yifei immediately shouted, "I have a hand over here. Be wary of the other one nearby." He understood that the Jingmu brothers would not strike at a single target simultaneously, allowing the other to escape even if overpowered. Thus, with movement occurring on his side, danger would also loom for Sasuke. Sasuke nodded, drawing his knife and aiming it at the ground, ready to strike at the hand that might appear at any moment. At that moment, the commotion in the underbrush intensified, and an iron hand swiftly lunged toward Lu Yifei. With a disdainful snort, Lu Yifei calmly extended his tongue, ensnaring the hand. Jingmu Feng, having never witnessed Lu Yifei's prowess in combat against his brother, was unaware of the tongue's formidable strength and attempted to grasp it like Jingmu Ing had previously. Observing this, Lu Yifei scoffed and exerted force with his tongue, rendering the hand immobile. Jingmu Feng, taken aback by the tongue's might, struggled to break free. However, Lu Yifei was unwilling to grant him such an opportunity. Firmly holding onto the hand, intent on pulling Jingmu Feng out entirely. "Wow, this frog's tongue is astonishing," Naruto exclaimed from behind, his eyes wide with admiration. Hinata chuckled, puffing with pride, "Of course. Brother Lu is the most formidable summoning beast. This frog is indeed impressive," Kakashi remarked, stroking his chin, his eyes filled with astonishment. Clearly surprised that a summoning beast could counter the Jingmu family's secret techniques. While the hand and Lu Yifei were locked in a stalemate, Sasuke suddenly heard a commotion behind him. He swiftly turned to see a hand charging towards him, aiming for the legs he had left on the ground. Lu Yifei noticed this and, with his tongue still engaged, strained to say, "Target the wrist." Sasuke nodded, stepping back and raising his dagger. Just as the hand was about to seize Sasuke's calf, he summoned all his strength and struck downwards. Chapter 64. The battle's triumph. The dagger pierced the wrist of the hand, eliciting a painful cry from Jingmu Song below. "Wow, we succeeded," Naruto exclaimed, clapping his hands as he saw the hand recoil, yet still eager to join the fray. However, without their teacher's orders, none could rush forward recklessly. Lu Yifei desperately clung to the hand, attempting to pull both it and Jingmu Feng's body out. Having battled Jingmu Ing for so long, Lu Yifei had learned what could be fatal to the members of the Jingmu clan. As long as the members of the Jingmu family are devoid of their earth escape technique, no matter how formidable they may be, they cannot surpass him and Sasuke. Observing that Lu Yifei was on the verge of success, Hinata exclaimed, "Keep going. Hurry and capture Jingmu Feng." Initially straining, Lu Yifei, upon hearing Hinata's words, immediately gathered his strength to pull Jingmu Feng from the ground. Noticing Lu Yifei's labored efforts, Sasuke did not remain idle. He continued to assault Jingmu Tsung's approaching hand. The two, a man and a toad, engaged in a synchronized battle against their respective foes. After a brief moment, panting heavily, Sasuke retreated to the side, gazing at the nearly severed iron claw, and intoned, "Come out quickly, otherwise I shall render your techniques useless." Hearing this, even though Jingmu Tsung was reluctant, he had no choice but to emerge from the earth, clutching his bleeding wrist and glaring at Sasuke with hatred. "Let us engage in a true contest," Sasuke scoffed, beckoning Jingmu Tsung with a finger. Aware of his inferior skills, Jingmu Tsung felt cornered by the multitude of onlookers and, despite the looming danger, grit his teeth and charged forward. As he rushed in, Sasuke immediately countered with a punch, engaging him in combat. Meanwhile, Lu Yifei had finally succeeded in pulling Jingmu Feng from the ground, akin to uprooting a stubborn vegetable. Jingmu Feng's body thudded heavily onto the ground. Taking a moment to regain his footing, Lu Yifei, perceiving Jingmu Feng's silence, let out a cold snort and triumphantly declared, "How about that? Have you witnessed my prowess? Who gave you the audacity to ambush me? Do you believe I could strangle you with my tongue?" With that, Lu Yifei licked his tongue, feeling a slight twinge of discomfort at its base. "Damn it, I nearly exhausted myself to the point of tearing my tongue off. This earth escape technique is truly extraordinary." Jingmu Feng gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Lu Yifei, and lunged forward to launch an attack. Lu Yifei stood his ground, unfazed by Jingmu Feng's desperate demeanor, even leisurely picking at his ear. Anxiously, Hinata shouted from the side, "Brother Lu, be careful. Don't get hurt. Fear not. Let him strike, Lu Yifei said. Hands on his hips, standing tall to meet Jingmu Feng's onslaught. Jingmu Feng, unable to vocalize, approached his adversary with a level of rationality that surpassed Jingmu Song's caution. Witnessing Lu Yifei's fearless demeanor, Jingmu Feng, in the past, would have paused to assess the situation. However, both brothers were now compelled to act, their rationality lost. In this moment, Jingmu Feng was singularly focused on devising a means to strike Lu Yifei down. Clenching his fists, he charged at Lu Yifei, delivering relentless blows to his abdomen. Lu Yifei, puffing out his cheeks, allowed the strikes to land, feeling not a hint of discomfort, but rather finding himself pleasantly squinting his eyes. After all, he was a toad. No matter how powerful Jingmu Feng might be, the force of his attacks could only emanate from his own body. If the wooden bee were to rely solely on brute force, Lu Yifei could merely puff out his belly and allow the wooden bee to strike him, much like being tickled, without sustaining any harm. Observing Lu Yifei's unscathed demeanor, the relentless wooden bee ceased its attacks and retreated, gazing at Lu Yifei in confusion, as if unable to fathom why he remained unharmed. Amused by the wooden bee's perplexity, Lu Yifei couldn't help but chuckle. Are you curious as to why I am completely unscathed? The wooden bee nodded in acknowledgement, admitting its bewilderment. Lu Yifei initially intended to clarify the situation, considering the wooden bee was on the brink of exhaustion. He certainly didn't wish for it to perish in ignorance. However, upon further reflection, he pondered the idea of frightening the wooden bee and deceiving Kakashi and the others. With this thought in mind, Lu Yifei cleared his throat and explained, "That is because I have mastered a technique akin to a ninjutsu known as Toad Power. Whenever I activate this ability, all attacks are deflected, rendering any weapon ineffective against me. Thus, you are not my equal." Wow, Brother Lu is so formidable, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Hinata, aware of Lu Yifei's intentional exaggeration, refrained from revealing the truth and simply remarked, perhaps he inflated his belly, making him impervious to blades and arrows. I cannot ascertain whether it is indeed Toad Power. Hinata, your summoning beast is truly extraordinary, is it not? Kakashi said with a knowing glance. Hinata, not entirely grasping Kakashi's meaning, nodded along. Of course. Brother Lu is the most powerful summoning beast I have ever encountered. I trust that with him here, we shall be fine. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Choosing not to elaborate further, what are you all discussing? Sakura Haruno's voice suddenly rang out, startling the nearby Yuhi Kurenai. Seeing Sakura awake, Kurenai quickly reassured her. Do not be afraid, we will resolve this matter shortly. Are you injured? What do you mean? My head hurts so much. Was I not sleeping at home? How did I suddenly end up here? And why are you all fighting? Sakura rubbed the back of her head, bewildered by the unfolding events. Upon seeing her awaken, Naruto hurried over to explain, you were brought here after being knocked out by 2 bad guys, but you're safe now. We're here to protect you. Why is Sasuke fighting someone? Who is that? Sakura straightened up, noticing Sasuke embroiled in a fierce struggle with the wooden bee, her concern evident. Naruto, sensing her worry for Sasuke, retorted, don't fret about him. That wooden bee cannot defeat him. Disregarding his words, Sakura remained fixated on Sasuke's figure. Meanwhile, the wooden bee began to sweat nervously, uncertain of how to confront the imposing figure before it. With arms crossed and a smug expression, Lu Yifei declared, what's the matter? Have you decided not to continue fighting? Do you not feel that you are overestimating your own abilities? Chapter 65, The Failed Ambush. Jingmu Feng clenched his fists tightly, infuriated by this remark, and charged forward, eager to retaliate. Are you genuinely angered? With such feeble skills, do you dare seek vengeance? It would be a miracle for you to preserve your own life. Lu Yifei mercilessly mocked him once more. He allowed Jingmu Feng's attacks to intensify without resistance, knowing that Jingmu Feng would ultimately exhaust himself, while he remained unscathed. After several minutes, Jingmu Feng concluded his flurry of strikes, collapsing onto the ground, breathless and unsure of his next move. Observing his labored breathing, Lu Yifei clicked his tongue. So, are you prepared to meet your demise? Jingmu Feng was utterly frustrated but lacked the strength to advance against Lu Yifei, resignedly sitting on the ground, gasping for air. Lu Yifei, indifferent, turned his attention to the battle between Sasuke and Jingmu Kong. Sasuke relentlessly attacked Jingmu Tsung's face, leaving him battered and unable to mount any defense. Hey, show some mercy. Look at Jingmu Tsung. He's utterly helpless. How pitiful. Lu Yifei interjected gleefully, eager for Jingmu Tsung to retaliate. For Sasuke, Maintaining an unchallenged advantage was not ideal. Only through being countered and forced to defend could he unleash his true power, symbolizing progress. Upon hearing Lu Yifei's words, Jingmu Tsung roared in fury and launched a reckless counterattack. Even though Sasuke was quick on his feet, he still received several blows from Jingmu Kong's Sakura, watching intently. Cried out, "Sasuke, be careful. Don't let him strike back. Deny him any opportunity." Heeding her warning, Sasuke swiftly dodged the attack and landed a powerful punch to Jingmu Tsung's forehead. Jingmu Tsung staggered backward before collapsing to the ground, eyes wide open in weakness. Witnessing his stillness, Naruto gasped in astonishment. He can't be dead, can he? Suddenly, Jingmu Feng could no longer contain himself, screaming as he rushed to Jingmu Tsung's side. Appearing truly distraught, Hinata, observing this, felt a pang of sympathy. They were merely avenging their brother and had committed no heinous acts. Perhaps they should spare Jingmu Feng? Hinata, why are you so compassionate? You must realize that if he had bested us today, it would have been our lives at stake. Lu Yifei swiftly reminded her, not wishing for Hinata to feel guilt. In the battlefield, showing mercy is not an option. The law of the jungle prevails among ninjas, where it is a matter of life and death. Had the Jingmu brothers possessed greater strength, it would have been them lying lifeless today. Hinata understood that her compassion was misplaced. After hearing Lu Yifei's admonition, she nodded in shame, refraining from further comments. While the group was engrossed in their conversation, they failed to notice that Jingmu Feng, lying beside Jingmu Tsung, had slowly lifted his head, his gaze fixed intently on Sakura, who stood at the edge. He was acutely aware that his own demise was imminent. A surprise attack might yield the opportunity to eliminate one adversary, but his targets could not be the two formidable instructors, nor the toad that had just bested him and his brother. Rather, his aim was the most unsuspecting Sakura Haruno. With this thought igniting his resolve, Jinmaku surged forth with unparalleled speed, his iron claws aimed directly at Sakura. Hinata, closest to Sakura, sensed the impending danger and instinctively pushed her friend aside. "Sakura, look out." As Sakura was thrust away, Hinata took her place, standing resolutely against the threat. Jinmaku, undeterred, shifted his assault towards Hinata, knowing that any target within his reach was fair game. Just as it seemed that Hinata would be ensnared by the iron claws, she shut her eyes in despair. However, the anticipated pain never arrived. Upon reopening her eyes, she beheld Jinmaku's claws tightly gripping Lu Yifei's arm, blood streaming relentlessly from the wound. "Brother Lu," exclaimed both Hinata and Yu Gao in unison, taken aback by Lu Yifei's sudden appearance. Noticing the concern etched on their faces, Lu Yifei mustered a strained smile and forcefully kicked Jinmaku away. "That hurts," he exclaimed, yet to quell Hinata's worry, he feigned indifference to the pain. Inhaling sharply, he managed a grin. "I'm fine. You're lying. You're bleeding. It must hurt." Hinata cried out, tears brimming in her eyes as she gazed at Lu Yifei's injured arm. She had believed that escape was impossible this time, yet Lu Yifei had willingly sustained injury to save her. How could her brother be so selfless? The more she pondered, the more overwhelmed she became, her sobs intensifying. Lu Yifei felt a mixture of joy and emotion, wishing to comfort Hinata when suddenly, two of her tears fell upon his wound. "Ah!" He involuntarily cried out, the sting of the pain catching him off guard, akin to salt being poured into a fresh wound, rendering him momentarily speechless. Realizing his discomfort as he grimaced, Hinata hurriedly apologized. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm all right. I can endure. Please, deal with Jinmaku," Lu Yifei managed through gritted teeth. Despite the cold sweat trickling down his brow from the pain, he restrained himself from expressing further agony, understanding that any display of suffering would only deepen Hinata's guilt and sorrow. Upon hearing Lu Yifei's words, Hinata immediately turned her gaze, her eyes burning with fury directed at Jinmaku. At that moment, Kakashi interjected, "You all must escort the toad back to tend to its wounds. I will handle Jinmaku." "Understood. Everyone follow me," Yugao promptly affirmed, organizing a group to depart in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, Naruto had been horrified to witness Sakura almost come to harm. As he approached Jingmuing, he could not resist the urge to reach out and give him a sharp twist, exclaiming, "How dare you launch a sneak attack at such a critical moment?" Witnessing Naruto's childlike demeanor, Haruno Sakura could no longer bear it and pulled him aside, urging him to hurry along. She preferred that Sasuke be the one to defend her. Lu Yifei lingered at the back, unable to suppress a smile directed at Hinata, reassuring her, "Do not worry about me. I shall be fine. I do not wish to see you distressed. I am not upset. I am merely concerned for Brother Lu. Hinata replied quickly, lowering her head, a hint of shyness in her voice. Lu Yifei was momentarily taken aback, his heart swelling with sweetness akin to honey. And he teasingly asked, "What did you just say? Would you mind repeating that?" "Stop it." Hinata, blushing even more, playfully scolded him, her gaze still averted. Chapter 66. No rewards, no punishments. Lu Yifei chuckled, knowing how easily Hinata blushed, and chose not to press the matter further. However, he was acutely aware that had he not intervened in time to block Jingmuing's attack, Hinata could have faced serious consequences, leaving him feeling a twinge of dread. Upon returning to school, the group did not scatter to attend to their individual tasks, but rather awaited the teacher's return once they had dealt with Jingmuing. Lu Yifei lay on the chilly ground, occupied with play, when he noticed Hinata lost in thought, prompting him to inquire softly, "Little Hinata, what occupies your mind?" "Nothing much. Your wound has stopped hurting, hasn't it?" Hinata lifted her head and smiled. Lu Yifei shook his head, observing the evident concern etched on her face, and leaned in closer, whispering, "Let me ponder what you might be thinking. Is it that you feel this incident is not yet resolved?" Jingmu Tsong had explicitly stated that the theft of the mission target was unrelated to them. I believe they would not lie. There must be others involved in this matter. Hinata expressed her worries with a furrowed brow. Lu Yifei acknowledged her sentiment, recognizing that the situation appeared quite abnormal to anyone. Yet, who could be deliberately stealing mission targets? Did this individual seek trouble or harbor ulterior motives? He, too, found it perplexing. I suspect another group is intent on thwarting our successful completion of the task, fearing that our performance may surpass theirs, hence the theft of the mission target. Naruto chimed in, having approached unnoticed. Hearing his words, Sasuke scoffed dismissively. "No other group possesses the capability to steal the mission target without me noticing." "What do you mean by that? Are you implying that you are the only capable one among our classmates?" Naruto frowned, glaring at Sasuke with displeasure. Sasuke shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, "At least you are not as formidable as I am." With that, he turned and sauntered off to another corner. Naruto, momentarily taken aback by Sasuke's words, soon regained his composure and, fuming, confronted him once more. Observing the antics of these two rivals, Lu Yifei shook his head in resignation and moved to the side, patiently awaiting the arrival of their teachers. After a short while, Yugao and Kakashi appeared promptly at the entrance. As they approached, all the students ceased their conversations, waiting quietly for them to speak. Yuhi Kurenai, noticing the intense gazes of her peers, finally spoke. "The brothers of the Jinmu family have perished. Are you satisfied with this outcome?" The students exchanged glances, each nodding in agreement. They had always held a negative view of the Jinmu brothers, and upon hearing the news of their demise, it was only natural to feel relief, considering the Jinmu clan had indeed sought to harm them. Kurenai smiled contentedly and continued, "The task we assigned you encountered a slight hiccup. As you are aware, someone deliberately caused disruption. We have not yet identified this individual or individuals, and for now, we must resolve this matter as is." "What do you mean by resolving it? Does this mean we have succeeded in our task?" Naruto eagerly inquired, voicing the question that weighed heavily on his mind. Kakashi raised a finger and shook his head. "No, your task has not been deemed successful. Although it was a deliberate act of sabotage, you did indeed lose sight of your objective. Are the teachers going to punish us because of this malicious interference?" Sakura asked cautiously, her voice tinged with anxiety over the potential repercussions. Naruto nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes. It was someone else's intent to sabotage us, and we had no idea they would steal the task objective. Thus, having obtained the task objective does not equate to completion. This incident will incur neither reward nor punishment. The responsibility of uncovering the mastermind falls to me and Kurenai-sensei. Kakashi responded, addressing Naruto's protest. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei couldn't help but admire the eloquence of the two instructors. Their resolution was indeed satisfactory to the students. They exchanged glances, and no one voiced any dissent, all agreeing with Kakashi's words. After a moment of silence, Sasuke suddenly spoke up. "So, what shall we do next? You will officially become the ninja students of Konoha Academy. Kurenai-sensei and I will tailor training to your individual circumstances. Are you prepared? Starting tomorrow, you will be assigned genuine tasks," Kakashi proclaimed with enthusiasm. This declaration ignited excitement among the students. They animatedly discussed the forthcoming challenges. While Hinata quietly tugged at Lu Yifei's sleeve, "Lu and I've heard that the tasks assigned by the teachers are quite challenging. Are you looking forward to it?" "Me? I am indeed looking forward to it, Liu Yifei replied, momentarily taken aback, as he recalled the somewhat trivial and exasperating tasks that Kakashi had assigned in the original storyline. Almost bursting into laughter. If he was not mistaken, Kakashi would soon assign those insignificant yet maddening tasks. However, Liu Yifei felt fortunate that despite the deviations from the original plot, everything seemed to be returning to normal due to their collective efforts. After a while, Kakashi suddenly turned to Liu Yifei, "Frog, come out with us for a moment." Out again. Liu Yifei gazed at him and Sunset Red in astonishment, perplexed by the peculiar intentions of the two. Strangely, he felt an oddity in the way they looked at each other. Sunset Red offered him a gentle smile, urging him not to be anxious. "Let us step outside." Liu Yifei nodded, following them as they departed, casting a curious glance at Hinata before leaving. Hinata shrugged, indicating her own confusion about the situation. Upon reaching the hallway, as Liu Yifei prepared to yawn, he noticed both Sunset Red and Kakashi scrutinizing him intently, as if he were some sort of curiosity. He stifled his yawn, awkwardly smiling. "Why are you staring at me like that? Do you think I'm unattractive?" He had always been aware of his own less-than-stellar appearance, but the intensity of their gazes was rather disheartening. At that moment, he yearned to assure them that his true form was not unappealing at all. No, Sunset Red hastily clarified. "We merely find you exceptionally remarkable. It is uncommon for a summoning beast to possess such prowess. You are truly one of a kind." Liu Yifei nodded, curiosity piqued. "So, you called me over to inquire about my remarkable abilities?" Upon uttering this, he realized how peculiar the situation had become. Chapter 67. An invitation for assistance. Sunset Red shook her head and glanced at Kakashi. "You take it from here." Observing their discreet exchange, Liu Yifei felt an even greater sense of bewilderment. What exactly were these two plotting? After a brief pause, Kakashi elucidated, "We would like you to participate in the students' tasks, as we believe your abilities are commendable and can provide valuable insights to assist their growth." Liu Yifei was taken aback by this revelation. He had not anticipated that Kakashi and Sunset Red had such intentions, inviting him to partake in the tasks. But could he truly manage such a responsibility? Clearing his throat, he asked, "You don't intend for the two small groups to merge, do you? Is it to have all 6 students work together? That would be chaotic," he thought. "It would undermine the purpose of grouping and violate school regulations. Our proposal is for you to rotate between the two groups, observing the students' performances and abilities. Would you be willing?" Kakashi explained, his gaze filled with anticipation. Faced with Kakashi's earnest demeanor, Liu Yifei found himself at a loss for how to decline. In truth, he felt a twinge of delight, for being sought after by the teachers signified that his strength was acknowledged. However, should he acquiesce to this request, it would mean sacrificing time spent with Hinata each day. Noticing Liu Yifei's silence, Sunset Red spoke again. "I believe you would relish witnessing everyone's growth, wouldn't you? Having spent so many days with them, you must realize they are good children. Would you not be willing to provide them with guidance?" "That is certainly a valid point." Liu Yifei conceded, "I suppose I shall agree to this arrangement." Liu Yifei hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to accede to their request. He understood that both teachers had the well-being of their students in mind, and if he could assist Naruto and the others effectively, he would be more than willing to do so. This, in turn, would make him somewhat of a mentor, wouldn't it? The thought ignited a surge of excitement within him. To Naruto and his friends, he was merely a frog. Yet suddenly finding himself as their half-mentor would surely evoke mixed feelings among them, particularly in Sasuke. The expression on his face would undoubtedly be quite amusing. The more Liu Yifei contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became, breaking into a foolish grin before the teachers. Seeing Liu Yifei grinning like a simpleton, Kakashi and Yuhi Kurenai exchanged a glance, both taken aback. Clearing her throat, Kurenai interrupted Liu Yifei's daydreaming, stating, "While we invite your suggestions, you must ensure that, regardless of the circumstances, you remain an observer and do not interfere with their tasks or training." What is the point then? Liu Yifei scratched his head, somewhat discontented with this arrangement. Being a mere bystander seemed exceedingly dull. It would be much better if he could command the students' attention like Kakashi and Kurenai. Noticing Liu Yifei's disappointment, Kurenai inquired more seriously, "Can you comply?" "Of course, but I must also express that if any ninja or threat were to attack me, I would defend myself," Liu Yifei quickly agreed, voicing his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Kurenai and Kakashi exchanged a knowing look and nodded in unison. Satisfied, Liu Yifei pushed open the classroom door, winking at Hinata. Everyone was curiously observing Lu Yifei, puzzled about what had transpired and what Kurenai and Kakashi had said to him. Lu Yifei, basking in their curiosity, remarked, "Are you all eager to know what the two teachers discussed with me?" Everyone nodded in unison. Lu Yifei chuckled mischievously. "I want to tell you. You'll find out soon enough." Naruto gritted his teeth and took a few deep breaths to restrain himself from rushing over to teach this black frog a lesson. In truth, he feared he might end up on the receiving end of a reprimand. Shortly thereafter, the two teachers entered the classroom. Observing that everyone stood together in an orderly manner yet appeared fatigued, Kurenai clapped her hands and said, "You all have been worried for quite some time about Sakura Haruno's situation. Now that it has been resolved, you may return home. Formal training will commence tomorrow." Upon hearing this, everyone slung their backpacks over their shoulders and exited the classroom. On the way back, Hinata could not contain her curiosity and asked, "Lugo, what did the teachers say to you today? Do you want to know more than they do?" Lu Yifei replied with a gentle smile, looking at Hinata with interest. She nodded, shyly saying, "As long as it concerns Lugo, I want to be the first to know. But if you don't wish to share, I'll wait for the results with everyone else. Regardless of the circumstances, Lugo must certainly be the first to share the news with you." "Very well, I shall convey it." Lu Yifei swallowed hard, acutely aware that the one who ought to be informed first was Hinata. He longed to remain by Hinata's side. Yet he realized that accepting this task would likely prevent him from spending each day in her company. The thought of disappointing Hinata filled him with trepidation. As he pondered this, his anxiety deepened. Noticing Lu Yifei's unease, Hinata became concerned. "Lugo, what has transpired? Is it something troubling?" "Well, to some extent, yes. Two instructors have invited me to observe your performance on the task in turns. This means that starting tomorrow, I will be observing Class 7 for a few days before it is your turn. I will essentially be a judge, responsible for assessing your task execution." Lu Yifei explained succinctly. Upon finishing, he quickly turned away, unable to bear the thought of Hinata's reaction. Hinata remained silent for a while, lost in her thoughts. The longer Lu Yifei waited, the more anxious he became, unable to contain himself any longer. "Hinata, are you feeling sad? Is it because you think I want to be there with you every day?" "Not at all, Lugo. If you truly have the opportunity to be an observer, I would be very pleased. It's just that I feel a bit uneasy about not having you by my side while I undertake my tasks." Hinata expressed her feelings with a hint of melancholy. Lu Yifei, too, felt the weight of this unfamiliarity. He wished to accompany Hinata daily, to witness her growth and strength. However, he understood that there were certain experiences Hinata needed to confront independently for her true development. It was essential for her to adapt to working alongside her peers. With this in mind, Lu Yifei sought to reassure her. "You are not merely a delicate flower sheltered by the Hyuga clan. You are a free eagle. You must learn to thrive without my constant presence. Besides, I will return in just 2 days." "Very well, I shall await your return, and I shan't be disheartened," Hinata replied, her spirits lifting as she grasped his meaning. Chapter 68. Class 7. Hinata realized she could not cling to Lu Yifei indefinitely. As he had pointed out, she needed to cultivate her strength and independence, while he required the time to explore the world beyond her side, rather than merely remaining together. With this understanding, the weight on her heart began to lift. Observing Hinata's newfound clarity brought Lu Yifei joy. "Then it is settled. We shall ensure that we rest well tonight, so we can tackle tomorrow's tasks with vigor." "All right," Hinata replied with a bright smile. As the sun set, the two, accompanied by a frog, strolled along the path. A picture of harmonious companionship. The following day, Lu Yifei, brimming with energy, roused Hinata for school, since it was Class 7's turn to commence their tasks. He reluctantly waved goodbye to Hinata before stepping into the classroom. Upon the entrance of Lu Yifei, Kakashi nodded and declared, "All right, everyone is here. So let us commence the true mission." "The true mission?" Lu Yifei squinted, observing Kakashi's earnest demeanor, unable to suppress a chuckle. Heaven knows how much he wished to divulge the nature of Kakashi's assignment to Naruto and the others. However, Lu Yifei refrained from revealing too much, aware that such an act would be against the natural order of things. Noticing Lu Yifei's peculiar expression, Kakashi suddenly felt a sense of discomfort. It seemed as though Lu Yifei could effortlessly see through certain matters, causing a shiver down Kakashi's spine. He cleared his throat and glanced at his 3 perplexed students, asking, "Do you have any objections?" "None at all. Let us get started with the mission. We can hardly wait," Naruto exclaimed earnestly, rolling up his sleeves. satisfied by his enthusiasm. Kakashi nodded. Then let us proceed without delay. Thus, a frog trailed behind the four as they left the school in high spirits. Upon arriving in the wilderness, Naruto impatiently inquired, "What is the mission? Please tell us, teacher. Since it is indeed a critical mission, it must be perilous. Why are you so excited?" Luffy feigned seriousness, attempting to intimidate Naruto. Before Naruto could respond, Sakura, visibly anxious, asked, "Frog, do you know what this mission entails? Can you give us a hint? Do you wish for me to disclose the details of the mission?" "Very well, but only if you all address me as Brother Lu," Luffy replied, disliking the nickname Frog, as it made him feel as if he were an unattractive toad himself. Exchanging glances, Naruto and Sakura chorused, "Brother Lu," pleased by their enthusiastic address. Luffy smiled. "Now that is more like it. However, I truly cannot say too much, only that Kakashi-sensei's missions carry life-threatening risks. Should you succeed, your abilities will greatly enhance." At this, Sasuke suddenly looked up, staring intently at Luffy, as if to ascertain the truth of his words. Luffy clicked his tongue and sauntered over to Sasuke. "What I say is indeed true. You must not let your guard down." Sakura and Naruto nodded vigorously, fists clenched in anticipation of Kakashi's mission announcement. Just then, Kakashi approached, observing their eager expressions, and smiled with satisfaction. "It appears you are all ready to embrace a new challenge. I hereby declare the mission open." "What mission is it?" Sakura asked, her eyes wide with curiosity, nervously swallowing. Kakashi smiled mysteriously, pointing towards the nearby woods. "In those woods lies a missing target, marked with the symbol of the Hokage. Find it and bring it back, and that will constitute mission success." "Is it really that simple?" Naruto scratched his head in disbelief. Glancing at Luffy beside him, Luffy curled his lips, his expression grave, as if conveying to Naruto that this task would not be easily accomplished. Naruto, understanding the gravity of the situation, nodded in agreement, realizing that this mission was indeed a formidable challenge. Kakashi observed both of their reactions, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. Sasuke, catching sight of Kakashi's smile, furrowed his brow in confusion but chose to remain silent. The trio proceeded into the woods, with Luffy tasked with observation, leisurely trailing behind, occasionally admiring the scenery, finding the monotony almost enough to lull him into slumber. He considered this mission a sheer waste of time. Thinking this, Luffy glanced at Naruto beside him and remarked, "Hey, don't you find this boring? Don't speak. We must stay focused on locating the target." Naruto immediately turned his head, anxiously admonishing Luffy to maintain silence. Taking a deep breath, Luffy regretted having startled Naruto and the others into such a state. Now, even Naruto, usually so loquacious, was rendered mute, which made the atmosphere feel exceedingly dull. After walking for a while, Luffy noticed that Kakashi had suddenly halted. Kakashi turned, lowering his voice, "The target is nearby. Stay alert." Upon hearing this, the three students stiffened, their bodies tense as they scanned their surroundings, anxious about the potential dangers lurking nearby. At this moment, Kakashi beckoned Luffy to follow him away from the group, allowing the other three to act independently. Luffy had no choice but to obediently accompany Kakashi, settling beneath a nearby tree. "Did you already know that this task was quite simple, hence your deliberate remarks to Naruto and the others?" Kakashi leaned against the tree, casting a half-smile at Luffy. Taken aback by Kakashi's astute perception of his thoughts, Luffy awkwardly smiled and replied, "Well, yes. But I wanted my classmates to approach this task with utmost seriousness. That borders on deception. What if they were to discover the true objective of the mission? Wouldn't they feel an impulse to retaliate against you?" Kakashi stretched lazily, looking amused at the unfolding drama. Luffy shrugged. "Could they possibly defeat me? Besides, they were the ones who approached me first, and they chose to trust me. I can't be held entirely accountable for that, can I?" Kakashi shook his head in resignation, observing Luffy's nonchalant demeanor, unsure of how to handle him. After a while, Sasuke and the others gradually arrived at the location Kakashi had indicated. Listening intently to the sounds around them, Naruto expressed his anxiety. "Why can't I hear anything?" Chapter 69, The Task Unraveled. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Luffy eagerly moved closer, intrigued to see how Naruto and the others would navigate this situation. Sakura Haruno nodded in fear, asking, "What about the target of the mission? Where is it now?" "Be silent. I can hear footsteps," Sasuke said, narrowing his eyes and gesturing for them to remain quiet. Naruto and Sakura nodded, quickly taking cover behind their respective trees to discern what lay ahead. After a moment, a sudden rustling emerged from the bushes. Naruto pointed towards the thicket, inquiring, "Should we move?" Sasuke nodded, and the three rushed towards the underbrush together. Suddenly, amidst the tense silence, a sound broke through. Meow. Liu Yifei's lips twitched as he glanced at Kakashi, his expression conveying, "I knew you would orchestrate such a task." "Ahem. This is also to train them," Kakashi replied somewhat awkwardly, still believing there was nothing amiss with his assignment. Naruto, holding the mission target from the bushes, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Is this really the task that Kakashi-sensei assigned? A little kitten? I thought it would be a formidable enemy." Sakura felt tears welling up, unable to accept the presence of the adorable kitten. They had all assumed their opponent would be strong, hence their cautious demeanor, only to discover that their efforts were for a mere cat. This was too much. Sasuke furrowed his brow tightly, remaining silent, clearly displeased. Observing their reactions, Liu Yifei could not help but cast a sympathetic glance at Kakashi, thinking that he seemed to be inciting public outrage. "Don't forget, you just deceived them," he remarked. Kakashi stepped forward, blocking Liu Yifei's path as he attempted to leave. Taking a deep breath, Liu Yifei noticed Naruto and the others approaching with fervor, feeling somewhat anxious. Indeed, Naruto quickly reached the two, holding up the cat, exclaiming, "Is this the mission target? Congratulations. You have assisted the elderly woman from the west of the village in finding her cat." Kakashi feigned ignorance of their anger and instead clapped his hands to encourage them. Upon hearing this, Sakura could not contain herself and rushed over, asking, "What kind of task is this, teacher?" Weavie labored for an entire morning, anxious for so long. "Just to find a cat?" "Exactly. This isn't a proper mission." Naruto chimed in, appearing thoroughly dissatisfied. Kakashi, taken aback, exchanged an awkward glance with Liu Yifei, seemingly unsure how to handle the situation. Seeing Kakashi's predicament, Liu Yifei stepped in to explain, "Please, do not be agitated. This matter is indeed beneficial for you, as it will help you realize the value of helping others, correct? What kind of helping others task is this? We all know that aiding others is commendable, but this shouldn't be part of our training. It's far too simple. Didn't you just tell us that this mission would be dangerous and challenging? Why did you deceive us?" Naruto retorted, glaring fiercely at Liu Yifei. Liu Yifei felt a twinge of guilt, for it was he who had deliberately uttered such words to heighten the tension among them. He chuckled softly and clarified, "I honestly had no idea what the task entailed. I merely wished to instill a sense of vigilance in you all to ensure the task was completed diligently. Who would have guessed the task would be so simple? Is that so? Were you not conspiring with Kakashi-sensei to deceive us?" questioned Haruno Sakura, crossing her arms and scrutinizing Liu Yifei with suspicion. Liu Yifei sincerely shook his head, insisting, "No, I am not deceiving you. It's merely a task. My words reflect my own thoughts. And maintaining vigilance regardless of the task at hand is indeed a commendable approach." Upon hearing Liu Yifei's words, the trio exchanged glances, at a loss for words to counter his reasoning. The atmosphere grew somewhat peculiar. At that moment, Kakashi, unable to remain silent any longer, stepped forward and cleared his throat, stating, "There is a rationale behind how I have arranged this task. Let us proceed with another training session and not dwell on this matter." Upon hearing the mention of training, Naruto's earlier indignation evaporated instantly. "What training?" Liu Yifei observed their newfound eagerness, choosing to remain silent. He understood that both Naruto and Sasuke longed to enhance their abilities, yet such transformations could not occur overnight. They had much to learn and endure. "Tree climbing," Kakashi declared earnestly. Liu Yifei's train of thought was interrupted as he turned in surprise to look at Kakashi, taken aback that this was the training he proposed. Naruto, who had been filled with anticipation moments ago, erupted in frustration. "What kind of training is this? We've been climbing trees since childhood." "Indeed, but your speed is still insufficient. In times of danger, you would be unable to rely on tree climbing for self-preservation. Therefore, today, I shall train you to increase your climbing speed," Kakashi replied with unwavering seriousness, seemingly oblivious to any flaws in his logic. Liu Yifei inhaled deeply, sensing the growing impatience among his companions. He realized that if Kakashi continued on this path, it would surely incite public outrage. At that moment, Sasuke stepped forward, coolly proclaiming, "We do not require tree climbing. Our speed is already adequate. Are you asserting that you are fast enough? You dare to speak so confidently? Enough chatter. Hurry and position yourselves at the base of the tree. I will begin assessing your speed," Kakashi commanded without room for dissent. Liu Yifei observed silently, acknowledging that while Kakashi's training held some merit, his classmates yearned for genuine tasks and training. If this continued, Naruto would undoubtedly be the first to express his dissatisfaction. As Kakashi issued his command, the three swiftly ascended the tree. Liu Yifei stifled a yawn and ambled over to a large tree, settling down to rest. He knew today's training would likely unfold in such a manner, so he decided to indulge in a well-deserved nap. Leaning against the tree, he gradually closed his eyes. When he awoke, he was astonished to see Naruto and the others still climbing trees. His eyes widened in disbelief. No way. A whole day has passed, and you're still at it. Liu Yifei thought he must be dreaming. Had Kakashi gone mad? This relentless training might hasten their tree-climbing skills. But such incessant practice would surely exhaust them. The more Liu Yifei pondered, the more perplexed he became. Was Kakashi's approach truly beneficial? It seemed more likely to leave them bewildered and unsure of their next steps. Chapter 70. Silent companionship upon hearing Liu Yifei's remarks. Naruto gritted his teeth and ascended the tree, muttering angrily, I wonder what Kakashi-sensei is really planning. This doesn't feel like training at all. It feels more like punishment. What did you say? Climb a couple more trees. Kakashi, with keen ears, immediately imposed a minor penalty on Naruto. Despite his discontent, Naruto had no choice but to silence his grievances and diligently continue his task. Liu Yifei, feeling rather bored, shook his head. As dusk approached, he approached Kakashi, stating, I believe the training is nearing completion, and there's little left to observe. Perhaps I should return now. Hinata is still waiting for me at school. And how do you assess the performance of your classmates today? Kakashi turned to Liu Yifei, his expression earnest. Anticipating such a question from Kakashi, Liu Yifei replied directly, I think there are no major issues. Although they are discontent, they are earnestly fulfilling their tasks and training. Perhaps we should assign them some more challenging tasks tomorrow. Perhaps not, Kakashi scoffed, observing the three students, their thoughts unknown. Liu Yifei shrugged nonchalantly. Well, if this continues, Naruto's temper will surely flare. And he remains so obedient in his training. With that, he waved his hand and strode away. Eager to see Hinata, whom he hadn't met all day, Liu Yifei hurried to the school. He found her standing with two classmates and quietly approached. Hinata seemed to sense his presence, turning her head to see Liu Yifei edging closer. With a gentle smile, she greeted, Liu and I, why didn't you wait for me after school? Has Team 7's training concluded? Well, it's more or less done. Just some trivial tasks, so I came to find you. What did you learn today? Liu Yifei stood leisurely beside her, curious about where Yuhi Kurenai had gone. Before Hinata could respond, Inuzuka Kiba eagerly interjected, Teacher Yuhi Kurenai has already left. She had us stand still, imagining ourselves as trees, until sunset. Then you're not the one suffering the most, Liu Yifei remarked, feeling even more sympathy for Naruto and the others. Standing still was considerably easier than climbing trees continuously. By the time Naruto and his team finished their training, their legs would surely be trembling. Hinata's eyes widened with curiosity. Brother Liu, you spent a whole day with Team 7. Surely you must know what their training entails. Please, share it with us. Do you truly wish to hear? Liu Yifei responded, smiling at their eager expressions, suddenly feeling a sense of teacherly pride. He recalled the days in the internet CAF when he would often be dragged back by his teachers, a time when he despised them the most. Yet now, experiencing this newfound role, he found it quite delightful. The three nodded in unison, and Hinata chimed in. This should be permissible to share, right? It's not classified information. Let us know what their training tasks are. Liu Yifei could not bear to hear Hinata speak in such a pleading tone and quickly nodded in agreement. All right, I will tell you. In an instant, Inuzuka Kiba and Yamanaka Shino's eyes sparkled with anticipation as they looked at Liu Yifei, eager to learn about Team 7's circumstances. Liu Yifei sauntered over to them and said, their task isn't particularly simple, yet it is rather mundane. They assisted an elderly woman in the village in finding her lost kitten, and then spent the afternoon training with Kakashi-sensei, climbing trees. Climbing trees and chasing cats? What peculiar training exercises! How utterly dull, Kiba exclaimed, expressing his discontent. Liu Yifei concurred, I too found it tedious. I even took a nap, and when I awoke, I saw Naruto and the others still climbing trees, completely drenched. Hinata furrowed her brow at this. Noticing her concern, Liu Yifei inquired, what troubles you? You seem rather unhappy. I'm merely worried that our training results may not measure up to Naruto and the others. Their training, although simple, enhances their stamina and speed, While we have yet to learn anything on our first day, Hinata confessed softly. Understanding her apprehension, Louis Fei reassured her, do not fret. Each instructor has their distinct training regimen. Besides, you have yet to commence your formal training. Well, I am quite eager to see how our official training will unfold. Hinata replied, her spirits lifting once more. Seeing them less anxious, Lu Yifei settled comfortably on the grass. Now, focus on your tasks. I will wait here for you. Make sure to persevere. Even though Kurenai-sensei has left, I am certain she has ways of keeping an eye on you. Stay strong. I will. I feel no fatigue at all. With you here, Brother Lu, I feel even more energized, Hinata declared, standing tall with determination. Seeing her resolve, Lu Yifei felt relieved. That is wonderful. Just stay here and do your best. I will always be watching over you. Hinata nodded, offering him a charming smile. As the sun gradually descended towards the horizon, Lu Yifei stifled a yawn, engaging in conversation with the three companions, rendering the passage of time less arduous. Moments later, as the sun hung just above the clouds, Lu Yifei narrowed his eyes, resolutely holding on for the final stretch. My legs had grown numb. Yet the completion of our task was imminent. Hinata gazed eagerly at the sun setting in the west, her excitement palpable. When the last sliver of sunlight slipped beneath the clouds, Lu Yifei finally rose and exclaimed, "Congratulations on completing your task. How wonderful! We have finally accomplished all our objectives." Inazuka Kiba collapsed onto the ground, visibly exhausted. Hinata also sank to the earth, rubbing her calf while stifling a giggle. "Luji, my legs have been trembling and feel so stiff, but we persevered, and I am truly delighted. Allow me to give you a massage. You must be utterly worn out." Lu Yifei quickly knelt down to knead Hinata's legs. She welcomed the gesture, comfortably lying back on the grass. Chapter 71. The Commencement of a New Task. Inazuka Kiba, observing their interaction, couldn't help but remark, "Hinata, I envy you for having such an impressive and obedient summoning beast. Envy serves no purpose, but I can assist you with a leg massage if you wish." Lu Yifei grinned mischievously, raising a paw in the air. Upon hearing Lu Yifei's words, Kiba felt an inexplicable fear and hastily waved his hands. No, I think I'll pass." Lu Yifei chuckled, continuing to focus on massaging Hinata's legs. Deep down, he never considered himself merely a summoning beast. For Hinata's sake, he willingly embraced that role. However, he wished for others to recognize that he possessed qualities beyond being an exceptional and obedient summoning beast. Hinata, feeling comfortable, eventually sat up and said, "I feel completely fine now. Thank you for your hard work, Luji. It was no trouble at all. Let me take you home. You must rest well after such a tiring day." Lu Yifei smiled broadly, patting her shoulder. Hinata nodded obediently and followed Lu Yifei as they departed. On the grass, Kiba watched Hinata perched atop Lu Yifei's froggy head, his eyes filled with envy. Their bond was truly remarkable. How he wished for a summoning beast of his own. "Stop daydreaming here and go home to rest properly." Yamanaka Ino lightly patted his shoulder before leisurely walking away. Realizing Ino's subtle mockery, Kiba inhaled deeply, saying nothing as he followed suit. As Hinata accompanied Lu Yifei home, she pondered the day's events and couldn't help but ask, "Luji, will you still observe Naruto and the others on their missions tomorrow?" Indeed, Kakashi is likely to assign new tasks tomorrow, and I must be there to witness it. However, I suspect he will still assign some minor tasks, Lu Yifei mused, recalling Kakashi's peculiar smile, feeling that tomorrow would mirror today. Kakashi is not the type to swiftly acclimate his students to genuine tasks. Today's training, seemingly trivial, may very well extend over the next few days. Upon hearing Lu Yifei's words, Hinata felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. She had hoped for Lu Gu to remain by her side. "Since you have a mission tomorrow, it seems my words are rendered moot. It's all right. Once Kakashi assigns a real task, I shall return to train with you. Do not be disheartened, for I can still accompany you home from school each day," Lu Yifei reassured with a smile, wishing to lift Hinata's spirits. Hinata nodded, choosing not to voice any further concerns. After they returned home, Hinata proceeded to wash up and prepare for sleep. Aware of her exhaustion from the day, Lu Yifei refrained from disturbing her and returned to his own residence to rest. The following day, Lu Yifei awoke early, collected Hinata for school, and then went to observe Team 7. Upon arriving at the classroom door, he was struck by the profound silence within. Naruto and the others sat quietly at their desks. Not a word spoken among them. Curiosity piqued, Lu Yifei inquired, "What is amiss? Have you all quarreled?" Normally, Naruto was quite loquacious, and at this hour, Liu Yifei would have expected to be greeted with his usual chatter. Yet today, an unusual stillness enveloped the room. Hearing Liu Yifei's question, Naruto weakly turned his head. "We haven't fought. Are you all right, Naruto?" Liu Yifei gazed at Naruto's weary visage, astonished that this lifeless version of Naruto could indeed be the same spirited boy he knew. Naruto offered a half-hearted nod followed by a shake of his head. "Is something wrong?" "No, but how have you all come to this state?" Liu Yifei pressed on. "After I left yesterday, you didn't spend the entire time climbing trees, did you?" His bewilderment at their lack of vitality was evident. He could not fathom what Kakashi had subjected these children to, rendering them so exhausted that they lacked the strength to converse. Just then, Kakashi entered the classroom, interrupting Liu Yifei's chaotic speculations. Upon seeing him, Liu Yifei quickly asked, "What have you done to these students? Look at their condition." "Oh, nothing much. We've merely been practicing tree climbing. Their stamina has not kept up, which is why they are so fatigued. However, there is a new mission today, and regardless of their exhaustion, they must persevere." Kakashi assessed the three students, showing no concern for their plight. Liu Yifei's jaw dropped in disbelief. "Are you serious? Given their current state, can they possibly continue training? They likely lack the strength. Is that so? Do you truly possess no energy?" Kakashi scrutinized the trio, his expression turning grave. Perceiving his apparent ire, Liu Yifei found himself at a loss regarding Kakashi's true intentions and could only stand silently by. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly rose, his expression unreadable, declaring, "I can continue training without a doubt. I can too. I too wish to train alongside Sasuke." As Haruno Sakura observed Sasuke rise, she promptly stood up as well. She certainly did not want to appear inept, for such a demeanor would invite Sasuke's disdain. Witnessing Sakura's feigned nonchalance despite her evident fatigue, Kakashi could not help but shake his head, turning his gaze towards Naruto, who was seated. Naruto, having glanced at Sasuke several times, was unwilling to be outdone, declaring, "Count me in. I shall train as well. Though I am weary, I can persevere." Upon hearing this, Sasuke turned slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Naruto, merely huffing in response. Observing the trio's enthusiastic determination, Liu Yifei clicked his tongue, then turned to Sasuke, acknowledging, "Such is your charm. A single individual can galvanize the entire group to commit to training, which is truly remarkable." Taken aback, Sasuke regarded Liu Yifei's meaningful expression, simply curling his lips in silence. Kakashi stepped forward, inquiring, "Are you all genuinely resolved to fulfill your tasks diligently? I intend to assign you challenges even more arduous than those of yesterday." "Excellent. I am eager to take on the challenge," Naruto exclaimed, bursting with excitement at the prospect of completing the task. Beside him, Sasuke clenched his fists, embodying a spirit of determination. Observing their fervor, Liu Yifei clicked his tongue again, uncertain whether to pity them or to stifle a chuckle. He was aware that Kakashi was quite serious, yet the nature of the task would remain unchanged. Otherwise, it would not align with Kakashi's typical approach. Kakashi smiled contentedly, declaring, "Then, my dear students, follow me." At this pronouncement, Naruto immediately bounced forward, brimming with enthusiasm. Chapter 72. The Task of the Fierce Dog in the Forest. Naruto hugged his arms, glancing around intermittently. "Teacher, are we truly commencing training in this woodland? What could possibly be the challenging task? Please don't tell me we are to climb trees again." "Indeed, we are utterly exhausted from climbing," Sakura replied, sitting on the ground, visibly anxious about the prospect of tree climbing. Witnessing their expressions, Liu Yifei struggled to suppress a laugh, refraining from revealing any amusement. He understood that the forthcoming task would likely provoke their ire, yet he could not disclose this just yet. Liu Yifei suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Naruto and the others. Kakashi cleared his throat, observing their wary demeanor, and quickly offered reassurance. "Do not fear. My dear students, I shall not have you climbing trees once more. This time, the objective is to locate a target. As for what that target may be, I cannot divulge, but I assure you, it will not be a feline. It is highly probable that it may be other animals," Liu Yifei remarked, gazing skyward as if jesting. He was aware that further frivolous comments would certainly incite discontent among Naruto and his companions. Thus it was wise to offer a more benevolent reminder. Whether Naruto and the others grasped the implication was entirely their concern. Upon hearing this, Sakura waved her hand dismissively, exclaiming, "It cannot possibly be an animal. Given that this is the second day of training, how could there still be any animals left? I trust that Kakashi-sensei will no longer assign such tedious tasks." Ahem, so you should hasten to search, as I have marked the location. Kakashi quickly waved his hand at them, appearing somewhat guilty. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed into the depths of the forest without a shred of doubt. Observing their departure, Liu Yifei could not help but shake his head, feeling a pang of sympathy for the three little ones for a fleeting moment. Noticing Liu Yifei's sympathetic gaze, Kakashi inquired, "What are you pondering?" "Nothing much, just thinking that they have fallen for your trick once again. However, it won't be as easy to deceive them this time as it was yesterday." "Best of luck," Liu Yifei replied, casting a more sympathetic glance toward Kakashi. With Naruto's boisterous nature, if they truly captured the task's target, he would undoubtedly create a ruckus with Kakashi. Liu Yifei even felt a subtle anticipation for the expressions Naruto and the others would wear upon encountering their target. With this thought, Liu Yifei rose and ventured deeper into the forest. Before he could witness what everyone was doing, he was startled by the sound of barking. To his surprise, it was a dog this time, following the cat from before. It was quite a feat for Kakashi. Liu Yifei nearly burst into laughter, astonished that Kakashi had assigned such a simple task. However, upon further reflection, Liu Yifei deemed Kakashi's approach to be correct. After all, Naruto and the others were not yet equipped to undertake significant missions. Only through such gradual training could they mature effectively. Meanwhile, Naruto stood in a clearing, gritting his teeth as he glared at the dog before him. The fierce canine fixed its gaze on Naruto, baring its fangs in a warning, as if ready to pounce and tear him apart at the slightest provocation. "Am I supposed to bring this dog back?" "Surely not. It's far too large to carry. I am terrified of dogs." Sakura Haruno hid behind a tree, cautiously peering out, too afraid to step forward. Beside her, Sasuke frowned tightly, evidently uncertain whether this dog was an ordinary creature or a special summoning beast called forth by Kakashi for their training. At that moment, Naruto, hands on his hips, pointed aggressively at the dog, demanding, "What are you looking at? Turn around, and let me see if you're the dog that's supposed to help me with this task." The dog, instead of complying, lunged fiercely at Naruto. Taken by surprise, Naruto scrambled up a tree, trembling and too frightened to descend. "Why is this dog so ferocious? It looks utterly terrifying. Sasuke, do you have any ideas?" Naruto clung tightly to the trunk, watching helplessly as the dog barked furiously below, his legs quaking in fear. From a distance, Liu Yifei observed the scene but made no haste to intervene, knowing that his amphibious form would undoubtedly frighten the dog away if he approached. Sasuke cast a disdainful glance at Naruto, recalling who had been so vociferous about being able to handle the dog just moments ago. "I thought this dog was an ordinary one. Dogs are typically obedient, aren't they? Who could have anticipated that this particular dog would be so unreasonable? If I hadn't fled swiftly, I might have lost a chunk of flesh." Naruto retorted defiantly, anxiously gazing at the dog. He was even fearful that the creature might suddenly leap into the tree and take a bite out of him. What a dire fate that would be. Sakura gulped nervously, unable to resist glancing at Sasuke. "We need to devise a proper plan. Keeping Naruto in the tree isn't a viable solution. If he exhausts his strength and falls, he could truly become the dog's next meal. What can we do? This dog is ferocious. Anyone who approaches will surely be bitten." Sasuke crossed his arms, furrowing his brow tightly, evidently at a loss for a solution. They could face formidable ninjas openly, yet they found themselves unable to confront a rabid dog that could not distinguish friend from foe. Seeing their calm demeanor only fueled Naruto's frustration. "Are you even trying to save me, or just chatting? I don't have time for your idle talk. I'm about to lose my grip." Upon hearing this, Liu Yifei looked up and indeed saw Naruto clinging to the trunk, gradually sliding down. If this continued, Naruto would soon be at the mercy of the dog. "Hurry, think of something," Sakura muttered anxiously, yet she was at a loss for how to confront the menacing dog. Just as the group found themselves at an impasse, Liu Yifei realized that they could not remain in this state any longer. He stepped closer to where Sakura and Sasuke could hear him, whispering, "Don't think about tackling the dog with brute force. There are alternative methods to resolve this situation with ease. Stay calm." Upon hearing this, Sakura and Sasuke exchanged a glance, their expressions revealing confusion. Liu Yifei understood that he was merely an observer and could not directly guide them, for any overt assistance might lead to failure in their task, hindering their growth as individuals. Thus, he could only offer a subtle reminder, allowing them to ponder how to proceed. Naruto kicked his legs vigorously to climb higher, shouting, "You need to think of something now. I'm really at my limit." Hearing this, Sakura swallowed hard, replying, "Don't panic. We'll figure it out soon." Chapter 73. The battle with the menacing dog. Just when Sakura was struggling to conceive a plan, Sasuke's eyes suddenly lit up as he pointed to her small backpack. Do you have any food in there? Yes. What are you planning? Sakura nodded eagerly, yet she was puzzled about the relevance of food at this moment. Sasuke then gestured towards the dog. Observing his actions, Liu Yifei smiled with satisfaction, knowing a solution had been found. Thankfully, Sasuke was quick-witted, able to grasp the situation immediately, which would ensure the task's successful completion. Sakura stared blankly at Sasuke's hand for a moment, then suddenly had an epiphany regarding his intent. She hurriedly retrieved a few pieces of sushi from her backpack. The menacing dog, fixated on Naruto, caught a whiff of the enticing aroma and promptly diverted its attention. Slowly approaching Sakura Haruno, staring at Sasuke, the urgency in his heart urged him to ask, "What shall we do now?" Toss the food to buy Naruto some time to escape, Sasuke commanded with an air of calmness. Upon hearing this, Sakura nodded vigorously and threw a piece of sushi onto the ground a short distance away. The ravenous dog immediately dashed toward the sushi. Meanwhile, Sakura gestured frantically to Naruto, urging him to flee and climb the tree. Naruto, understanding the urgency, leaped up to the branches. In that moment, Sakura tossed another piece of sushi further away. The dog instantly became obedient, its focus solely on the food. Once the beast had wandered off, Sakura and Sasuke swiftly ascended the tree, momentarily securing their safety. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips, yet a new dilemma loomed. How could they present this fierce dog to Kakashi-sensei? Breathing heavily, Naruto gazed at the dog and said, "We need to devise a plan to knock it unconscious or persuade it to follow us willingly. Persuading it to follow us is out of the question. Did you not see how it chased after you?" Sakura retorted immediately, believing that taming the beast was impossible. Liu Yifei, observing from the side, nodded in agreement, recognizing that this ferocious dog was undoubtedly summoned by Kakashi from some distant place, brought here through special means, intended to challenge Sasuke and the others. If they could not conquer this dog, their mission would remain unfulfilled. At that moment, Sasuke turned to Sakura and inquired, "How much food do you have left in your pocket?" "Not much, just 5 pieces of sushi. I didn't bring much, thinking we might not complete the task today. And I could secretly eat some if sensei punished us," Sakura explained shyly, revealing her small pouch to show the meager provisions. Sasuke nodded, "You will stay in the tree, throwing food to distract the dog while Naruto and I approach for a surprise attack." "Right. We need to find something to strike the dog on the head and render it unconscious," Naruto agreed, scanning the surroundings until his gaze settled on a fallen branch. The branch appeared to have been toppled by the wind, thick and sturdy enough that a single blow could incapacitate the beast. Uncharacteristically, Sasuke did not dispute Naruto's suggestion. Instead, he took the branch, broke it in half, and handed one piece to Naruto. The two descended the tree stealthily, inching closer to the dog from behind. Sakura, clutching the sushi, jumped onto the path nearest to the dog and tossed another piece down. The dog devoured it eagerly, blissfully unaware of the approaching figures. When Sakura threw the final piece of sushi, Naruto and Sasuke had already positioned themselves behind the ferocious creature. The two individuals exchanged a glance before swiftly seizing a stick, precisely aiming for the vicious dog's head and striking it with conviction. The dog let out a wretched howl, convulsing before collapsing to the ground, soon losing consciousness. Upon witnessing the dog lying motionless, Naruto cast aside the stick and approached, delivering a fierce kick to the beast, exclaiming, "You thought you could bite me just now. Do you now comprehend my strength? Let us see if you dare to challenge me again." "All right, enough with the excesses. You weren't the only one to subdue the dog. We must hasten to lift it and present it to Kakashi-sensei to complete our mission," Liu Yifei interjected, finally at ease and directing everyone to act swiftly. Upon seeing Liu Yifei emerge, Sakura turned to him with a smile, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for suggesting that idea earlier. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss on how to deal with the dog. It's no trouble at all. It was your own cleverness that led to this solution. Next time, remember to think critically when faced with challenges," Liu Yifei replied modestly, waving his hand dismissively, not wishing to receive undue praise. At that moment, Naruto interrupted their exchange. "Let us not dwell on that. We need to devise a plan to transport this dog. It's so large and heavy that we'll be exhausted before we even get it to Kakashi-sensei. Regardless of the fatigue, we must lift it. Unless you have an alternative solution," Liu Yifei remarked, observing them with amusement. The sight of these three attempting to carry a dog would indeed be quite comical. Hearing this, Naruto suddenly turned to him with a grin. "Lu bro, You're so strong. Why not balance the dog on your head and lead us back? You're overestimating me. My head can only bear Hinata, let alone a dog. Hurry and take it back, or we'll exceed our deadline, Louis Fei said, glancing at the sky to remind them of the time constraint. Acknowledging this, Naruto scratched his nose, falling silent. Resigned, he grasped the dog's hind legs, declaring, I have strength, you two lift the front. Sakura and Sasuke nodded in unison. Thus, the trio staggered away, transporting the dog. When they arrived before Kakashi, the three were panting heavily, while Liu Yifei leisurely trailed behind, presenting a stark contrast to their exhausted state. Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. I can't believe you managed to resolve this dog issue so swiftly. I expected you to battle it for 3 days and nights. Sensei, you underestimated us. This dog was rather easy to handle. We simply hadn't anticipated that our mission would involve a vicious dog. Kakashi-sensei's assignments are quite peculiar, Sakura remarked, brushing off the dog hair from her hands as they collectively discarded the dog onto the ground. Chapter 74. Naruto's protest, observing the dog lying motionless, evidently knocked out. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. Well done, you have successfully completed this mission. Are there any other tasks for today? Are we heading back now? Haruno Sakura gazed at Kakashi in confusion, not expecting him to declare the mission complete so swiftly. Kakashi nodded, affirming that there were indeed no further tasks, and suggested they resume training the following day. With that, they all began to move forward. Suddenly, Naruto halted, exclaiming, Wait a moment. The abruptness of his voice startled everyone, prompting Kakashi to turn around and inquire, What's the matter? Do you have something to say? Of course I do. Yesterday's task involved a cat, and today it's a dog. What awaits us tomorrow? We do not wish to undertake such menial tasks. After declaring this, Naruto turned his head towards Sasuke. Sasuke pressed his lips together, expressionless, and glanced at Kakashi before slowly nodding in agreement. Liu Yifei understood that both of them longed for thrilling and challenging missions, hence their dissatisfaction with such trivial assignments. Kakashi turned his gaze upon them, a smirk playing on his lips, and asked, Oh, you do not wish for these kinds of tasks? Then what do you desire? We seek tasks of greater difficulty, at least something more advanced. Spending our days capturing these cats and dogs is no different from playing games, Naruto declared earnestly, scratching his yellow hair, his expression one of discontent. He had always aspired to tackle high-difficulty missions or combat-related tasks to enhance his skills. Kakashi scoffed lightly. Am I the teacher, or are you? It is I who decides the training. You are to obediently carry out the tasks assigned. Any grievances can only be addressed once your abilities have genuinely improved. Do you understand? I do not comprehend. I feel our efforts are futile, whether it's dealing with cats and dogs or climbing trees. When will we ever learn to protect ourselves in real combat? Naruto continued to argue, growing increasingly agitated and indignant. Observing his demeanor, Haruno Sakura quickly patted his shoulder, saying, Stop it. Whatever tasks the teacher assigns us, we should simply follow through. If we work hard, more challenging missions will surely await us in the future. Kakashi-sensei never intended to train us earnestly. If he truly wished for us to enhance our abilities, he would not assign us such tasks. Sakura, if we continue to complete these menial tasks, our skills will never advance, Naruto retorted for the first time against Sakura, clearly irked. Sakura, at a loss for words, turned to Sasuke for support. Yet, Sasuke remained impassive, his gaze fixed on Kakashi, silent as ever. At that moment, Liu Yifei, unable to bear it any longer, intervened. All right, enough of this futile discussion. Let us proceed with the tasks at hand. Kakashi-sensei must have his reasons for training you in this manner. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Sakura quickly nodded, eager to avoid escalating the situation. Witnessing their attempts to persuade, Naruto plopped down onto the ground, expressing his disdain for such monotonous tasks, declaring them devoid of challenge. He believed that the students of Class 8 would not be subjected to such tedious assignments. Class 8, much like yours, had their share of drudgery. Just yesterday, Teacher Yugao had commanded all students to remain standing stock still until sunset. What, he pondered, was the difference between that task and the one they had completed the previous day? All students underwent similar training, and the instructors had their reasons for such methods. Liu Yifei immediately countered, observing Naruto's defiant and discontent demeanor, which was quite exasperating. Once Naruto had set his mind on something, he rarely altered his stance. His current obstinacy seemed aimed at provoking Kakashi into assigning exceedingly difficult tasks. However, Kakashi had his own training strategy and would not alter his plans simply due to Naruto's dissatisfaction. It appeared that resolving this matter today would be quite challenging. With this thought, Louis Fei approached Naruto and extended a hand, urging him to return with them. Let us train for a while, I assure you. Teacher Kakashi will eventually assign you more challenging tasks. But now is not the time for high-difficulty assignments. You've only just begun your training. Upon hearing Louis Fei's words, Naruto remained furrowed in concentration, glaring at Kakashi. Yet these trivial tasks serve no purpose, he protested. They merely squander our time. Kakashi, unfazed by Naruto's protests, turned his back and departed without a word. Sakura, seeing Kakashi leave, hastily followed him. After a moment's hesitation, Sasuke too chose to step away. Only Naruto remained, seated on the grass, engaged in a silent standoff with Louis Fei. Clearing his throat, Louis Fei approached and patted Naruto on the shoulder. Do not be angry. It is imperative to follow orders and complete the tasks at hand. Just go ahead. I don't want to hear any of this, Naruto snapped, brushing off Louis Fei's hand, unwilling to entertain what he deemed futile discourse. Understanding Naruto's current state of agitation, Louis Fei sighed and departed. He was well aware of what would transpire next and felt no concern over Naruto's dissatisfaction with Kakashi. Loosely wandering from the training grounds, Louis Fei made his way back to the school. Upon entering the classroom, he spotted Hinata, who had just concluded her day's tasks. Approaching her with a smile, he inquired, "How did your tasks go today?" "Quite well," she replied cheerfully. "We didn't engage in any training, just listened to the teacher discuss some skills and assignments." "How about you, Luanai? Did the tasks for Class 7 proceed smoothly?" "Indeed, they were successful. All your classmates performed admirably," Louis Fei affirmed, nodding as he settled beside Hinata. As the plot unfolded, he realized that he would likely accompany Kakashi and the others on a mission, perhaps not seeing Hinata for 2 days. Noticing the troubled expression on Louis Fei's face, Hinata couldn't help but inquire, "What is troubling you? Is there something weighing heavily on your mind?" She always had a knack for effortlessly discerning when Louis Fei was unsettled. Chapter 75. Seeking the Hokage. Louis Fei, wishing to spare Hinata any worry, refrained from providing an explanation and simply escorted her home as he usually did. The following day, Louis Fei arrived early in the forest, where he found Naruto and the others already assembled, awaiting Kakashi to commence a new round of training. Upon seeing Louis Fei approach, Naruto merely nodded at him with a sullen expression, clearly in a foul mood. Louis Fei discreetly winked at Sakura, questioning what has gotten into him. It was undoubtedly due to the task assigned by Kakashi. He had been glum since yesterday. If Kakashi were to assign a similar task today, Louis Fei could hardly fathom how Naruto would react. Sakura shrugged, casting a resigned eye at Naruto. After a while, Kakashi appeared before them. "Now that everyone is here, let us commence today's mission." "Kakashi-sensei, please just tell us what the task is today," Sakura urged, glancing apprehensively at Naruto. She feared that Naruto might become irate over the assignment, potentially causing a significant uproar. Kakashi nodded and opened the mission sheet. "Today's first task is to assist Granny Sushi in harvesting sweet potatoes." "What?" Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he clenched his teeth, staring intently at Kakashi, unable to process what he had just heard. Kakashi nodded, holding the mission sheet up for all to see. "You may read it for yourselves." Seeing Naruto's furious and shocked demeanor, Louis Fei swiftly took the mission sheet from him, fearing that Naruto might tear it apart upon seeing the task. After quickly scanning through the sheet, Louis Fei nearly choked on his own saliva. "What kind of ridiculous tasks are these? Brother Liu, what exactly is the task? Please read it aloud." Naruto urged impatiently, his eyes fixated on Louis Fei. He had a foreboding feeling that the tasks would indeed be of a lowly nature. Clearing his throat, Louis Fei announced, "The tasks are to dig sweet potatoes, climb trees, and help an uncle guard the house." "And what else?" Naruto asked. His fists clenched tightly. Louis Fei raised the mission sheet. "That's it. Can we not have such mundane tasks? We want challenging missions," Naruto exclaimed, nearly jumping up in frustration, his blonde hair in disarray. Seeing his agitation, Louis Fei quickly stepped back, wishing to leave this mess for Kakashi to resolve. He is merely regarded as an observer, and such matters will undoubtedly provoke dissatisfaction among Naruto and his companions. Since it is Kakashi who assigned the task, let him resolve it. Kakashi, clearly exasperated by Naruto's incessant chatter, remarked, "Do not assert that. Although I devised the mission, the task's rank is determined by the Hokage. As newly admitted students, you are assigned the most rudimentary missions. Your complaints are futile." "Very well. I shall bring this matter to the Hokage, Naruto retorted, turning away in a huff. Upon witnessing his determined departure, Liu Yifei urgently pointed at his retreating figure, exclaiming, "Is he serious? Aren't you going to follow him? Naruto, do not be foolish. Seeking the Hokage will be of no consequence." Kakashi swiftly intercepted Naruto, grasping the collar of his shirt. With his feet dangling in the air, Naruto flailed and shouted, "How will I know if it's futile unless I try? Let me go? I must speak with the Hokage. Let him go. If he believes that consulting the Hokage will yield results, then let him pursue that path. The Hokage will undoubtedly find a way to dissuade him," Liu Yifei remarked, swiftly pulling Naruto back. He understood that the inevitable course of events would unfold, a scenario Kakashi could not prevent, nor could he. Naruto fell to the ground, defiantly glancing at Kakashi before sprinting back towards the village. Kakashi and Liu Yifei exchanged glances and hastily followed. They soon arrived at the Hokage's residence, where they found Naruto fervently recounting recent events. "What sort of missions are these? Even interns would balk at such exceedingly dull tasks. I implore the Hokage to assign us higher-level missions," Naruto protested, seated on the ground with evident dissatisfaction. Seeing his demeanor, the Hokage's wrinkled face broke into a smile. "What type of mission do you desire?" "Anything but this tedious task," Naruto gritted his teeth in response. At this moment, Liu Yifei quietly stepped aside, aware that someone was about to make an entrance. Through Naruto's persistent pleas, the Hokage produced a mission scroll, stating, "Understand this. Your abilities are merely those of a genin, and you are not qualified to undertake more advanced missions. Yet the tasks we are currently assigned are far too elementary. We are fully capable of handling missions of greater complexity that do not necessarily exceed our current rank." Naruto continued to contest. One of the Hokage's attendants, irked by Naruto's defiance, slammed a hand on the table and declared, "While these tasks may seem simple, they are designed to help you accumulate experience. Should you insist on pursuing more challenging assignments, your abilities must first be elevated." Seeing the attendant's brusque demeanor and harsh tone, Liu Yifei felt a pang of sympathy for Naruto. He staggered out and stood before them. Naruto's words were not without merit. Although these tasks were meant for gaining experience, their capabilities were not to be underestimated, and they were certainly capable of undertaking more challenging assignments. Why must discussions be so contentious? "Who are you foul toad?" Utterly repugnant, the attendant cast a disdainful glance at Liu Yifei. Naruto pointed at the attendant, indignantly exclaiming, "Hey, what is the point of your comment? We are discussing a mission here, so why do you arbitrarily insult Brother Liu? It's nothing, really. I am indeed not handsome, but despite my appearance, I can still articulate my thoughts. Naruto's demands, though excessive, aren't entirely unreasonable. You could just assign him a more challenging task." Liu Yifei hastily waved his hand, wishing to prevent Naruto from escalating the situation. Deep down, he felt a flicker of gratitude. Naruto had actually defended him, revealing a measure of decency in the boy. The man snorted derisively and took a step back, falling silent. The Hokage scrutinized Liu Yifei with interest, remarking, "You, the toad, possess quite an understanding of human nature. I am a summoning beast. How could I lack such understanding?" Liu Yifei secretly rolled his eyes, finding the Hokage's comment rather superfluous. The Hokage chuckled awkwardly, explaining that the classification of tasks was strictly determined by ability standards. As these students were all genin, they were unable to undertake high-level missions. However, since they had expressed their discontent, he would assign them a task. "What task? Is it one of a higher level?" Naruto inquired eagerly, gazing at the Hokage with anticipation. The Hokage nodded, clarifying, "The tasks you are currently engaged in are of a low level. However, if you genuinely wish to tackle more difficult assignments, it is not impossible. Today, there is a D-rank mission that has yet to be assigned to any ninja. Hence, it shall be entrusted to you." "What is the mission? Speak quickly." Naruto rushed forward, eager to hear about the task. The Hokage elaborated, "You are to escort a man named Tazuna to the Land of Waves. This will be your first D-rank mission. Should you successfully complete it, it will demonstrate your capability to handle such tasks." "Tazuna? Who is that?" Naruto scratched his head, a look of confusion crossing his face. Observing Naruto's ignorance, Liu Yifei shook his head in disbelief. "The renowned bridge builder, Tazuna. How could you not know him?" The Hokage chose not to respond, and instead clapped his hands. A door behind him swung open, and before anyone could emerge, the air was thick with the pungent scent of alcohol. A disheveled old man with a white beard appeared, drunkenly clutching a bottle, his cheeks flushed from inebriation. Upon seeing him, Naruto blinked in surprise. Who is this drunken old man? You expect us to escort him? The old man took another swig and squinted at the children. Can you little brats really escort me? What little brats? How dare you speak like that? Who do you think you are? Naruto stamped his foot, momentarily filled with anger. Kakashi, with a sigh of resignation, tapped his forehead and said, Is this how you address our escorted personnel? This is Dasna, the renowned bridge master. Oh, I see. Hello. Sir, Sakura Haruno stepped forward courteously to greet Dasna. Dasna nodded and circled around them, remarking, Are these mere children really capable of escorting me? Surely, you underestimate us. Our team is more than capable of ensuring your safety. Kakashi, as AJ Nin, expressed his discontent. Louis Fei, observing from the side, couldn't help but stifle a chuckle, though concern soon washed over him. He was acutely aware of the challenges that awaited them during this escort mission and felt an undeniable worry for his companions. At that moment, Naruto appeared exceedingly enthusiastic. All right, we must swiftly carry out this task. This is our first mission outside the village. Then let us not tarry any longer. Louis Fei said, turning to leave. After stepping outside, he seemed to remember something and quickly turned back to the group. Could you all wait for me? I wish to see someone. Let us meet at the village entrance. I know, Brother Louis wants to speak with Hinata, right? Sakura Haruno chimed in with a bright smile. Feeling a bit bashful, Louis Fei scratched his head and chuckled. Yes, I'm unsure how long this mission will take, so I want to inform her. Otherwise, she might be waiting for me when she returns home tonight. Upon hearing this, Kakashi nodded and waved him off to hurry. Louis Fei rushed to the school, where he found Hinata sitting in class, listening to the teacher. He waved at her eagerly. Yuhi Kurenai noticed Louis Fei's urgency and allowed Hinata to step outside. Hinata excitedly ran to the door, sensing he had something important to share, and couldn't he help but smile. Has Team 7 completed their mission? Why are you here so early today? I have something to tell you. I want to be able to walk you home today, and perhaps not tomorrow either, as I will be accompanying Team 7 on a mission. I cannot say when it will be completed. Louis Fei gently raised his hand and ruffled Hinata's hair. Hinata's eyes widened, and her smile faded instantly. Why do you have to be gone for so long? This mission is quite challenging. We must escort someone of great importance, which is why I must be involved. While I am away, you must take care of yourself and fulfill your responsibilities, understood? Louis Fei anticipated Hinata's sadness and softened his tone to comfort her. He, too, was reluctant to be away from Hinata for such a length of time, yet this mission was of paramount importance. Having been in this place for a considerable duration, he sensed that events were no longer unfolding as they should. Louis Fei was apprehensive about the unforeseen changes that might occur in his absence. Upon observing Louis Fei's resolute determination to accompany him, Hinata felt a pang of sadness yet obediently nodded, saying, I understand. I will diligently complete the task on my own and await your return here. Please take care. Louis Fei replied, I know, you need not worry. I shall take my leave now, as they are all waiting for me. With a smile, he turned to depart. Just as he had taken a few steps, he suddenly heard Hinata's voice calling out from behind, Brother Lou. He turned around, gazing at her with confusion. Hinata bit her lip, then hurriedly ran towards him and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek before shyly retreating to the classroom. Louis Fei, momentarily taken aback by her unexpected gesture, felt his face flush. He had never anticipated that Hinata would take the initiative to kiss him. The sensation was indescribable, leaving him surrounded by a haze of rosy bubbles. At that moment, Yugao emerged from the classroom and, upon noticing Louis Fei's silly grin, curiously inquired, What is the matter? What are you smiling about all alone? Nothing much. I am off to execute a mission and am uncertain how long I will be away. I would appreciate your assistance in looking after Hinata during my absence. Louis Fei replied, snapping back to reality and quickly concealing his love-struck expression. Yugao nodded in understanding and, leaning in with curiosity, asked, What kind of mission are you undertaking? I have never heard of a lower ninja being assigned a task lasting several days. It is an escort mission that Naruto specifically requested from the Hokage. It was quite a challenge to obtain, Louis Fei whispered, aware of the need for discretion regarding the details of the mission. Chapter 77. On the road to the mission, Yugao nodded in comprehension, recognizing that since Louis Fei had mentioned it, the mission must indeed be special, and she refrained from further questioning. Louis Fei waved goodbye and turned to leave. Upon reaching the village entrance, Louis Fei joined his companions and departed alongside them. As they exited the village in a lively procession, Naruto suddenly turned to gaze at the village sign, exuberantly exclaiming, I have never left the village in all my life. Today, I finally get to venture beyond its borders. You cannot imagine how thrilled I am. You've never left the village? During the last mission, were you not assigned to a task beyond the village? Louis Fei asked, intrigued to discover that Naruto had never ventured outside. Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Which mission are you referring to? The one that occurred the day after you all entered school. After completing your training, the teacher assigned you to various tasks. Some of your classmates were sent outside the village. Did you not go out? Louis Fei patiently explained as they walked. Naruto shook his head. No, I performed tasks within the village. I had no idea many of my classmates had gone outside. I envy them. He spun around, gazing at the scenery beyond the village with palpable excitement. Seeing his cheerful demeanor, Louis Fei couldn't help but smile along with him. Only when they truly possess the ability to leave the village can they be regarded as genuine ninjas. Louis Fei waved his hand, smiling at Naruto. Do not be overly excited. In truth, the world beyond the village offers little of interest, merely more woods and streams akin to those within. However, outside, there are numerous ninjas and countless places I have yet to explore, which I greatly yearn for. Naruto tilted his head, meticulously observing every blade of grass and tree outside the village. Kakashi let out a dismissive snort, regarding Naruto's unguarded demeanor, and said coolly, do not forget. Not all ninjas are your allies. They may attack you for various reasons and motives. Do not place your trust easily in other ninjas, understand? Why would they attack us? Aren't all ninjas good people? Naruto exclaimed, his eyes widening in confusion at Kakashi's words. Kakashi scrutinized him several times and replied, fool. Do you truly believe that every ninja you encounter is a good person? Even the ninjas by your side may harbor ill intentions. How can you assume that others are any different? But there are still many good ninjas, Naruto muttered softly. Observing Naruto's bewildered expression, Louis Fei realized that he was not yet capable of grasping Kakashi's meaning. Perhaps as time passed and Naruto experienced more, he would come to understand the true nature of the world outside. With this thought, Louis Fei ambled over to him. Smiling as he said, Kakashi-sensei merely advises you to be cautious in trusting any ninja. Moreover, the ninjas outside are scattered among the inconspicuous villages, making them unlikely to encounter easily. Ah, I see. Then I shall be careful, Naruto nodded, plucking a blade of dogtail grass from the roadside and leisurely chewing on it while gazing at the scenery ahead. At that moment, Tazuna, who walked in the middle, suddenly coughed twice and scrutinized Naruto. Ignorant little brat, are you truly my escorts? You seem utterly clueless and unreliable. Who are you calling unreliable? Naruto retorted, striding up to Tazuna with his hands on his hips, ready to argue. Observing this, Louis Fei shook his head and approached, placing an arm around Naruto's shoulders. All right. Whether you can safely escort him to the land of waves will take time to prove. Engaging in this argument now is futile. Indeed, I shall demonstrate my strength. Although my knowledge is limited now, it will surely grow. Naruto stuck out his tongue at Tazuna, his expression rather infuriating. Louis Fei squeezed his shoulder, signaling him to refrain from further comments. Noticing Louis Fei's gaze, Naruto scratched his head and ultimately chose to remain silent. Kakashi, who had been silently observing the unfolding scene, smiled, noting that Naruto seemed quite willing to heed the words of the frog. Is that so? I was unaware, Louis Fei remarked, surprised as he glanced at Naruto. It was only then he realized that when Naruto had been angry earlier, he appeared quite receptive to his suggestions and had ceased to argue with Tazuna. Naruto smiled awkwardly, expressing that he found Brother Lu's words quite reasonable, adding that there was nothing particularly special about it, and one need not necessarily heed his advice. After all, you are his teacher. He should listen to you the most, Louis Fei concurred, fully aware that such topics could be rather embarrassing for Naruto. While Louis Fei was eager to see Naruto consider some of his suggestions, he understood that someone with Naruto's independent spirit would never genuinely rely on another. Doing so would imply dependence on that person. A person as resolute as Naruto could never be beholden to anyone. He was uniquely capable of bearing the weight on his own shoulders. At that moment, Dasna suddenly halted, questioning whether there might be danger on their escorting journey. Are you beginning to feel afraid? With us around, you need not worry, Kakashi remarked, casting a casual glance in his direction, seemingly unfazed by Dasna's reaction. Louis Fei, however, narrowed his eyes, keenly observing Dasna's demeanor. He sensed that the journey ahead would not be uneventful, and certain individuals were bound to appear. Dasna's peculiar response piqued his concern, necessitating his vigilance. Naruto nodded in agreement, assuring, "Rest assured, do not underestimate our abilities. Having accepted this task, we will surely escort you back safely." "Humph. I shall wait and see," Dasna muttered quietly, thereafter falling silent. The group continued on in silence for a while until Lu Yifei suddenly felt an uncomfortable chill. At that moment, the long-absent voice of the system resonated. "Master, a dangerous individual approaches. Would you like to transform? Should I determine the location?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei, who had been walking, came to a halt. He had anticipated that something unusual would occur in such a tranquil atmosphere. Yet he had not expected the system to issue a sudden warning. "No need," Lu Yifei promptly replied, his gaze warily scanning the surrounding woods, exuding a sense of caution. He was acutely aware that two individuals lurking in the shadows would likely seek an opportunity to strike. He just did not know when they would reveal themselves. Stealthily, Lu Yifei positioned himself behind Naruto, keeping a watchful eye on both him and Dasna. Chapter 78. A fierce battle. A moment later, faint sounds emanated from the trees above. Both Lu Yifei and Kakashi paused, sensing an unusual presence. Lu Yifei focused intently on Kakashi, noticing that the index and middle fingers of his left hand were pressed together, indicating he was preparing to cast a spell. It seemed Kakashi intended to conceal himself. Just as Lu Yifei's thoughts crystallized, two figures suddenly leapt from behind the trees above, launching an attack on Kakashi directly in front of them. "Kakashi-sensei, be careful!" Both Naruto and Sasuke shouted in unison, their mouths agape in shock as they witnessed two masked ninjas plunge their daggers into Kakashi, effectively ending his life. Kakashi's body collapsed to the ground, gradually losing its vitality. Naruto's face turned pale with fear, while Sakura's legs weakened, causing her to collapse to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Witnessing their terror, Lu Yifei cleared his throat and remarked, "Kakashi-sensei has incessantly nagged and failed to assign you worthwhile missions. Wouldn't it be better if you perished?" "Lu, what are you talking about?" Naruto exclaimed incredulously, astonished that Lu Yifei could utter such words. Somewhere behind them, a figure on a tree broke into a cold sweat. Sasuke stepped forward, frowning as he warned, "You should be wary of what's behind you." In unison, Lu Yifei and Naruto turned around, only to see the two ninja brothers, who had attacked Lu Yifei moments earlier, lunging towards them with barbed chains in hand. Observing the imminent threat to Naruto, Lu Yifei narrowed his eyes, swiftly opened his mouth, and extended his resilient tongue, ensnaring the chain and forcefully flinging it to the ground. After retracting his tongue, he felt a sharp sting, clearly inflicted by the barbs. Despite the pain, he maintained a fierce demeanor and stepped forward, declaring, "You two foul ninjas dressed like pugs shall not harm our Konoha ninjas." Lu Yifei understood the dire consequences of their assault on Naruto. Since he had arrived, he would offer his assistance, though he decided not to intervene further. The two brothers hesitated, exchanging wary glances, reluctant to advance against them. Noticing their trepidation, Lu Yifei clicked his tongue and sauntered to the side. The trio, still dazed from his earlier intervention, had yet to grasp the unfolding situation as he distanced himself from the fray. Once aside, Lu Yifei observed their bewilderment and scoffed. "What are you staring at? I just intervened to aid you. Remember, I am merely here to observe. Do you expect me to chase off these two ninjas? Hello, today, we shall show them our might. For revenge on Kakashi-sensei." Naruto gritted his teeth and stepped forward, ready to confront the foes. Despite his fearless facade, Lu Yifei felt a pang of concern. He recalled that Naruto had been poisoned during this skirmish, and although he had just defended him, he wondered what Naruto could now do to fend off the impending attack. After a brief moment, the two ninjas exchanged glances and swiftly retrieved the chains from the ground, charging towards Naruto. Initially brimming with determination, Naruto was suddenly drenched in cold sweat as he stood frozen, unsure of how to react. Witnessing his paralysis, Lu Yifei furrowed his brow and turned to Sasuke, asking, "Aren't you going to act?" Sasuke, taken aback by Lu Yifei's insight, immediately rushed into action. Clearly surprised that Lu Yifei could perceive his intentions, he hesitated not and surged forward. Soaring into the air, Sasuke seized 3 sharp shurikens, skillfully pinning the chains held by the two ninjas to a tree. He promptly leaped onto the taut chain and delivered swift kicks to the heads of two ninjas, who collapsed to the ground and remained incapacitated for quite some time. Naruto's body trembled, impressed by the display of strength. Sasuke let out a disdainful snort, brushing off his hands as he observed Naruto's rigid and motionless stance with eyes filled with contempt and scorn. Noticing his gaze, Lu Yifei subtly furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, The two ninjas had regained their strength and swiftly charged towards Dasna. Liu Yifei noticed Sakura Haruno standing beside Dasna, gently smiling with her arms crossed, making no move to intervene. "Mr. Dasna, I am here to protect you," Sakura shouted, extending her hands crossed over her chest to shield Dasna's body. Liu Yifei raised an eyebrow, feeling a complex mix of emotions at her actions. Previously, he had only witnessed such moments on an unreachable screen. But witnessing the harrowing reality of life and death in person left him profoundly shaken. Even if Sakura lacked formidable abilities, and her frail frame could not adequately protect Dasna, she acted without hesitation. This epitomized the spirit of chakra, the essence of a ninja. As Liu Yifei pondered this, the two ninjas had already reached Sakura. Unfortunately, Sakura's stature was too diminutive, and one of the ninja's iron hooks was accurately aimed at Dasna's head. "No, get back." Sasuke sprinted forward, positioning himself behind Dasna and Sakura, simultaneously shouting, "Frog, help me!" Liu Yifei was taken aback, pointing at himself, yet remained unmoved. Observing Liu Yifei's deliberate inaction, Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he stood frozen, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Liu Yifei had no intention of intervening, especially since there was still another person yet to act. As anticipated, just as the ninja's iron hook was about to strike Dasna, a figure materialized from a nearby tree, swiftly descending and incapacitating the two ninjas with rapid precision. Kakashi held one ninja in each hand, nodding towards them. "Are you all right? Kakashi-sensei, you're alive," Sakura exclaimed, her face a mixture of shock and joy, though her expression remained rigid. Witnessing Sakura's stiff demeanor nearly elicited a laugh from Liu Yifei. He recognized that she was genuinely frightened, leaving her unable to control her facial expressions. Kakashi scoffed dismissively. "With these two ninjas, they thought they could kill me? The moment I intervene, they won't have a chance to react. It will be a swift conclusion." "A swift conclusion?" Sasuke's eyes widened, intently observing Kakashi's confident demeanor, seemingly stirred within. Noticing his reaction, Kakashi said nothing further and proceeded to bind the two ninjas to a tree. At that moment, Liu Yifei staggered over to Naruto. "Hey, are you alright?" Chapter 79. Enlightening Naruto, he approached Naruto, only to find him tightly gritting his teeth, fixated on something on the ground without uttering a word. Liu Yifei followed his gaze and discovered a few broken pieces of wood where Kakashi should have been lying. In that instant, Liu Yifei comprehended Naruto's thoughts and quickly walked over to pat him on the shoulder, reassuring him that Kakashi-sensei was unharmed and that the crisis had passed. Oh, was it truly that simple? Kakashi suddenly appeared from behind, standing before the two of them. Naruto lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Kakashi, sitting on the ground, drenched. Kakashi chuckled lightly, reminding Naruto that during the earlier chaos, the Toad had shielded him once, Sasuke had rescued him once, and both he and Sakura had protected Tazuna. Yet, what had Naruto done? Had he stood idle throughout the ordeal? This truly disappointed him. I'm not." Naruto was struck by Kakashi's words, his eyes widening in shock as he struggled to respond. Seeing his despondent expression, Liu Yifei felt a pang of sympathy and quickly interjected. "He was frightened because he saw you fall, Kakashi-sensei." Your words. Liu Yifei wished for Kakashi to temper his remarks, yet the truth remained that while everyone fought back, Naruto had merely stood by. However, Liu Yifei understood that Naruto was momentarily overwhelmed, for this was his first time witnessing his teacher's demise from less than a meter away. Naruto desired to fight and protect the mission's objective, but alas, it was his first experience, and he felt utterly powerless. So what? He was scared. Does that mean Sasuke and Sakura weren't frightened? Kakashi continued his relentless reprimand, showing no regard for Naruto's increasingly flushed face. Observing their exchange, Liu Yifei realized he should refrain from further comment and quietly stepped aside. At that moment, Sasuke approached, coldly regarding Naruto, calling him a coward. Liu Yifei narrowed his eyes, displeased by their demeanor, yet he remained silent, unwilling to defend Naruto. Whether as a novice ninja or a seasoned one, regardless of how many missions had been completed, it was unacceptable for Naruto to wait idly for assistance. If he did not learn from this experience, such situations would likely arise again in the future. Naruto lowered his head, wanting to voice something but finding himself at a loss for words. Seeing his expression, Kakashi and Sasuke turned away, choosing not to engage further. With a complex look on his face, Naruto kept his head down, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. Concerned, Liu Yifei walked over and whispered, "Are you alright? Go away. I want to be alone," Naruto replied, turning away, ignoring him. Liu Yifei understood that Naruto's heart was filled with self-doubt and denial. Yet this was not the Naruto he wished to see. Liu Yifei, without hesitation, extended his claw and firmly grasped Naruto's arm. I understand your self-doubt. You feel inadequate. Yet, every endeavor has its first time. Your performance today does not dictate your future growth into strength. I know you train while others rest. How do you know? Naruto was taken aback, as Liu Yifei's words resonated deeply within him. He looked up in surprise, unsure of what to say. Liu Yifei smiled gently and continued. Although your earlier missions were not in real combat, you completed them commendably. You are not inept. This upcoming task presents new challenges. But I believe that if given another chance, you will not simply watch your comrades confront the enemy. His words caused Kakashi and Sasuke to turn, gazing attentively at the frog as it tenderly encouraged Naruto. After a moment of silence, Naruto suddenly lifted his head, gratitude illuminating his features. Yes, I will perform well from now on and will not allow this to happen again. This was the true Naruto, unyielding in the face of adversity. Liu Yifei smiled and encouraged him, feeling a sense of relief. His earlier intervention had prevented Naruto from injury and the subsequent torment of self-harm. Yet he could not guarantee that other situations would not arise. Thus he chose to encourage Naruto instead. Observing Liu Yifei's supportive demeanor towards Naruto, Kakashi remarked, "You are indeed an extraordinary frog to sway Naruto like that." Impressive. Liu Yifei merely smiled modestly, refraining from further comments, when he noticed Naruto stealthily approaching Kakashi, appearing as if he had something to convey. Leaning against a large tree, Kakashi leisurely surveyed his surroundings, deliberately ignoring Naruto. Unable to contain himself, Naruto finally spoke up. "I'm sorry, Kakashi-sensei. I did not perform well earlier. I assure you it won't happen again." Such promises hold little weight. If you encounter a similar peril in the future, no one will remind you to uphold your commitment. Just remember not to disappoint your teacher and comrades next time, Kakashi advised earnestly. Naruto nodded vigorously, solemnly affirming, "All right. I will strive to fulfill my responsibilities." After these exchanges, none bore any resentment or disdain towards Naruto. At this moment, Kakashi shifted his gaze to Dazna. "You never mentioned that there were ninjas pursuing you." Dazna, feeling guilty, lowered his head, struggling to find words. Upon seeing Dazna's demeanor, Liu Yifei reflected for a moment and finally grasped the entirety of Dazna's motives for seeking their assistance. However, considering the unfolding narrative, Liu Yifei chose to withhold certain insights he possessed. Observing Dazna with his head bowed in silence, Kakashi let out a cold snort. "This matter undeniably falls outside the purview of our escort mission. You should have disclosed the potential challenges we might encounter before our departure. Now, my students and I have barely managed to resolve this issue, but what about the next time?" Dazna continued to lower his head, unable to utter a single word. It was evident that he was grappling with something, yet he was not ready to unveil it all. "Mr. Dazna, is there something you have yet to disclose to us?" Kakashi finally turned to him, fixing him with an intense gaze. Liu Yifei stood by, observing the unfolding drama like a mere spectator, refraining from interjecting. Chapter 80. Kakashi's interrogation. Noticing Dazna's reluctance to speak, Kakashi redirected his attention to Liu Yifei, scrutinizing him closely. Liu Yifei had never encountered such an intense gaze from Kakashi, prompting him to shift uncomfortably. "Why are you looking at me like that? Are you interested in me?" Upon hearing this, Kakashi's stern facade nearly cracked. He clenched his fists and shot a glance at Liu Yifei. "Tell me, is there anything about you that I am unaware of?" "What do you mean? What is wrong with my brother Louis?" Sakura inquired curiously, completely bewildered by their peculiar exchange. In response, Kakashi waved his hand dismissively, continuing to fixate on Liu Yifei. Uncomfortable. Liu Yifei cleared his throat. "Yes, let us refrain from discussing such nonsensical matters in front of everyone." "Nonsensical matters?" "Frog, I actually have 2 questions I wish to pose to you." Kakashi stepped forward, closing the distance between them. Seeing his serious demeanor, Liu Yifei instinctively took a step back and nervously replied, "You can ask your questions, but why come so close with such a fearsome expression?" How could Liu Yifei possibly guess what Kakashi intended to inquire about? However, he sensed that this was not the appropriate moment for questioning. First question, when you sensed the ninja's attack on Naruto, why were you not the least bit surprised? Did you foresee it? Kakashi scrutinized Liu Yifei, determined not to overlook any anomaly. Liu Yifei understood that if he displayed an expression akin to Dazna's peculiar demeanor, Kakashi would undoubtedly recognize something amiss. With this thought in mind, he quickly smiled. "Of course, I knew they would attack Naruto beforehand. When they appeared, Naruto was closest to them. Isn't that rather obvious? Very well. Second question, why? When those two ninjas attacked Dazna, did you not only refrain from intervening but also appear to have anticipated my involvement? Kakashi continued to probe. Behind them, Sakura and Naruto exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting clear confusion, while Sasuke, mirroring Kakashi's intensity, fixed his gaze on Louis Fei. As if he too had come to a realization. Louis Fei paused for a moment, then smiled as he explained. That is because I had perceived your use of illusion and shadow clones lurking around. Thus I anticipated your imminent action. Furthermore, did we not agree that in perilous situations, I must remain a mere observer and refrain from intervening? Assisting Naruto once was already bending the rules. After articulating this, Louis Fei felt a sense of relief for his quick wit in concocting such a rationale. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for words. See, is there anything you still do not comprehend? To discern my illusions and predict my course of action, most notably, to remain unfazed by the forthcoming maneuvers of a ninja. Kakashi remarked with a sardonic tone. Louis Fei chuckled softly, slowly extending a single finger. Teacher Kakashi, your current inquiry constitutes the third question, thus I shall not respond. He was acutely aware of Kakashi's suspicions. Otherwise, he would not have posed so many questions in succession. However, Louis Fei was uncertain how to clarify, as he could not simply admit to being fully cognizant of all developments, which would only exacerbate Kakashi's doubts. Oh, if you choose not to answer, I shall assume you are incapable of doing so, Kakashi retorted with a cold smirk, casting a penetrating gaze upon him. Louis Fei swallowed hard, opting for silence. At that moment, Naruto cautiously stepped forward, probing, Kakashi-sensei, you do not suspect that Brother Liu is a villain, do you? How could I? He has not committed any egregious acts. However, encountering a frog with such extraordinary abilities is indeed a first for me, Kakashi replied, his gaze still fixated on Louis Fei. Scrutinizing his expressions and movements, Louis Fei's eyes darted around, seeking an opportunity to divert attention, when he inadvertently noticed two ninjas beneath the tree stirring awake. What a fortuitous moment. Look, they are awakening, he exclaimed, swiftly pointing towards the two ninjas nearby. Upon seeing them regain consciousness, Kakashi immediately approached, momentarily diverting his focus from Louis Fei. The group arrived at the two ninjas, and Kakashi knelt down, inquiring, now that you are awake, what thoughts do you wish to share? Humph, we failed our mission. We did not kill Dazna. It is our own inadequacy, one of the ninjas hissed fiercely, still glaring resentfully at Dazna. Dazna, feeling the weight of that gaze, stumbled back several paces, seeking refuge behind Sasuke. Kakashi chuckled softly before continuing. So your mission was indeed assassination. In that case, I must escort you on your final journey. With that, Kakashi swiftly acted, eliminating the two with lethal efficiency. Witnessing the abrupt transformation of two living beings into lifeless corpses left Naruto astounded, his mouth agape in disbelief. They just died like that, he exclaimed. Otherwise, what did you expect? Sasuke shot him a disdainful glance, finding the question utterly redundant. Naruto scratched his head and glanced at the lifeless bodies of the two ninjas. I believe if we inquire further, they might divulge some remarkable secrets. You are mistaken. They are assassins sent from the land of waves. Their mission is to return only upon completion, and failure equates to death. If I do not end their lives, they would choose to take their own. Kakashi explained with a dispassionate tone. His words left everyone momentarily speechless. Naruto remained puzzled and leaned closer to inquire, why would they choose to end their own lives? Is it truly that they cannot return if they fail? These ninjas likely undertake assassination missions solely for monetary gain. Failure renders them useless, and returning would spell their doom. Dazna interjected tremulously from behind. Louis Fei shot him a surprised glance, astonished that Dazna possessed such knowledge. Yet, it was precisely this awareness that led him to employ a cunning strategy to ensure their protection, was it not? Kakashi's sharp gaze swept over Dazna, but he chose to remain silent and continued on their path. The group nodded in agreement and pressed onward toward the land of waves. As they traveled, Naruto stealthily approached Louis Fei, hesitating as he looked at him. Brother Liu, why the hesitation? Speak your mind. Louis Fei replied nonchalantly, basking in the sunlight. Perplexed by Naruto's intentions. Chapter 81. The discovery of danger. Naruto took a step forward, observing Louis Fei's nonchalant demeanor. He whispered, I too believe Kakashi-sensei's suspicions are valid. How is it that you possess such remarkable abilities? And what of it? If you envy my prowess, then train diligently to enhance your own skills, rather than dwelling on nonsensical thoughts. Do you understand? Liu Yifei feigned ignorance to Naruto's question and launched into a lengthy discourse. Naruto quickly shook his head. No. I genuinely think you're extraordinarily powerful, far exceeding the capabilities of a summoning beast. Do you possess some extraordinary ability? Extraordinary ability? Perhaps you've been dreaming too much. Silence. Can we proceed without further distractions? Liu Yifei retorted, playfully delivering a sharp tap to Naruto's head. Naruto yelped in surprise, clutching his head as he inhaled sharply, refraining from uttering any further absurdities. Just as Liu Yifei was about to continue walking, he sensed a scrutinizing gaze upon him, boldly observing his every move. He did not need to turn to know who was watching. However, he chose not to look back, for he understood that even if Kakashi were to watch him all day, he would remain oblivious to the means by which Liu Yifei accomplished all he did. The group continued their journey, and upon reaching the lakeside, they spotted faint outlines of structures in the distance. That is the land of waves. Once we cross the lake, we shall step onto their territory, Dasna stated, stepping forward to gaze intently at the distant edifices. Sakura exclaimed with delight. So we are nearing another country? How splendid! Splendid? As the moment arrived, one might find their excitement waning. Kakashi cast a serious glance at Haruno Sakura, whose understanding of his words was utterly lacking. Instead, she merely turned her back and made a face at him. Meanwhile, Liu Yifei observed the scene with a keen eye, noting that the boatman by the lakeside bore an uncanny resemblance to the one from the earlier narrative. Yet, Liu Yifei sensed an underlying dissonance, as if something was amiss. Lost in thought, Liu Yifei was jolted back to reality when Kakashi approached the boatman and inquired, "Might you take us to the land of waves?" The boatman waved his hands dismissively, replying, No, you shouldn't venture to the land of waves. The journey from here is perilous. It would be wise to seek an alternative. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback by the outright refusal, but he persisted. Why not conduct business with us? I can offer more. What is your price? It's not merely a matter of money. The authorities in the land of waves prohibit the passage of foreigners. You are clearly not from these parts, and no amount of money would persuade me to engage in this venture, the boatman stubbornly reiterated, showing no inclination to entertain their request. Kakashi exchanged a glance with Liu Yifei, who shrugged in silence, offering no opinion. He recognized that should fog descend upon the area, the boatman would likely acquiesce to taking them across. However, on this clear day, they had no choice but to wait. Just as Liu Yifei was contemplating this, a sudden mist began to rise over the lake, enveloping everything in its grasp, obscuring the view of the other side. What is happening? Liu Yifei frowned, as the peculiar sensation he had felt earlier resurfaced. At that moment, the boatman slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "The fog has arrived. I can sneak you across. Will you depart now?" "Yes, of course." Kakashi responded hastily, urging everyone to board the vessel. Yet, when Dasna was finally about to step aboard, the boat was already filled to capacity, leaving Liu Yifei standing alone on the shore. Eyeing Liu Yifei's imposing frame, the boatman hesitated, saying, "Surely this giant does not need to come along. He is far too large. The boat cannot bear his weight. No, he is essential and must accompany us." Kakashi firmly insisted, adamant that Liu Yifei join them. At this, Liu Yifei could not help but smile wryly, understanding that Kakashi would not allow him to be left behind. Not only due to their bond as comrades, but also because Kakashi was undoubtedly eager to gauge Liu Yifei's strength in the face of potential danger. The boatman protested. "You are already at capacity. He cannot board. That is of no concern. Is there not another vacant boat nearby?" Liu Yifei noticed another vessel moored nearby and promptly moved towards it. The boatman, sensing the urgency of the situation, shouted, No, that boat must not be moved." "Why not? Is it not here for use? Do you seek additional payment?" Kakashi questioned, casting a suspicious glance at the boatman, bewildered by his fervent reaction. The ferryman swallowed hard and pondered for a moment before responding. "The vessel is faulty and thus immobile. This is for your safety." Upon hearing this, Liu Yifei frowned, utterly unconvinced that the truth lay in such a statement. If the boat were indeed defective, it would not be anchored in the water but rather towed ashore to avoid any misconceptions about its seaworthiness. Yet, this boat remained afloat, exhibiting no signs of malfunction. With this thought in mind, Liu Yifei exchanged a glance with Kakashi, both sensing that the ferryman's demeanor was somewhat peculiar. Liu Yifei approached slowly, feigning ignorance, and smiled. "It's all right. A broken boat can be repaired. Allow me to check what is amiss." With that, he swaggered over to the side of the boat. Observing Lu Yifei's advance, the ferrymen abruptly leapt from their vessel, hastily rushing to Lu Yifei's side. "Do not touch it. I will find another way for you. Just stay away from this boat," he exclaimed, his arm outstretched to block Lu Yifei's path. Lu Yifei narrowed his eyes, increasingly convinced that something was amiss with the ferryman. Such a strange reaction must indicate that there was some hidden secret aboard the vessel. With this realization, Lu Yifei intently scrutinized the boat, determined to discern what was truly awry. Just as he observed the rippling water, he suddenly sensed an unseen presence lurking beneath the surface, watching him. The more he pondered, the more peculiar it seemed, and before he could contemplate further, the ferryman waved his arm in front of him, declaring, "How about this? My friend will be arriving shortly, and you can depart on his boat." "All right," Lu Yifei replied, taking a step back, ceasing his observations. However, he was now certain that something alive lurked beneath the boat. Turning to Kakashi, he exchanged a glimmer of danger-laden understanding. Kakashi's expression shifted suddenly, and he whispered, "Students, there is a threat nearby. Be cautious." Chapter 82. The Ninja Ambush, huh? A threat? What threat? Haruno Sakura exclaimed, springing up and scrutinizing the lake's surface. Yet she could discern no signs of peril. Hearing this, Lu Yifei felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He had never anticipated that Sakura would so thoughtlessly echo Kakashi's warning. Nevertheless, Lu Yifei understood that Sakura did not perceive the danger. Her astonishment had led her to such a reaction. With this in mind, he turned his gaze back to the ferryman, only to find his countenance had grown increasingly peculiar. Kakashi also rose, vigilant as he peered into the depths, uncertain of when the concealed entities might suddenly emerge. Clearing his throat, Lu Yifei remarked, "All right, why is everyone so tense? Since there will be someone to escort me shortly, let us disembark and wait here." "Ah, you may go ahead if you're in a hurry," the ferryman quickly interjected, stepping forward to impede their movement. Observing his demeanor, Lu Yifei became increasingly convinced that the boatman was indeed aware of something lurking beneath the other vessel. Kakashi disregarded the boatman's words, directly ushering Sakura and the others off the boat. The four of them stood on the shore, cautiously surveying their surroundings and encircling Dasna protectively. Meanwhile, Lu Yifei strategically positioned himself closest to the boat, eager to discern what was amiss. Noticing their vigilant stance, the boatman abruptly discarded his straw hat, stepping forward with a malicious grin. "You've sensed something unusual, haven't you? You know what lies beneath, don't you? What are you talking about?" Naruto clenched his fists, warily watching the man approach. Lu Yifei, perceiving the boatman's intent to act, swiftly shielded his companions, stating, "What do you plan to do? You must get past me first. Is that so? Do you think you can defeat me?" The boatman provocatively glared at Lu Yifei, his eyes brimming with menace. Lu Yifei could sense that the boatman's capabilities were no match for his own, yet he remained unaware of the man's true intentions. "Of course, you cannot overpower me, so you intend to summon your allies from below, don't you? I've recognized your deceit long ago." Lu Yifei responded with a derisive chuckle, his peripheral vision keenly observing the water's surface. Upon hearing this, Naruto and the others were taken aback, instinctively closing ranks around Dasna. Seeing their reaction, Lu Yifei felt a sense of satisfaction. Regardless of what transpired next, as long as the three of them safeguarded Dasna, he and Kakashi could confront the hidden adversaries together. At that moment, the boatman suddenly retrieved a whistle from his waist, placing it to his lips in an attempt to sound it. Kakashi, quick as lightning, teleported in front of him and snatched the whistle from his grasp. However, the whistle had already been lodged in the boatman's mouth, and no matter how swift Kakashi was, a brief whistle emitted forth. Upon hearing the sound, Kakashi, filled with fury, reached out and seized the boatman by the neck, eliminating him instantly. "Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing? He was supposed to be our guide," Sakura exclaimed, gazing at the motionless boatman on the ground, bewildered. Kakashi frowned, coldly stating, "Did you not notice something was amiss with this boatman?" Sakura was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond before a group of figures abruptly surged from the water. They all leapt into the air, their faces obscured, wielding glistening, water-drenched knives and forks, encircling them with menacing intent. Lu Yifei realized that they faced more than a single foe, yet he had not anticipated such a multitude. He swiftly extended his broad tongue, blocking the attackers. Gigantic tongue whip. The nearest ninjas to Lu Yifei were struck by his tongue, howling as they crashed to the ground. Meanwhile, Kakashi also launched an offensive, swiftly incapacitating 5 ninjas. At this juncture, an overlooked ninja charged towards Dasna, targeting Naruto directly. Naruto once again faced an onslaught, his fists clenched tightly. Louis Fei, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of anxiety for Naruto, as he understood that if Naruto remained inactive once more, without the reproaches of Kakashi or others, he would inevitably succumb to self-doubt and despair. With this thought in mind, Louis Fei shouted, "Naruto, counterattack! Do you wish for our mission to fail and to be ridiculed by Sasuke once more?" Naruto trembled at the words, as though truly awakened by Louis Fei's admonition. Instinctively, he extended his arm to shield Dasna, ready to absorb the ninja's attack with his own body. Realizing that further intervention was futile, Louis Fei shut his eyes in fear. The ninja's assault was ferocious. Should Naruto endure it head-on, he would surely be injured, though the chakra within him would prevent any grave consequences. However, if Naruto faltered, Dasna's frail form would undoubtedly succumb, potentially leading to his demise. Just as Louis Fei squeezed his eyes shut, a series of sharp sounds pierced the air. He hastily opened his eyes to see Sasuke brandishing a dagger, successfully parrying the assailant's blade. "Quickly strike him," Sasuke strained to utter, clearly nearing his limit and about to relinquish his grip on the dagger. Naruto, momentarily stunned, swiftly extended both hands and struck the attacking ninja with force. The assailant was sent flying 2 meters, blood spewing as he collapsed to the ground. Breathing heavily, Naruto lowered his gaze to his trembling hands, remaining silent for a prolonged moment. Louis Fei, perceiving that he had been shocked into silence, rushed over to offer solace, saying, fear not, you have already succeeded. You drove that villain away. Are you all right?" Yet, Naruto kept his head bowed, his thoughts inscrutable to those around him. Even Kakashi, having dealt with the remaining ninjas, approached, asking Naruto, "Are you hurt?" As everyone gathered, observing Naruto's silence, they were left bewildered by his demeanor. Suddenly, Naruto lifted his head, hands on his hips, and exclaimed, "Ah, I finally took down a ninja. Sasuke, did you see that? I am no less than you. Go ahead, call me a coward again." His exuberance was met with restraint from Haruno, Sakura, and Sasuke, who held back their impulses to chastise him. Louis Fei, however, playfully swatted Naruto on the head, exclaiming, "You scared me. I thought you were injured. Do not act like that again." "Hey, I am happy to. But have all the ninjas been dealt with?" Naruto inquired, taking a few steps forward to assess the situation. Chapter 83. Departing by boat. Upon stepping outside, Naruto discovered that all the ninjas had been felled by Kakashi, with some already lifeless. "What is going on? Sending such a multitude of inept individuals to ambush us?" They were dispatched with such ease. Were they merely here to toy with us, or were they genuinely intent on pursuing us? Louis Fei stepped forward, surveying the surrounding ninjas with a perplexed expression. Although he spoke with an air of nonchalance, his heart was far from at ease. For Louis Fei was acutely aware that the events unfolding bore no resemblance to the original narrative. In his recollection, these ninjas had never made an appearance, and the ferryman was a benevolent soul. They had simply boarded the vessel and departed. Yet now, the situation was entirely altered. What could possibly be the cause? Would they continue to face relentless pursuits? These were the uncertainties that gnawed at Louis Fei's mind, compelling him to seek answers. As Louis Fei lost himself in thought, Kakashi suddenly interjected, asserting that they must hasten their escape from this place, for the nature of the impending events remained unknown. "How do we leave? Without the ferryman? Shall we row ourselves?" Sasuke inquired, perplexed by Kakashi's assertion. Louis Fei mused that none among them likely possessed the skills to navigate a boat. There was but one direction leading to the land of waves. As long as they rowed toward that point, they would surely make their way through the mist that had begun to envelop the lake, facilitating their passage. Kakashi squinted towards the distant shore, articulating this thought. Upon hearing this, Naruto expressed hesitation, questioning, "Can we truly make it across like that? Is there no danger?" After speaking, he turned to Louis Fei for affirmation. Louis Fei nodded, suggesting that they should indeed give it a try. With no ferryman, they had no choice but to proceed in this manner. The group then boarded the boats in succession, distributing themselves evenly for safety. Naruto and Louis Fei occupied one vessel, leaving ample space in the other to allow for swift movement should trouble arise. Once everyone was settled, they set sail toward the land of waves. Throughout the journey, Louis Fei remained silent, exhibiting a heightened vigilance. With the anticipated plot developments now absent, his ability to foresee the future was compromised. He was uncertain of what challenges lay ahead or how many waves of attack might ensue, necessitating his unwavering alertness until the narrative returned to the familiar contours of his memory. Noticing Lu Yifei's unease, Naruto turned to him, puzzled by his silence. What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? He inquired. I'm merely contemplating when we might face ambushes again. You should remain vigilant. Should they strike us unexpectedly? Losing the boat or falling into the water would be quite troublesome, Lu Yifei replied thoughtfully. Naruto chuckled, seemingly dismissing Lu Yifei's concerns as overly cautious. There's no way any assailants could still be lurking. We're in the water, not on shore. They would have drowned long ago. There's no need to worry, he said, waving his hand dismissively, clearly unconcerned by Lu Yifei's words. Lu Yifei could only nod in response, continuing to scan the surroundings for any signs of trouble. As Lu Yifei remained focused on the lake's surface, they gradually steered the boat towards the direction of the land of waves. At that moment, Kakashi, who had been silent until then, suddenly cleared his throat and turned to face Dazna. Mr. Dazna, we are nearing the land of waves. You should provide me with an explanation regarding the inquiries I made outside the village. What matters? What do you wish to convey? Dazna replied, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Lu Yifei sensed Kakashi's intent and quietly listened from the side. Kakashi spoke coldly. When you entrusted us with this mission, you mentioned that criminal organizations, including gangs and thieves, would trouble you. Yet, we have encountered numerous ninjas along the way, as you have witnessed. They have caused significant trouble. Had I not accompanied you, this high-level mission assigned to Genin and Chunin would have likely resulted in your demise. Indeed, I am grateful to you and that frog, Dazna said. Casting a glance at Lu Yifei, Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. That is not the point I wish to address. Since you are fully aware that assigning such a high-level mission to lower-ranked ninjas is exceedingly arduous, why did you not request it as a high-level mission from the outset? The challenges posed by these ninjas have far exceeded the capabilities of our students. Yes, this mission has proven exceedingly difficult. Without Kakashi-sensei and Brother Lu, we may well have perished, Sakura chimed in, nodding in agreement. Dazna lowered his head, appearing at a loss for words, an expression of guilt etched across his face. Seeing his demeanor, Lu Yifei couldn't help but find it amusing. It was rather pitiable for an elder to exhibit such a countenance. If you remain silent, we shall escort you to shore and then depart. As for the remainder of the journey, you may proceed alone, Kakashi threatened suddenly. With no alternative, Dazna explained that he lacked the funds, which compelled him to act in such a manner. Upon hearing his rationale, Naruto's jaw dropped in disbelief. Is this truly the reason you classified the mission as high-level? Have you not considered that if high-ranking ninjas cannot accomplish this task, you would still face death? Not only would you perish, but our ninjas might also unjustly lose their lives. How can you be so selfish? I had no choice. There is someone who is determined to see me dead. If I did not entrust you with this mission, I would surely meet my end. By hiring you, I might have a chance to survive, Dazna murmured, lowering his head further in evident shame. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei lost interest. He understood that as a renowned bridge builder, Dazna had his own burdens to bear, and he did not wish to blame him. After all, Dazna had contributed to the welfare of others. After Dazna finished speaking, he suddenly sighed. Well, if you truly do not wish to continue this mission, then just drop me off at the edge of the land of waves. However, I shall meet my demise there, leaving my daughter and granddaughter to suffer in this world. And they will harbor great resentment towards you leaf ninjas. Upon hearing this, the group fell momentarily silent. Chapter 84. Transformation aboard the ship. Kakashi sighed in resignation and replied, Very well, we shall proceed with the mission. He then turned to Naruto and Sasuke, asking, Do either of you have any objections? Of course not. Naruto immediately shook his head. Sasuke followed suit, nodding in agreement. Sakura, who was behind them, chimed in, I believe we should escort the old man to shore, otherwise, who knows what pitiful words he might utter next. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by her comment, Dazna cleared his throat but chose to remain silent. On the side, Lu Yifei had no objections either. Dazna's significance was paramount, and he must not fall into the hands of villains. However, he felt that the ensuing developments would be fraught with danger. With that thought, Lu Yifei sighed, sensing that matters were becoming increasingly complicated. Lu Ji, why do you seem so strange? Ever since we boarded the ship, something feels off, Naruto remarked, scrutinizing Lu Yifei, completely disregarding the scenic views around them. Clearing his throat, Lu Yifei waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, really. I just find this journey unusually safe, perhaps overly so. Maybe I am overthinking it. You're just overthinking it. There's no way there could be any ninja attacks here, Naruto laughed nonchalantly. Lu Yifei nodded absently, gazing at the surrounding gloomy mist, and quickly pointed towards the direction near the city wall. Let us steer the ship that way. It will be safer. Why do you say that? Kakashi inquired. Yet he adhered to Lu Yifei's advice and maneuvered the vessel closer to the wall. Clearing his throat again, Lu Yifei explained. Did you not notice the guards atop the city wall? Since we have come here covertly, we must not expose our objective. If we row boldly in the center of the lake and are discovered, it will not be a trivial matter. This was indeed the most prudent approach, as he was acutely aware of the perilous nature of their mission to the Land of Waves, especially with certain characters that had not appeared in the original storyline. A careless moment could lead to unforeseen calamity. Daznack cast an appreciative glance at Lu Yifei, recognizing that this frog possessed quite the insight. However, he mused that such a large creature, regardless of whether it concealed itself now, would inevitably be revealed once they reached land. Isn't that simple? I can just transform. Don't be alarmed, Lu Yifei said, feigning a casual demeanor. He had never transformed in front of the others, having only done so in front of Hinata and a few others. If he transformed abruptly now, he was uncertain how Kakashi and the rest would react. Indeed, Naruto exclaimed in surprise, transform? Can you truly transform into a form other than that of a toad? He asked, clearing his throat. Indeed. Just as you possess your shadow clones and illusions, I too can assume various shapes to bewilder the eyes of others. Lu Yifei chuckled, offering a haphazard explanation, eager to divert their attention from the matter. Upon hearing this, Kakashi squinted, casting an odd look at the black toad before him. It seems you possess quite a few talents. Ah, no, it's rather ordinary. Lu Yifei waved a claw dismissively, beads of cold sweat beginning to form on his brow. What was the matter? Why did Kakashi keep scrutinizing him with such peculiar eyes? It made him feel as though he were a nefarious villain plotting something sinister. Yet, in all honesty, he merely wished to transform to shield everyone from detection. Sakura Haruno smiled gently, urging him, all right, enough chatter. Hurry and transform into a human for us to see. After gazing at your toad form for so long, I'm quite curious about what you might look like as a person. Sasuke, standing nearby, also widened his eyes, displaying a keen interest. With no choice left, Lu Yifei closed his eyes and summoned the system in his mind. Infinite Sword Saint. Transform. Master, executing transformation now. Completion in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The system's cold voice resonated. As the countdown concluded, and before he opened his eyes, Lu Yifei heard Sakura's sharp intake of breath. He quickly lowered his gaze to inspect his body, and indeed, he found that his original toad form had been replaced by that of a human. Clad in the black and gold armor of the Sword Saint, a sword affixed to his waist. In the reflection of the water, Lu Yifei regarded the striking half of his face revealed beneath the helmet, nodding in satisfaction. Quite impressive. Quite impressive? Lu Yifei, you are far too modest. I never imagined your human form would be so breathtaking. Sakura gazed at him with heart-shaped eyes, eager to leap onto his boat to admire him further. Embarrassed, Lu Yifei scratched his head and chuckled. Really? You're exaggerating. While I believe I'm rather handsome, it's best to remain humble. You look far too dashing. You might as well return to being a toad. Naruto pouted, gazing at Lu Yifei with envy, his heart brimming with discontent. Lu Yifei recognized the source of Naruto's dismay. Sakura's praise had left him feeling a bit dejected. He quickly ruffled Naruto's hair, reassuring him. All right, enough of this. Our priority is to reach the shore. As he spoke, he inadvertently glanced up to find Kakashi intently observing him, a look of clear surprise and confusion in his eyes. Lu Yifei quickly averted his gaze, gesturing to Sasuke beside him. So, what do you think? Am I handsome? Not as handsome as me, Sasuke retorted with a cold snort. Immediately turning his attention away, Lu Yifei nearly spat out his drink. When did Sasuke start speaking like that? He has gone and picked up some bad habits. Just as Lu Yifei shook his head, Dazna raised his hand, pointing towards the bridge ahead. Once we pass through that archway, we'll reach the shore. Hasten to the shore, for the bridge's arch reveals naught but darkness, and the potential for peril cannot be dismissed. Let us all exercise caution. Lu Yifei's demeanor instantly shifted to one of seriousness. The Sword Saint, already possessing an elegant and striking appearance, appeared even more captivating in his solemnity, leaving Haruno Sakura momentarily breathless. As Sakura inhaled, Lu Yifei noted that Naruto too had been momentarily taken aback, which only deepened his sense of satisfaction. The two vessels drew closer to the shadowy arch, prompting Lu Yifei to grip his sword tightly, adopting a stance of readiness for combat. The Sword Saint's prowess surpassed that of Tam, and should any of the previous assailants emerge, he could dispatch them with ease, requiring no intervention from Kakashi. However, to Liu Yifei's surprise, the 2 minutes spent traversing the arch yielded an eerie silence, devoid of any lurking threats. Chapter 85. The appearance of Zabuza upon exiting the bridge. The vista before them opened up splendidly. The surrounding flora flourished under the warm embrace of sunlight, and the occasional melodious chirping of birds filled the air, uplifting the spirit. Wow, is this the land of waves? It's even more beautiful than our village, Naruto exclaimed, stretching his arms wide to embrace the gentle breeze and radiant sun. Kakashi sighed in resignation at Naruto's exuberance, reminding him that their purpose here was to fulfill an escort mission, not to indulge in leisure. I know, but can I take a moment to appreciate the scenery? Naruto retorted, his spirits lifted as he surveyed the surroundings. Liu Yifei lingered at the rear, taking in all that surrounded him, his heart tinged with melancholy. Noticing his unusual silence, Sakura turned to him with curiosity. Liu, why have you stopped? Do you find this place beautiful as well? Indeed, it is beautiful, he replied. Yet I cannot help but think how much I wish Hinata could witness this splendid view with me. Liu Yifei nodded, openly expressing his thoughts. The breathtaking scenery stirred in him a longing to share it with Hinata, who remained in Konoha, unaware of the wonders that lay before him. Alas, it had only been a single day since their departure, yet he already found himself yearning for Hinata. Surely, she too must be thinking of him back in Konoha? The mere thought of their mutual longing brought an involuntary smile to Liu Yifei's face. Observing his expression, Sakura smiled gently. I see you miss Hinata. Let us complete our task swiftly, and you shall return to her soon. Liu Yifei nodded in agreement, choosing to remain silent as they continued on their journey. After a short while, Naruto suddenly dashed ahead a couple of steps. There's movement. The group immediately became alert, scanning the trees and underbrush, puzzled by what Naruto had detected. Only Liu Yifei remained indifferent, continuing to admire the scenery, paying little heed to Naruto's exclamation. Naruto grasped a ninja shuriken, deftly flicking his hair back with his left hand, and exclaimed there. With that, his other hand propelled the shuriken into the underbrush. A sharp squeak echoed as a mouse struggled and then fell still. The onlookers were rendered speechless, and Liu Yifei, without hesitation, delivered a playful smack to Naruto's head, admonishing, Must you always try to show off? Of course, Naruto replied, rubbing his sore head. Liu Yifei shook his head in bemusement and continued his leisurely stroll. Naruto, unwilling to relent, surveyed the surroundings and remained vigilant towards the bushes. Yet with the mouse gone, he pondered, why do I still feel as if unseen eyes are upon us? It's nothing, you're just overthinking it. Sakura Haruno, unwilling to entertain Naruto's words any longer, retreated to stand beside Sasuke. At that moment, Liu Yifei caught sight of a flash of white in the underbrush and approached, lifting a pair of rabbit ears. It's a rabbit. What a delightful creature. Sakura rushed over, cradling the rabbit gently in her arms. Liu Yifei recognized that this was no ordinary rabbit, a smile creeping across his face. Was there more excitement on the horizon? However, he chose not to intervene. Kakashi approached cautiously, scrutinizing the rabbit in Sakura's embrace, his expression gradually turning grave as he lifted his gaze to a tree. A figure leaped down from the branches, bare-chested, with arms and legs adorned with leopard skin, clad in leather trousers, and only fierce eyes visible, fixating intently on the group before him. Here he comes. He must be here to kill me, Dasna exclaimed in alarm, hastily seeking refuge behind Sasuke. Liu Yifei, arms crossed, leaned nonchalantly against a tree, fully aware of the man's identity without needing to look closely. Oh, is that not the rogue ninja from the mist, Zabuza Momochi? Kakashi scoffed, hands in pockets as he regarded the man. The rogue scrutinized him in return, realizing why the Ghost Brothers and their band of ninjas had struggled against this group. Kakashi, with his Sharingan, was present. Without him, those three young ones would be utterly ineffectual. Who is ineffective? Sakura retorted angrily before Naruto could speak. I doubt you can best Kakashi-sensei. Zabuza, uninterested in her commentary, shifted his gaze to Liu Yifei, pausing momentarily to inquire, who is this person? He doesn't seem to possess a ninja-s identity. Liu Gu is incredibly formidable, far beyond your imagination. If you dare to strike, he will surely make you regret it. Sakura immediately interjected, her tone brimming with pride as she introduced Liu Yifei. Upon hearing this, Liu Yifei waved his hand dismissively. Sheathing his sword with flair, I am merely an observer, tasked solely with watching your battle. I do not intend to participate. What? But you intervened while we were on the shore. Sakura looked at Lu Yifei in confusion, unable to comprehend his sudden declaration. Lu Yifei smiled gently. That was because those ninjas attacked me, leaving me no choice but to act. Naruto widened his eyes in surprise, bewildered by Lu Yifei's unexpected statement. Lu Yifei chose to disregard them. He had no desire to engage in this conflict. If every issue required his assistance to resolve, when would these three individuals ever mature and grow stronger? Even though he was eager to test the might of the Sword Saint, he could only suppress his impatience. At that moment, Zabuza let out a cold scoff, choosing not to act, for without him, managing them would be more than adequate. Lu Yifei smirked, observing the muscles on Zabuza's chest, silently lamenting the lack of his own physique. Just then, Naruto, filled with indignation, stepped forward, exclaiming, "Stop with the nonsense. Watch me teach you a lesson. Naruto, don't be impulsive." Lu Yifei shouted urgently, halting his advance. Kakashi extended his arm to block him, stating, "You are too much of a hindrance. Go protect Mr. Tazuna. I will handle this individual. He is not as simple as the previous ninjas." Naruto, gritting his teeth, stared defiantly at Zabuza but could only retreat in silence. Meanwhile, Kakashi slowly removed his eye patch, revealing a crimson eye. Lu Yifei's mouth fell open as he gazed at Kakashi's enchanting pupil, instinctively pursing his lips. This was the legendary Sharingan, truly deserving of its reputation. Upon seeing that eye, he felt as though he might be entrapped. Sharingan. How intriguing. Zabuza narrowed his eyes, his wariness intensifying. Observing Zabuza's vigilant demeanor, Naruto inquired, "What is the Sharingan?" It is a type of ocular technique that can perceive the three forms of ninjutsu: ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. Do not ask further. Step back and protect Tazuna, as well as Sasuke and Sakura. Lu Yifei impatiently clarified, commanding them to take their positions. Chapter 86. Overcoming Kakashi. What followed would be a true clash of titans. Lu Yifei was unaware that the ensuing battle would unfold in ways he could not anticipate, yet one thing remained clear. He must ensure Naruto and the others remained unharmed. Zabuza let out a cold snort and directly leapt onto the water's surface, one arm raised and the other positioned across his chest. Water style, hidden mist jutsu. Instantly, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, obscuring their vision. Lu Yifei squinted, only to discover he could see through the mist, keenly sensing the direction of Zabuza. Should he intervene? Lu Yifei glanced at the sword at his waist, appearing quite conflicted. No, this battle was of paramount importance. Unless absolutely necessary or in the face of unforeseen circumstances, he could not rush in. With this thought, Lu Yifei hesitated, retracting the step he had just taken. The hidden mist jutsu can lethally eliminate those with lesser abilities. You must be cautious, Kakashi advised, turning back to them. Upon hearing this, Naruto and the others broke into a cold sweat, momentarily rendered speechless. Watching as Zabuza summoned a water clone, Lu Yifei anxiously held his breath, fixated on the clone as it instantaneously appeared before Tazuna. Kakashi swiftly followed, rapidly thrusting a shuriken into Zabuza's clone. Naruto and his companions were thrown to the ground, their eyes wide with shock as they beheld the two figures emanating an overwhelming aura of menace. Water continuously flowed from Zabuza's clone, which ultimately vanished, only to be replaced by another clone that raised its blade menacingly towards Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei!" Sakura cried out, her voice trembling with palpable fear. Lu Yifei discerned Sakura's terror, yet he also recognized that the clone attacking was merely a reflection of Kakashi himself. After a moment of silence, Zabuza's clone, glancing at the puddle of water on the ground, suddenly sneered, "You have replicated my clone technique. So what? Don't move." In an instant, Kakashi teleported behind Zabuza's clone, brandishing a shuriken aimed at its neck. Lu Yifei furrowed his brow, intently observing Zabuza concealed beneath the water, fully aware that if this continued, Kakashi would be vulnerable to a counterattack. Should he speak up at this critical juncture? He turned to see Naruto and the others, seemingly dazed and not genuinely engaging in the battle, which stirred a sense of urgency within him. No, if he warned Kakashi now, the latter would surely take precautions, and the outcome of this confrontation would remain uncertain. With that thought, Lu Yifei clenched his fists, refraining from uttering a word. At that moment, Zabuza noticed Lu Yifei's gaze fixated on his true form, and he squinted in shock, becoming secretly wary. However, seeing that Lu Yifei remained silent, Zabuza assumed he had no intention of assisting them and recklessly approached Kakashi, landing a punch that sent Kakashi flying several meters away. "Kakashi-sensei!" Naruto exclaimed, his mouth agape as he watched Kakashi plunge into the water, unsure of how to react. Zabuza quickly followed, extending his hand to summon a water prison before Kakashi could surface, ensnaring him within its depths. I knew it would come to this, Louis-Fei thought. His brow furrowed as he observed Kakashi trapped, sighing inwardly. Naruto took a step back, astonished by the unfolding events. Kakashi-sensei had been defeated. Kakashi, his expression grave, scrutinized Zabuza's clone as it elegantly ascended from the water, the tension palpable. The clone raised its blade and approached the group, sneering, "You are but mere children. I need not employ any jutsu to eliminate you instantly. Frog, take them away." Kakashi shouted urgently. "I am trapped here and cannot escape. Please escort them and Mr. Tazuna to safety. I trust in your ability to lead them to safety." Louis-Fei, suddenly singled out, hesitated, feeling lost. No, this cannot be. If he led everyone away, they might evade Zabuza's attack, but Kakashi would surely perish. Moreover, Naruto and Sasuke would never agree to such a retreat. Indeed, at the moment of his hesitation, Sasuke had already drawn forth four shurikens, aiming them at Zabuza's clone. "Sasuke, are you out of your mind?" Sakura exclaimed, her whole body trembling. It was as if Sasuke did not hear her, as he focused intently on his target. Zabuza's clone let out a cold snort and raised his blade to deflect Sasuke's shurikens, delivering a powerful kick that sent Sasuke flying several meters, landing on the ground with a painful groan. Sakura rushed over to help him up, asking, "Are you all right?" Overestimating oneself, it seems this little brat will be next. Zabuza's clone stepped forward, his gaze fixed firmly on Naruto, then turned to regard Louis-Fei. His tone remained somewhat courteous, undoubtedly due to Louis-Fei's inaction thus far. He felt compelled to show a modicum of respect towards this ambiguous yet formidable individual. Louis-Fei merely waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to respond. "Big brother Lou, we're about to perish. Aren't you going to help us?" Sakura looked at Louis-Fei in disbelief, unable to fathom his reluctance to act. Louis-Fei, already conflicted, felt a surge of guilt upon hearing her words. He swallowed hard, avoiding the hopeful and yearning gazes of Kakashi and Sakura, and lowered his head in silence. Zabuza, seizing the moment, smirked triumphantly as his clone instantaneously appeared before Naruto, ripping off his forehead protector and trampling it underfoot. Naruto stared at the crushed emblem beneath Zabuza's foot, his body going rigid. A lowly child like you hardly deserves the title of ninja. Possessing a forehead protector does not make one a true ninja. Now, are you ready to meet your end? Zabuza's gaze locked onto Naruto's terrified expression, a contemptuous smile spreading across his face. Sakura burst into tears, looking up at Louis-Fei. "Big brother Lou, will you not make a move? Naruto is on the brink of being defeated. Are you truly going to watch us all perish? Do not speak." Louis-Fei clenched his fists tightly, fixating on Naruto's terrified demeanor, hesitating to intervene. "Patience, just a little longer. Naruto will surely unleash his potential. The plot cannot deviate from its course." Kakashi's expression was grim as he scrutinized Zabuza's clone, his face shadowed with worry. He could not fathom Louis-Fei's intentions. With Naruto's life in peril, why did he still refrain from acting? Chapter 87. A life saved under the blade as Naruto clenched his fists tightly. Louis-Fei struggled to suppress the urge to step in and assist. He understood that if he intervened, he would, as before, deprive them of the opportunity for battle and growth. No, he absolutely could not interfere with Sasuke and Naruto's development. Just as Louis-Fei wrestled with his inner turmoil, Naruto let out a fierce roar and charged directly towards Zabuza. Overreaching, Zabuza narrowed his eyes and raised his foot to kick at Naruto. At the moment he lifted his leg, Naruto seized the forehead protector from the ground, only to be struck in the chest and chin, collapsing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Naruto, are you all right? I told you we must flee. Why did you charge in?" Sakura Haruno exclaimed, her eyes wide with fear as she stared at the fallen Naruto. With great effort, Naruto wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and declared resolutely, "I will reclaim my forehead protector. I am a ninja, a true ninja." Upon hearing this, Zabuza raised an eyebrow, gazing intently at Naruto, taken aback by his words. Meanwhile, Louis-Fei felt a rush of warmth in his chest, lowering his head in relief. It seemed that refraining from intervening was the right choice. Only through such trials could Naruto and the others awaken their courage as ninjas. At that moment, Sasuke took a step back, several shurikens materializing in his hand. Liu Yifei understood his intention to launch a surprise attack, while Zabuza was caught off guard. However, if Zabuza were truly so easily dealt with, Kakashi would not be ensnared in a water prison. As expected, Zabuza quickly sensed Sasuke's movement, turning around with keen interest. "Little one, do you wish to be the first to perish? I shall not flee, even unto death." With a disdainful snort, Sasuke leaped into the air and hurled the shurikens towards Zabuza. Just as the shurikens were about to strike Zabuza, he effortlessly raised his long blade, blocking the attack with ease. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, and before he could react, Zabuza had instantaneously moved behind him, delivering a powerful punch to his back. Liu Yifei heard a dull thud, and when he looked up again, Sasuke was already sprawled on the ground. Zabuza, with a foot planted on Sasuke's stomach, appeared quite pleased with himself. "Sasuke, Liu Yifei, why aren't you intervening?" Sakura cried out in desperation, turning to Liu Yifei once more. He remained fixated on Zabuza's movements, ignoring Sakura's pleas. This battle, like all future encounters, should not involve his intervention. As long as the narrative progressed smoothly and no ninja attacked him, he must refrain from acting. Any disruption could render the future unpredictable. "What are you thinking, Toad?" Kakashi squinted, gazing at Liu Yifei in confusion. Liu Yifei paid no heed to the scrutinizing glances and comments, his focus unwavering on Zabuza's actions. At that moment, Sasuke coughed up blood, struggling to look at Zabuza while lifting another shuriken. "Ha ha ha. At this point, you lie beneath my foot, and you still think of striking back? In my eyes, you are as insignificant and weak as an ant. Come, do unleash your little tricks." Zabuza laughed arrogantly, pressing down harder on Sasuke. Sasuke gasped for breath beneath the pressure, lacking the strength to retaliate with his shuriken, his arm gradually succumbing to the ground. Zabuza let out a cold laugh, drawing the sword from his back and raising it menacingly towards Sasuke. "Kakashi, I want you to witness the agony of watching your own student perish before your eyes." Upon hearing this, Liu Yifei's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Zabuza's actions. No, it can't be. How could the narrative deviate from its original course? Naruto had yet to make a move, and Zabuza was intent on ending Sasuke's life? "Sasuke, no!" Haruno Sakura cried out in despair, rushing forward with a shuriken in hand. Liu Yifei was taken aback as he witnessed Zabuza's impatience manifest in a dismissive click of his tongue, followed by a powerful punch to Sakura's abdomen. She flew 2 meters back, colliding with a tree, her face contorted in pain. Seeing her in such a vulnerable state, Zabuza turned his gaze back to Sasuke, remarking, "Little one, I haven't slain such a tender young ninja in quite some time. Consider yourself fortunate." With that, he swung his long blade towards Sasuke's neck. Liu Yifei quickly turned to see Naruto gritting his teeth, rising defiantly. "I won't allow you to harm him," he declared, attempting to charge forward. Zabuza chuckled lightly, effortlessly snatching the shuriken from Sasuke's grasp and hurling it towards Naruto. The shuriken, imbued with tremendous force, whistled through the air as it hurtled towards Naruto. Liu Yifei's heart raced. He knew that if Naruto failed to evade it, he would sustain grave injuries. Just then, Naruto gritted his teeth and executed a roll to dodge the attack. The shuriken embedded itself deep into a tree trunk. Zabuza, losing patience, aimed his long knife once more at Sasuke. Everyone stood frozen, acutely aware of the dire fate awaiting Sasuke. Now was the moment. Liu Yifei tightened his grip on his sword and swiftly leapt behind Zabuza, raising his sword to strike at his arm. Sensing the murderous intent behind him, Zabuza caught sight of the blade's trajectory and was compelled to halt his assault on Sasuke, dodging to the side. Liu Yifei landed and swiftly helped Sasuke to his feet, smiling at Zabuza. "What's this? Is this not your clone? Why are you so afraid of death? Without this clone, is your control over the water prison compromised?" Seeing Sasuke rescued, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Naruto shouted, "Liu, what are you doing? Why wait until the last moment to make a move?" Kakashi, the frog, watched Liu Yifei intently, his eyes unblinking, lost in thought. Zabuza, panting and clutching his chest, began to regard Liu Yifei with growing wariness. "Weren't you just unwilling to intervene? I thought they could handle you, but it seems I overestimated their capabilities." "Zabuza, do you take pride in bullying a few children and an old man?" Liu Yifei provocatively gazed at Zabuza, his tone dripping with disdain. He had no intention of intervening further, nor did he wish to assist Naruto and the others in easily resolving this crisis. As soon as Naruto and his companions found themselves in genuine peril, he could not remain indifferent. However, Louis Fei simultaneously recognized that with Zabuza's lethal intentions directed at Sasuke, he was compelled to engage in this battle. Very well, it appears you wish to assist them in defeating me, Zabuza thought, tightening his grip on the weapon in his hand. Chapter 88. Eating while watching Louis Fei emitted a cold snort, his expression turning icy. Indeed, Brother Liu intends to confront you. With Brother Liu here, we shall be unharmed. Naruto exclaimed, mustering a grin despite the pain, making a face at Zabuza. Beside him, Sakura Haruno chuckled. Yes, Brother Liu, please swiftly deal with this Zabuza. Upon hearing this, Zabuza straightened, brandishing his blade defensively. He scrutinized Louis Fei from head to toe and spoke slowly. I know not what you are, nor can I discern your ninja rank, but I, Zabuza, have never feared an opponent I could not see through. Come forth, let me witness your true prowess. No, I stated from the outset that I am merely an observer, and I have no desire to confront you. The one you seek to battle is not me, thus I shall refrain from engaging. Louis Fei yawned leisurely, strolling over to Sakura Haruno. A moment of silence ensued. Even Zabuza was taken aback, perplexed by Louis Fei's intentions. Liu, Brother Liu? Sakura retreated a step, watching as Louis Fei extended his hand, uncertain of his purpose. I'm feeling peckish. I know you have food, so do share, Louis Fei remarked, patting his abdomen. Sakura, taken aback, glanced at the equally bewildered Sasuke and Naruto, before obediently retrieving sushi to hand over to Louis Fei. Louis Fei beamed with delight, taking the sushi and settling beneath a nearby tree, observing the unfolding drama while indulging in his meal, his eyes narrowing in contentment. Everyone remained motionless, astonished by Louis Fei's leisurely sushi consumption. Zabuza dared not act rashly, taking a few steps closer. What are you doing? What are you plotting? Plotting? I do not comprehend your words. Am I not simply replenishing my energy with sushi? Louis Fei feigned ignorance, raising the sushi in his hand. Zabuza gritted his teeth. You, Louis Fei chuckled, disregarding Zabuza's fluctuating demeanor, and shoved a generous piece of fish sushi into his mouth, chewing with satisfaction. 2 crows flitted overhead, and a droplet of bird droppings landed right before Zabuza. With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, Zabuza could no longer contain his frustration, shouting, Fine. Since you refuse to take action, do not impede me from eliminating these individuals. Otherwise, I shall surely kill you. Be my guest, Louis Fei waved dismissively, his gaze fixated intently on the sushi in his hands. Zabuza snorted coldly, turning to face the injured trio. I do not wish to waste time. Who among you shall be my first victim? Once I dispose of you, I shall properly attend to Kakashi. Upon hearing those words, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Naruto's forehead as he stood frozen in place, unable to move. At that moment, Sasuke wiped the blood from his lips and declared, Naruto, let's attack together. Regaining his composure, Naruto glanced at Louis Fei and raised his hands, summoning over 20 shadow clones. Simultaneously, Sasuke adopted an offensive stance, brandishing shurikens aimed directly at Zabuza. Zabuza sneered dismissively. Do you truly believe that your shadow clones and shurikens can contend with me? The multitude of Narutos shouted in unison, their collective spirit rivaling that of an army. They charged towards Zabuza, each clone wielding a shuriken. Despite munching on food, Louis Fei remained acutely focused on their battle, anxious that Naruto might encounter peril. Zabuza, now devoid of patience, prepared to strike with ruthless precision, intending to end the skirmish in a singular blow. Although Louis Fei wished to remain uninvolved, he felt compelled to intervene should Naruto and Sasuke face unforeseen danger. As Louis Fei pondered these matters, Zabuza raised his sword and cleaved through the air, effortlessly dispersing the 20 shadow clones into plumes of smoke. The final Naruto's true form materialized, causing everyone to hold their breath. Zabuza glanced upward, observing Naruto poised to attack midair, a smirk curling upon his lips. Before he could swing his blade, Sasuke had already launched 3 shurikens. Noticing the gleaming projectiles approaching from the left, Zabuza's expression hardened, forcing him to abandon his assault on Naruto and dodge the shurikens instead. The shurikens and Naruto landed simultaneously on the ground. Gasping for breath, Naruto cast a grateful glance at Sasuke, silently thanking him for his timely intervention. Sasuke, however, did not spare him a look and swiftly readied another shuriken to hurl at Zabuza. Louis Fei, observing the unfolding combat with amusement, couldn't help but chuckle softly. He understood that combined, Naruto and Sasuke were no match for Zabuza. However, despite Zabuza's formidable strength, dealing with two young ninjas was proving to be a time-consuming endeavor. While Louis Fei admired the battle, Sakura Haruno, watching from the sidelines, grew increasingly anxious. Lu, I truly don't understand what you intend to do. Are you not planning to assist us? Do our lives hold no significance for you? Must you always rely on the strong when faced with adversity? If I had not accompanied you on this mission, would you still question me like this? Louis Fei replied nonchalantly, articulating his reasons for remaining uninvolved with every word. Upon hearing his response, Sakura's face flushed crimson as she recognized her longing for assistance, realizing that this was indeed their responsibility as ninjas. Meanwhile, Kakashi, trapped in the water prison, merely narrowed his eyes, no longer feeling the urgency he had before. As their conversation unfolded, Sasuke and Naruto launched another simultaneous assault, unleashing a flurry of shurikens. Zabuza's gaze turned icy as he crouched down, crossing his arms. Upon witnessing his actions, Louis Fei shook his head disapprovingly. Indeed, dozens of darts had yet to reach Zabuza before they were thwarted by his defensive technique, falling feebly to the ground. Sasuke and Naruto's expressions instantly darkened. What to do? What to do? We are utterly outmatched. Are we to perish here today? Dasna took a step back, drenched in sweat, observing the scene with helplessness. Seeing Dasna's demeanor, Louis Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Uncle, don't be so frightened that you soil your trousers. What did you say? I am not scared at all. Dasna's face flushed crimson as he straightened up, attempting to project an air of indifference. Zabuza furrowed his brow tightly, forcefully plunging his large blade into the ground. Enough! His thunderous shout nearly startled Louis Fei into dropping the sushi he held. Taking a deep breath, Zabuza continued, no more of these petty tricks. This is merely a dying struggle, and I have indulged you long enough. Now, prepare to meet your demise. Chapter 89. The moment of action. Upon hearing this, Louis Fei's countenance shifted dramatically. He discarded the sushi, rising to intently observe Zabuza's movements. Zabuza raised his blade, targeting Naruto, and charged forward with remarkable speed and precision. In an instant, he had moved behind Naruto. Before Naruto could even glance back, Zabuza delivered a forceful kick, sending him soaring uncontrollably into the air. As Naruto flew, Zabuza swiftly pursued, aiming a fierce strike at his waist. Naruto! Naruto! Both Sakura and Kakashi shouted simultaneously, while Dasna, unable to bear the sight, shut his eyes tightly. They all understood the devastating impact Zabuza's strike could unleash. Yet, in the next moment, Naruto did not find himself cleaved in two. Instead, he landed clumsily on the ground. Dasna heard a muffled thud upon impact and looked up to see Louis Fei defending against Zabuza's assault with his sword. The clash of blade against blade produced sparks in the air, charged with lethal intent. Glaring fiercely at Louis Fei, Zabuza gritted his teeth. You have intervened again. What is your intention? Did you not see that I was eating? Such a bloody scene would ruin my appetite. I might even regurgitate the sushi I just consumed. That would be quite a serious matter, as I tend to become irate when my meals are disrupted, Louis Fei replied, unflinchingly meeting his gaze and articulating his words with a leisurely tone. This casual yet mocking retort infuriated Zabuza, who forcefully pushed Louis Fei's sword aside and stepped back 2 paces. What are you plotting? Are you merely observing my techniques? But you are no ninja. Once I unleash my ninjutsu, you will have no means to counter it. Zabuza positioned his blade behind him, poised to execute his jutsu. Ignoring him, Louis Fei moved to Naruto's side, pulling him up from the ground. Are you all right? Never mind, Brother Lu, what exactly are you doing? Why do you assist us one moment and then refrain the next? Naruto stood up, gazing blankly at Louis Fei, perplexed by his erratic behavior. Louis Fei opened his mouth, burdened with unspoken troubles. How he longed to swiftly resolve this encounter with Zabuza. However, if Naruto and Sasuke perpetually relied on others to act, they would never cultivate their own strength. With this thought, Louis Fei patted Naruto's shoulder, saying, both you and Sasuke exhibited great courage just now. Oh, it's nothing. Naruto sheepishly scratched his head, but then his expression shifted. This is not the time for such matters. Why did you not intervene earlier? Only appearing when Sasuke and I were on the brink of death? Louis Fei chose to disregard his words, turning his gaze towards Zabuza. Zabuza, feeling overlooked, seethed with rage. Stop pretending. If you wish to fight, then do so. If not, step aside and do not hinder me from slaughtering these fools. I offer you a choice. Either release Kakashi and allow him to leave this place, or perish beneath my sword. Louis Fei raised his blade. pointing it menacingly at Zabuza's throat. He had already engaged in the fray and would no longer remain a passive observer. He would confront Zabuza alongside Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke approached, declaring, "I can still fight. I can fight too." Naruto chimed in, "He has kicked me far too many times. I must give him a taste of his own medicine." The three of them stood united, gazing defiantly at Zabuza, exuding an aura of formidable resolve. Sakura Haruno felt compelled to join them, but a hand grasped her arm. Dasna firmly held on to her, sighing, "Do not join the fray. Rather, stay here and protect me." "Very well," Sakura replied, casting a wary glance at Zabuza, retreating a step to ensure Dasna's safety. At that moment, Zabuza sneered, assessing the trio before him. "Do not presume that your alliance will grant you victory over me. Prepare yourselves." With that, he pressed his hands together, muttering incantations under his breath. Lu Yifei toyed with his sword, finding Zabuza's incantation reminiscent of a monk's chant exceedingly dull. Noticing Lu Yifei's indifference, Naruto nervously inquired, "Brother Lu, can you discern Zabuza's intentions? What jutsu is he attempting to employ?" "Do not fret," Lu Yifei replied, his gaze fixed on Zabuza, unable to ascertain his true intentions. In an instant, Zabuza opened his eyes and vanished from sight, leaving only a single fallen leaf in his wake. Staring at the leaf, Lu Yifei furrowed his brow and shouted, "We must stand back to back." Naruto and Sasuke immediately positioned themselves against one another, surveying their tranquil surroundings, uncertain of Zabuza's whereabouts. "Where has he gone?" Sakura asked. Stepping back to safeguard Dasna, Lu Yifei scanned the environment, suddenly raising his head. "Get down." As Naruto and Sasuke simultaneously gazed upward, they witnessed Zabuza descending from the air. Strangely, however, this attack emanated no sense of murderous intent. Lu Yifei pushed the two aside, raising his sword to parry Zabuza's strike. The ambush foiled. Zabuza landed on the ground, leaning on his blade, panting heavily. "I didn't expect your reflexes to be so quick. Consider yourself fortunate. But what of it? Your techniques have been effortlessly deflected by me." Lu Yifei feigned arrogance, nonchalantly stroking his chin. Although he touched his chin, his gaze was intentionally fixed on the blade Zabuza held. Indeed, Zabuza smirked triumphantly. "Did you truly believe you evaded my attack?" "What do you mean?" Naruto exclaimed, swiftly turning to survey his surroundings, yet he could not discern any hidden attacks from Zabuza. With a scoff, Zabuza raised his sword and charged once more at Lu Yifei. Without flinching, Lu Yifei similarly raised his sword to meet the oncoming assault. Just as their blades were about to collide, he suddenly sidestepped, redirecting his sword to block another blade that followed closely behind Zabuza. With a sharp clang, one sword fell to the ground. Zabuza halted in shock, staring at the fallen weapon. "How did you perceive that?" "Quite simply, I saw it with my own eyes," Lu Yifei shrugged, a triumphant smile spreading across his face as he observed Zabuza's blade transform into a mere branch upon hitting the ground. The onlookers were bewildered, rendered speechless. Sasuke furrowed his brow, gazing at the weapon on the ground. That was indeed Zabuza's blade. "Why then did he resort to illusionary techniques against you?" "The purpose was to divert your attention, enabling a stealthy attack on the toad," Kakashi interjected from the sidelines. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, silence enveloped the group, for they all understood that had Lu Yifei not discerned Zabuza's intent, one among them would certainly have faced peril. "Humph, I never anticipated your cleverness. However, I sense no chakra within you. You are not a ninja and, presumably, cannot withstand my jutsu," Zabuza sneered, exuding confidence. He failed to perceive Lu Yifei as a threat, believing that a non-ninja stood no chance against a true shinobi. Lu Yifei raised his sword, pointing it at Zabuza. "You may test it. Let us see who meets their demise at whose hands. You are currently using the water prison to control Kakashi. If you attempt to employ jutsu against me, can your clones truly manage that?" Hidden mist technique. Zabuza wasted no time in engaging Lu Yifei in conversation, directly employing his jutsu to vanish into the mist. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, quickly retreating to the side of Tazuna and Sakura. How can this be? Why can Zabuza's clones still use jutsu? Naruto anxiously scanned his surroundings, sensing waves of murderous intent. He knew Zabuza was nearby, yet he could not ascertain his precise location. Kakashi furrowed his brow tightly and spoke, "Do not be overly frightened. His true body is still controlling me. Even if his clones are concealed, they lack the prowess of his original form. Safeguard yourselves and Dasna when he strikes. There will surely be an opening." After uttering these words, he cast a concerned glance at Lu Yifei, who remained motionless. In this dire situation, it seemed that only the frog could be relied upon. Lu Yifei paid no heed to their words, standing resolutely in the clearing, squinting his eyes as he strained to see through the mist, fixating intently on the nearly transparent figure. He understood that Zabuza could not possibly anticipate that his mist technique would be of no use against him, which was why he acted with such reckless abandon. Had Zabuza noticed the flaw during his initial use of the mist technique, he would not have dared to attack so impulsively now. The more Lu Yifei pondered, the more he felt a sense of triumph. He decided to sit cross-legged on the ground, ceasing any attempts to hide. Since he could not see him, why not strike swiftly? This would spare them both from wasting time. Brother Lu, you must exercise caution. Zabuza is formidable. Sakura Haruno interjected hastily, wishing to dissuade Lu Yifei from becoming overly self-satisfied. After all, they were in the open while Zabuza lurked in the shadows, poised to strike unexpectedly. If they underestimated him, they risked total annihilation. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yifei merely nodded, maintaining his gaze on the slowly shifting silhouette. He chuckled softly, acknowledging Zabuza's newfound caution. Even amidst the fog, he moved with care. Aren't you supposed to be exceptionally skilled? Is it not said that ninjutsu can vanquish me? Why not attack directly? Enraged, Zabuza raised his blade and charged forward. Anticipating this, Lu Yifei widened his eyes at the moment the sword arced toward him, swiftly extending his own blade to parry the clone's surprise assault. Zabuza's clone was forced back 2 steps, stripped of the protection of ninjutsu, revealing his entire form. Everyone stood in stunned silence, unable to believe that Lu Yifei had effortlessly countered Zabuza's mist technique. How extraordinary! How had he accomplished this? Kakashi squinted, intently observing the scene before him, astonished. He could hardly believe that Lu Yifei's ability to discern sound had reached an unprecedented level. After all, the mist technique not only concealed one's presence, but also masked all signs of life. This Lu Yifei was indeed remarkable. With a disdainful snort, Lu Yifei rose and regarded Zabuza's disheveled appearance, a faint smile gracing his lips as he queried, "What do you think? Did you truly believe that ninjutsu could defeat me? Who are you? If you are not a ninja, how could you perceive my ambush's target and direction?" Zabuza stepped back, disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Lu Yifei. Since employing the mist technique, he had rarely encountered failure, let alone anyone capable of discerning his position. In the midst of the mist, he was invincible, yet this man managed to see through it. Lu Yifei gazed at his visibly distressed opponent, reveling in his own sense of superiority. To him, Zabuza's mist technique resembled an elusive hero in a video game, possessing both advantages and disadvantages. Although this technique could temporarily obscure the user's location, there remained evident flaws amidst stillness and movement. Even if one could see through the mist technique, it was not merely a matter of innate talent. Lu Yifei, with his eyes closed, could discern Zabuza's intentions through auditory cues alone. Zabuza merely smiled smugly, remaining silent for a significant duration before eventually sneering. "It appears that with your presence, I cannot resolve these little pests swiftly. Very well. I shall first deal with Kakashi and then take my time with you." Upon finishing his words, Zabuza's shadow clone stood firm while his true self commenced its movements, directly manipulating the water prison to submerge Kakashi beneath the surface. Lu Yifei was taken aback by Zabuza's sudden shift in target, attacking Kakashi instead. By the time he registered the situation, Kakashi had already begun to sink into the depths, holding his breath and striving to avoid inhaling water. Lu Yifei rushed forward, but Zabuza, having returned to his original form, exhibited a significant increase in strength, effortlessly blocking Lu Yifei's advance with a single hand wielding his blade. Lu Yifei understood that at this moment, Kakashi was incapable of escaping the water prison. Remaining trapped would undoubtedly deplete his air supply, leading to his demise. He fixed his gaze on Kakashi, shouting, "Hold on. I will find a way to rescue you." Kakashi nodded, indicating his resolve to endure. As a seasoned jonin, he had weathered countless grueling training regimens. Although currently ensnared in the water prison and deprived of breath, he possessed the fortitude and physical conditioning necessary to last for a considerable time. Lu Yifei swallowed hard, anxiously glancing at Zabuza, fully aware that if he did not strike immediately to compel Zabuza to relinquish control of the water prison, Kakashi would surely face dire consequences. He drew his sword and launched an assault against Zabuza. After evading his attack, Zabuza swiftly countered with a block, and Lu Yifei, exhausted from his relentless efforts, was drenched in sweat as he noticed Kakashi's struggle to hold his breath intensifying. In a moment of panic, he leapt into the water without hesitation. The onlookers held their breath, uncertain of Lu Yifei's chances of success. Amidst the tumultuous currents, Lu Yifei thrust his sword into the water prison, shattering it and liberating Kakashi. Chapter 91. Defeating Zabuza. Zabuza's smile froze on his face, his gaze fixed on Lu Yifei in shock. Your sword can actually pierce the water prison? What? Do you believe your ninjutsu to be invincible? That no one can contend with you? Lu Yifei retorted without reservation, pulling Kakashi along as he aimed to swim to safety. At that moment, Zabuza suddenly broke into a sinister smile. Did you truly believe I would stand idly by, waiting for you to swim ashore? As Lu Yifei and Kakashi remained momentarily stunned, Naruto rushed over in a flurry, exclaiming, "What are you planning to do with them?" Zabuza whirled around, glaring at Naruto with a fierce intensity that momentarily left him dumbfounded. The chilling aura of menace enveloped the surroundings, rendering Naruto immobile under its oppressive weight. Zabuza then turned back to assess the two, conjuring the water prison technique in an attempt to ensnare them. Lu Yifei swiftly raised his sword to strike, shattering the nascent water prison into countless fragments before it could fully form. However, instead of feeling relieved at their newfound freedom, both Lu Yifei and Kakashi's expressions grew even more grave. They raised their gazes and indeed saw Zabuza intertwining his hands once more, summoning the ninjutsu, Water Bullet, Dragon Soul. Kakashi's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he planted his foot against Lu Yifei's body, propelling him into the air. He swiftly removed his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. The Sharingan rapidly replicated Zabuza's technique, while Kakashi shouted, "Naruto, get to the shore quickly." Lu Yifei nodded vigorously, understanding that the true battle was about to commence, and he immediately swam towards the bank. Naruto finally sensed the dissipating threat, stepping forward to pull Lu Yifei from the water. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Zabuza faced each other, summoning two water dragons that clashed violently, torrents of water cascading down in their wake. Lu Yifei turned to grasp Naruto tightly, ensuring he would not be swept away by the sudden deluge. Upon glancing back, he noticed Tazuna clinging to a tree, successfully evading the chaos. The old man was surprisingly agile for his age, prompting a soft chuckle from Lu Yifei as he murmured to himself. However, when he turned again, another wave of water surged down towards him. Startled, Lu Yifei instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, narrowly escaping the onslaught. When he looked back at the surface, he observed that Kakashi had conjured yet another water dragon. This illusory dragon surged towards Zabuza, who, oblivious to the ruse, employed a genuine water dragon to deflect it. At that moment, Kakashi seized the opportunity, summoning the concealed water dragon from beneath the surface. It lunged directly at Zabuza, who, momentarily stunned by the shattered illusion, found himself unable to evade the attack. The water dragon struck him, propelling him several meters away until he crashed against a tree, unable to rise. Kakashi swiftly leaped in front of Zabuza, brandishing a shuriken at his throat, declaring, "You have lost." Zabuza, aware that any slight movement could result in the shuriken piercing his neck, dared not stir. As Zabuza gazed longingly at the distant Dazna, it became apparent that this endeavor was destined for failure. Watching Zabuza pound the ground in frustration, Lu Yifei chuckled heartily. "What? Do you still believe you are invincible? Reduced to our prisoner, it is time to cease your futile struggles. What is there to be dissatisfied about? The truth is simply that your skills are lacking. Had you not intervened unexpectedly, matters would not have escalated to this point. You are no ninja, yet you can see through my jutsu and even counter it. Who exactly are you?" Zabuza fixed a perplexed gaze upon Lu Yifei, unable to fathom the situation. Determined not to let this man evade his inquiry, Zabuza, despite his defeat, was eager to uncover Lu Yifei's true identity. At that moment, Kakashi and Sasuke, standing nearby, also looked intently at Lu Yifei, seeking clarification regarding his identity. In contrast to Zabuza, they were even more curious about Lu Yifei's origins. Clearing his throat, Lu Yifei, believing himself to be quite dashing as he stroked his chin, remarked, "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that my actions are just, and I am indeed quite handsome. This is sufficient for a ninja like you, destined to dwell forever in darkness, will never triumph over me." Do you know why? Seeing Lu Yifei's earnest demeanor, Zabuza, despite recognizing the absurdity of his words, could not help but shake his head. With a light chuckle, Lu Yifei continued, "I do not belong to your world. I am a celestial being sent from the heavens. My abilities are beyond your comprehension. Just remember this, for you will not uncover my secrets from any source." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, perceiving his words as sheer nonsense. Observing their exasperated expressions, Louis Fei could not suppress a smirk. After all, it was indeed a fact that he was not of this world, having stumbled upon it by chance, as if divinely appointed to assist noble ninjas in their quests. Moreover, Naruto and Sasuke had yet to experience genuine growth. He needed to safeguard them, ensuring they could eventually become exceptional ninjas. Meanwhile, Zabuza, forcing himself to stand, disregarded Louis Fei and turned his attention to Kakashi. "I have lost. Although you outnumbered me, I still admit defeat. Speak, do you intend to kill me or torture me? I wish to waste no more time." With that, Zabuza closed his eyes, adopting an expression of resignation. Seeing his demeanor, Kakashi produced 3 shurikens. Yet Louis Fei sensed that the situation was more complex than it seemed. Given Zabuza's character, it was unlikely he would surrender so easily without fighting until the last moment. Did he truly believe he could not win, hence giving up all resistance and allowing them to take his life? The more Louis Fei pondered, the more uneasy he became. Just as he was about to speak, he witnessed Kakashi launch the shurikens towards Zabuza. Without hesitation, Zabuza opened his eyes and evaded with lightning speed, simultaneously launching the shuriken in his hand. No one anticipated that Zabuza had concealed their shuriken during the skirmish, reserving them for a sudden strike now. Be careful. Chapter 92, The Disappearing Corpse. Naruto and Sasuke stared intently at the shuriken hurtling towards them, with Dasna directly behind. In this moment, if they dodged, Dasna would be struck and perish, yet if they did not evade, they too would suffer grievous injuries. Observing the shock on everyone's faces, Zabuza wore a sinister smile, vowing that even in defeat, he would take one down with him, refusing to let them have an easy victory. Hearing this, Louis Fei swiftly positioned himself in front of Naruto and Sasuke, raising his sword to deftly deflect the shuriken, which fell harmlessly to the ground with a clatter. Zabuza's grin faltered, staring incredulously at the trembling shuriken on the ground. "You actually blocked it? You possess such speed? Indeed, I am the invincible sword saint. Do you really think you can provoke or underestimate me?" Louis Fei retorted with a scoff, exuding pride. He was well aware of his own capabilities. Scenes like this were not the most perilous for him. Even though the shuriken flew with alarming speed, to him, it was as if time had slowed, easily within his grasp. "What other tricks do you have left? I warned you to cease your futile struggles." With a flick of his sword, he sent a few shurikens spinning towards Zabuza. He understood that if he did not swiftly deal with Zabuza now, greater troubles would surely arise. He was determined not to allow Zabuza the chance to resurrect after death. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Louis Fei's eyes. Kakashi noticed Louis Fei's intent to kill Zabuza, but could not fathom the depth of his animosity towards him. Zabuza, too, was taken aback by Louis Fei's second strike with the shuriken. Just as he managed to evade, he sensed 2 more shuriken approaching from behind. Kakashi's shuriken were both accurate and lethal, piercing directly into Zabuza's neck. Zabuza's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly accept that after such a prolonged battle, he had been slain by mere shuriken. Blood gushed from the wound on his neck, and soon he collapsed to the ground. Upon seeing Zabuza unconscious, Kakashi approached, placing his hand on his neck. Upon lifting his gaze, he exhaled a sigh of relief. He is dead. He no longer breathes. Splendid. We can finally resume our journey. This battle was indeed perilous. Each of us has sustained some injuries. Naruto sighed in relief, joyfully looking at everyone as he patted his chest. Kakashi nodded and approached them, smiling as he said, "You all performed exceptionally well today, surpassing my expectations and displaying remarkable bravery." The group was taken aback by Kakashi's unexpected praise, their expressions reflecting a mix of surprise and awkwardness, leaving them momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Louis Fei was not lost in the joy of having defeated Zabuza. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings, puzzled by the absence of that certain individual. At that moment, Sasuke unexpectedly stepped up beside him, expressing, "Thank you for saving my life." Louis Fei was taken aback, realizing that Sasuke was referring to the moment when he had intervened to save him from Zabuza's lethal intent. With a grin, Louis Fei patted Sasuke on the shoulder, remarking, "Didn't I tell you? If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then call me big brother and join me." Sasuke's expression changed dramatically, the flicker of gratitude in his eyes vanishing without a trace. Louis Fei smirked, surprised by Sasuke's aversion to addressing him as brother, yet chose not to dwell on it. After finally vanquishing Zabuza, Naruto curiously asked, "Shall we continue on our journey? Should we not deal with Zabuza's corpse, which remains here? He is dead. What more needs to be done?" "It would be too cumbersome," Sakura interjected, frowning as she gazed at Zabuza's bloodied form, unsure how to handle the body. In response, Liu Yifei frowned and said sternly, "We must quickly dig a grave and bury him. We should commence immediately." "Why must we bury him? Digging a grave is a waste of time. Let's just leave," Tazuna countered, his apprehension evident. Liu Yifei understood Tazuna's fears the longer they lingered. The greater the risk of attracting more assassins. However, he was unwilling to allow Zabuza to rise again. If they did not resolve Zabuza's fate conclusively, they would face greater troubles in the future. With that thought, Liu Yifei insisted, "Digging a grave indeed consumes time. Consider how to dispose of the body properly. How about we burn it?" Naruto suggested suddenly. Upon hearing this, Liu Yifei's eyes lit up. It was an excellent idea. They should quickly incinerate the corpse, ensuring it did not remain intact in this world. Noticing Liu Yifei's enthusiasm, Kakashi regarded him with curiosity, puzzled by his insistence on the destruction of the body. Liu Yifei recognized Kakashi's confusion, but found himself at a loss for an explanation. He could only feign ignorance to Kakashi's gaze. Naruto bravely stepped forward, declaring, "Leave it to me. I will take care of the body." Kakashi and Liu Yifei nodded in agreement and approached Tazuna. Observing Tazuna's flushed face and labored breathing, Liu Yifei inquired, "Really? You merely observed a battle, and you are already this shaken? Moments ago, I teetered on the brink of life and death. I am profoundly grateful for your selfless rescue." Dasna expressed his lingering trepidation, clearly still haunted by the shadow of the recent encounter with Zabuza. Liu Yifei shook his head in resignation, and before he could utter another word, he heard Naruto gasp in surprise behind him. He swiftly turned to find the spot where Zabuza had been lying was now completely vacant. The body had been removed, and they had arrived too late. Liu Yifei's brow furrowed, his mood visibly darkening. What had transpired? Kakashi stepped forward, equally vexed. Their focus had been solely on Dasna, leaving them oblivious to Zabuza's disappearance. Naruto scratched his head, as if he had erred, and murmured, "I have no idea what happened. He just vanished all of a sudden." Observing Naruto's guilt-ridden demeanor, Liu Yifei paused, refraining from placing blame on him. What was meant to transpire would inevitably come to pass, with Zabuza's demise. Those who had been lurking in the shadows would surely reveal themselves. Chapter 93. Kakashi faints. Kakashi stepped forward in disbelief, scanning the surroundings for quite some time before inquiring. "What exactly happened? Did you see nothing at all? Was there no indication when the body disappeared?" "Nothing," Naruto replied. "In the blink of an eye, the body was gone. However, for just an instant, I sensed another presence nearby. I can't tell if it was just my imagination." Hearing this, Sakura rushed over, exclaiming with a sigh, "Naruto, you were far too careless. You should have burned the body immediately. Why the delay?" It was not entirely Naruto's fault. The individual lurking in the background had likely intended to steal Zabuza's corpse long before, and Naruto had been caught off guard. "This is on me for being overly complacent," Liu Yifei interjected, defending Naruto and wishing to prevent them from attributing all the blame to him. No one else present could have known that someone would abscond with Zabuza's body, or when that person might have appeared. The loss of the body ultimately stemmed from their negligence. At that moment, Kakashi scrutinized Liu Yifei, his gaze probing. "How did you know the body would be stolen? You seemed very anxious, as if you anticipated someone would interfere with it. During the battle, I sensed a gaze upon us, imbued with malice directed towards us. Thus, I surmised that the person lurking was allied with Zabuza, which is why I urged Naruto to incinerate the body swiftly," Liu Yifei explained nonchalantly, presenting his reasoning with such sincerity that he almost convinced himself. He understood Kakashi would harbor doubts, and at this juncture, elucidation was the only course of action. In response, Kakashi nodded, albeit with skepticism. "What shall we do now? Let us return to my home. Zabuza is dead. Even if his companions have taken his body, there is no cause for alarm. We will soon reach my home, so we should depart without delay." Dasna hurriedly suggested returning home, his urgency palpable. Liu Yifei, observing his anxious demeanor, could only nod in agreement. He was uncertain where Zabuza had been taken, and seeking him out alongside the group seemed imprudent. Thus, he resolved to escort Dasna home first. With this thought, Liu Yifei took a deep breath and fell silent. The group walked back in contemplative silence, each lost in their own thoughts, reluctant to break the quietude. Liu Yifei glanced over at Kakashi, who appeared lost in thought. Yet he refrained from mentioning the possibility of Zabuza's revival. As he pondered these matters, a sudden thud caught his attention. Kakashi had collapsed to the ground. Kakashi! Liu Yifei exclaimed, realizing that Kakashi had overexerted himself with the use of his Sharingan, and he quickly helped him up. Sakura and the others rushed over, encircling them with concern. Do not worry. He is merely fatigued and requires rest, Liu Yifei reassured them hastily. Dazna, feeling a bit awkward, expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your relentless efforts in defeating Zabuza today. Once we reach my home, I shall treat you all splendidly. But for now, we must continue our journey. Kakashi must rest. Everyone nodded in agreement, voicing no objections. Liu Yifei carried Kakashi as they proceeded towards Dazna's residence. By evening, they finally arrived at Dazna's home. After laying Kakashi on a bed, Liu Yifei sighed, watching him sleep, his heart heavy with worry. It was not merely that someone else had caused Zabuza's apparent death, but rather that he and Kakashi had jointly vanquished him. Could Zabuza truly return to life? The more Liu Yifei pondered, the more uncertain he felt. When they confronted Zabuza, although they had struck him with shurikens, they were unaware if the wounds had inflicted critical damage or if he could be revived. The interval between Zabuza's death and the disappearance of his body was brief. Could that person possibly resurrect him? Lost in these thoughts, Liu Yifei became oblivious to his surroundings. Naruto entered the room and, noticing Liu Yifei's distracted expression, chuckled, Brother Liu, are you worried about Kakashi-sensei? He is just tired and has fallen asleep. There is no serious issue. Returning to the present, Liu Yifei smiled at Naruto. I know you want to have dinner with the others, didn't you? Naruto nodded. With a hint of concern, he added, I don't understand why you're staying here instead of eating. Kakashi-sensei will be fine. He is just exhausted. So you need not worry. I was merely contemplating other matters, which is why I remained here lost in thought instead of joining for dinner. Liu Yifei replied with a smile, tucking Kakashi in before taking a seat at the table. Naruto sat at the table, gazing at him for a moment before suddenly asking, Kakashi-sensei works so hard, yet I couldn't even burn a single body and ended up letting someone take him away. I have no idea who took him, and I feel utterly useless for failing at such a trivial task. When Kakashi-sensei wakes up, even if he doesn't voice it, he must think I lack ability, right? Seeing Naruto's expression of self-reproach and guilt, Liu Yifei was astonished by his thoughts. He quickly ruffled Naruto's hair and comforted him, saying, Kakashi would never think that way. You will always be one of his most outstanding students. Even if you didn't manage this situation, it was simply because the person who took Zabuza was far too powerful. You were not his match. Moreover, when Kakashi was trapped, you and Sasuke bravely confronted Zabuza. Didn't you? In Kakashi's eyes, your performance was commendable. Really? You genuinely believe that? Naruto's eyes brightened, surprised by Liu Yifei's heartfelt and sincere words. Liu Yifei nodded, not wanting Naruto and the others to harbor any negative emotions before facing greater challenges. He smiled and took Naruto's hand earnestly, saying, All right, don't overthink it. Kakashi would never consider any of you useless. Just wait patiently for him to awaken. Just as Naruto nodded in agreement, footsteps echoed from outside the door, accompanied by a mouth-watering aroma. Following the scent, Liu Yifei looked towards the entrance and saw a stunningly attractive young woman appear, carrying a steaming bowl of soup. Jinami, what brings you here? Naruto exclaimed, rushing to greet the woman who had entered with the soup. Liu Yifei was momentarily taken aback, only then realizing that Jinami was the daughter of Tazuna. He admired her alluring and beautiful features, secretly awarding her high marks in his mind, yet instinctively thought of Hinata, who remained in the Hidden Leaf Village. Indeed, among everyone, only Hinata was the most beautiful. As Liu Yifei pondered this, he noticed Jinami placing the soup before him. I heard you hadn't eaten, so you should drink some miso soup to settle your stomach. Upon hearing this, Liu Yifei nodded, lifted the bowl, and drank it down in one gulp. Thank you. You're welcome. Jinami, seeing such a handsome and graceful man for the first time, blushed deeply and slowly took the bowl back. Liu Yifei noticed her admiration but was apprehensive about being seen by Naruto while attracting someone else's attention, so he merely nodded politely. Jinami pointed towards the adjacent room. Let me take you to rest. Our house doesn't have many rooms, so you three will have to share, while Sakura and I will share a room. Listening from behind, Liu Yifei couldn't help but glance back at Naruto. He truly didn't wish to share a room with these two, fearing it would lead to a ruckus in the morning. However, there was no other choice given the limited accommodations. After Liu Yifei followed them out, he returned to the adjacent room, where he found Sasuke already nestled in bed, preparing to rest. Wow, have you fallen asleep so quickly? You must be utterly exhausted from the fierce battle during the day, he remarked. Humph. I feel no fatigue at all. If I were to encounter Zabuza again, I could continue to fight, Naruto boasted as he approached Sasuke's side. Sasuke cast a cold glance at him and replied succinctly, immature. I am going to sleep now. Continue if you wish, but I shall not respond. You. How dare you call me immature? What I said was the truth, Naruto exclaimed, visibly indignant and ready for a quarrel. Seeing that Naruto was about to escalate the situation, Liu Yifei quickly intervened. All right. It's fortunate that you both sustained minimal injuries. Let us focus on getting some rest. We have no idea when Kakashi will wake up. With that, Liu Yifei embraced Naruto and settled down to sleep. Thankfully, he had transformed into a normal-sized human, allowing him to squeeze in beside Naruto. Otherwise, he might have had to sleep outside that night. Naruto huffed, glancing at Sasuke, whose demeanor radiated an aura of aloofness, and made a face. You ignore me at your own peril. Beware that I may steal all your clothes while you slumber. You may attempt it. We shall see who is left without garments come morning, Sasuke retorted provocatively. Liu Yifei promptly restrained Naruto. Enough, it's time for sleep. He sensed that further banter might truly incite a conflict between Naruto and Sasuke. It was late at night, and after a long day, he just wanted to rest peacefully. The three of them soon drifted into slumber, fatigue overtaking them quickly. The next day, Liu Yifei awoke to find that Naruto and Sasuke were no longer in the room, leaving him momentarily bewildered. What was happening? These two had sustained injuries. How could they have arisen before him? Where had they gone? Contemplating this, Liu Yifei swiftly got up and headed to Kakashi's resting quarters. Kakashi-sensei, how is your health? Naruto's voice resonated clearly, reaching Liu Yifei's ears as he entered the room. Upon entering, he found Kakashi sitting up and immediately approached him, asking, how are you feeling? Is there any discomfort? I feel quite unwell. I might not be able to move freely for a week, Kakashi replied, rubbing his eyes in fatigue as he adjusted his forehead protector. Observing Kakashi's weary appearance, Liu Yifei nodded and sighed. It's all right. Just focus on resting. Indeed, we have safely arrived at Uncle Dazna's home, so we shall be secure here. Sakura chimed in cheerfully from the side. At that moment, Dazna and Tsunami simultaneously entered the room, their faces lighting up upon seeing Kakashi awake. You're finally awake. It seems there's nothing seriously wrong, right? Dazna sighed in relief as he approached. Kakashi nodded slightly, then shook his head. I feel quite fatigued. Yet there is nothing of grave concern. That is good. Rest easy here with me. Dazna finally felt a sense of relief. Kakashi remained silent, bowing his head with a furrowed brow, appearing deeply troubled. Observing his demeanor, Liu Yifei sensed that Kakashi harbored some worries and promptly inquired, what troubles you? What are you thinking about? For reasons unknown, a foreboding feeling suddenly washed over me. I cannot shake the impression that Zabuza's saga is not yet concluded, and he may indeed still be alive. Kakashi articulated these thoughts hesitantly, his brow still knitted. Upon hearing this, Liu Yifei's heart jolted in surprise. He had not anticipated that Kakashi would possess such an intuition, a sense born of a ninja's instinct, which convinced him that Kakashi's speculation was indeed true. Zabuza had not perished after all. With this realization, Liu Yifei clenched his fists tightly, a wave of frustration surging within him. If only he had disregarded Dazna's advice at the moment of Zabuza's supposed demise, insisting instead on burying him or casting his body into the water, perhaps this predicament could have been avoided. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. And for a moment, he bowed his head in silence. Now, Zabuza had returned, and not only had he failed to resolve this significant dilemma, but he had also ensnared everyone in renewed peril. Noticing Liu Yifei's troubled expression, Kakashi could not help but ask, are you all right? You seem unwell. I'm fine. I was merely contemplating how we might confront Zabuza if he truly has returned. Liu Yifei snapped back to reality, concealing his self-reproach and frustration. Upon hearing their discourse, Naruto and the others grew visibly concerned. Wait, are you serious? Is it truly possible for Zabuza to resurrect? Does that mean we must remain vigilant for his next appearance? Haruno Sakura gulped nervously, her anxiety palpable. Naruto scoffed, rolling up his sleeves and gritting his teeth, exclaiming, so what? Zabuza is nothing to fear. If he dares to show himself, we will surely defeat him, ensuring he has no chance of revival. Didn't you hear Kakashi-sensei? He won't be able to move for an entire week. Haruno Sakura turned her head, urgently reminding them. Chapter 95. Surprised training hearing Sakura's words, Naruto turned to Kakashi, who nodded helplessly. Instantly, Naruto's spirits deflated. How can we defeat Zabuza without Kakashi-sensei? But what about Brother Lu? He is quite formidable. He played a significant role in Zabuza's defeat. Haruno Sakura pointed towards Louis Fei. Suddenly called upon, Louis Fei met the expectant gazes of his companions. Momentarily at a loss for words. He certainly possessed the capability to contend with Zabuza, yet that was not the crux of the matter, was it? In the current circumstance. If Zabuza were to return and confront them, would it not mean that he would single-handedly resolve this predicament, leaving Naruto and the others entirely uninvolved? Observing their habitual reliance on his expectations, Louis Fei hesitated for an extended period before gradually shaking his head. No, I cannot intervene in this matter. Why can't you resolve it? Sakura questioned, her anxiety mounting. Do you not wish to assist us and stand by while Zabuza attacks? Without Kakashi-sensei, we are no match for him. Louis Fei understood that his companions might find it perplexing, why he claimed he would not help yet appeared at crucial moments, and why he now asserted his unwillingness to intervene. However, he had his reasons. If he were to step in now, what would happen when they faced challenges without Kakashi? Contemplating this, Naruto rubbed his head, further solidifying his resolve not to intervene. As Louis Fei fell silent, Sakura quickly turned to exchange glances with the others, only to find them all equally bewildered. Dasna cleared his throat and stepped forward to scrutinize Louis Fei. If you are unwilling to assist, we may very well perish at Zabuza's hands. After all, besides Kakashi, you are the only one capable of opposing him. I understand. But have you considered resisting Zabuza through your own efforts? Kakashi, what do you think? Louis Fei turned directly to Kakashi, confident that he would not let his students become overly dependent on him. After all, Naruto and the others needed to genuinely grow stronger while completing their tasks. Seeing Louis Fei's gaze fixed on him, Kakashi remained silent for a long moment. Naruto gritted his teeth and shouted, even if Brother Lu is unwilling to help, we must find a way to defeat Zabuza. Naruto, to defeat Zabuza effortlessly is utterly impossible. Without Brother Lu and Kakashi-sensei, we would be obliterated in an instant, Sakura replied, her worry intensifying, her complexion paling. The mere thought of Zabuza's return conjured memories of their perilous encounters. Where even Kakashi could be defeated, how could they possibly stand a chance against Zabuza? It seemed unlikely they could even endure several exchanges. If Zabuza appears again, he will not only defeat you, but will also eliminate me with ease. Without formidable assistance, our safety is unattainable. Mr. Lu, why won't you help us? Dasna implored. Bewilderment etched on his face as he continued to gaze intently at Louis Fei. Louis Fei swallowed hard and, after a moment's hesitation, explained, I am merely an observer for this mission, not a participant. Should I intervene, the nature of the task would change entirely. However, whether I should intervene or not, I believe it is a decision best left to Kakashi. With that, Louis Fei lifted his gaze to Kakashi once more. He understood that Kakashi was a person of firm convictions. Perhaps he already harbored thoughts and judgments regarding the matter at hand. If Kakashi were to instruct him to confront Zabuza, he would not hesitate to act decisively. Yet, he was acutely aware that such an action would leave Naruto and Sasuke feeling resentful and discontented, relegated to the role of unwilling protectees. Kakashi, contemplating the gazes of his students, deliberated for a moment before declaring, Zabuza is indeed a formidable adversary, so from this point onward, I will be conducting training sessions with you. Upon hearing this, Louis Fei exhaled in relief, reassured that this was truly Kakashi's style. Kakashi clearly understood that if things continued as they were, his students would never grow or enhance their abilities. They must confront battles head-on and embrace the challenges they presented. Kakashi-sensei, I must have misheard you. Are you suggesting that Liu Dage should not intervene? Sakura inquired, her eyes wide with disbelief as she sought confirmation. Kakashi nodded resolutely, instructing them to commence intensive training to prevent Zabuza from regaining his strength and seeking vengeance. Without your assistance, no amount of intensive training will suffice to overcome Zabuza, for even intensive training has its limits. Sakura expressed her anxiety, clearly reluctant to engage in such training. Noticing the somber expressions on the faces of his companions, Louis Fei felt a surge of frustration. Rising to his feet, he spoke firmly, Kakashi cannot engage in battle at this moment. His body has yet to recover. It would be impossible for him to face Zabuza. Zabuza's competitive spirit is fierce, and should he witness Kakashi injured, he would stop at nothing to eliminate him. Are you truly willing to force Kakashi into combat? His words rendered the three silent, their heads bowed in contemplation. Seeing their subdued demeanor, Liu Yifei continued. If you persist in wishing for me or Kakashi to step forward, you will never grow stronger. Do you intend to rely on us indefinitely? What will you do when you are assigned tasks of your own? His words resonated with Naruto and Sasuke, who clenched their fists tightly. Liu Yifei recognized that their greatest desire was to enhance their own capabilities. Although they felt fear and trepidation in the face of Zabuza, his words would surely encourage them to heed Kakashi's guidance and confront their fears. Indeed, the next moment, Naruto stood resolutely, exclaiming, "All right, we agree to train. Regardless of the circumstances, even without you, we will do our utmost to defeat Kakashi." Sasuke also rose, his tone cool but unwavering, affirming, "I, too, will do the same." As they all stood up, Sakura Haruno slowly stepped forward. Kakashi nodded with satisfaction, acknowledging their camaraderie. "You are all exceptional classmates. Henceforth, we shall commence intensive training." Chapter 96. Little Inari Naruto, brimming with ambition, inquired, "What is intensive training?" "Follow me, and you shall discover," Kakashi responded, struggling to rise, attempting to walk with a limp. He sheepishly asked, "Mr. Dasna, do you have a walking cane that might assist me?" Dasna nodded and promptly exited to retrieve one. As he opened the door, a small child suddenly appeared at the entrance, glaring fiercely at the occupants within. The adorable, cherubic child bore an expression that belied his tender age, momentarily rendering everyone speechless. "You must be Mr. Dasna's grandson. You are truly adorable," remarked Liu Yifei, reaching out to ruffle the child's hair. The boy immediately stepped back, gritting his teeth and casting a resentful look at Liu Yifei. "What is happening?" "That child's gaze is quite fearsome," Sakura observed, instinctively stepping back. Puzzled by the boy's fierce demeanor, Naruto also nodded in agreement, fixated on the child, rendered speechless. Liu Yifei turned his gaze toward Dasna, silently requesting an explanation for the peculiar situation. "Ah, this is my grandson, Inari. Inari, these are the ninjas escorting me home. Come over and greet them." Dasna finally regained his composure and beckoned to Inari. However, Inari ignored him and walked directly to Naruto's side. "What do you want?" Naruto quickly retreated a step, bewildered by the child's intimidating presence. Inari suddenly scoffed. "Do you think you are formidable? You are merely deluding yourselves. Even if you undergo intensive training, what difference will it make? Defeating Zabuza or Kato will not prevent your demise. They possess other means to ensure your tragic end." "What did you say? You little brat, who are you calling deluded?" Naruto exclaimed, his agitation palpable as he nearly leaped up to prove his worth to Inari. Seeing Naruto's anger, Liu Yifei swiftly grasped Inari's arm. "I understand your disbelief in their potential for growth, but in this world, it is not the powerful villains who remain invincible, nor the weak righteous who remain perpetually feeble. There is always hope, do you understand?" "I do not understand, and I never will. You cannot defeat Kato. You are merely seeking your own demise." Inari erupted, forcefully shaking off Liu Yifei's grip and storming out in a fit of anger. Watching the boy's retreating figure, Liu Yifei felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. Noticing that everyone else was still in a state of shock, he quickly announced, "I shall step outside for a moment." Naruto, seeing Liu Yifei move, promptly followed suit. Liu Yifei stealthily trailed Inari to the window in the corridor, where he found the boy sorrowfully weeping, clutching a photograph in his hands. The man in the photograph possesses thick eyebrows and strikingly large eyes, exuding an undeniable handsomeness. His smile reveals a set of pristine white teeth, suggesting that he remains untouched by any sorrow or suffering. Observing Ai's profound grief, Liu Yifei feels a pang of sympathy, wishing to offer comfort. However, he is acutely aware of Ai's volatile nature. Approaching directly would likely yield no receptive response. Shaking his head with a sigh, Liu Yifei turns to leave, only to encounter Naruto, whose expression is a tapestry of complex emotions. Naruto gazes intently at Ai, who is weeping while cradling the photograph, visibly moved by the sight. Noticing Naruto's rapt attention, Liu Yifei approaches and gently pats his shoulder, urging him to leave the scene. Reluctantly, Naruto follows Liu Yifei outside. "What did you see just now?" Liu Yifei inquires as he sits on the ground, turning to face him. Naruto lowers his gaze, hesitating before responding. "I saw Ai holding a man's photograph and crying. It seems that man is his father. Therefore, do not take Ai's words to heart. He is still just a child, undoubtedly having endured some unfortunate experiences that shape his speech." Liu Yifei reassures, gently ruffling Naruto's hair, hoping to alleviate any lingering concerns regarding Ai's remarks. Naruto shakes his head and replies with a smile. I won't let Ai's words affect me. As long as I believe in myself and my ability to grow stronger. It doesn't matter what others say. That's good to hear. Lu Yifei breathes a sigh of relief, gazing at Naruto with admiration. Over time, Naruto has demonstrated considerable maturity. Although he occasionally loses his temper over trivial matters, he never truly harbors resentment. After a short while, Kakashi emerges from the building, limping and leaning on a cane. Concerned, Lu Yifei stands up and asks, Is everything all right? Can you manage? It's fine. I will ensure they train thoroughly. Let us head to the woods, Kakashi replies, nodding nonchalantly as he departs. The group follows him into the forest, where Lu Yifei settles beneath a tree, awaiting Kakashi's instructions for their training. Eagerly stepping forward, Naruto exclaims, Kakashi-sensei, what will we be training today? We don't know when Zabuza will come back for revenge. We must train quickly. I am aware of that, which is why today I will teach you how to freely utilize the chakra within your bodies, Kakashi states earnestly. Upon hearing this, the trio exchanges puzzled glances, uncertain of the meaning behind his words. How do we utilize chakra? Isn't it something we inherently possess? We have already learned how to harness chakra's power for ninjutsu, Naruto interjects, unable to contain his confusion. Sakura nods in agreement. While chakra is divided into physical and mental energy sources, it seems unlikely that such a thing can be acquired or enhanced through training. Why not? Kakashi counters. Although chakra can only be utilized during combat, improper usage leads to an increased depletion of one's chakra with each battle. Today, I will guide you in training to focus intently on concentrating your chakra and accomplishing your designated tasks, Kakashi earnestly explained. Naruto listened, somewhat bewildered yet nodded seriously. All right. Let us commence our training swiftly. This session's exercise was remarkably simple, climbing trees. Kakashi extended a hand, a smile gracing his face as he observed the group. Naruto nearly stumbled in disbelief, and the other two shared a look of astonishment. Kakashi-sensei, what on earth are you thinking? Why must we train in tree climbing again? Didn't we already practice that in the village? You initially claimed that it was to enhance our speed in evading attacks. What purpose does it serve now? Are we to escape from Zabuza swiftly? Sakura exclaimed, bewildered by his reasoning. Chapter 97. An unconventional tree climb, noticing their expressions of indignation. As though they had been led astray, Kakashi calmly elucidated, This time, what I wish for you to learn is not merely the art of climbing trees. What is it then? Naruto inquired, curiosity piqued, clearly eager to begin. Beside him, Lu Yifei rested his chin on his hand, finding their back-and-forth conversation rather tedious. Nearly succumbing to drowsiness, Kakashi approached a grand tree, leaning on his cane, and said, Watch closely. What I require of you is to climb the tree solely using your feet. With that, a vibrant blue chakra emanated from his feet. To the astonishment of all, Kakashi ascended the tree vertically, showing no signs of faltering. How is this possible? Sensei, how did you accomplish that? Naruto gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief as he watched Kakashi not only ascend, but also walk backward along the branches. Kakashi smiled at them and explained, By concentrating my focus, I channel my chakra to my feet, empowering them with chakra's strength, allowing me to adhere to the tree and ascend effortlessly. Kakashi-sensei, are you suggesting that we must learn to climb the tree by concentrating our chakra? Sakura queried, glancing uncertainly at her feet, doubtful of her capability. Kakashi then leaped down, tossing 3 shuriken at their feet. Your training objective is to grasp the shuriken and ascend to the highest point of the tree, marking the completion of your task. Upon seeing the shuriken at their feet, Naruto eagerly picked one up. Observing them as they attempted to concentrate their chakra, Lu Yifei nodded with satisfaction, feeling encouraged. Indeed, if they continue training this way, progress will surely follow. Once they can wield ninjutsu, their combat abilities will significantly enhance. Just as Lu Yifei began to vocalize words of encouragement, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, he locked eyes with Idate, who had been concealed behind the tree. Momentarily taken aback, how did this child end up here? Is he curious about what they are training for? Before Lu Yifei could fully comprehend the situation, he noticed Inalai let out a cold snort and turned to leave. He quickly got up to follow, calling out to Inalai, Wait, why are you leaving so abruptly? Is there something wrong? Inalai continued to walk forward, ignoring Lu Yifei's words. Observing Inalai's determined stride, Lu Yifei hurried to catch up and asked, What brings you here? Do you wish to see the strength of Naruto and the others? Regardless of their capabilities or their earnest training, they would never defeat Zabuza. Even if they could overcome Zabuza, they would never stand a chance against Kaido. Inalai coldly remarked. Louis Fei was taken aback by the words of a child younger than Naruto, leaving him momentarily speechless. He walked alongside Inalai for a while before saying, "Their training is also for your protection and that of your grandfather. Can you not harbor some hope for them? Wishing them well in their progress before Zabuza arrives? Why should I wish them well? They are simply no match for Kaido, and I will not rely on them for my protection. Let Kaido do as he pleases." Inalai's tone remained frosty. Hearing this, Louis Fei furrowed his brow and halted his steps. He understood that Inalai's views were skewed due to his father's influence, but he was unprepared for such self-destructive sentiments. Louis Fei quickly caught up to him, grasping his arm firmly. "You cannot say that. Your life was given to you by your parents. It must be cherished. Everyone wishes to live well, yet sometimes they have no choice. Naruto and the others are training diligently to protect you and themselves. Even if you do not believe they can defeat Zabuza, you should not express such pessimism." His words caused Inalai to lower his head. Standing at a height that barely reached Louis Fei's thigh, Louis Fei could not discern his expression. After a moment, Louis Fei sighed, crouched down, and gently patted his shoulder. "Can you trust us? Please do not be so pessimistic every day. Go away. I will not trust anyone. Even heroes can be deceivers. Why must I have faith?" Inalai cried as he pushed Louis Fei away and ran off. Watching Inalai's retreating figure, Louis Fei remained lost in thought for a long time. He never anticipated such words from Inalai. Had the wounds in his heart grown so profound? Just as he was lost in contemplation, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. With the uneven rhythm of the steps, Louis Fei knew without turning that it was Kakashi. Indeed, Kakashi approached his side, gazing at Inalai's silhouette and inquired, "What happened?" "Nothing much. This child simply struggles to believe in us," Louis Fei replied vaguely as he followed Kakashi back. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, observing that Naruto and Sasuke possessed significant potential for growth, yet they had yet to achieve substantial results. In contrast, Sakura, as a girl, had already distinguished herself by mastering the ability to ascend trees using her chakra. Sakura had successfully climbed to the top of a tree, indicating that Naruto and Sasuke must be feeling a sense of urgency. It was imperative to offer them words of encouragement. Although their current performance was not remarkable, the chakra within them was formidable. Louis Fei pondered this aloud. Upon hearing his words, Kakashi abruptly halted, turning to furrow his brow. Louis Fei was perplexed by Kakashi's expression and coughed awkwardly, asking, "What's the matter?" Kakashi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Louis Fei. "How do you know that Naruto possesses considerable chakra? You are not a ninja, and your sensitivity to chakra is non-existent. Even if you could sense it, you wouldn't be able to discern the extent of its power." Louis Fei hadn't anticipated that even at this juncture, Kakashi would still harbor doubts about him. He realized that failing to explain himself thoroughly would only deepen Kakashi's skepticism, potentially leading to further inquiries. Sighing, Louis Fei stood still, fixing his gaze on Kakashi. "Do you truly wish to know more about me?" "Indeed. It is my first encounter with a summoning beast that possesses such knowledge and can transform to wield weapons against J-Nin," Kakashi replied, taking a step back while maintaining a serious demeanor. Chapter 98. The relentless bridge builder. Louis Fei felt a pang of unease. He recognized Kakashi's intelligence and vast understanding. It was evident that he had harbored suspicions from the outset. If he did not clarify his circumstances today, Kakashi might justifiably suspect him of ill intentions. The more he contemplated, the more anxious he became. He scratched his head and reluctantly nodded. "Very well, I shall explain why I am so extraordinary." Kakashi acknowledged with a nod. Louis Fei hesitated before continuing. "Firstly, I truly am Hinata's summoning beast. I cannot ascertain the origins of my numerous abilities, but from the moment I appeared in this world, these powers have been inherently mine. I am a good person, striving for the well-being of everyone in Konoha. I am your genuine friend. As long as you understand that I mean you no harm, that is sufficient." Upon hearing these words, Kakashi squinted, his expression inscrutable. Was he convinced or not? Louis Fei felt a surge of apprehension. He understood that if Kakashi remained doubtful, he would be at a loss for how to further clarify. After a lengthy pause, Kakashi finally nodded. "I believe you. Though it seems there are some matters that you anticipated, I truly do not know whether to consider this mere coincidence." "Of course it's a coincidence. Think about it. Being as formidable as I am makes me more perceptive to certain things. Is that so strange?" Louis Fei shrugged. In response, Kakashi had no choice but to refrain from further comment. The two individuals returned to the training ground, where Liu Yifei observed Sakura Haruno perched on a tree branch, resting, while Naruto and Sasuke, panting heavily, had not managed to climb the tree. Noting their exhaustion, Liu Yifei clicked his tongue, surprised at their lack of progress in training. If they continued along this fruitless path, advancement would remain elusive. What do you mean? Kakashi turned his head, expecting Liu Yifei to offer some insight. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yifei waved his hand towards Sakura in the tree and called out to Naruto and Sasuke. Pause for a moment. Sakura promptly leaped down and joined her companions in front of Liu Yifei. Clearing his throat, he stated earnestly, "Your current training methods will not yield improvement. If your initial attempts are unsuccessful, merely relying on chakra thereafter will not enable you to achieve your objectives. What should we do now?" Sakura lamented. "I've managed to climb a tree, yet we still can't reach the top. At this rate, I fear we will struggle to complete our mission." Naruto anxiously raked his fingers through his hair. Observing his disheveled appearance, Liu Yifei approached and tidied his hair, suggesting, "Let us hear how Sakura managed to ascend the tree." "Honestly, I'm not quite sure how I did it. I simply relaxed my body, closed my eyes, and focused all my attention on my feet. Contemplating how to utilize my chakra to ascend, Sakura candidly shared her technique." Upon hearing this, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances and positioned themselves beneath the tree, closing their eyes in accordance with Sakura's advice. As Liu Yifei attentively watched their actions, his expression turned serious, eager to witness their progress. After concentrating their chakra, Naruto and Sasuke charged upward, reaching a greater height than before, only to fall back down once again. Still lacking proficiency, practice is essential, Liu Yifei remarked, shaking his head. Naruto sighed dejectedly. "Well, let us give it another shot. If Sakura can do it, so can we." With renewed determination, he stood up once more, observing their relentless attempts. Kakashi nodded in approval, then turned to Sakura. "Since you have accomplished this with ease, you may forego further training today. Go to the bridge and ensure Mr. Tezuna's safety. We cannot afford any mishaps." "All right, I'm off then." Sakura smiled and waved goodbye before departing. Watching her retreating figure, Liu Yifei felt an urge to follow. Remaining here felt tedious. He was keen to observe Tezuna at work on the bridge. Noticing Liu Yifei's envious demeanor, Kakashi waved dismissively. "Your absence here won't be detrimental. If you wish to join her, feel free to go. Then I shall take my leave. You all continue training." Liu Yifei promptly nodded and waved goodbye before making his way to the bridge, where he found Tezuna and several villagers constructing it. He settled down beside Sakura. "Oh, Brother Liu has also arrived? Are you here to observe Mr. Dasna at work?" Haruno Sakura exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and delight in her gaze upon Liu Yifei. Liu Yifei nodded, watching Dasna bustling about, and approached him to inquire, "Would you like some assistance?" "No need. Just sit and keep an eye on things." Dasna replied with a smile, not genuinely requiring his help. He felt he had already troubled them enough. Such laborious tasks could be managed alone. As Liu Yifei turned to take a seat and rest, he noticed a villager approaching with a downcast demeanor. "Karu, what troubles you? Why the long face?" Dasna asked, puzzled by the villager's discontent. Karu, looking embarrassed, replied, "May I withdraw from the bridge construction task?" "What?" "You must understand that the task of building the bridge is quite labor-intensive. If we lose another person, it will have a significant impact. The villagers have already withdrawn in excess. Must you follow suit?" Dasna exclaimed, visibly alarmed. Karu lowered his head, feeling guilty and shy, before explaining. "Everyone knows that constructing the bridge is perilous. Kato is still active, and more people may encounter danger. I have many family members to care for. I do not wish to leave them unsupported should something happen to me. Enough. You need not come tomorrow. Regardless, I will persist with the bridge construction. Even if all of you abandon the task, I shall carry on alone. This bridge represents the hope of the land of waves," Dasna declared, waving his hand. Unwilling to hear more, Karu bowed his head, murmuring an apology before turning to leave. Watching him depart, Liu Yifei shook his head in resignation. If everyone succumbs to fear of Kato's retribution and abandons the bridge project, how will you ever complete it alone? It is unavoidable. Since Kato's arrival, the people of the land of waves have lost their courage. They have all changed, Dasna lamented, shaking his head with a melancholic expression. Chapter 99. The oppressive environment. Liu Yifei, feeling increasingly anxious, could not restrain himself from asking, "What shall we do now? With fewer and fewer people to build the bridge, will this not hinder our progress?" "You need not worry about that," The situation is not dire. I can complete the construction alone, even if it takes me a few extra days. After all, not all the villagers have abandoned the task, Dasna reassured him, waving his hand to alleviate Lu Yifei's concerns. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei nodded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Perhaps, before Zaboz's arrival, the bridge project could indeed be completed. Yet, Kato was always watching. It was likely that as the bridge neared completion, Kato's men would take action. As Lu Yifei pondered these worries, Dasna clapped his hands, announcing, "All right. My work for today is done. Let us return together." Haruno Sakura nodded, standing and following Lu Yifei as they departed alongside him. The trio arrived at the marketplace, and upon witnessing the scene before them, both Lu Yifei and Haruno Sakura widened their eyes, nearly rendered speechless. They had never anticipated that the land of waves could be so impoverished. Beggars lined the streets, and children in tattered clothes sat listlessly in the corners. What was this situation? Lu Yifei gazed intently at the downcast faces of the people, profoundly shaken by the sight. He had never contemplated what it felt like to exist in an environment devoid of hope. It was evident to him that the inhabitants resembled puppets, devoid of extraneous thoughts, merely focused on survival or death. Despair and fear permeated the air, and this atmosphere began to weigh heavily upon him, pulling all his thoughts toward a pessimistic conclusion. Frowning, Lu Yifei endeavored to dismiss this feeling, yet the sight of so many individuals embodying hopelessness drained his spirit. Do you see? This is the current state of the land of waves, suffused with an aura of despair, where courage, particularly the courage to confront life's adversities, is sorely lacking. Dazuna sighed deeply from behind, exuding a sense of helplessness. At that moment, a child suddenly dashed in front of them, smiling and extending a hand toward Haruno Sakura, asking for food. "Sakura, do you have anything to eat? Please give him something." Lu Yifei felt a tumult of emotions as he gazed at the child, his heart heavy with unease. Sakura quickly nodded, retrieving a handful of candies from her backpack and offering them to the boy. Upon receiving the treats, the child beamed a grateful and radiant smile at Sakura. Witnessing such innocent joy, tears welled in Sakura's eyes, her heart aching for the child. Lu Yifei approached and gently patted Sakura's shoulder. "Did you see? This is the plight of those ensnared in suffering. You and Naruto must grow stronger to save these people. From tomorrow onward, you must diligently protect Dazuna while training your chakra to prepare for the impending challenges." "Yes, I understand," Sakura affirmed with a resolute nod, wiping away her tears as she turned back toward Dazuna's home. Observing her retreating figure, Dazuna couldn't help but smile. "You truly have a talent for encouragement. Well, it's just that I admire your perseverance. After seeing everyone's plight, I thought this country might be doomed. I cannot fathom how you manage to pass through here daily and persist in bridge building," Lu Yifei remarked, gazing deeply into Dazuna's weathered face, filled with confusion. Dazuna smiled softly, looking up at the azure sky, and spoke quietly, "Because the courage they have lost resides within me. I am a part of this nation, and when my country faces such adversity, I cannot be like these people, aimlessly toiling under the whims of fate. I must grow stronger to uplift everyone." "Well said. Now, let us return," Lu Yifei said, touched by Dazuna's unwavering resolve, feeling warmth blossom within his heart. He had to admit that Dazuna's recent words had truly touched him. Perhaps this was the reason why Kakashi and the others, despite being aware of the dangers, were determined to confront the situation. With brave individuals like Dazna striving tirelessly, how could they possibly give up? With this thought in mind, Lu Yifei mustered his spirits and followed Dazna home. Upon his arrival, he discovered that Kakashi and Sasuke were present, yet Naruto was conspicuously absent. Where had Naruto gone? The outside was unsafe, and mealtime was approaching. Someone should be sent to fetch him. Lu Yifei casually seated himself and took a sip from his teacup. Hearing this, Kakashi shook his head, indicating that there was no need to worry about Naruto. Dinner would proceed without him. Why? Had he done something wrong? Even if Naruto had erred, withholding his meal was not a fitting punishment, especially with training scheduled for the next day. Lu Yifei immediately expressed his concern, perplexed by Kakashi's apparent indifference towards Naruto's well-being. Sasuke, standing nearby, scoffed, remarking that the fool simply chose not to return home. "Huh, what do you mean?" Lu Yifei blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend why Naruto was absent from dinner. Sakura let out a sigh and remarked, "Don't you see? Naruto is not making any progress, so he has chosen to skip dinner to continue his training." Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei fell silent, though he worried for Naruto. He refrained from searching for him or insisting he return for dinner. He understood Naruto's stubborn nature. As time passed, Zabuza's condition must be improving rapidly. If neither Naruto nor Sasuke made any advancements, defeating Zabuza would be impossible. Perhaps Naruto was feeling anxious as well? With this thought, Liu Yifei sighed and quietly resumed his meal. After dinner, Tsunade entered to clear the table, occasionally glancing at Liu Yifei with a rather ambiguous expression. Liu Yifei instantly sensed Tsunade's unusual gaze, but pretended not to notice as he engaged in conversation with Kakashi. Ahem, Brother Liu, could you step outside for a moment? Sakura suddenly stood up with a peculiar expression, beckoning Liu Yifei. Confused, Liu Yifei followed her outside, noticing that everyone else seemed to be relaxing. As they reached the end of the corridor, Liu Yifei realized that night had fallen. The sea and sky blended into a gray haze that obscured the boundary between them. Chapter 100. Only Hinata in his heart. Sakura scrutinized Liu Yifei from head to toe, yet she hesitated to speak. Observing her odd demeanor, Liu Yifei furrowed his brow in confusion. What's wrong? Do you have something to tell me? Did you not notice? Just now, Tsunade seemed interested in you. It appears she has developed feelings for you, Sakura said cautiously as she leaned in closer to Liu Yifei. Liu Yifei paused momentarily, reluctantly nodding in agreement. But what does it matter? Perhaps we are overthinking this? Such matters should not weigh heavily on our minds. What is paramount now is to expedite our training, enabling you to enhance your abilities and ultimately defeat the formidable Zabuza. He was not oblivious to the troubling glint in Jean Name's gaze. Yet this was not the time for such discussions, especially considering that his heart belonged to Hinata. He could never harbor inappropriate thoughts for another. However, training should not interfere with your relationship with Jean Name. You need not train. Perhaps you could share a smile with Haruno Sakura. Yet, he refrained from continuing that thought. At last, Liu Yifei comprehended the true intention behind Haruno Sakura's summons. She was testing his interest in Jean Name. Whether her actions stemmed from pure curiosity or a prior agreement with Jean Name to inquire about him, Liu Yifei found it rather tedious. He waved his hand dismissively, remarking, "I've come to realize that you girls are indeed quite nosy. You pull me out here just to ask me about this? But I assure you, I have no interest in Jean Name." "Why not?" Haruno Sakura queried, perplexed. "I think Jean Name is exceptionally beautiful. Although you are a summoning beast, you are quite impressive in your own right, capable of protecting her and Inari." Liu Yifei shrugged, exasperated. "Do you wish for me to remain here indefinitely, solely to be with a woman? I'd rather not. Besides, I am your observer, you know. I cannot afford to let such trivial matters distract me from what truly matters." He had never contemplated a relationship with Jean Name. While she was gentle and stunning, with an enviable figure, his heart was steadfastly devoted to the adorable Hinata, and she would always be his sole affection. "All right, I understand now. You have no interest in Jean Name. However, I am curious about the type of girl you do like," Haruno Sakura said, somewhat disappointed, her shoulders slumping, struggling to comprehend Liu Yifei's sentiments. Liu Yifei recognized that she was still unaware of his feelings for Hinata and promptly replied earnestly, "The one I cherish is Hinata, my master. She is the most beautiful, kind-hearted, and endearing girl in this world, and thus, I cannot fall for anyone else. Please refrain from such talk, understood? You actually like Hinata, but you are her summoning beast," Haruno Sakura stammered, astonished. She had never encountered a summoning beast expressing affection for its master. Liu Yifei's feelings for Hinata were quite extraordinary. Liu Yifei nodded resolutely, his expression earnest and devoid of jest. "Indeed, I truly adore Hinata, so I cannot be interested in other women." "Fine, I understand. Consider all that I said as mere jest." Haruno Sakura then adopted a serious demeanor, nodding solemnly at Liu Yifei. As Liu Yifei watched her enter the room, a warm sensation enveloped his heart. He understood that Haruno Sakura had good intentions. Since Hinata started school, he had spent a considerable amount of time with his classmates and had gradually integrated into this big family. Although Kakashi and Yuhi Kurenai occasionally expressed their doubts about him, Naruto and the others genuinely regarded him as a friend and companion. The thought of this filled Liu Yifei with immense joy. He followed Sakura into the room and saw her approach Tsunade, whispering a few words to her. Tsunade's expression immediately darkened, and she nodded in silence. Liu Yifei realized that Sakura had clarified things with her, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. After some casual conversation, everyone returned to rest. Once Sasuke got back to their room, he fell asleep almost instantly due to exhaustion. Liu Yifei lay on his bed, staring aimlessly out the window, unable to sleep as he worried about Naruto. As he pondered what Naruto might be doing at that moment, he gradually closed his eyes. The next day, Louis Fei awoke from his slumber to find Sasuke missing. He quickly got up and followed suit. Everyone was seated at the table, chatting merrily. Kakashi noticed Louis Fei's arrival and asked, "How did you sleep last night?" "Quite well," Louis Fei replied as he took a seat at the table. At that moment, he noticed that Dazna's complexion appeared quite grim, as if he were troubled by something. Before Louis Fei could inquire, Dazna spoke up. "Louis Fei, you must have gone to bed later than Sasuke. Do you know if Naruto returned to sleep?" "Naruto should not have returned all night. If he had, I would have surely woken up. There was no commotion last night," Louis Fei said, furrowing his brow and feeling a surge of concern. Naruto often lacked discretion in his actions, and if he had insisted on training in the forest, it would not be unusual for him to not return for the night. However, the land of waves was vastly different from Konohagakure. Danger lurked everywhere. What if something had happened to Naruto? Just as Louis Fei's worries escalated, Kakashi interjected. "Do not fret, Naruto is certainly fine. Given his nature, he is likely fast asleep in the forest by now." "Indeed, that fool," Sasuke muttered under his breath. Showing no signs of concern for Naruto's situation, Louis Fei turned to Sasuke, observing his impassive demeanor, and suddenly burst into laughter. He did not believe for a moment that Sasuke was unconcerned about Naruto. He was merely a sharp-tongued, yet soft-hearted individual. "What are you laughing at?" Sasuke asked, looking at Louis Fei with confusion, feeling a chill from his scrutiny. Louis Fei cleared his throat and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Oh, it's nothing. I just find you rather adorable in this state." "Adorable? Please," Sasuke retorted, rising leisurely and heading towards the door. Seeing him about to leave, Sakura blinked in surprise and immediately asked, "Sasuke, where are you going so early?" "Going for a walk. I ate too much," he replied. Sasuke replied softly, pushing the door open as he stepped outside. Upon hearing this, Louis Fei quickly rose to his feet, eager to leave the premises as well. Dazna, perplexed, inquired from behind, "Where are you going?"